Chapter 001. The Konoha Quartet joins the chat group. In the realm of Naruto, within the village of Konoha, a small room of merely a dozen square meters contained Mo Chen, who lay on his bed with a visage of despondency. He had traversed dimensions. This should have been a cause for celebration. However, devoid of any bloodline, background, or resources, he had reincarnated as an utterly inconsequential commoner, a student at the Ninja Academy, and coincidentally in the same cohort as the famed Nine Strong Ones. This was an utterly disastrous beginning. As Kakashi had stated in the original narrative, this graduating class boasted 27 students, yet only 9 were deemed worthy of becoming genin. In other words, apart from the 9 strong ones, the remainder faced elimination. Even if he were to retry his studies at the academy and eventually become a ninja, the critical opportunity for specialized training would have slipped through his fingers, relegating him to mediocrity. Most pressing of all was the fact that the graduation assessment had already transpired, and class divisions were to be announced the following day, leaving him bereft of any chance to strive for improvement. Him exhausted, let it all perish, for love is lost. And Mo Chen now longed to abandon all hope, his prospects as a ninja appearing bleak. Ding! The system has been successfully activated. The fabrication system is at your service. Suddenly, Mo Chen, on the brink of despair, sat up with a start, his face illuminated by a radiant expression of joy. I knew I was destined for greatness. To have encountered such a phenomenon as reincarnation, how could I possibly remain a mere bystander? The system has arrived now. I must inquire. Who else is there? Having indulged in his triumph for a while, Mo Chen promptly recalled the matter at hand and fervently urged in his mind, "System, please elucidate your functions." Ding! This system will initiate a chat group within your consciousness, intermittently inviting female ninjas from this world to join. Upon entry, you, the host, can fabricate futures related to the members, and the content of these creations will manifest as tangible reality. However, the host must be aware that the fabricated content must adhere to logic, and the future is subject to change. Mo Chen listened intently, pondering seriously, and soon grasped the system's purpose. A chat group comprised solely of female ninjas was indeed a splendid opportunity, a perfect selection for a man seeking to thrive on the advantages of others. Yet, the crux of the matter lay in the ability to fabricate futures. As long as it adhered to logic, he could create freely, and such fabrications would become reality. For instance, if Otsutsuki Kagaya were to join the group, Mo Chen could conceive a future wherein Kagaya, upon her release, encounters him first and becomes engulfed in reminiscence. In the era prior to the ninja age, Mo Chen had fortuitously traveled back in time and made the acquaintance of Kagaya. As time passed, their bond deepened, culminating in the birth of 2 children. Ahem, that is not the focal point. The essence lies in Kagaya bestowing her powers upon him, transforming him into a formidable warrior, after which he returns to his original time. Perfectly reasonable, right? This would pose no threat to the original narrative, and he would emerge as a strong individual, with no foreseeable complications, say an impeccable plan, such as how one ought to wield the ability to fabricate futures. I am nothing short of a genius. Mo Chen suddenly felt that, despite lacking a bloodline, his intellect was his unique limit. Ding! The chat group has been activated, and the system is currently selecting new members. Please hold for a moment. Ding! New members have been chosen and are being invited into the group. Ding! Haruno Sakura has joined the chat group. Ding! Yamanaka Ino has joined the chat group. Ding! Hyuga Hinata has joined the chat group. Ding! Ten has joined the chat group. Lo and behold, the Konoha Quartet. In this inaugural selection of group members, he had already achieved a full set. Well, with a larger number of participants, there would be more choices, which would undoubtedly benefit his future fabrications. As he beheld the names of the 4 individuals entering the group, Mo Chen's mind began to construct the futures he wished to create. At that moment, Sakura was at home, daydreaming about her upcoming ninja life, when suddenly, a peculiar page flashed before her eyes. Simultaneously, she heard a series of notifications ringing in her ears. Ding! Haruno Sakura has successfully joined Mo Chen's female protagonist group. Congratulations on becoming a member of Mo Chen's protagonist team. Please adhere to the following rules. 1. Mo Chen is the leader of this group. The leader's interests supersede all others. No member may act in a manner detrimental to the leader. 2. Members must coexist harmoniously, with no plotting or persecution amongst themselves. 3. Periodically, future video clips will appear within the group. All content is genuine and requires no skepticism. 4. Group members may receive enhancements, including talent, comprehension, combat power, and other attributes. The stronger the loyalty to the leader, the greater the enhancement effects. 5. Members may exit the group freely, but all related memories will be erased. Sakura? Ino, who was dozing off in the flower shop, Hinata, secretly honing her skills in her backyard, and Ten, who had just finished a mission and was preparing to return home for a bath, all found themselves in scenarios akin to secure sharing the system notifications and encountering the chat group's dialog box. Unfamiliar with the concept of reincarnation and unacquainted with the tropes of web literature, they were utterly bewildered by the sudden appearance of the system notifications. Their first instinct was to assume they had fallen victim to an illusion, hastily attempting to unravel it. Had this been a modern individual, they would have likely concluded that they were destined for greatness upon hearing the system's voice. Of course, this was not an illusion, so their attempts to dispel it were futile. Yamanaka Ino, a broad forehead, Haruno Sakura, get lost. Pig-headed Ino, even in an illusion, you remain insufferable. Hyuga Hinata, this may not be an illusion after all. Yamanaka Ino, shall we meet face to face to ascertain the situation? Hyuga Hinata, sure, where shall we gather? Yamanaka Ino, let's meet at the dessert shop in Snack Street, it's on me. Haruno Sakura, free desserts? I'm on my way. Ten, so you all know each other? Yamanaka Ino, yes, who are you? Ten, a genin from Konoha, last year's Ninja Academy graduate, under the guidance of Jonin Might Guy. Yamanaka Ino, a senior then? We just graduated, and our classmates' class divisions commence tomorrow. Haruno Sakura, and now it's out in the open. Ten, given that it isn't an illusion, it appears we are communicating across distances. After all, we are all from Konoha, so trust is warranted. Hyuga Hinata, Senior Ten, please join us as well. This group seems rather peculiar. I attempted to reach out to my family, but was unable to disclose anything. Ten, that's precisely my intent. As Mo Chen observed the conversation within the chat group, he grasped every detail. Yet, he found himself unable to participate in the dialogue. The members were oblivious to his existence within the group. He was akin to a ghost. However, this suited him perfectly. Their ignorance of his presence allowed them to converse freely. Furthermore, through their exchanges, Mo Chen could strategically adjust his actions. Now aware that the Konoha quartet intended to visit the dessert shop, Mo Chen employed a transformation technique to disguise himself as an unremarkable passerby and made his way there ahead of them. They had only just joined the chat group, and discerning their thoughts was paramount. Mo Chen ordered a dessert and settled into a dimly lit corner, awaiting the arrival of the Konoha quartet. Meanwhile, his mind continued to ponder the intricacies of fabricating futures. Apart from Ten, the other three were his classmates. Setting aside what the future might hold, there was still an opportunity for interaction before class divisions commenced. To alter the course of his life, Mo Chen recognized that he must invest effort during this brief period preceding the class divisions. Chapter 002. Fabricating Futures and Awakening the Sharingan. Initially, the prompt suggested that it could comprehensively enhance our various attributes. I wonder if this is truly the case, Hinata remarked, her eyes glimmering with anticipation. Sakura interjected with dissatisfaction. You all only focus on the positive aspects. The sudden emergence of such a thing must surely have ulterior motives, right? And what's this about the Mo Chen female-led group? Joining the group is tantamount to joining the Mo Chen female entourage. Simply put, I cannot accept this. My loyalty to Sasuke-kun is unwavering. What is Mo Chen to me? No sooner had Sakura uttered these words than her body began to tremble violently, letting out a piercing scream. Ino and the few patrons in the shop were startled by Sakura's outburst, their gazes quickly shifting toward her. A few arcs of electricity flickered across Sakura's body, as though she had been electrocuted. However, before anyone could react, the arcs vanished, and Sakura ceased her trembling. Hey, are you all right? Ino asked with concern, rising to gently poke Sakura, and upon discovering she was unharmed, she sighed in relief. Ten awkwardly addressed the other patrons. Apologies for the disturbance, we were merely joking around. The others, upon hearing this, paid little mind and returned their attention elsewhere. Hinata softly remarked. The prompt stated that group members must not act against the interests of the group leader. Sakura just insulted the leader, which should warrant a punishment for violating the rules. Ten frowned. It seems that upon joining this chat group, we've unwittingly adopted certain restrictions. We must take these rules seriously. Fortunately, the punishment just now was not too severe. Sakura had merely been shocked a few times and had already regained her composure. Nevertheless, a fine sheen of sweat now adorned her brow. Having already harbored reservations about the chat group, Sakura's dissatisfaction deepened. She was tempted to voice her suspicion that this chat group could very well be a scheme orchestrated by Mo Chen to ensnare them. After all, why would Mo Chen be the group leader if the rules were solely advantageous to him? Yet, as the thought lingered on her lips, she recalled her earlier experience and decided against voicing it. Instead, Sakura mused, "Doesn't the name Mo Chen sound a bit familiar? I hadn't noticed until you mentioned it, but it does seem to ring a bell." Ino pondered, struggling to recall where she had heard it. Tintin shrugged. "This is my first encounter with that name." Hinata timidly added, Mo Chen is a classmate of ours. I thought you all were aware." The three were momentarily taken aback. Sakura and Ino exchanged awkward glances, realizing he indeed was their classmate, while Tintin was surprised that she had forgotten the name of a fellow student. Sakura quipped, "He acts like an invisible person in class, utterly devoid of any distinguishing features. It's no wonder we couldn't recall him." Ino nodded in agreement. "Mo Chen is indeed far too low-key. I don't believe I've exchanged a single word with him." Tintin didn't dwell on this, instead pondering, since he's the group leader, the emergence of this chat group might have something to do with him. We should find an opportunity to probe further. Ino and Hinata had no objections since they had joined the chat group. They needed to clarify the situation. Sakura, however, held a contrary opinion. "I don't care about all that the prompt mentioned. We could leave the group freely. I won't play along with you in leaving the group." As long as she exited the group, she could sever her nominal ties to Mo Chen, thus avoiding unnecessary complications and any potential schemes. "Hey, after just being electrocuted, are you really going to leave the group like this?" Ino teased, a hint of mockery in her voice. Sakura froze momentarily, realizing she was indeed reluctant to leave. Thus, she understood she couldn't exit just yet, for doing so would erase relevant memories. Decided, tomorrow at school, they'll give him a good thrashing before leaving the group. Sakura promptly changed her mind. Unlike Sakura, the others were indifferent to the so-called female lead entourage. To them, it was merely a phrase, not a reality. Ino relished seeking thrills, and this unfamiliar phenomenon ignited her curiosity. Tintin was eager to ascertain whether the so-called future video was genuine, while Hinata yearned for the enhancement effects. Consequently, the group remained in the chat, each harboring distinct motives. Their conversation, however, was overheard in its entirety by Mo Chen, who sat not far away. Having discerned their individual thoughts, he chose not to linger and exited the dessert shop prematurely. Concerning the fabrication of the future, he had formulated a preliminary plan. The first step was to accumulate some initial resources. Before long, Mo Chen employed his system abilities to fabricate a segment of the future. Once completed, the system automatically transformed this future into video format. Before Mo Chen could react, the future video was uploaded to the chat group. "Whoa, nobody mentioned this would happen," Mo Chen exclaimed in bewilderment. He had assumed the fabricated future would remain known only to him. No wonder the system had cautioned him that the future could be altered. It was essentially his own spoiler. Consequently, the earlier segment of the future was likely to encounter unforeseen changes. Cursed system, how insufferable. He couldn't help but worry about becoming a mere clown, yet it was already too late to modify anything. Just after parting ways from the dessert shop, the Konoha 4 received a system notification. A segment of a future video had been uploaded to the chat group. "Tintin, is there really a video about the future? This is quite exciting." "Sakura, whether it's real or not remains to be seen. I suspect that through this so-called future video, our thoughts are being manipulated towards a scenario favorable to the hidden mastermind. It seems more plausible. Hinata, Sakura has violated the rules once more." Tintin, Rule 3. The content of future videos is entirely authentic and beyond question. "Sakura, you scoundrels. You infuriate me. Whoa, this is painful. Ha. You're killing me with laughter." Tintin, Sakura, in truth, we're not that significant. No one would go to such lengths to manipulate us. Hinata, ahem. Let's first view the video content. Future video footage. Morning dawns as Hinata departs from her home, en route to the Ninja Academy. Passing a secluded corner, she witnesses several individuals surrounding Mo Chen, bullying him. In a fit of anger, Mo Chen's eyes turn blood red, entering a berserk state, swiftly driving the assailants away. The culprits are left bewildered, while Hinata stands in shock. Those blood-red eyes, each adorned with a tomo, unmistakably belong to the Sharingan. The moment the crimson Sharingan fixates on Hinata, she senses impending doom, attempting to flee but is blocked by Mo Chen. In this time frame, the Sharingan is forbidden. To ensure Hinata's silence, Mo Chen forcefully kisses her as a means of coercion. Hinata, with her gentle disposition, acquiesces, lost in a daze. Chapter 003. Initial resources received. The video continues. Ino teams up with Shikamaru and Choji to form Team 10, led by the Jonin Asuma Sarutobi. After the class division, Team 10 undergoes training assessments under Asuma's guidance. Suddenly, a commotion erupts nearby, prompting Team 10 to follow Asuma to investigate. There, they find Mo Chen's Team 9 undergoing an evaluation with their instructor. It appears that the instructor has not acknowledged Team 9, provoking Mo Chen to unleash a terrifying and bizarre ability, nearly overpowering the instructor. The scene is left with a mass of dark, vine-like material that binds everyone except Mo Chen, absorbing chakra and rendering them powerless. With Asuma and subsequently arriving Umbu's assistance, the others are rescued, and Mo Chen is taken to meet the third Hokage. The video concludes, lasting less than a minute, comprising 2 segments. On the surface, it appears that Hinata and Ino are the protagonists, yet the narrative revolves entirely around Mo Chen. Moreover, both segments appear to foreshadow that Mo Chen is far from an ordinary individual. His innate talent is astonishingly formidable. Within a single day, he awakened 2 extraordinary abilities. The Sharingan, which requires no elaboration, is well known to those who understand it as one of the legendary 3 ocular techniques. Although the nature of the latter ability remains a mystery, its overwhelming power nearly incapacitated the leading Jonin during a surge of rage, showcasing its terrifying might. Tion, is this what will happen tomorrow? Yamanaka Ino. It seems that way I have indeed been placed in the same class as them. How frustrating. I had hoped to be with Sasuke. Haruno Sakura. Hihi, Sasuke-kin is undoubtedly mine. Hinata Hyuga. Tion. Hinata has been forcefully approached while I can comprehend Mo Chen's actions. His behavior is exceedingly domineering, showing no regard for the feelings of the girls involved. Sakura Haruno. Indeed, there is not a trace of gentlemanly demeanor. Such a person is utterly infuriating. Ino Yamanaka, after being hit so many times. You still haven't learned your lesson at all. Hinata Hyuga. Tomorrow, I shall take a detour. I refuse to traverse that path. Tintin. No worries, Hinata. I will accompany you tomorrow and offer my assistance. Ino Yamanaka. Yes. I shall join as well. I'm not merely curious about how Mo Chen kisses Hinata. I want to see if the events depicted in the video will truly unfold. Hinata Hyuga. Sakura Haruno. How vexing. Why is it always me who gets hurt? Indeed. The moment Hinata expressed her intention to take a detour, Mo Chen began to curse the system in his heart. The fabricated future is set to be uploaded to the group in video form. Had the system given any prior notice, Mo Chen would not have concocted such content. Now, the girls have begun to doubt his character and are growing wary of him. Tintin, to my knowledge, the Sharingan is a bloodline limit of the Uchiha clan. And there is but one descendant remaining. What connection does Mo Chen have with the Uchiha? Ino Yamanaka. I have not heard of him nor noticed any interaction with Sasuke. Sakura Haruno. Does Sasuke possess the Sharingan as well? If he were to activate it, he would undoubtedly look quite dashing. Tintin, regardless, Mo Chen is indeed intriguing. Even without the chat group, we must foster a good relationship with him. Ino Yamanaka. Hinata, if you wish to take a detour tomorrow, go ahead. I will test Mo Chen in your stead. Hinata Hyuga? Sakura Haruno. Ino, are you planning to develop feelings elsewhere and snatch Mo Chen's first kiss? Ino Yamanaka. What of it? Haven't you heard what Tintin said? Mo Chen is a person of great potential. Sakura Haruno. The fewer competitors I have for Sasuke, the greater my chances of success. Tintin, if Ino goes instead, I feel Mo Chen will not use the same approach he did with Hinata. Hinata Hyuga. Why is that? Tintin, after all, you were classmates. He must surely understand your personalities. Sakura Haruno. That is true. Ino is rather shameless and would not be intimidated by such matters. If Mo Chen dares to force a kiss on her, given Ino's character, it would be rather mild if she were to beat him up on the spot. Of course, that is assuming she can win the fight. Ino Yamanaka, are you talking about yourself? Big forehead. Sakura Haruno. I am not as violent as you, pighead Ino. I am a lady, after all. Ino Yamanaka, indeed. A lady with a big forehead. Sakura Haruno. Ino, are you looking for a fight? Ino Yamanaka. Come on, who fears you, big forehead? Tintin. It seems you two are incompatible. Let me go tomorrow instead. Hinata Hyuga. Ino Yamanaka. Sakura Haruno. Upon observing the conversation within the chat group, Mo Chen felt a sense of relief. If it were only Hinata intending to take a detour and avoiding a meeting, Mo Chen would indeed worry whether the plot of the video would be triggered. However, now that the others wish to verify the authenticity of the video content, they will surely stake out the scene. Once they are present, the plot will undoubtedly be set in motion. Moreover, judging by their reactions, it does not seem as though they intend to intervene prematurely. It is all under control. Mo Chen was in high spirits, eagerly anticipating the activation of his Sharingan the following day. With the initial awakening granting him the power of the two Tomo, he was certain that his abilities would surge. Though he felt he still lacked some foundational depth, Among his peers, he was likely the strongest of his graduating class, perhaps due to his overwhelming excitement. Mo Chen found himself plagued by insomnia, tossing and turning for much of the night. Just as he finally drifted off to sleep, the alarm clock blared. Today was the day of class assignments, and tardiness was not an option. With no choice, Mo Chen groggily washed up, hastily consumed a morsel of food, and stepped outside. Yawning. Bam. In his dazed state, he inadvertently collided with someone at the corner. In the next instant, he found himself cornered by a group of individuals. You. Bold enough to bump into me. The leader, a chubby lad of around 14 or 15, glared menacingly, his fists clenched in a threatening manner. That collision nearly cost me my life. Now, tell me, how do you intend to compensate? Behind him stood 3 companions, all sharing a smug expression, clearly rallying around their leader. Was this a case of extortion disguised as an accident? Mo Chen, having not slept sufficiently, found his mind sluggish. At that moment, he realized he was surrounded by 4 street thugs, their faces twisted with malicious intent, and he recalled the circumstances that led him here. Goodness. He had momentarily forgotten the contents of the future video and had unwittingly made his way towards the Ninja Academy. It only now dawned on him that his initial resources were about to be credited. He looked up to see that he did not recognize any of the 4 individuals. They appeared to be a group of miscreants hailing from unfortunate backgrounds, struggling in life. As for those who appeared in the video and assisted Mo Chen in activating his Sharingan, they were mere fabrications, never shown clearly, only presented in vague glimpses. Even if the renowned Konoha 4 Blossoms were present, they would not discern any discrepancies. Ah, indeed, the Konoha 4 Blossoms should be nearby, should they not? Mo Chen swiftly glanced at the chat group. Indeed, the records revealed that the 4 flowers of Konoha had emerged early. They had pinpointed a rough location. And Ino employed her sensory technique while Hinata activated her Byakugan, awaiting Mo Chen's arrival. When Mo Chen was intercepted by the chubby boy and his companions, the 4 girls promptly reached the scene, concealing themselves in the shadows, observing the unfolding events. Chapter 004. It seems Mo Chen harbors a secret. Hey, you insolent scoundrel. How dare you disregard me? Are you seeking your own demise? The chubby boy, noticing that Mo Chen showed no fear and even wore a faint smile while lost in thought, was instantly filled with rage. He felt his authority had been challenged and raised his massive fist, aiming a blow directly at Mo Chen's face. Mo Chen was jolted back to reality by the sound of his furious reprimand. As he saw the other's fist coming towards him, he swiftly dodged to the side. One must never strike the face. After all, he was to attend the graduation presentation shortly. Although the chubby fellow was not a ninja, his agility clearly reflected the training of a graduate from a school of stealth. Mo Chen evaded the frontal assault, yet was unable to completely avoid it. The chubby boy's fist struck his shoulder, eliciting an involuntary grunt of pain from him as he collapsed to the side. Dare you to dodge again? If I strike you, will you still attempt to evade? It seems you truly seek your demise. The chubby boy exchanged a glance with a few companions behind him, and together they launched a collective assault on Mo Chen. Mo Chen found all avenues for evasion blocked, and though he harbored intentions of counterattacking, his burgeoning strength dissipated before it could coalesce. Ultimately, a person of common origin, even if freshly graduated from a basic academy, would find their prowess merely at the level of cannon fodder unless they encountered a distinguished mentor along their path to becoming a Genin or Chunin. Mo Chen found himself outnumbered 4-1. Resistance was futile. He could only shield his head with his hands and silently endure the blows, striving to prevent the assailants from striking his face. A group of chubby youths surrounded him, delivering a barrage of punches and kicks. Amidst their assault, they hurled insults, while others watched, mocking him with derisive laughter. Hinata Hyuga remarked, "These individuals are truly despicable. How can they bully Mo Chen in such a manner?" Ino Yamanaka exclaimed, "Those rascals! I wish to eliminate them." Tintin cautioned, "Hold your horses, don't be impulsive. If the video is genuine, Mo Chen is about to awaken his Sharingan. If we intervene now, it may not bode well for him." Sakura Haruno mused, if enduring a beating could grant him immense power, it would be worthwhile. To avoid detection, the girls communicated telepathically through their mental chat group. While Sakura maintained an indifferent demeanor, the others could hardly suppress their sympathy, being kind-hearted girls. Witnessing Mo Chen's plight stirred their fists into a tight clench. However, at that moment, Mo Chen lacked the energy to consider the Konoha 4 flowers. The relentless pain coursing through him filled him with regret. The bullying was a narrative he had crafted for the future. Although the Sharingan required external stimuli to activate, he had chosen the least costly path for the greatest gain. Had he known the agony would be so intense, he might have preferred to witness the death of a bystander, activating the Sharingan through sympathy rather than enduring this torment himself. Well, that was merely a fleeting thought. With his current mindset, even if a random passerby died, his feeling of sympathy would be minimal. If such a trivial act could activate the Sharingan, its value would diminish considerably. Ha ha ha, what a coward. He truly isn't resisting at all, chuckled the chubby youth. He appears to be utterly spineless. We're in for some fun. Let us ascertain his identity. After all, it's not every day we encounter someone so lacking in courage. We should pay him a visit when we have the time. His companions joined in the derision, their disdain for Mo Chen palpable. Their words struck a chord within him, igniting a surge of anger. He had merely wished to follow the narrative and gain power. Yet, Upon reflection, he wondered if he had indeed been too timid. Acquiring strength in this manner would undoubtedly mar his life's record. Damn it, whether he could activate the Sharingan or not was no longer his concern. As a traveler, could he truly be scorned by mere background characters? If necessary, he could devise other means to obtain power later. With this realization, Mo Chen's fighting spirit was instantly rekindled. Mo Chen let out an enraged shout, and the chakra within him erupted forth. Like steam sealed within a bottle suddenly bursting through its cap, the sudden surge of power forcefully propelled the individuals surrounding him away, disregarding all else. Mo Chen zeroed in on the slight change in expression of the chubby boy and delivered a swift punch directly to his face. The chubby boy, possessing considerable experience in brawling, remained unfazed, an air of disdain dancing upon his features. Such a light punch, bang, before he could articulate his thoughts. The force and speed of Mo Chen surged dramatically in an instant. Just as the chubby boy prepared to evade with ease, the fist struck his face. A dull thud resonated as the impact distorted his features, eliciting a pain scream as his body was propelled backward like a projectile. Boom. The chubby boy's nearly 100-kilogram frame crashed heavily against the wall, leaving cracks in its wake. The collision left him feeling as though his entire body had shattered. The internal organs jolted violently, and he coughed up a mouthful of blood. The remaining onlookers stood in stunned silence, clearly thrown off balance by the sudden turn of events. Their minds struggling to catch up. They gaped at Mo Chen, who emanated an air of ferocity, his eyes aflame with an intensity akin to a beast poised to pounce. Confronted by those chilling eyes, they collectively shuddered, and with a startled cry, they turned to flee, hastily dragging the chubby boy with them. As they departed, Mo Chen felt an urge to pursue. However, as he shifted his feet, a wave of dizziness washed over him, a peculiar sensation crashing against his mind, rendering his vision momentarily hazy. To the outside observer, his crimson eyes suddenly coalesced into red pupils, within which two swirling tomos spun clockwise several times before settling. Simultaneously, Mo Chen's vision cleared, revealing a transformed world, one that appeared more vibrant and lucid. If the previous view was akin to high definition, this was akin to ultra-high definition. He realized that he could even slow the flow of time around him, allowing everything to decelerate. Of course, this was merely an illusion, a manifestation of the dynamic vision bestowed by his Sharingan. Furthermore, at that moment, his body felt as though it had shed a great burden. His speed, strength, chakra, and even cognitive response time were all significantly enhanced. At this moment, Mo Chen also realized that the Sharingan had been successfully activated, and his potential had been awakened. What could this mean? Mo Chen wore an expression of astonishment, his palms open as he gazed at his hands, disbelief etched across his features. This reaction was primarily intended for the hidden observers among the Konoha Four Flowers. He certainly could not immediately comprehend that this was the Sharingan, lest his secret be revealed. Although the Konoha Four Flowers, concealed in the shadows, had seen glimpses of the future through video, the sight of this moment unfolding in reality still left them in shock. Tian remarked, "It truly is the Sharingan. It seems Mo Chen possesses the bloodline of the Uchiha clan." Yamanaka Ino added, "Yet, he appears to be unaware of it. He likely is not a hidden descendant, but rather a stray bloodline." Hinata Hyuga pondered, but upon activating the Sharingan, shouldn't his first thought have been to keep it a secret? Yamanaka Ino responded, "Hinata, you seem particularly troubled by this matter. Have you forgotten that Sasuke is our classmate? Many are aware of his predicament." Sakura Haruno interjected, knowing Sasuke-kun's circumstances has no direct correlation with the necessity to keep the Sharingan a secret. Until now, I was entirely oblivious to what the Sharingan even was. Yamanaka Ino concluded, "Indeed." Tian observed, "It appears that Mo Chen possesses not only extraordinary talent but also harbors secrets of his own." Mo Chen was reveling in the transformations brought about by his Sharingan when he came across these dialogues, causing his expression to abruptly freeze. Chapter 005, The Unattainable is Forever in Turmoil. A man is innocent, yet possessing a gem brings about his guilt. Mo Chen murmured softly, "Although I am uncertain about what just transpired, it seems my strength has suddenly surged, accompanied by a risk of losing control. This matter must remain a secret, otherwise others will undoubtedly perceive me as a monster." With that thought, Mo Chen reined in his aura, reverting to his previously innocuous demeanor. Hiss. A sudden movement caused him to draw in a sharp breath. The pain was excruciating. He had endured at least dozens of punches and kicks from that chubby little boy and his companions, though no bones were broken. It was evident that his body was marred with numerous bruises. Fortunately, he had managed to protect his head, preserving his understated yet strikingly handsome visage. He would certainly seek an opportunity for retribution. In the mountains, Ino remarked, "I told you, Mo Chen isn't the type to harbor deep schemes. He simply reacts swiftly and possesses a sharp intellect." Sakura replied, "Are you certain he isn't just accustomed to being low-key?" Ino questioned, "Why are you pausing? Were you about to curse? Don't hold back. Speak your mind." Sakura retorted, "Get lost." Tian chimed in, "Sakura has already been shocked 3 times. How could she not learn her lesson, right, Sakura?" Sakura exclaimed, Tian, are you starting to bully me too?" Tian laughed, "Apologies, I was merely jesting." Hinata queried, "Does this mean I am safe now?" Ino cautioned, "Hinata, that approach 1T work. Don't you desire a boost?" The group rules state that the more loyal you are to the leader, the stronger the benefits. Hinata replied, loyalty doesn't necessarily require such actions, does it? I believe friendship suffices. Sakura advised, Hinata, ignore her. She merely seeks to incite you into being the sacrificial stone. Look at her. She only talks but lacks the courage to act. Ino protested, who says? I shall act right now. Before anyone could respond, Ino stepped out from the shadows, striding directly toward Mo Chen. This sudden move startled the others. Tion's eyes flickered, and the next moment, she followed suit, catching up to Ino. Ino exchanged a knowing glance with Tion, and they both shared a smile. Sakura regarded them with disdain, fully aware that Ino and Tion intended to befriend Mo Chen, though the connection between the chat group and Mo Chen remained unclear. It was evident that both the group rules and the forthcoming videos revolved around him. Establishing rapport with him would undoubtedly yield benefits. A fact well understood by the four blossoms of Konoha. With the authenticity of the future videos confirmed, it was imperative to seize the opportunity to ally with him. However, the term Mo Chen's heroine group filled Sakura with resistance. She remained resolute in her decision to withdraw from the chat group, intending first to avenge the shock she had endured. As for Hinata, she harbored a desire to join Ino and Tion. Yet her timid nature made it challenging for her to take the initiative. At that moment, pursuing them would seem somewhat abrupt, and she regretted not seeking another opportunity. With the current matters reaching a pause, it was unnecessary to linger and risk complications. Hinata and Sakura quietly withdrew, taking a detour toward the Ninja Academy. Meanwhile, Mo Chen composed himself and casually walked outside. Just as he stepped out from the intersection, he unexpectedly encountered Ino and Tion. Mo Chen, what brings you here? Ino greeted him with a look of surprise. Mo Chen silently scoffed, realizing that had he not previously encountered her remarks in the group, he would have never noticed that Inoue hadn't even remembered his name. It's classmate Inoue. Mo Chen feigned an air of embarrassment, stammering. I just suddenly felt a bit urgent. Inoue, caught off guard, found herself at a loss for words. Her intention to casually engage in conversation and establish familiarity thwarted by Mo Chen's unexpected comment. Tion, equally perplexed, swiftly took Inoue's arm and urged her to walk ahead. Given their lack of familiarity and the fact that they were of opposite genders, continuing the conversation after such an awkward statement would have been rather inappropriate. Observing the two retreating hurriedly, a subtle smirk played at the corners of Mo Chen's lips. How amusing. They thought to outmaneuver him. It was no longer Mo Chen who needed to approach them. Rather, it was they who should find ways to draw near to him. The allure of the unattainable could forever stir restlessness. He could simply keep them in suspense. Mo Chen felt a delightful lightness in his heart. Even the pain from his injury seemed to diminish. After distancing himself from Mo Chen, Jingyu could not help but mutter under his breath, how infuriating. This fellow is truly. Yet before he could finish his thought, Tion swiftly covered his mouth. Do you wish to experience the sensation of an electric shock? She whispered. Jingyu promptly realized the gravity of the situation and shook his head vigorously. Upon releasing her grip, Tion sighed softly. I believe you did that on purpose. Confused, Jingyu inquired further, and Tion elucidated, you witnessed what he just went through. I suspect he is wary of us discerning his intentions. Hence, he deliberately crafted an excuse that would hinder our response, aiming to prompt our departure. Upon reflection, Jingyu conceded the validity of her reasoning, exclaiming, I truly underestimated him. His intellect is remarkably agile. He has always been an inconspicuous figure at school. Could he be intentionally concealing his talents? But what could be his motive? Who knows? Tion patted Jingyu's arm and stated, for now, we must refrain from further speculation. With time and exposure, we shall discern his true nature. As for the latter part of the future video, I cannot involve myself. So I shall take my leave. Please update me on the situation later. Understood. But remember to keep what transpired a secret, especially from Wide Forehead. Jingyu cautioned Tion before waving her goodbye. She chuckled and nodded in agreement, imagining how Sakura would react if she learned that Jingyu had rushed over to greet Mo Chen only to be left flustered and retreating. Indeed, this incident would become a blemish on her record, and Tion would never divulge it. By the time Mo Chen arrived at the classroom, the four blossoms of Konoha had already gathered. The atmosphere was lively and animated, with everyone exuding exuberance. After all, from this day forth, they would officially become ninjas. Little did they know, however, that a staggering 67 elimination rate awaited them. Mo Chen's gaze swept across the classroom before settling on a figure by the window in the front row. Uchiha Sasuke. Initially, he was merely an ostentatious show-off. However, Mo Chen's interest did not lie with him. Rather, he was about to witness a moment of undeniable significance. Sakura, infatuated, was fawning over him, driving Naruto's irritation to its zenith. As Mo Chen glanced over, he happened to witness Naruto leap onto the table, leaning in closely toward Sasuke. Naruto's eyes widened as he glared fiercely at Sasuke, their faces mere centimeters apart, nearly touching. Get lost. Sasuke shot back, returning Naruto's glare, perplexed by what this troublemaker intended to do. What are you doing, you idiot Naruto? You can't treat Sasuke like that. Sasuke, teach the guy a lesson. A collective outburst arose from a group of girls in the classroom, their indignation palpable. Meanwhile, a boy in the front row, animatedly conversing with his peers, inadvertently nudged Naruto with his elbow, causing him to lose his balance. In the next moment, the entire class was rendered speechless. Naruto and Sasuke found their lips pressed against each other in an unbreakable kiss. "Naruto, you scoundrel, I will not let you get away with this," Sasuke exclaimed, forcefully pushing Naruto away, turning his head to the side and retching, entering a state of furious agitation. Naruto, too, leaned away, gagging and shouting, "Ugh, my mouth is going to rot. It's my fault." The boy who had inadvertently caused the incident stood frozen, at a loss for what to do. However, it was too long before a group of girls, witnessing the theft of their beloved princess' first kiss, surrounded Naruto with an aura of vengeance. The ensuing scene was too dreadful to behold, leaving Mo Chen unable to look directly at it, with a sense of trepidation. He chose a seat far removed from the chaotic battlefield. Mo Chen-kun, a soft, sweet voice emerged from beside him. Mo Chen turned his head and was momentarily taken aback. His attention had been solely focused on Naruto and Sasuke, and inadvertently, he found himself seated next to Hinata. At that moment, Hinata resembled her character in the original story when she saw Naruto, blushing and visibly anxious, her small hands nervously fidgeting with the hem of her clothes. "Good morning, Hinata." Mo Chen greeted her with a warm smile, nodding gently before quickly averting his gaze, ensuring not to impose too much pressure on her. This heartwarming smile momentarily dazed Hinata, significantly alleviating her nervousness. "Let us do our best together today," Hinata whispered softly, adding to the exchange. Mo Chen continued to smile and nodded. "You should also strive hard." Hinata beamed with joy, secretly reflecting, Mo Chen-kun is so gentle, I had never noticed this before. Meanwhile, on the other side, Naruto, who had brazenly stolen Sasuke's first kiss, was mercilessly beaten into a pulp by the girls in the class. The sight of his disheveled state significantly alleviated the anger simmering within Sasuke. "Humph, what a colossal fool," Sasuke scoffed, turning his gaze towards the window. Soon after, their homeroom teacher Irika arrived, delivering some encouraging words before commencing the class allocation. In Class 7, there were Haruno, Sakura, and Uzumaki Naruto. "Awesome," Naruto exclaimed, raising his hands in celebration, while Sakura despondently hung her head beside him. "And Uchiha Sasuke." "Wonderful," Sakura cheered, lifting her hands in triumph, while Naruto, in contrast, appeared downcast. In Class 8, there were Hyuga Hinata, Inazuka Kiba, and Aburame Shino. "What a pity." Hinata's expression dimmed slightly as she glanced at Naruto ahead of her, then instinctively stole a look at Mo Chen beside her. In Class 9, there were Chihiro Mai, Mo Chen, and Ryota. Mo Chen's gaze swept across the classroom, quickly identifying his two teammates. Huo Ying, the only one in their squad to possess a surname, appeared to be an ordinary girl. Her appearance, while not on par with the famed Four Flowers of Konoha, could be considered above average, somewhat resembling the disciple of Gaara, Shaoji. However, her figure was remarkable. Despite her youth, she exhibited an alluring silhouette. Liang Tai, on the other hand, seemed to be a timid individual, possessing even less presence in the class than Mo Chen. Among the trio, Huo Ying's theoretical knowledge was mediocre, her practical skills below average, while Mo Chen's overall competence was moderate, and Liang Tai barely surpassed the lowest tier. Thus, as Irika had stated, the class distribution aimed at balancing the overall standards of each squad was nothing short of absurd. In the 10th class, Yamashiro Ino, Nara Shikamaru, and Akimichi Choji, Sakura secretly signaled a victory gesture at Ino, which irked her to no end. However, having seen the future in videos, Ino had long since ceased to doubt her teammates. Her annoyance stemmed solely from Sakura's smug demeanor. The students waited in the classroom for a while, until one by one, the leading jonin arrived to escort their respective teams away. "I am Indo Daisho, leading Class 9, Huo Ying, Mo Chen, Liang Tai. Follow me." A man with a square face, presumably in his 30s, appeared at the classroom door, resembling a mere background character, filled with boundless anticipation for what lay ahead. Huo Ying and Liang Tai eagerly followed him. Mo Chen greeted Hinata before departing alongside her. Characters like them, merely supporting roles, were destined to be excluded from the main plot. Fortunately, Mo Chen possessed his own unique advantage, allowing him to intrude upon the storyline. However, in the early stages, it was essential to first strive to enhance his strength. Having already acquired the Sharingan, the next ability awaited him. Though the specifics of this ability remained obscured in future visions, Mo Chen had left subtle hints. Surely the system would not divert this power elsewhere. The leader of Team 9, the Jonin Indo Daisho, escorted Mo Chen and his companions to a training ground. "First and foremost, allow me to convey an important announcement." Indo Daisho wasted no time and delved directly into the matter. "You are about to undergo a practical assessment, the difficulty of which will be quite formidable for you." Upon witnessing Indo Daisho's serious demeanor, Wei and Liang Tai felt a tightness in their throats. Indo Daisho spoke with an air of indifference among the 27 graduates. Only 9 will be recognized as Genin, the rest will return to the academy for further training. This implied that the upcoming assessment was a ruthless elimination round, with a staggering 66.7 elimination rate. Prepare yourselves mentally. If you cannot enter this evaluation with the resolve to defeat me, you will have no chance whatsoever. You have half an hour to rest and prepare. After that, the assessment will commence, and the challenge will consist of the 3 of you battling against me. With that, Indo Daisho set a timer on a nearby rock and found a clean spot to sit and meditate. Is this a joke? Liao Tai trembled. We VE only just graduated. And the rest already an elimination system? With our abilities, how could we possibly defeat a Jonin? ISNT this just a ticket back to the academy for retraining? Qianhui, however, remained relatively composed. After a moment of contemplation, she addressed Liao Tai and Mo Chen. It's not entirely hopeless, as the instructor mentioned. 9 individuals will be recognized as Genin. But realistically, it's unlikely that we will secure those 9 slots, right? Yang Gai crouched down, clutching his head, embodying a sense of inevitable defeat. His already low ranking was one aspect, and both Qianhui and Mo Chen were positioned outside the top 10. How could they compete with those in the top 9? Qianhui encouraged them, if we give up now, we're guaranteed to be eliminated. Is that what you desire? At least now we have the advantage of 3 against 1. Since we cannot avoid the assessment, why not give it our all? Perhaps fortune will favor us. And we may succeed. Our focus should be on maximizing our combined strength. Mo Chen cast a surprised glance at Qianhui Wu, then promptly expressed his agreement. Regardless of having a golden finger, even in the face of inevitable defeat, one must strive desperately to leave a mark on this world. To surrender outright would be an act of cowardice. Although Liang Tai still held reservations about securing that coveted spot, he too conceded to Qianhui Wu's perspective, summoning the resolve to engage in a discussion regarding their forthcoming battle strategy. What Mo Chen and Liang Tai were unaware of was that Qianhui Wu was secretly mocking them. Given their abilities, no matter how they struggled, they were likely to be eliminated. However, if the 3 of them coordinated effectively, perhaps one of them could be fortunate enough to advance. That fortunate spot was what she desired. It was for this reason that she encouraged Mo Chen and Liang Tai, inciting them to take the lead against Indo Daisho. She planned to remain in the shadows, seizing the opportunity to ambush and claim victory for herself. Chapter 007, Battle against the Jonin. Mo Chen's deception at last. The time had come. The moment the alarm clock rang, Indo Daisho opened his eyes. After silencing the alarm, he turned to face Mo Chen and the others, who had already devised their strategies. With an expression of indifference, Indo Daisho spoke. Next, the 3 of you will engage in a practical assessment against me. There are no rules for this evaluation. You may employ any means necessary and attack me at will. Your objective is to either defeat me or be defeated by me. Once a victor is determined, the assessment will conclude. Whether you become ninjas or are sent back to the academy for retraining will be revealed in due time. Now, let the evaluation officially commence. As Indo Daisho's words echoed in the air, Mo Chen and his companions sprang into action. In the half-hour allotted by Indo Daisho, they had already rehearsed several plans and strategies in preparation for the impending battle. Had Kakashi been their supervising Jonin, he might have already deemed them successful in their assessment. Kakashi valued teamwork and camaraderie among his subordinates. However, it was evident that Indo Daisho sought something entirely different. He was not interested in their collaborative efforts. Mo Chen and his companions did not choose to hide at the first opportunity. Such an action held no significance in the presence of a Jonin. The trio swiftly maneuvered, encircling Daisho Indo from 3 different directions. Their initial move was to hurl shurikens at him from a distance. In an instant, dozens of shurikens were launched from the hands of Mo Chen and his comrades, sealing off all surrounding space around Daisho Indo. How naive. Daisho Indo merely cast a glance, barely raising an eyelid. Not to mention the speed and force, many shurikens lacked even the requisite accuracy. Standing his ground, only a handful of the projectiles could reach him. He casually drew a kunai and waved it a few times, effortlessly deflecting the few shurikens that managed to approach him, while the rest were disregarded entirely. The trio, momentarily taken aback by the swift and decisive actions of Daisho Indo, quickly regained their composure. As they maneuvered, they continued to hurl shurikens while gradually closing the distance towards Daisho Indo. As Mo Chen observed Daisho Indo effortlessly lifting weights, his eyes narrowed slightly, and the speed of his shuriken throw diminished just a fraction. The shuriken could merely serve as a distraction. In reality, its effectiveness was quite limited. During their earlier strategizing, he had come to realize that aside from the basic techniques taught at the Ninja Academy and the art of throwing ninja tools, the 3 of them were unable to conjure any substantial ninjutsu. Defeating Daisho Indo? Such a notion was sheer folly. They lacked even the slightest chance of causing him any inconvenience. Moreover, Mo Chen understood that the 9 positions for lower-ranked ninjas had almost certainly been predetermined. Regardless of their struggles, they would inevitably face elimination. Nevertheless, Mo Chen approached this battle with utmost seriousness. He sought to personally experience the might of a higher-ranked ninja and, in the process, assess the extent of his own abilities now that he had awakened the Sharingan. Whoosh! Mo Chen discreetly activated his Sharingan, transforming his perception of the world around him. To the outside observer, however, he merely emanated a subtle fluctuation of spiritual energy, failing to arouse any suspicion. Earlier that morning, after activating the Sharingan, he had taken a detour to an eyewear shop to acquire a pair of sunglasses. The purpose being to maintain the appearance of ordinary black pupils after employing his ocular powers. With the Sharingan awakened, Mo Chen swiftly hurled 2 shurikens with remarkable speed, force, and precision, catching Daisho Indo somewhat off guard. Unfortunately, the disparity in their abilities was substantial. Evading the attack proved effortless for Indo. Yet, he was taken aback when, While focusing on Mo Chen's shurikens, he overlooked a crooked shuriken thrown by Liang Tai, which nearly struck him. A flicker of surprise crossed his mind. Was this a carefully orchestrated plan? Nevertheless, the gap in their strengths remained too vast. As Endo regained his composure, he leaned back just in time to evade the shuriken, which, though lacking in force, could have merely grazed his skin. As a Jainin, sustaining injury against a Jinin would be rather absurd. Indeed, it was commendable for a Jinin to display such skill. Before he could fully appreciate the situation, Mo Chen seized the opportunity presented by Endo's evasion, rapidly closing the distance to deliver a powerful kick. Endo's expression darkened instantly. He retracted his earlier praise, realizing this youth possessed a cunning edge. However, such a straightforward attack could scarcely hit Endo. With a resounding thud, the kick connected. But Endo's form transformed into a wooden dummy. He had employed a substitution technique. In that instant, Endo materialized behind Mo Chen, seizing one of the shurikens Liang Tai had thrown and aimed it threateningly at Mo Chen's neck. It seemed to be the end. Yet, at that moment, a flurry of shurikens, propelled with considerable force, erupted from Chihiro Mai's direction. These shurikens targeted not only Endo but also Mo Chen, striking from Endo's blind spot. Simultaneously, Liang Tai, who had previously appeared timid, now bore a glint of ferocity in his eyes as he unleashed a barrage of shurikens, enveloping the space around both Endo and Mo Chen. While Endo might evade the onslaught, protecting Mo Chen would place him directly in harm's way. In such a scenario, he faced a dilemma: abandon Mo Chen and escape, or attempt to save him and risk injury himself. The notion of fleeing together was simply not feasible given the circumstances. Such was the thought process of Chihiro Mai and Liang Tai. Endo's expression darkened, a flash of anger igniting within him. Those two had conspired to ensnare him, even at the expense of Mo Chen. It appeared this was an agreement forged in secrecy between Chihiro Mai and Liang Tai, leaving Mo Chen utterly betrayed. A powerful aura erupted from Endo, a blue chakra radiating like a tangible force that sent the approaching shuriken spiraling away. He had intended to seize Mo Chen in the chaos and rescue him, but the surge of energy transformed Mo Chen into another wooden dummy. Substitution technique? Endo was momentarily taken aback. The timing had been impeccable, even catching him off guard. This young man was impressive, but what a pity. In the next instant, Mo Chen emerged from behind a nearby tree, yet he refrained from continuing his assault, instead fixing a measured gaze upon Chihiro Mai and Liang Tai. He had initially planned to use the substitution technique to outmaneuver Endo once more, but he had not anticipated that these two would conspire against him, leaving him entirely unprepared. Perhaps he had instinctively dismissed the potential of secondary characters who had not appeared in the original narrative. This served as a stark reminder for Mo Chen. He must never again allow such a fundamental error to occur. Chapter 008, Power Surge, Mo Chen's new ability Sakura Haruno. Ugh, how incredibly dull. Why has T the leading Jainin arrived yet? 7th Squad is the only one left in the classroom. 10-10, have the classes been assigned yet? Yamanaka. What is the situation on your end? Yamanaka, we're at the training grounds. We just finished our self-introductions, and now we're preparing for a practical exercise. Ugh. It's bad enough that I'm not in the same class as Sasuke, but my teacher is a scruffy man with a full beard. It's infuriating. Sakura Haruno. Oh, Haven T, you moved on to Mo Chen? Why are you still thinking about my Sasuke-kun? Are you trying to have it both ways? Surely not. Yamanaka, don't get too smug, big forehead. Your teacher must be a repressed lecher. Sakura Haruno. Impossible. Don't try to taint my resolve. I'm on the same team as Sasuke-kun now, which must be infuriating for you. Hiki. 10-10. All right, let us not quarrel. Have you forgotten the second rule of the group? Do you want to be punished? Sakura Haruno. Humph. Yamanaka, you're right. I can't afford to be like some big forehead who gets addicted to electric shocks. Sakura Haruno, you're impossible. As Daisho Endo and Mo Chen wore expressions of simmering anger, Liang Tai collapsed onto the ground, nearly losing control. Chihiro Mai momentarily panicked but quickly regained her composure. Hastily justifying, Teacher Endo, you yourself stated that the assessment has no rules, and any means can be employed. Furthermore, during our time at the academy, our instructors taught us that a ninja must prioritize their mission above all else, even at great personal cost. This rationale was indeed sound, reflecting the brutal realities of a dog-eat-dog world. However, whether it would be accepted was another matter entirely. In a flash, Endo appeared before Chihiro Mai. While that may be true, the assessment is not yet complete. So do you intend to forfeit? His cold voice resonated ominously in her ears. Chihiro's complexion paled, and she quickly drew her shuriken in defense. However, before she could make any further moves, Endo delivered a punch to her abdomen. For someone who would betray their own comrades, he would have shown no mercy had he not been concerned about causing serious harm. Even so, the blow left her gasping, her face twisting in pain, and she felt as though her very core had been shattered. And you? Endo's form flickered again, now standing beside Liang Tai. If you were surrounded by enemies during a mission, would you also wet your pants in fear? Cryoda was so terrified that his face turned pale, and he instinctively pleaded for mercy, even considering abandoning the assessment. However, Endo Daisho clearly did not grant him that opportunity. He delivered a powerful kick that sent Cryoda flying. With a thud, Cryoda slid several dozen meters before crashing into the trunk of a large tree. Unable to catch his breath, he promptly lost consciousness. I concede. Upon seeing Indodacio's gaze shift back toward her, Chihiro's face drained of color as she forcefully shouted, suppressing the pain in her abdomen. She feared that if she hesitated, the furious Indodacio might strike her down. Once she finished her exclamation, Chihiro distinctly noticed a flicker of regret in Indodacio's eyes, indicating his intention to continue his assault on her. His demeanor was devoid of any semblance of a mentor, and he displayed no understanding of compassion. This infuriated Chihiro, who clenched her teeth in anger. Just you wait. I will never give up on becoming a ninja. Once I find a way to enhance my strength, I will repay today's humiliation tenfold. Chihiro raged internally, as she was not one to forgive easily. She believed in avenging any grievances, even if her strength was insufficient. She would devise alternative means to soothe her spirit. Meanwhile, Mo Chen was also eager to retaliate against Chihiro and Cryota on the spot, but the timing was not right. After a brief hesitation, he was taken aback by Indodacio's swift actions, having already dealt with Chihiro and Cryota. Nevertheless, this did little to quell Mo Chen's anger. A surge of energy seemed to ignite within him, rushing forth from his dantian and spreading throughout his limbs. Indodacio, oblivious to Mo Chen's unusual state, turned to him and said with a hint of regret, "Now, you are the only one left. I regret to inform you that you have all been eliminated. Although your strength and temperament qualify you to pass the assessment, becoming a ninja requires a team of 3, and thus you must return to school for retraining. Luck is also a part of fate. I hope you can find reliable teammates next time." With that, Indodacio was about to conclude the assessment for Class 9 and announce its dissolution. But at that moment, Mo Chen suddenly threw his head back and let out a furious roar. A powerful force surged from within him, and the overwhelming, eerie aura instantly changed Indodacio's expression. What is this? Indodacio's face showed signs of astonishment. The pressure emanating from Mo Chen was so potent that even he, a Jainin, felt threatened. What is happening? Chihiro, frightened, took several steps back. She had just wronged Mo Chen, and his current demeanor made her instinctively feel he was targeting her. Suddenly, a multitude of black substances erupted from the ground, seemingly responding to Mo Chen's power. These dark, vine-like forms surged forth and rapidly wrapped around the individuals present. The abruptness of the event left everyone unprepared, and the black matter swiftly enveloped the surrounding area. Chihiro and the unconscious Cryota were unable to resist and were ensnared by the vine-like black substances. Indodacio's expression shifted dramatically as he forcefully leaped into the air. Just as he evaded the black vines beneath him, several more reached out to ensnare him. Caught midair and unable to leverage his strength, he underestimated the power of these dark substances, which quickly ensnared him despite his initial attempts to resist. He had hoped to break free using his chakra. Yet he soon discovered that a tremendous pull emanated from the black vines, continuously siphoning away his chakra. In an instant, he found himself unable to exert strength. As his chakra drained away, the force surged like an uncontainable flood, rendering it impossible for him to escape the bindings. Meanwhile, Class 10, engaged in a practical exercise nearby, soon heard the commotion. Something has happened. Asuma Saratobi, the leading Jainin, quickly assessed the situation, halting the 3 members of Class 10 and rushing toward the source of the sound. Ino Yamanaka's expression shifted, and without hesitation, she pursued Asuma. At the same time, she sent a message in their chat group. "Ino Yamanaka, we've received news from Mo Chen's location. This is such a hassle." Shikamaru Nara frowned, initially reluctant to follow. He felt compelled to join when he saw Ino dash ahead, dragging Choji along with him. Chapter 009. What power is this? At this moment, Mo Chen was in a state of uncontrollable chaos. Just moments ago, an overwhelming force had surged within him from an unknown source, radically transforming his abilities. However, he was unable to harness this newfound strength effectively, causing an explosive release of energy. Much like Indodacio's chakra being absorbed with no ability to resist, Mo Chen's power erupted forth uncontrollably. This energy, brimming with vibrant life force, flowed incessantly from him. The black substances that had emerged from the ground thrived on the nourishment of his power, rapidly growing thicker and larger. Not only was Indodacio's chakra depleting, but Mo Chen's chakra was also being consumed to sustain the growth of these dark entities. If this continued, everyone present would be drained completely. This is disastrous, Mo Chen thought, desperate to halt the outpouring of chakra. However, the colossal force was overwhelming, and he found himself incapable of controlling it. It dawned on him that he had been excessively greedy. The ability to fabricate the future allowed him to create the strongest powers for himself without considering whether his own physique could withstand it. He was attempting to build a skyscraper before even laying the foundation. Fortunately, help would soon arrive to intervene, and he would need to be more cautious in the future. To acquire such powers, one must first strengthen their physique and innate talents. A grand edifice rises from the ground. Every endeavor requires a gradual process. Thankfully, having activated the Sharingan that morning proved beneficial. The Sharingan could enhance his mental energy, significantly improving his control over his power. Otherwise, the recent energy surge could have quickly drained him dry. What is happening? First, I must save them. Soon, several presences approached, belonging to Asuma and the patrolling Umbu. After a brief moment of confusion and panic, they launched attacks against the black substances. These dark entities could not absorb chakra from a distance. Only when ensnared would they be effective. Asuma and the Umbu, prepared for such an encounter, would not fall prey easily. Fire style, ash pile burning. Water style, water severing wave. Leaf village sword technique, gale slash. As the crowd unleashed their respective skills to combat the defenseless black substance, the task proved rather effortless. With the strength of numbers, 3 squads from the Umbu swiftly converged. United in purpose, they promptly rescued Indo Teisho and others who were suspended. Having absorbed an excessive amount of chakra, Indo Teisho felt utterly drained, unable to even stand steady. As a seasoned jonin, he was in such a state. So one could only imagine the condition of Chiwi and Ryota, who had been reduced to mere skin and bones, their lives hanging by a thread. Observing the dire situation, one Umbu swiftly designated a member to transport the two to Konoha Hospital. On the training ground, as the black substance was dismantled, its numbers dwindled, thereby alleviating Mo Chen's burden. When only about 1/5 remained, within a radius of several dozen meters, Mo Chen finally regained his strength. The remaining black substance, deprived of Mo Chen's chakra, rapidly withered and shriveled before the naked eye, losing all vitality. With the crisis averted, everyone present breathed a collective sigh of relief. Casting wary yet curious glances at Mo Chen, it was evident that he had orchestrated this unforeseen crisis. Had it not been addressed in time, who could fathom the extent of its expansion? Mo Chen. Ino arrived, astonished by the scene that unfolded, instinctively rushing toward him. She quickly realized their relationship had not progressed to such intimacy, and she retracted, feigning confusion as she inquired, "What happened? Did you cause all this?" Shikamaru, following closely behind, shared Ino's astonishment while noting her slightly off-kilter reaction. Yet, with scant information at hand, even his high intellect could not unravel the mystery. He simply felt a sense of peculiarity. "I have no idea what transpired." Mo Chen shook his head, struggling to maintain his footing. The sudden surge of power had left him feeling overwhelmingly invigorated. Not only had his vitality surged, but his physique had also significantly strengthened, with his chakra multiplying several dozenfold. The source of this newfound power eluded him, yet he recognized it as a gift from his ability to fabricate futures. These enhancements were mere byproducts. Despite the considerable energy expended earlier, he felt no fatigue, merely a sense of disorientation. "Why are you all here?" Asuma signaled for Shikamaru to distance Ino from Mo Chen, emphasizing the need for caution in light of the strange circumstances they had yet to comprehend. "I came because the commotion was concerning. I wanted to see if I could assist," Ino offered, attempting to justify her presence. However, her motives were hardly altruistic. Shikamaru shot her a knowing glance, subtly pulling Ino along as they joined Asuma and Choji. "This is incredibly troublesome," Shikamaru remarked, helping Ino articulate. "After all, we didn't expect to encounter any danger in the village. You're all freshly graduated, hardly even considered true ninjas," Asuma replied, exasperated. "Regardless of the danger, your foremost duty is to ensure your own safety. As long as you don't create more chaos, that's sufficient." "Asuma-sensei, you're underestimating us, aren't you? We're not children anymore," Ino retorted, pouting. At that moment, an Umbu approached, whispering, "We've gathered information. According to Indo Teisho, he was here conducting a combat examination with the new 9th Squad. The other 2 members, in their eagerness to win, attacked along with Mo Chen and the instructor. Mo Chen likely awakened a certain power in response to this." Asuma was so taken aback that the cigarette he had been holding fell from his lips, his face a portrait of shock as he regarded the bewildered Mo Chen. Did this awakening truly cause such a scene? I've never heard of such a power. Noticing the Umbu shaking his head, Asuma resolved to question Mo Chen directly. However, the Umbu restrained him, stating solemnly, "This matter must be reported to the 3rd Hokage. Until then, I implore everyone present to maintain absolute confidentiality. No one must breathe a word of this." Asuma's expression turned grave. He recognized the gravity of the situation. Should word of Mo Chen's formidable power spread, it would undoubtedly attract unwanted scrutiny, envy, and instigate panic among the villagers. "Understood." Asuma nodded, asserting, "We have seen nothing today." He then ushered Ino, who wished to linger, along with Shikamaru and Choji, hastily departing from the scene. The Umbu approached Mo Chen, speaking in the gentlest tone possible. "Mo Chen, we need to report this to the 3rd Hokage. Please accompany us. Rest assured, this incident was not a result of your conscious intent, and the damage is minimal. The 3rd Hokage will not hold you accountable." "Wait." Indo Teisho struggled to rise. "Take me with you, as his supervising jonin. I bear responsibility for this as well." However, one Umbu appeared conflicted. Yet, Indo Teisho remained resolute, declaring, "I'm merely fatigued. A brief rest will suffice." Seeing his determination, the Umbu relented, clearing the site, erasing traces of the event, and sealing the remaining black substance into scrolls before escorting both Indo Teisho and Mo Chen to meet the 3rd Hokage. Chapter 10. Indo Teisho advocates for Mo Chen. Who could have anticipated that Mo Chen harbored such immense power, enough to overwhelm even a jonin? On the return journey, Choji munched on chips, marveling, once he masters that strength, just how powerful will he become? Shikamaru, arms crossed behind his head, replied nonchalantly, "The greater the power, the harder it is to control, and the effort required multiplies exponentially." Ino frowned. If memory serves, Mo Chen's teammates are Chiwi and Ryota, right? Their actions to win were utterly disgraceful. Thus, finding companions worthy of trust is a stroke of great fortune, Asuma mused, lighting a cigarette with a smile. Your family share a long-standing connection that makes you the most suitable partners, doesn't it? Both Shikamaru and Choji chuckled lightly, and even Ino refrained from countering. They indeed were fortunate. Even as a newly formed team, there was no concern of betrayal lurking within. Now, let us refrain from discussing Mo Chen any further. Asuma clapped his hands together, asserting, keep this incident in mind as a cautionary lesson, but do not speak of it to anyone. Understood? I am your guarantor. The three members of Team 10, being astute individuals, understood implicitly what was required of them without Asuma needing to elaborate further. Tenten, Ino, come in. How's everything on your end? Is it just like the video? Did Mo Chen awaken a new ability? Tenten, why is there silence? Not a word? Hinata, I'm currently undergoing testing with the teacher, so I'm unable to focus on the group chat. Perhaps Ino is also preoccupied with something? Sakura, from the video. It's clear that Mo Chen is in danger. Ino might have gotten caught up in it too. Yamanaka Ino, you're not hoping for my misfortune, are you? You are facing danger? Oh no, wait, are you still in the classroom and haven't come out? It is indeed quite safe there. Haruno Sakura, who knows what our supervising teacher is up to? They haven't shown up yet. How infuriating. Tenten, Yamanaka Ino, what exactly is going on with Mo Chen? Yamanaka Ino, I actually promised to keep it a secret, but since you've all seen the video, sharing it shouldn't be considered a breach of confidentiality. However, you must ensure that this matter is not disclosed to anyone. Haruno Sakura, is it really necessary to be so serious? It's just that Mo Chen awakened a new ability. It doesn't concern us. Tenten, this is likely a protective measure for Mo Chen. I assure you, I won't tell a soul. Hinata Hyuga, yes. I also promise not to say anything. Haruno Sakura, fine, I promise not to say anything either. Yamanaka Ino, the content in the video is indeed authentic. When I heard the noise and rushed over, I saw. Yamanaka Ino, so, you understand now, the Umbu have intervened, and Lord Third will personally handle this. We, in our capacity, are not qualified to inquire further. Hinata Hyuga, Chihiro, and Ryota, how cruel. Haruno Sakura, I never expected them to be like this. Truly. One cannot judge a person by their appearance. We should keep our distance from them in the future. Tenten, slaughter, and betrayal. These are the main themes of a ninja's life. Although I have only been a ninja for a year, I have witnessed many who were betrayed by their own and met a tragic end. Tenten, though it may sound cold-hearted, I believe this incident may not be entirely detrimental for Mo Chen. Haruno Sakura, of course, it is not a bad thing. He has awakened such formidable power. Even defeating a Jonin. Yamanaka Ino, are you foolish? What Tenten means is that those two did not harm Mo Chen. After this experience, he will not make the same mistake again. Haruno Sakura, as if I needed you to tell me. Tenten, Ino. Can you discern what kind of ability Mo Chen possesses? Yamanaka Ino, that puts me in a tough spot. At that time, even the Umbu and Asuma-sensei were at a loss. Perhaps it is a new ability that has never appeared in the ninja world. Yamanaka Ino, they didn't elaborate. And I did not dare to inquire further. In any case, when I arrived, the scene was quite similar to what was shown in the video. Tenten, all right. But this means we can confirm that Mo Chen is destined to become an unimaginably powerful ninja in the future. We must cultivate a good relationship with him. Haruno Sakura, are you all truly hoping to become part of his harem? Yamanaka Ino, if he can become the god of ninjas like the first Hokage, joining his harem wouldn't be out of the question. Tenten, I feel the same way. I even worry that Mo Chen might not find me appealing. Hinata Hyuga, Haruno Sakura, this is truly absurd. On his way to the Hokage's office, Mo Chen pretended to be deeply concerned while actually taking great interest in the conversations in the chat group, becoming the focus of attention amongst several young ladies. The undertones of admiration were palpable. This sensation was quite exhilarating. Perhaps he could fabricate a few heroic rescue scenarios in the near future. They wished to befriend him. After all, the bonds forged through this means would be far deeper than trivial encounters on the streets. Before long, Mo Chen arrived at the Hokage's office. Upon entering, he saw the third Hokage sitting behind the desk, looking at him with a kind expression. You must be Mo Chen. I have already heard about your situation. The third said slowly. The Umbu had arrived ahead of time to inform him of the circumstances, and some of the residual black substance was already placed on the desk. Clearly, the third had conducted some research on it. Lord Third. Endo Daisho stepped forward and spoke first. The primary responsibility for this incident lies with me. I was careless. The third interrupted Endo Daisho with a wave of his hand, smiling gently. You misunderstand. Daisho, I do not hold Mo Chen accountable for this. Moreover, this incident cannot truly be blamed on him. Seeing this, Endo Daisho let out a slight sigh of relief. This surprised Mo Chen initially. He could sense that Endo Daisho had no sense of belonging to Team 9. The practical assessment he proposed felt more like a mere formality, as if he were eager to finish and leave. Yet now, he was voluntarily advocating for Mo Chen? At that moment, the third Hokage addressed Endo Daisho again. You appear quite exhausted. You should return and rest. I need to discuss a few matters with Mo Chen. Endo Daisho's face showed hesitation. What? Do you have something else to say? Speak freely. Even if you misspeak, I will not hold it against you. The third maintained his benevolent demeanor and appeared remarkably patient. Indo Daisho gritted his teeth and knelt on one knee. Lord Third, I believe Mo Chen is a promising talent. We should nurture him well. He will undoubtedly become an exceptional ninja of Konoha. You hold him in such high regard? The third's expression revealed surprise. From the outset, it had been predetermined that among this year's 27 graduates, only 9 would become genin. Mo Chen finds himself on the list of those eliminated. This indicates that from the outset, Indo Daisho was resolutely determined not to allow Class 9 to pass the assessment. However, Indo Daisho's current demeanor clearly stems not from Mo Chen's newly awakened abilities, but rather from his disdain for the 9 individuals' qualifications. The title of an exceptional ninja is not one that can be merely claimed through strength alone. In Chapter 011, Mo Chen, do you possess the will of fire? It is evident that although many lower ninjas graduate from the Ninja Academy each year, the number truly nurtured by the village is exceedingly limited. Firstly, Konoha is, after all, merely a village with finite resources. Secondly, it is indeed rare for an outstanding talent to emerge from the common populace. Most of the ninja clan offspring are cultivated internally within their families and are not all sent to the Ninja Academy for training. In this graduating class, one among the 9 strong is merely a filler, and the remaining candidates, at least based on the available information, appear to be of little merit. Indo Daisho lowered his head and remarked, in terms of both strength and character, Mo Chen is the most exceptional newcomer I have encountered in recent years. He merely lacks experience. Given the opportunity, I am confident he will not disappoint the third Hokage. The third was taken aback by such commendation from Indo Daisho. It was clear that the term most exceptional newcomer did not include the offspring of ninja clans. As Indo Daisho had been responsible for commoner newcomers over the years and had never spoken favorably of any, the third Hokage trusted Indo Daisho's judgment, recognizing that Mo Chen indeed had redeeming qualities. Even without Indo Daisho's endorsement, it was inevitable that Mo Chen would garner attention following the awakening of his formidable abilities. I understand. The third, not wishing to dismiss Indo Daisho's sentiments, smiled and said, your rare recommendation will be taken into serious consideration. Thank you, Lord Third. Indo Daisho bowed respectfully, then announced his departure. Thank you, Teacher Daisho. Before Indo Daisho exited, Mo Chen, who had remained silent, called out to express his gratitude. Indo Daisho's attitude genuinely surprised Mo Chen. The latter merely smiled faintly and waved goodbye as he left the office. Once Indo Daisho had departed, only the third Hokage and Mo Chen remained in the office. Mo Chen, I apologize for the actions of Chihiro and Ryota. The third stood and approached Mo Chen, placing a comforting hand on his shoulder. Their views are rather extreme. This reflects a failure in the village's education, and as Hokage, I cannot absolve myself of responsibility. Mo Chen, displaying a deeply moved expression, responded with a hint of excitement. Lord Third, please do not say such things. This matter has nothing to do with you. Konoha is one big family, and everyone here is dear to me. The third Hokage turned to gaze out the window, letting out a soft sigh, where the leaves dance. The fire persists. Its glow will illuminate the village, nurturing the budding leaves of a new generation. This sentiment conveys that the youth embody the hope of the future. And we, the older generation, will trust and protect you, willing to sacrifice for the young, inspiring you to become the pillars that will bear the weight of tomorrow. This is the will of fire that I have inherited from the first and second Hokage. Mo Chen, do you also harbor someone you wish to protect in your heart? Mo Chen understood that this was the third Hokage's trial for him, yet he couldn't help but feel a sense of irony. Where the leaves danced, the flames raged uncontrollably. The firelight would illuminate the village, transforming the fresh green leaves into sustenance. The essence of the will of fire was not inherently flawed. Yet it had been misinterpreted by later generations as a form of indoctrination. Why was this so? The higher-ups of the Hidden Leaf spoke of the will of fire. Yet they perpetually observed the sacrifices of others, even facilitating the demise of villagers, only to reap the benefits for themselves. The dissonance between words and actions rendered even the most eloquent slogans mere expressions of hypocrisy. In Mo Chen's eyes, the third Hokage was eager to extol the virtues of the will of fire, inquiring whether he had anyone he wished to protect. The ulterior motive was to bind him to the ideology of the Hokage, ensuring that his loyalty would secure the third's trust and resources for his training. Despite his internal reluctance, Mo Chen recognized that he had no choice but to rely on the third Hokage. In the current state of the Hidden Leaf, the third was the most substantial pillar of support. Having lost his parents at a young age and lacking close relatives or friends, he felt at a loss when asked whom he wished to safeguard. A hint of confusion crossed Mo Chen's face. Indeed, this is a conundrum. The third exhaled a long puff of smoke, sighing. However, you can take a page from my book, as long as you harbor a protective heart. Everyone in the village becomes family. Can I really? Mo Chen questioned, his confidence wavering. Absolutely. I believe you possess that capability. The third reassured him with a pat on the shoulder, smiling warmly. True sincerity begets sincerity. If you invest your genuine heart, others will undoubtedly feel it. The people of the Hidden Leaf all embody the will of fire. We are united in this spirit. So, Mo Chen, do you embrace the will of fire? Yes. Mo Chen nodded resolutely, admiration gleaming in his eyes as he gazed at the third. I wish to protect everyone, to safeguard the Hidden Leaf. With this aspiration, can I one day be as great as you, Lord Third? Haha. Certainly. However, if you aim to become Hokage, be prepared for the arduous journey ahead. It is a challenging path. I will surely achieve it. Determination radiated from Mo Chen's expression. Excellent. I have faith in you. The third erupted into joyous laughter once more. Mo Chen silently gazed at the weathered face speckled with age spots, outwardly displaying a bashful smile while inwardly scoffing. This old fool, right from the start, attempted to brainwash him, truly believing that his 2 lifetimes were mere fabrications. When it came to performance, he was certainly not inferior to others. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, the office door was rapped upon. The third generation composed himself, resumed his seat, and with a calm demeanor said, "Come in." Shortly after, an individual donned in a dark mask entered, kneeling on one knee and stating, "Esteemed third generation, Tianzong has come to report." Tianzong? Mo Chen's heart stirred as he began to understand the situation. He had not anticipated that the third Hokage possessed such insight. "Get up," the third gestured, tossing a piece of black substance, which stemmed from Mo Chen's newfound ability, to Tenzo, saying, "Take a look at this." Tenzo paused momentarily, slightly baffled. Yet he examined it with keen interest. After some time, with a hint of astonishment, he inquired, "Lord Third, where did this come from?" The third, with a glimmer of anticipation in his eyes, expressed, "I wish for you to ascertain the essence of this." "Is it truly what I suspect?" Tenzo, visibly excited, asserted. "I can confidently say this is indeed wood release." "Is it truly wood release?" The third jumped to his feet, his face alight with excitement. Yet he still harbored some doubts. "But why does it appear black? Is it due to a mutation in ability, or—" "No." Tenzo shook his head. "This substance is far purer than my own wood release. The color and texture are a result of the user's insufficient mastery over the elemental transformations of water and earth, leading to discrepancies during the execution. Given time for training, the user will certainly master true wood release. While I cannot claim they will rival the first Hokage, they will undoubtedly surpass my abilities." "Splendid." The third beamed with joy, exclaiming, "If I entrust the user to you, can you ensure they master true wood release?" Tenzo gasped in astonishment, realizing that Konoha had indeed produced a genuine wood release bloodline heir. Despite his shock, he promptly assured, "I shall devote myself entirely to nurturing their potential." As he spoke, Tenzo's gaze subtly flickered toward Mo Chen. The matter of wood release bloodlines was undoubtedly a top secret within the village. The fact that Mo Chen was present and the third spoke of wood release without reservation indicated that this bloodline heir was none other than the young man before them. Chapter 012. Investigating Mo Chen's bloodline connections within 5 generations in a dimly lit underground space, Danzo, with a face resembling a bitter melon and bandages wrapped around him, held a piece of black substance while listening to a report from an Umbu member kneeling before him. This was the power that Mo Chen, a recent graduate, had awakened, effortlessly subduing the Jonin Indo Daisho during his rampage, possessing a formidable chakra absorption ability that drained chakra from anyone ensnared. The third Hokage swiftly issued a gag order and erased all traces of the incident, intending to conceal Mo Chen's abilities. "I managed to discreetly hide a small portion," the Umbu reported. Subsequently, the third summoned out of the Hokage's office, assigning Mo Chen to his tutelage. Danzo toyed with the black substance in his hand, his expression shifting from surprise to contemplation, ultimately turning dismissive. "Would release, you say?" he murmured. "I never anticipated that someone could awaken would release on their own in this day and age. This Mo Chen's background must be intriguing. Investigate and uncover all blood relations to Mo Chen within 5 generations. He cannot possibly be a child of commoner descent." His final remark was directed at the Umbu before him. "Understood." The Umbu responded promptly, departing. He was a mole planted by Danzo and the Hokage's direct Umbu, posing as a member while secretly serving Danzo's interests. Since Danzo had acted independently and orchestrated the Uchiha massacre, the third had stripped him of his position, disbanded the root organization, and ordered Danzo to reflect in solitude at home. Over the years, Danzo had indeed become more low-key, refraining from involvement in village affairs and with few capable subordinates left. Yet, he was a dormant viper. Given the opportunity, he would strike his target without hesitation. However, the emergence of a potential would-release bloodline heir was an event he could not overlook. First, he needed to ascertain the details, and if possible, incorporate this individual into his ranks. If that proved unfeasible, he would resort to force once he regained power. The would-release bloodline was a power that must be firmly in his grasp. Everything for Konoha. Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office, after the third had laid out his plans and sent Mo Chen away with Tenzo, he reached a decision akin to Danzo's, to investigate Mo Chen's origins. Wood release could never manifest in a commoner. It was either linked to the ancient wood release experiments or a direct descendant of the Senju clan. Regardless of the possibility, it was imperative to uncover the truth and secure this bloodline firmly within his control. Yet, the third felt no urgency. Mo Chen was merely a child, while he was the beloved third Hokage. Through their brief interaction, he felt confident he could easily mold Mo Chen to his liking. Investigating Mo Chen's background was merely an added layer of assurance. In the mountains, Ino sighed, "Finally, it's over. Our leading Jonin, Asuma Sensei, may appear disheveled, but his strength is undeniable." Tenten remarked, "Asuma Saratobi? I've heard of him. He is the son of the third Hokage. I've heard that in his youth, He was quite rebellious, opposing the Third's ideals and leaving the village to carve his own path, returning only in recent years as one of the elite jonin. Tintin continued. Hinata added, he sounds impressive, but my leading jonin, Kurenai-sensei, is no slouch either. She's very kind to us. Tintin responded, Kurenai just became a jonin this year. I don't know much about her, but I do know she hails from a Genjutsu family and is currently the strongest Genjutsu master in the village. Hinata remarked, Tintin. You really know a lot. Tintin replied, hee, not really. I've been a ninja for a year, and information is crucial for a ninja. Ino teased, Sakura, why so silent? Your leading jonin isn't a brooding pervert, is he? Sakura retorted, Ino. Ino laughed, your reaction confirms it. Haha. Sakura exclaimed, get lost. We haven't even seen our leading jonin yet. Who knows what he's like? I only know one thing for sure. He is definitely unreliable. Hinata inquired. Are you still waiting in the classroom? Could something have delayed them? Sakura scoffed, come on, he's a jonin in the village. What significant trouble could there be? If so, I'd have to question his abilities. I'm genuinely worried about our future as ninjas. Tintin speculated, if that's the case, I might know who Sakura's leading jonin is. Sakura asked. What? Tell me more. Tintin revealed, Kakashi Hitaki, another elite jonin of Konoha. He was hailed as a genius ninja from a young age. Graduating from the Ninja Academy at 5, becoming a chunin at 6, and a jonin at 12, even developing an A-rank jutsu independently. Hinata gasped, wow, that's impressive. Ino exclaimed. Is that true? Sakura questioned, you must be joking. Tintin explained, he's frequently mentioned because he is our teacher's rival. I've heard a lot about him. It's said that due to some incident during the Ninja World War, he has become somewhat despondent and is notorious for being late. Sakura remarked, despondent and late. Ino concluded, so he isn't in trouble, he's just intentionally late. Sakura Haruno, the days ahead are long, and I express my sympathy towards you. In the midst of a chat group, Ino, who had declined her teacher's invitation to a gathering, redirected her focus to the present. Before her stood a grand edifice, prominently adorned with the words Konoha Hospital. Holding 2 bouquets of flowers, Ino approached the reception desk, inquiring briefly before making her way to the inpatient area. After her figure vanished from the reception, 2 individuals, appearing rather sneaky, seemed to be following her. One was a lethargic pineapple-haired boy, and the other was a portly fellow munching on chips. They were none other than her new teammates from Team 10, Shikamura Nara and Choji Akimichi. Shikamura tugged at Choji, asking the receptionist, which way did that girl go? The nurse, without a second thought, promptly directed them to Ward B. Curiosity piqued, Choji wondered aloud. What could Ino be doing at the hospital? Is someone admitted? Shikamaru, contemplatively, recalled, don't you remember? Chihiro and Ryota. Choji grimaced, is Ino looking for trouble? Perhaps, Shikamaru mused, pulling Choji along as they stealthily pursued Ino. Although they were classmates and their families shared a long-standing friendship, Shikamaru was particularly close to Choji, having never shared much camaraderie with girls like Ino. Recalling Asuma's words, he believed that the 3 of them were indeed the most suitable team. Thus, upon noticing Ino's peculiar behavior, he felt compelled to investigate further. Chapter 013. I want to soar to the skies. Hey Ino, what brings you here? Chihiro, reclining in her hospital bed, was taken aback by Ino's arrival with flowers. Their relationship had been rather superficial, merely that of ordinary classmates. Ino smiled gently. I heard you were injured and hospitalized. Since I was passing by, I thought I'd come to check on you. She arranged 1 bouquet on the windowsill before continuing. Weren't we just reassigned today? You haven't even started your missions yet. How did this happen? Don't mention it. Chihiro's expression darkened. The teacher assigned to us is utterly insane. He doesn't want us to become ninjas. He claims it's a practical assessment but goes hard on us. We just graduated from the academy. How could we possibly contend with a jonin? A flicker of envy and resentment crossed Chihiro's eyes as she observed Ino's apparent ease in becoming a ninja. That jonin went hard on you? Ino raised an eyebrow, momentarily surprised. She had heard that Moken's abilities had spiraled out of control, draining his chakra. However, it dawned on Ino that Chihiro was likely reluctant to disclose the truth. Shifting blame onto the supervising jonin seemed the most sensible course. It then struck Ino that with Moken's recent turmoil, he would certainly be unable to continue as a team member. Would he still manage to become a ninja? Who knows what he has thinking? Chihiro scoffed. If he didn't want to lead our team, he shouldn't have taken charge. Now that he has deliberately sabotaging us. It feels downright psychopathic. Well, it is what it is. Overthinking won't help, Ino consoled softly, even if you're eliminated. It doesn't mean you have to repeat the academy. A little remedial time, earning your teacher's approval, and you'll be reassigned before you know it. But right now, your priority is to recover so you can catch up. Students sent back for remedial training would have the reasons for their elimination reported back by the supervising jonin. As long as they addressed their shortcomings and earned their teacher's approval, they could soon become official jonin again. However, such repeaters would not have a dedicated jonin instructor. Even if they were assigned to a formidable captain, it would merely be a temporary superior-subordinate relationship. This was not something Ino needed to concern herself with. She feigned comfort towards Chihiro while discreetly adding something to the forebag. Outside the window, Shikamaru and Choji, hidden, witnessed Ino's subtle action. Choji's expression reflected his realization. Ino was indeed looking to stir up trouble, but he remained unaware of what she had added to Chihiro's bag. It looked like some kind of flower extract. Shikamaru speculated, Ino wouldn't do anything too extreme. She probably just wants to teach her a lesson. So, it likely contains only mild toxins, perhaps something to induce numbness, pain, irritation, or hallucination. If that's the case, the effect might not be significant. Choji struggled to comprehend Ino's intentions. Do you really think such a lesson would change Chihiro's personality? Even someone as naive as Choji believed it was unlikely. Maybe she just wants to vent her frustrations. Shikamaru mused, though he too felt perplexed, yet it did not hinder his allegiance to Ino. After some contemplation, Shikamaru remarked, if Ino employs the same approach against both Chihiro and Ryota, she'll be exposed quickly. Perhaps the repercussions won't be severe. But it's certainly unseemly to harm a teammate without cause. I refuse to acknowledge them as teammates, Choji retorted. Ah, of course, neither do I. Shikamaru chuckled, guiding Choji towards the adjacent room, whispering, thus, we must assist Ino. If anything goes awry, Team 10 will shoulder it together. After exchanging pleasantries with Chihiro, Ino departed. Upon exiting the room, she noticed commotion emanating from the adjacent ward, where a crowd had gathered, animatedly discussing something. What is happening? Ino approached, puzzled. If her memory served her right, Ryota was admitted in that room, and he happened to be one of her targets. That guy in there has apparently lost his mind. He jumped onto the bed and began urinating. No one can stop him. A nurse, unable to contain her desire for gossip, shared. Ino's eyes widened in disbelief as she instinctively peered through the crowd into the room. Yet, all she could see was Ryota's back and a stream of liquid cascading onto the bed. Inside, two nurses struggled to restrain him, unable to exert much force out of fear of getting splashed. At that moment, Ryota shook a few times, and the stream abruptly ceased. What on earth? Ino's face darkened. Initially, she had contemplated adding something to Ryota's bag as well, but now it seemed utterly unnecessary. The sight was nauseating. She decided it was best to leave and watch her eyes. Just as Ino turned to depart, she caught sight of a shadow retreating swiftly from the windowsill. Simultaneously, Ryota collapsed onto the bed, sprawled atop the puddle. Ah, how could this happen? This was team I doing. You have to believe me. My body just went out of control, and I don't know what happened. In the hospital ward. The anguished cries of Ryota echoed as he attempted to leap from his bed, tethered by 4 drips. 2 nurses firmly restrained him, soothing his distress with gentle reassurances, while onlookers outside murmured derisively. However, this commotion held no significance for Ino, who hastily exited the inpatient area and circled to the back. There, she indeed spotted Ryota's room, where Shikamaru was concealed among the foliage, with Choji standing protectively in front of him, his ample frame shielding Shikamaru from view. Surely this is your doing, Ino remarked, maintaining her distance, her expression tinged with disdain. Shikamaru, are you ready? Ino has caught on to us, Choji replied nonchalantly, continuing to munch on his chips. Emerging from the thicket, Shikamaru adjusted his belt, a mischievous grin betraying his recent antics. Moments earlier, he had employed the shadow imitation technique, extending his shadow through the window to manipulate Ryota's movements, leading to an embarrassing spectacle. Concealed behind the foliage, with Choji as his cover, he faced minimal repercussions, perhaps only a reprimand for lacking civic virtue. What compelled you to engage in such superfluous antics? Ino questioned, quickly grasping the situation. While her words expressed discontent, a flicker of amusement danced in her heart. Such considerate teammates were indeed preferable to Sasuke's aloof poker face. Shikamaru and Choji merely exchanged smiles, refraining from boasting about their mischief. After all, they too had found Ryota's antics amusing. All right then, let us head to the dessert shop. I'll treat, Ino declared, wholeheartedly embracing her 2 companions. Before departing, the trio heard Ryota's continued cries from the ward, accompanied by the chaotic sounds of Chihiro, who was inexplicably singing. I want to soar into the azure skies. Chapter 014. Ino triggers the group level-up mechanism. After leaving the Hokage's office, Tenzo escorted Mo Chen to a training ground, where he offered a brief introduction before sending Mo Chen on his way. As the day had grown late, he planned to resume Mo Chen's instruction the following day. Although Mo Chen was eager to enhance his strength, he understood that such improvement could not be achieved overnight. Now that he had entered the side of the 3rd generation and was arranged for private training with Tianzong, he only needed to focus on his cultivation for the time being, unlike the 9 little strong, who were preoccupied with D-rank missions. Suddenly, a clear and melodious system notification rang out, leaving Mo Chen and the members of the Konoha 4 Flowers in the chat group momentarily stunned. Tian, Ino, what have you done? Sakura Haruno, you didn't go to offer yourself to Mo Chen, did you? Hinata Hyuga, a boost of 200? Does that mean your strength has doubled? Ino Yamanaka, wow, I feel as if I have transcended to another realm. Ino Yamanaka, the all-attribute enhancement does not merely double my strength, it amplifies my speed, power, defense, and physical constitution, leading to a comprehensive enhancement. My physical and mental energies have also increased twofold, resulting in a corresponding growth in chakra. Ino Yamanaka, moreover, my brain's reaction speed and memory have improved as well. If I train now, my efficiency will be vastly superior to before. Ino Yamanaka, I now feel as though I have entered an entirely new domain, as if the constraints of the world around me have lessened. This sensation is simply exhilarating. Tion. Sakura Haruno. This must be a joke, right? Hinata Hyuga. Incredible. Ino Yamanaka. I assure you it's true. Moreover, it's not one of those sudden boosts that are difficult to control. There is absolutely no risk of power instability. It feels as if I have always been in this state, and those around me have not noticed any change. Tion. So, what exactly did you do? Ino Yamanaka. I merely taught Chihiro and Rio a small lesson, venting Mo Chen's grievances. Ino Yamanaka. I added a little something to Chihiro's for drip, causing her to fall into a hallucination, and now she should be dancing provocatively in her hospital room. Ino Yamanaka, by the way. Rio was handled by Shikamaru and the others. Had I known I would receive such benefits, I would have taken matters into my own hands. Perhaps I could have achieved even greater enhancement. It was evident that Ino was brimming with excitement, as messages poured in one after another, leaving no room for interruptions. Nonetheless, she had clearly conveyed her point, causing a slight stirring in Mo Chen's heart as he grasped the situation. This girl was subtly studying the group rules, deciphering the conditions for triggering the group enhancement effects. Initially, Mo Chen had thought that Tion would be the first to trigger this mechanism, given that she appeared the most mature and composed among the four. Of course, while Ino was the first to activate it, this did not guarantee her continued supremacy. Now that the triggering conditions for this mechanism had been revealed, the others would undoubtedly devise ways to enhance themselves for the sake of the boost, and it would ultimately depend on whose methods proved to be more astute. As for Mo Chen, he merely needed to enjoy the process. They would go to great lengths to curry his favor. Unfortunately, the group was still rather small, consisting solely of 4 blossoming young talents, yet to fully bloom. If only there were a few more matured individuals. Tion, I can't believe it. I should have thought of that sooner. Ino, where are you now? Let us meet at the training ground for a spar. I want to see your current state. Ino Yamanaka, not right now. I promised to treat Shikamaru and Choji to dessert. Hinata Hyuga, if I were to go teach Chihiro and Rio a lesson now, I think I'd better refrain. Tion, don't worry, Hinata. We're the only ones in this group for now. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. No need to rush. Hinata Hyuga. Sakura Haruno. I'm not envious at all. My heart and soul will always belong to Sasuke-kun. Ino Yamanaka. Then cling to your fantasies while we leave you far behind. We shall see if your Sasuke-kun will pity you in the end. Sakura Haruno, you're moving on too quickly, aren't you? Ino Yamanaka, I've merely come to a realization. Sasuke was but a yearning from my naive past. But reality differs from dreams. Moreover, Mo Chen is the true dream now. Tion, I support you on this, Ino. Mo Chen is one of a kind. While he has yet to fully blossom, the more we invest now, the greater the rewards will be later. This is not merely a dream, but a reality. Hinata Hyuga, that notion feels a bit mercenary. Sakura Haruno, exactly, you all are so shameless, with no principles whatsoever. Sakura Haruno, the cursed leading jonin has finally arrived. I must take my leave. Mo Chen observed the lively exchanges in the chat group with a sense of uncontainable delight. He could easily envision that, in the forthcoming days, several enchanting young ladies would exert their utmost efforts to win his favor. He need not invest anything. He could simply relish the attention. As for the ever-contrary Huo Ying, her antics had grown somewhat irksome, and Mo Chen had contemplated forcibly removing her from the group. However, after some reflection, he restrained himself. It was not out of reluctance. In truth, Huo Ying had not held much allure for him in the early stages, and her presence had merely become a matter of accumulating experiences. Retaining Huo Ying was not entirely devoid of advantages. She could serve as a cautionary example. Moreover, the existence of a dissenting voice within the group ensured that life would not become monotonously tranquil. The ebb and flow of discourse, the lively banter, rendered their interactions all the more fulfilling. Regardless of the circumstances, constrained by the confines of the chat group, Huo Ying's disruptions would hardly create significant waves. Furthermore, she would inevitably grow. The matured Huo Ying would surely possess her own merits. Mo Chen. Suddenly, a voice from across the room interrupted his reverie. Mo Chen looked up in astonishment, only to find it was Tion. Was she specifically here to seek him out, or was it merely a coincidence? One could distinctly observe a fleeting glimmer of excitement in her eyes, which she swiftly suppressed. Adopting an air of composure, Tion remarked, I hope I haven't miscalled your name. We encountered each other this morning. You are a classmate of Jingyi, correct? Mo Chen understood that this was merely a pretext for conversation, a deliberate attempt to forge a connection. Mo Chen merely responded shyly, as if unsure of how to engage in conversation. My name is Tion, and I am a year your senior. You may call me senior sister. Completely disregarding Mo Chen's reaction, Tion said enthusiastically, as your senior sister, should you encounter any difficulties, feel free to seek my assistance. Thank you, senior sister. Mo Chen replied, visibly flustered. Haha. Tion laughed. There is no need to be so tense. I want to e-bite, and I genuinely enjoy looking after juniors like you. Since we've chanced upon each other on the street, let me treat you to some food. How about dessert? There is a bubble tea shop nearby. Let us go there for some. Chapter 15. Tian schemes. Tian's intentions were crystal clear to Mo Chen. He had no intention of being led by the nose. And with a hint of hesitation, he replied, "Senior sister, it's getting late, and I still need to buy groceries to cook dinner. I'm quite tired after a long day." Tian paused, surprised to learn that Mo Chen cooked for himself. "Then how about I treat you to a meal?" she suggested thoughtfully. "What would you like to eat?" "I'm more accustomed to home-cooked meals," Mo Chen replied. "I see," Tian quickly said. "Then I'll accompany you to buy groceries and help you cook." Without waiting for Mo Chen's thoughts, she began to push him towards the market. "Senior sister, you're being too enthusiastic. I'm not used to this," he protested. "It's perfectly fine. I simply enjoy being warm-hearted towards juniors like you. You'll get accustomed to it in no time." Tian was indeed proactive. Initially, she merely pushed him along, but by the time they were shopping for groceries, she had already linked her arm through his. As they strolled and chatted, most of the conversation flowed from Tian, with Mo Chen responding passively. However, by the end of their outing, the barrier of unfamiliarity had dissipated. Yet, when it came time to cook, the closeness they had just forged nearly unraveled due to Tian's clumsiness. "Senior sister, perhaps you could sit outside. I can manage this on my own," Mo Chen said, gazing at the chaotic kitchen with a look of exasperation. It was no wonder that in the original story, Tsunade summoned the top 4 medical ninjas from Konoha for training. Yet only Tian failed to learn. She truly struggled with delicate tasks. "Cough, cough," Tian said, her face flushed with embarrassment as she awkwardly chuckled. "Mo Chen, you must believe me. I didn't intend for this to happen. I genuinely wanted to help." Yes, I believe you. I absolutely do," Mo Chen replied, pressing his hands on her shoulders and gently guiding her outside the kitchen. "However, for now, your mere presence sitting there constitutes a great help." "What? That is hardly a sign of belief," Tian complained, discontented. Yet, she recognized her own limitations and did not insist on continuing as a sous chef. While Mo Chen busied himself in the kitchen, she took up cleaning tools to tidy up the house thoroughly. By the time Mo Chen emerged with the completed dishes, the living room and bedroom gleamed with cleanliness, reflecting the light. Moreover, he noticed that even his discarded undergarments and a few pairs of worn socks beneath the bed had been washed and hung up. Was it really necessary to go to such lengths? Mo Chen felt a twinge of sentimentality in her quest for enhancement. Tian was truly giving her all. Observing the beads of sweat glistening on her forehead, yet noting her lack of any self-congratulatory demeanor, Mo Chen couldn't help but feel a pang of compassion. He acknowledged that he was someone who appreciated appearances, and it was fortunate that Tian possessed such a charming and lovely visage. Had she been of ordinary looks, regardless of how exhausted she appeared, he would have remained entirely unmoved. After setting the table, Mo Chen took a damp towel to gently wipe Tian's face. Speaking in a soothing tone, "Tian, your diligence might spoil me. If you were to cease assisting with the tidying, I would find myself quite unaccustomed." Ding. "Congratulations to group member Tian. Your group level has risen from LV0 to LV1, granting you a total attribute enhancement of 200. The crisp sound of the system notification invigorated Tian, who had been fatigued moments before, as if she had been revitalized by a surge of energy. She exclaimed, "No worries. If need be, I shall come every day to assist you. It is but a trifling task, especially since you are my adorable and dashing junior." The notion that merely helping with household chores could yield such a significant enhancement was simply a delightful stroke of fortune. Mo Chen feigned a sense of unworthiness but did not allow Tian the opportunity to respond. He promptly guided her to sit at the dining table, stating, "After such a long endeavor, let us dine and sample my culinary skills." Tian did not dwell on it too much. It was a mutual arrangement. And from now on, she would take charge of the household tasks at Mo Chen's residence. Meanwhile, the chat group erupted with excitement. "Yamanaka Ino, Tian. What have you done? Hinata Hyuga, Senior, did you not say there would be plenty of opportunities later? Why the rush?" "Sakura Haruno, clearly. Tian has devised a method to enhance the effects, outwardly soothing you while secretly taking action behind the scenes." "Yamanaka Ino, how shameless, Tian. I disdain you for hogging all the benefits." "Sakura Haruno, Ino, do you have the right to say such things? Do not forget, you were the first to receive an enhancement." "Hinata Hyuga, Senior Tian, did you go to see Mo Chen?" Tian, ahem, "Hinata, you must believe me. It was merely a coincidence, not a premeditated plan. I encountered Mo Chen on the way and simply deepened our connection without any ulterior motives." "Sakura Haruno, I do not believe it. The group level increase is the best proof. It cannot be as simple as deepening a relationship." "Yamanaka Ino, what business is it of yours, wide forehead? You claim to have no interest in Mo Chen. Mind your own affairs. However, Tian, you should come clean. You wouldn't want any rift between us sisters, would you?" "Hinata might get upset." "Hinata Hyuga, I am not. Tian, I assure you. It was truly just a chance encounter with Mo Chen. I merely insisted on accompanying him home and help tidy up a bit. That is all." "Hinata Hyuga, tidying up? Is that really all it takes?" "Yamanaka Ino, if that is the case, it seems that by merely doing something beneficial for Mo Chen, we could enhance the group level and improve our enhancement effects." "Sakura Haruno, why go through all that trouble? Just offer yourself up. And I guarantee you will hit the jackpot. Tian, wide forehead, please do not stir trouble if you do not wish to befriend Mo Chen. Then simply remain an observer. Yamanaka Ino, exactly, wide forehead. You are merely a disruptor. Let us not pay her any mind. Sakura Haruno. So you all are just distractions? Tian, for heaven's sake, I am in the midst of dining. Yamanaka Ino, I am also eating. Sakura Haruno, I too am eating, yet I am unrestrained. Ha 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 ha. Just as Tian was about to take a bite of her dish, she nearly spluttered it out. Mo Chen couldn't help but stifle a laugh, maintaining a calm facade while feeling slightly anxious as he addressed Tian, Senior. Is the dish I prepared not to your liking? Not at all. Tian quickly waved her hands. What you made is delicious and perfectly suits my taste. I just momentarily lost focus and nearly choked. After taking a few bites, she raised her thumb in approval, exclaiming, I never expected your culinary skills to be so impressive. Mo Chen, earlier, you mentioned I might spoil you, but now I feel as though you might spoil me instead. How about this? I could come over every day to help with the cleaning, and in return, you could prepare meals for me. Mo Chen cast a glance at her. Pondering her audacious ambition, was she truly vying for a secure position at the very first encounter? Would her family be amenable to such an arrangement? He feigned concern and remarked, although we share the titles of senior and junior, we have yet to establish any prior connection. Would your family be at ease allowing you to engage with me in this manner? In Chapter 16, the innocent Tian was shamed into retreat. Ah, there is no need for such worries. They hardly concern themselves with my affairs. Tian waved her hand dismissively. Ever since I became a ninja, my family has ceased to oversee my life. I am responsible for my own matters. Besides, I often train late into the night and usually do not dine at home. I see. Mo Chen contemplated for a moment before nodding in agreement. Very well, it's merely a matter of an extra pair of chopsticks and bowls. Moreover, since Senior Tian has been of assistance to me, it is only fitting that I reciprocate. Mo Chen had recently traversed into this new realm. As time progressed, he realized that solitude would inevitably lead to feelings of loneliness if he remained isolated. The prospect of returning home each day to find someone awaiting him would instill in him a profound sense of belonging, alleviating the sensation of drifting aimlessly through life. Most importantly, he aspired to establish a benchmark within the chat group, thereby facilitating a swifter elevation of the group's level. The tangible benefits derived from this would undoubtedly incite envy among the other members, compelling them to vie for his favor. How splendid! Tian was elated at the prospect of receiving Mo Chen's approval, prompting her to leap with joy. Having just acquired a boost effect, its impact was strikingly palpable. Even before testing its efficacy, the mere thought of advancing several levels further, multiplying the enhancement effect exponentially, was almost unfathomable. In her exuberance, Tian's face radiated delight, and she impulsively embraced Mo Chen, planting a fervent kiss upon his cheek. It was only when she noticed the bewildered expression on his face that she realized her enthusiasm had perhaps gone a touch too far, and her cheeks flushed a deep crimson. She quickly stammered, I was merely overwhelmed with joy. There was no other intention. Please do not misinterpret my actions. Mo Chen gently touched his cheek, feigning confusion as he remarked, Senior, you are quite peculiar. We only just met today. Moreover, you assisted me with the cleaning while I shall prepare a meal for you. This constitutes a fair exchange, does it not? Tian's expression froze, her heart racing with urgency. Mo Chen's suspicions were indeed justified. Her earlier behavior was distinctly abnormal, and her ulterior motives were glaringly apparent. In truth, Tian hesitated, confessing, I cannot quite comprehend it myself, but whenever I encounter the junior, an inexplicable sense of intimacy envelopes me, compelling me to lower all my defenses. This sensation is unprecedented for me, prompting a desire to engage with you more frequently. Being in your company brings me a profound sense of comfort. That is essentially the crux of it. After much mental exertion, Tian finally unearthed a somewhat plausible rationale. Yet her words conveyed an eagerness that hinted at a desire to attach herself. As the conversation progressed, her face flushed crimson, and she instinctively covered her burning cheeks. Overwhelmed by embarrassment, upon hearing this, Mo Chen felt somewhat bewildered. Was this progress not a bit too swift? Nevertheless, it aligned remarkably well with his own thoughts. Mo Chen, naturally, would not expose her feelings, but with a hint of bashfulness, remarked, So, it turns out that Senior Tian views me in this light. To be honest, I have harbored similar sentiments towards you as well. I have been alone for quite some time, leading an ordinary life that has attracted no one's attention. If Senior Tian is willing to spend time with me often, it would bring me great joy. Really? Tian's face flushed, her expression brimming with shyness. What had initially been intended as a mere enhancement had unexpectedly transformed the atmosphere. This newfound ambience evoked the sweet pangs of first love within Tian, her heart racing furiously. Yet, she found no distaste in this sensation. Even without the prospect of enhancement, she felt no inclination to resist. Indeed, Mo Chen nodded fervently, his gaze sincere as he looked at Tian, expressing his heartfelt emotions. You are the first person to whom I have revealed my innermost thoughts, which means you have become the most significant person in my life. Today, the elder generation posed a question to me, inquiring if there was someone I wished to protect. At that moment, I replied in the negative. However, now, I have found that someone. Oh dear, how embarrassing. Tian's entire face turned even more crimson, and she lost the courage to meet Mo Chen's eyes. Once he finished speaking, she could scarcely remain seated. She covered her face and dashed out, quickly vanishing from Mo Chen's sight. Was she truly so flustered that she ran away? Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback, then couldn't help but smile. How innocent. Yet, it was Tian who had initiated the conversation. Mo Chen had merely followed her lead. Even if Tian reflected on the encounter later, she would not perceive him as reckless or with ulterior motives, instead attributing the responsibility solely to herself. The question lingered. However, would Tian dare to face him again the following day? Mo Chen did not dwell on the matter. After all, the chat group was ever present. And no matter how much he yearned to escape, he remained tethered. As long as she desired the enhancement effects, she would inevitably adjust her mindset and return to his side. By now, night had fallen. Mo Chen tidied up the dishes and attended to his personal hygiene before reclining on his bed. He observed the light-hearted banter among the women in the chat group while contemplating the path ahead. The overarching goal was to adeptly harness the ability to forge the future, thereby continuously augmenting his strength to the point of becoming unparalleled in the ninja world. With sufficient power, he could live unrestrained, pursuing whatever lifestyle he desired. Perhaps, in the future, he might even unlock the ability to traverse alternate worlds. Furthermore, the existence of the chat group would inevitably attract an increasing number of female ninjas to his vicinity. These women would gravitate towards him, seeking to please and entertain him, with some, bold in nature, even attempting to seduce him. However, to safeguard his own interests, Mo Chen must remain steadfast in his principles, ensuring that these individuals do not easily achieve their aims. He must regulate the pace at which they elevate their abilities, refusing to grant them benefits without reciprocal effort, thus compelling them to invest continuously. Additionally, the fact that he could see the chat group was a secret that must never be revealed. Should this information come to light, group members would hesitate to speak candidly, and there would be doubts regarding whether the chat group was part of his scheme, potentially leading to disastrous consequences. Beyond that, there seemed to be little else of concern. Mo Chen acquired a system that essentially guarantees him effortless victory. Consequently, he began to ponder the craft of fabricating the future. Just yesterday, he conjured an event that enabled him to obtain the double Tomo Sharingan, and a semi-finished would release technique today. While the Sharingan cannot be used publicly, with the aid of concealed sunglasses, he can exercise caution while utilizing it. He is set to follow Tian Zong for training, allowing him to leverage the Sharingan's replication ability to hasten his progress. If the opportunity arises, he might also learn the shadow clone technique, thereby exponentially increasing his training efficiency. Upon awakening the wood release, his vitality surged to extraordinary levels, and his chakra became remarkably formidable, surpassing even Naruto's. The shadow clone technique undoubtedly serves as an invaluable tool for training. Thus, even relying solely on his own efforts, he can steadily ascend to the pinnacle of the super shadow realm. However, with such a powerful advantage at his disposal, it would be foolish to engage in arduous training without utilizing it. Therefore, in the forthcoming chapter of his future, he must unveil his exceptional talent and formidable strength. Mo Chen swiftly established a clear direction. As long as he could showcase it in future videos without any interruptions, it was bound to materialize. Of course, it had to be logically sound. Previously, his abilities were rather ordinary, neither exceptional nor subpar. However, with the activation of the Sharingan and the awakening of wood release, he suddenly experienced an epiphany, significantly elevating his talents. This should be reasonable, wouldn't it? Chapter 017. The emphasis is on his extraordinary talent with a gentle chime. Just as the four blossoms of Konoha were preparing to rest for the night, the system unexpectedly delivered a notification. A segment of a future video had been uploaded to the group. Sakura Haruno. Oh, another future video. Ino Yamanaka, weren't you planning to leave the group? Why so eager now, speaking contrary to your intentions? Sakura Haruno. Oh, be quiet. For now, I am a member of this group and entitled to this privilege. Tintin, the last video merely revealed Mo Chen's awakened abilities, which seem to offer us little assistance. I hope the upcoming footage will provide some insights about us. Hinata Hyuga, I still have the feeling it's related to Mo Chen. Ino Yamanaka, whatever it is. We'll find out once we watch it. Thus, the group of girls eagerly clicked on the future video. Soon, the screen began to play. The time was set after dinner, and the location was the training ground. Tintin and Mo Chen stood opposite each other, forming a confrontation seal. In the next moment, they commenced their battle. Initially, it was merely a clash of basic physical techniques. However, Tintin quickly found herself at a disadvantage. Seizing an opportunity, she created distance and unleashed her most adept ninja tools, only to have them thwarted by Mo Chen's earth-style wall. A look of astonishment crossed Tintin's face as she intensified her efforts, summoning a massive iron ball that shattered the earth-style wall. Yet, at that moment, Mo Chen executed the water dragon bullet technique, surging forward just as the wall crumbled. Tintin, caught off guard, was propelled far away by the force of the water attack. The battle concluded, as Mo Chen skillfully controlled his strength, ensuring that Tintin was not harmed, though she appeared quite disheveled. Mo Chen had previously helped Tian up, intending to combine the seal of resolution, but he was taken aback by the sight of her drenched form. her clothes clinging tightly to her body, accentuating her delicate figure. With the garments beneath clearly visible, the scene shifted. It was once again after dinner, and Tian faced Mo Chen on the training ground, preparing to engage in the seal of confrontation. As the battle commenced, before Tian could react, Mo Chen clapped his hands together, causing a multitude of vines to burst forth from the ground, rushing towards her. Startled, Tian quickly sidestepped, simultaneously summoning numerous ninja tools for defense. Unfortunately, the resilience of the vines proved too formidable, rendering her tools ineffective in severing them. Moreover, the vines grew with astonishing speed, and despite her evasive maneuvers, she was soon ensnared. Tian struggled vigorously to free herself, but her efforts were in vain, as the vines siphoned her chakra, leaving her weakened and devoid of the strength to resist. Mo Chen approached with a playful smile, freeing Tian from her constraints. She fell into his embrace. Her cheeks flushed as she playfully hit him a few times, appearing to be teasing him. Their relationship was evidently much closer than before, suggesting that some indescribable events had transpired between them. It was hard to believe that after just 2 days of training, I was no match for you. After their playful tussle, Tian exclaimed in astonishment, I have never encountered someone with such astonishing talent. Even my teammate, the so-called prodigy Ning Xi, would likely not stand a chance against you. If you continue training for a while longer, I can hardly fathom how powerful you will become. The video concluded here, showcasing 2 brief segments of the practice sessions between Tian and Mo Chen. Without delving into the reasons for their joint training or the underlying romantic tension, it was clear that during their 2 consecutive practice sessions, Mo Chen had utilized earth style and water style in the first and wood style in the second. With a year of ninja experience, Tian was no match for him. Most significantly, her final remark highlighted the fact that Mo Chen had attained such strength in merely 2 days, a thought that sent shivers down one's spine. In the mountains, questioned. 2 days of training? That must mean tomorrow and the day after, right? Why are you training with Mo Chen alone, Tian? Care to explain? Tian replied. How could I know when it hasn't even happened yet? Hinata added, Mo Chen must have used wood style in the end, right? Is that the complete version of the power he exhibited during the outburst today? Sakura interjected, I'm not concerned with that. I simply want to know why Tian continues to train with Mo Chen after he has seen her in her undergarments. Is this a sign that she has fallen in love? Tian exclaimed, hey, shouldn't your focus be on Mo Chen's strength? In just 2 days, he can effortlessly defeat me. Ino remarked, Mo Chen is the group leader. Isn't that quite normal? Sakura countered, but he isn't in the same team as me. What does his strength matter to me? Hinata noted, from the beginning, didn't everyone realize that Mo Chen was extraordinary? Sakura pressed, so, Tian. Are you truly in a relationship with Mo Chen? Ino added, you once claimed you were only helping him clean up, and now I have my doubts. Training together tomorrow, showing him your lingerie, and then falling into his arms the day after, there is no way nothing happened today. Hinata remarked, Tian. You wouldn't want everyone to harbor resentment towards you, would you? Sakura insisted, confess freely, or face severe consequences if you refuse to be honest. Tian retorted. Enough already. You're getting more outrageous by the minute. Even if something did happen, what of it? We're both unmarried. What does it matter if we're dating? Sakura pressed, so, you're admitting it? Ino exclaimed, this is too much. How could you go behind our backs and make a move on Mo Chen? I'm cutting ties. I want to sever our friendship. Hinata chimed in, sister, we must share resources. Tian sighed, all right, I'm done with you all. I merely made a deal with Mo Chen. I'll help him clean every day, and then I'll have dinner at his house. Perhaps that's why we'll train together afterward. Ino exclaimed, dinner at his house? Okay, I'm going too. Sakura added, I can help wash and chop the vegetables. Hinata chimed in, I'll take care of buying the groceries. Ino stated, remember this, Mo Chen belongs to everyone. No one is allowed to monopolize him. Sakura complained. I have a question. Both future videos contain 2 segments. Hinata is first, Ino is second, and Tian has 2 segments to herself. Where am I? Why am I not included? Ino retorted, what do we need you for? Didn't you want to withdraw from Mo Chen's female-led group? Tian agreed, exactly. So you don't have to come tomorrow. Sakura insisted, my reluctance is my own issue, but we all joined the group together. Why am I the only one excluded? Hinata pointed out, but Sakura, you frequently violate group rules. Ino remarked, got it, broad forehead. Sakura huffed, humph. Here I am surrounded by a bunch of little girls discussing such trivial matters. If you dare come tomorrow, I'll make you all drink a concoction. Lying in bed. Mo Chen couldn't help but smirk at the chat group's content. He had pondered for quite some time to craft this future narrative, emphasizing his extraordinary talent. Furthermore, having mastered wood style, he had refined his own image, becoming more handsome and charismatic. The vigorous vitality had facilitated a self-correction of his physique, which was quite reasonable. Yet, what were they discussing? The further they strayed from the point, the more exasperated he felt. It was akin to performing for the blind or singing for the deaf. Happy New Year! Wishing everyone good fortune, smooth sailing, academic success, and a harmonious family in the coming year. Chapter 018, The Desire for Acknowledgement on the Second Day. Just as dawn broke, Mo Chen hastily consumed a light breakfast before heading to the training ground that Tianzong had taken him to the previous day. It was just past 6 in the morning, and to his surprise, Tianzong was already waiting there. Apologies, Teacher Tianzong. I'm late. Mo Chen quickly approached to apologize, recognizing the importance of maintaining a proper attitude as he was about to learn ninjutsu from him. No, I arrived early. Tianzong instinctively waved his hand, but quickly seemed to recall something, his eyes behind the umbu mask widening in surprise. What did you just call me? Teacher Tianzong. Mo Chen was taken aback, confused. Is there something wrong with that? And no. Tianzong shook his head decisively. In a moment of puzzlement for Mo Chen, Tianzong suddenly seemed invigorated. The early bird catches the worm. Morning is when both the body and mind are at their peak. Which is why I asked you to come early. Training at this hour yields remarkable results. With enthusiasm, Tianzong inquired, by the way, have you had breakfast yet? At your age, it's vital to eat breakfast. If you haven't tea, I can send a clone to fetch some for you. Nutritional balance is crucial. Breakfast should include milk as a staple, along with fruits and vegetables, and Mo Chen's head was adorned with a series of question marks. Tianzong, engrossed in his own thoughts, did not wait for Mo Chen's response before summoning a wooden clone to venture out and procure breakfast. Mo Chen opened his mouth, yet swallowed his words. Tianzong had meticulously planned the nutritional composition, and to claim he had already dined would indeed undermine the kindness offered. Never mind. He decided to accept the meal. After all, he had not eaten much earlier and could manage another serving. It was curious, however, how suddenly enthusiastic Tianzong had become. Seemingly stirred by the mere mention of Teacher Tianzong. Mo Chen recalled. In the original narrative, Tianzong's character was inherently solitary, yearning for acknowledgement and affirmation of his existence. When he first took charge of Class 7, he endeavored to foster camaraderie by laying out an extravagant feast, with the most memorable dish being an over a meter-long lobster. In the realm of infinite Tsukuyomi, he not only supplanted Kakashi as the leading jonin of Class 7, but also garnered Kakashi's approval and praise. Clearly, he was an individual profoundly lacking in social interaction, desperately craving the need for others. Realizing this, a smile crept across Mo Chen's face. If he could not seize this opportunity to exhaust Tianzong's entire stock, he would write his name backward. Before we delve into the breakfast he had procured, let me outline today's training regimen. Without wasting a moment, Tianzong utilized would release to conjure a set of tables and chairs, even crafting a wooden parasol. After gesturing for Mo Chen to take a seat, he began. You must have grasped it by now? The power you unleashed in your sudden outburst yesterday is known as wood release, the very technique I am employing now. I trust you have some knowledge of wood release, correct? Mo Chen was about to respond when Tianzong abruptly slammed the table and interjected loudly, yes, indeed. It is the very ability wielded by the first Hokage. His mastery of wood release is nothing short of extraordinary, possessing astonishing power. With the might of wood release, he brought an end to the warring states and established the remarkable system of one nation, one village, embodying the essence of the great ninja, the first Hokage. Wood release is his emblem? Mo Chen stood in stunned silence, gazing at the exuberant figure of Tianzong, who was passionately delivering his speech. The mere title of teacher bore an astonishing weight. At that moment, Tianzong continued to eloquently expound, of course. My wood release pales in comparison to that of the first Hokage, akin to the difference between a firefly and the radiant sun. Nevertheless, after my assessment yesterday, I believe your wood release is not inferior to that of the first Hokage. If you can master it with proficiency, there is indeed a possibility of you becoming the second god of shinobi. I have already assured the third Hokage of my unwavering commitment to impart all my knowledge to you. However, do not feel overly pressured. You are still young, and there is ample time ahead for you to strive. Just progress at your own pace. At this juncture, Tianzong paused, seemingly allowing Mo Chen a moment to absorb the information. Once he confirmed that Mo Chen comprehended his words, he continued, as I mentioned yesterday. The peculiar state of your wood release is due to your lack of mastery over the transformation of water and earth properties. Therefore, in the upcoming period, I will first teach you how to refine these two elemental transformations. Remember, do not attempt to wield wood release before that. Otherwise, you may easily damage your foundation. At this point, Tianzong's clone appeared, swiftly approaching with several lunchboxes in hand, utilizing the body flicker technique. Mo Chen finally seized the opportunity to speak. Nodding with a look of gratitude, he said, Thank you for your explanation, Teacher Tianzong. Tianzong's breath caught momentarily, and with a sudden bang, his clone transformed into a wooden figure, which then morphed into a black mud that softened and spread across the floor. The wooden doppelganger vanished in an instant, and the lunchbox he was holding nearly fell to the ground. Fortunately, Tianzong's original self reacted swiftly, reaching out to catch it just in time. Ahem. I ran too quickly and lost my breath for a moment. After taking several deep breaths to regain his composure, Tianzong forcibly offered an explanation before methodically opening the lunchbox. Mo Chen cast a glance and was momentarily taken aback. Milk, rice balls, grilled fish, natto, vegetables, miso soup, and a platter of fresh fruits adorned the table. Wait. Is this truly breakfast? Well, it certainly comprises breakfast items, albeit laid out in abundance. Admittedly, the breakfast is somewhat modest, with limited food options available. Tianzong clapped his hands and said, When noon arrives, I shall prepare something more sumptuous for you. For now, let us make do with this. Just in time. I will explain the nature transformation of earth-style and water-style techniques and how to cultivate them. Mo Chen felt that if this continued, he would inevitably gain weight within a few days. However, it was difficult to refuse such warm hospitality. Initially, he intended to invite Tianzong to join him for a meal, but Tianzong explicitly stated that he had already eaten, leaving Mo Chen with a solitary portion. With no other option, Mo Chen embraced the notion of indulgence, nearly overindulging in the process. Fortunately, after awakening his wood release, his digestive system proved to be far more efficient than anticipated. With a slight manipulation of his chakra, he swiftly returned to normal functioning. After the meal, he officially entered a state of training. You may choose to practice either earth release or water release. The decision is entirely yours, and either is acceptable, Tianzong remarked. As he conjured two small orbs of chakra in his hands, the left orb was a rich earthy hue, adorned with swirling dirt and pebbles, while the right orb shimmered a vibrant blue, with a small water vortex gracefully rotating above it. Mo Chen timely activated his Sharingan, concealed behind a pair of invisible sunglasses, rendering Tianzong utterly oblivious. In the next moment, Mo Chen's hands each coalesced a small orb of chakra, his left hand embodying earth release, while his right hand manifested water release. What the? Tianzong's eyes nearly bulged out. The chakra orb in his hand was poorly controlled and detonated. Fortunately, it was merely a slight accumulation of chakra, so even the explosion posed no threat to anyone. Yet, Tianzong was far too astonished to concern himself with such trivialities. Exclaiming in disbelief, How did you accomplish this? Chapter 019. Astonishing heritage, buffs accumulated. Although he successfully utilized the Sharingan to execute a trick, the chakra orbs of earth and water release in Mo Chen's hands were merely superficial. Harnessing them to perform actual ninjutsu was unattainable. He soon recognized this limitation and dissipated the chakra orbs. Mo Chen scratched his head and said to Tianzong, I was merely imitating your movements. But it seems I lack the finesse. There is hardly any power behind it. No, Tianzong replied, astonished. You have already manifested the nascent form of a transformation in properties, and you are simultaneously wielding two attributes. This is beyond what I had anticipated. It is nothing short of genius, nay, it borders on the miraculous. Although your current chakra attributes may not suffice to perform ninjutsu, having achieved this initial form, with a bit more practice, mastery will soon follow. Moreover, the fundamental requisite for newcomers is chakra control, a stage that you appear to have bypassed entirely. The mere fact that you can independently conjure two distinct orbs of chakra with each hand is a testament to your exceptional control. Is that so? Mo Chen pondered for a moment before speaking again. Tianzong, why don't you teach me the technique of the shadow clone? I've heard that the experience gained by the clones accumulates back to the original. Once I master this technique, I could train in both earth and water release simultaneously, thus saving time and enhancing my training efficiency. Although the wood clone technique would undoubtedly yield superior results, I have yet to grasp the true essence of wood release. Tianzong hesitated briefly, instinctively inclined to refuse. The shadow clone training method had never been attempted before, and it was inherently perilous. Even splitting off one or two clones for simultaneous training could overwhelm an ordinary person, posing dangers akin to a blue ninja executing the multiple shadow clone technique. However, Tianzong quickly reconsidered. After all, Mo Chen had awakened the complete version of wood release. He stepped forward to assess Mo Chen's physique and indeed discovered that his chakra was vast as an ocean. Wood release symbolizes vitality, and robust life force would naturally foster chakra growth. No, this could not merely be referred to as chakra. It ought to be termed a chakra C. Of course, given Mo Chen's current level, he might only effectively utilize a mere 10 to 12% of it, or perhaps even less. Nonetheless, as long as he could withstand the mental shock upon the dissolution of the shadow clones, this method could indeed be employed for training. I can teach you the shadow clone technique, but remember, utilizing it for training carries risks. It is not merely a question of evenly distributing chakra. Physical stamina and mental energy will also be simultaneously expended. Tianzong cautioned sternly. I have no concerns regarding your chakra, but excessive depletion of stamina and mental energy could lead to sudden death. Therefore, we must first ascertain your limits. Let us start by creating one shadow clone to train together for an hour, and if you can endure it, we can gradually increase the number of clones. As Mo Chen took the initiative to mention it, Tianzong understood that he would certainly not be content with merely utilizing a shadow clone. Thus, it was indeed prudent to offer prior admonitions. Although Mo Chen deemed Tianzong somewhat overly cautious, he did not voice any objections and nodded in agreement. The technique of shadow cloning does not necessitate any intricate skill. As long as one comprehends the principles behind the technique, it can be effortlessly executed, provided there is an ample supply of chakra. Moreover, influenced by the fabricated future, Mo Chen currently felt an extraordinary innate talent. This rudimentary and unrefined ninjutsu did not even require the use of the Sharingan. Merely by listening to Tianzong's description, he successfully performed the technique without waiting for a demonstration. Tianzong, once again marveling at Mo Chen's remarkable aptitude, also conjured a clone to provide one-on-one instruction. One practiced earth release, while the other honed water release. Just as Tianzong had stated, the rudimentary forms of elemental transformation had already manifested, allowing Mo Chen to easily grasp the basics. What followed was the process of mastery, with each attempt yielding visible progress at an astonishing rate. After 3 to 5 attempts, he had attained the proficiency to execute D-rank ninjutsu. Within 10 minutes, he reached the level of C-rank ninjutsu. By the end of half an hour, he had completely achieved the capability to integrate wood release. However, Tianzong refrained from immediately teaching him wood release. In his words, although Mo Chen's progress was rapid and his foundation solid, he lacked the depth of experience. Therefore, he advised Mo Chen to first master some more common earth and water release techniques. In truth, Mo Chen's rate of advancement was so remarkable that it left Tianzong in awe. He feared that if he were to teach Mo Chen wood release at this juncture, Mo Chen might surpass him in raw strength by day's end. Tianzong was not concerned about the age-old adage of the disciple causing the master to starve, but rather worried that Mo Chen's rapid strides might lead to unforeseen pitfalls. True strength is never achieved overnight. It is cultivated gradually through the crucible of battle. The journey from Jinin to senior Jinin, then to Chunin, elite Chunin, special Jonin, and finally Jonin, encompasses varied mental landscapes and developmental environments at each stage. To leap directly from Jinin to Jonin would result in the loss of vital experiences along the way, risking the emergence of flaws akin to the notion of why not eat meat porridge. This is also a primary reason why many naturally gifted individuals or those who acquire power through peculiar means often reveal fatal vulnerabilities at critical moments, leaving them susceptible to defeat. Since Mo Chen has addressed Tianzong as his teacher, Tianzong must take responsibility for him. This responsibility encompasses not only strength, but also the paramount importance of mindset. In the Hokage office, the third Hokage gazed incredulously at the documents in his hand. His hand trembled as he held the files, his mouth agape in disbelief, completely oblivious to the pipe that had fallen to the ground. After a day of investigation, he had unraveled Mo Chen's genealogy. Yet, no matter how he examined the records, they appeared utterly implausible. Mo Chen's father is a member of the Conjure clan, who has concealed his surname and integrated into the village, a fact that was anticipated. However, he also possesses another identity. He is the direct grandson of the second Hokage, Senju Tobarama. Furthermore, Mo Chen's mother is the cousin of Uchiha Fugaku. Due to her clandestine relationship with Mo Chen's father, she was not accepted by the Uchiha clan. Consequently, seizing an opportunity during an external mission, she faked her own death, assuming a new identity to live a life in obscurity. Mo Chen's grandfather, the son of Senju Tobarama, was hidden away by Tobarama himself, a fact unknown even to his disciples. Consequently, the information from that period remains rather obscure. It is confirmed that Mo Chen's grandfather is indeed Tobarama's son, yet details regarding his marital partner are still unascertained. Senju Tobarama, in truth, had little interest in women. But following the death of Hashirama, he was compelled by the strong persuasion of his elder sister, Uzumaki Mito, to marry one of Mito's cousins. Thus, it can be concluded that Mo Chen is not only a direct descendant of the second Hokage, possessing the bloodline of the Senju clan, but he also inherits the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan and the Uchiha clan. In summary, Mo Chen can be regarded as the grandchild of the third Hokage and the fourth cousin of Tsunade. He shares a cousinly bond with Sasuke and can also be considered a distant relative of Naruto. Such a lineage is akin to an accumulation of extraordinary buffs. Chapter 20. Inheriting Gai Sensei's Nindo? The best candidate for Hokage. After a considerable pause, the third Hokage regained his composure, his eyes gleaming with excitement. If he could mold Mo Chen into his desired form, there would be no better candidate for the fifth Hokage. However, it would take at least 7 to 10 years for Mo Chen to mature enough to assume the position of Hokage. During this time, he must diligently safeguard the Hokage title for him. Wait a moment. The third Hokage suddenly realized with a jolt, this matter must not reach Danzo's ears. Summoning an Umbu to assist in investigating Mo Chen's background, he solemnly instructed, classify this information as the highest secret of Konoha. No one, including the advisory elders, is permitted to access it without authorization. Furthermore, make some alterations to the data so that any inquiries yield misleading results. Simultaneously, the same information found its way into Danzo's hands, leaving him momentarily dazed as he contemplated Mo Chen's lineage. Tobarama-sensei actually left descendants? Danzo clenched the document tightly, causing it to emit a pained squeak under the strain. Unfortunately, a man like Danzo, when in a foul mood, would not hesitate to strike even a passing dog, let alone show mercy to a mere document. I should have anticipated that someone like Tobarama-sensei, despite his trust in us disciples, would leave behind some contingencies. His direct bloodline serves as a safeguard. Yet for years, this issue had remained hidden. Was it due to his alignment with Sarutobi's ideals? Or had he been swayed by Sarutobi long ago? Regardless, if Tobarama-sensei were alive, he would undoubtedly reject Sarutobi's philosophy. I am the one who truly comprehends and embodies the teacher's Nindo. Danzo's thoughts raced as he quickly convinced himself. Come. Call upon those who can assist in investigating Mo Chen's background, he commanded in a deep voice. Subtly manipulate Mo Chen's lineage information so that any inquiries lead to inaccuracies. Understood, his subordinates replied as they departed. Mo Chen, the great-grandson of Tobarama-sensei. Danzo's gaze flickered as he murmured to himself. It is time to find an opportunity for a serious conversation with him. Sakura Haruno. Oh, how frustrating. Truly living up to what senior said about being the late king. That cursed Kakashi-sensei asked us to gather at the training ground at 5, and it's already past 11, yet he still hasn't arrived. It infuriates me. Yamanaka. Oh, the joy. Such delightful news. I was merely engaged in the tedious task of weeding, and I was about to complain. Now, seeing that your Team 7, along with your leading Jonin, has yet to commence their assessment, I suddenly feel quite fortunate. Hinata Hyuga, we are also performing a D-rank mission. Assisting a farm with various chores. Tintin, don't worry, you still have a long stretch of monotonous life ahead. As a novice genin, you can only accept D-rank missions, which mainly consist of mundane daily tasks. Sakura Haruno, damn it, thinking about it, my splendid life feels wasted. Yamanaka, humph. Even if they offered you a high-ranking mission now, would you be able to handle it? With your limited strength, you'd lose your life in an instant. Yamanaka, but you should first contemplate how to navigate the assessment led by the Jonin. You might just be sent back to the academy for remediation. At that point, your Sasuke-kun will be lost to you. Sakura Haruno, nonsense. I can't speak for Senior Tintin and Hinata, but I'm undoubtedly stronger than you. Yamanaka, I have the enhancement effect. Sakura Haruno, Hinata Hyuga, have you both tested how effective it is? Yamanaka and Tintin. Well, how should I put it? Weeding has become much faster than before. One person has managed to accomplish the work of 3. Sakura Haruno, have you weeded before? Yamanaka, does flower arrangement count? Sakura Haruno, Tintin, I just knocked our team's genius down like a pig. I was always looked down upon by him. Haha? Hinata Hyuga. Oh, Tintin. Oh right. He is also from the Hyuga clan. Niji Hyuga. Hinata Hyuga. Brother Niji? Tintin. Niji is your brother? Hinata Hyuga. That is a bit complicated to explain. Tintin. All right. I think I understand now. Hinata is the eldest daughter of the main branch. Hinata Hyuga. At the training ground of Team 3. Might Guy and Rock Lee gazed at Tintin in astonishment. Disbelief etched across their faces. Today, they had no missions, and as usual, Guy-sensei was conducting routine training with several students. Lee was diligently following Guy, engaging in various physical training, while Tintin, while training with ninja tools, served as a training aid for Niji. Despite Niji's Byakugan having blind spots, the disparity in their strengths was so great that Tintin could not inflict any harm on Niji, no matter how hard she tried. However, just moments ago, Tintin had demonstrated her prowess. The tools she threw were faster and more powerful than before, exceeding her previous capabilities by more than double. Niji, caught off guard, initially found himself at a disadvantage. Even though he quickly regained his footing and activated his Kaiten, Tintin delivered a devastating blow that shattered his defense, following it up with several close-range attacks. Soon enough, Niji lay on the ground, bruised and battered. Cough. Tintin scratched her head awkwardly and said, "Would you believe me if I said I didn't do it on purpose?" Seeing Niji strut around like he owned the place, as if everyone owed him money and belittling others at every turn, Tintin had long wanted to give him a beating, yet had felt powerless until now. Finally, she felt relieved. Wah! Lee exclaimed, "Guy-sensei, did you see that?" Tintin actually knocked Niji down. "I saw it," Guy exclaimed, tears of joy welling in his eyes. "It appears that Tintin is indeed the most suitable student to inherit my Nindo. My efforts have not been in vain. This is what youth is all about." "Ah, how could this be?" Lee cried, cradling his head in despair. "The one who should inherit Guy-sensei's Nindo is me. How could Tintin get ahead of me? Has my youth already withered away?" Guy suddenly delivered a powerful punch to Lee's face, sending him flying against a tree with a thud. "Baka," Guy roared. "I want to allow you to speak of yourself that way. Our youth is free of regrets, although Tintin may have taken the lead for now. If you double your efforts, you will surely catch up." Ouch. In an instant, Shaoli felt rejuvenated, his expression brimming with fervor as he declared, "If 2,000 push-ups, 2,000 punches, 2,000 kicks, 5,000 jumps, and 500 laps around Konoha are insufficient, then I shall double it. If doubling it still falls short, I shall triple it, quintuple it, or even decuple it. I am determined to prove that perseverance can triumph over genius." "Lee, you have finally understood," Kai exclaimed with heartfelt joy, tears streaming down his face as he embraced Shaoli. "What a clumsy yet endearing disciple you are." "Kai-sensei, Lee, Kai-sensei, Lee." The two shared a poignant moment, weeping in each other's arms. However, the grotesque lines of their green spandex and the unsightly watermelon hairstyle left Tion with a face full of disdain, her lips twitching in disgust. Inheriting Kai-sensei's ninja way? She resolutely declined. Meanwhile, Niji, who had been lying on the ground questioning his existence, was jolted into a sitting position, overcome by revulsion as he growled at Tion. Once more. Chapter 021. Tomorrow begins the fusion of would release alright. Today's training concludes here. Same time tomorrow. Tianzong stated in a flat tone as he observed the panting Mo Chen in the training grounds. Yet, upon closer inspection, a tremor of astonishment lingered in his voice. How extraordinary. In this lifetime, not only had he never seen such prowess, he had never even heard of it. Tian Zhang's gaze drifted, his heart overwhelmed with disbelief. Within a mere day, Mo Chen had transformed from a mere civilian ninja academy graduate, limited to basic body techniques, into a proficient user of both earth and water release transformations. He had also mastered all B rank and below ninjutsu within those elements that Tian Zhang himself possessed. Remarkably, this was the result of Tian Zhang's deliberate restraint. Mo Chen truly mastered the art of ninjutsu in just one morning. After indulging in a sumptuous lunch and allowing time for digestion, Tian Zhang commenced practical training with Mo Chen. Initially, he intended for Mo Chen to integrate the knowledge acquired in the morning. However, it was only during the actual combat that Tian Zhang realized what true genius and prodigious talent truly meant. Mo Chen possesses no notion of being a novice. Everything he has mastered is executed with remarkable proficiency, devoid of any hint of awkwardness. Naturally, it cannot be said that the entire afternoon was spent idly. Mo Chen, after all, had never truly engaged in combat. The appropriate application of various tactics required gradual adaptation and comprehension. Furthermore, he was merely at the outset of his physical training. Initially, Tian Zhang was able to constrain his strength to a level comparable to Mo Chen's, allowing for a balanced confrontation. However, as time progressed, Tian Zhang increasingly unleashed his full potential. In the end, while he appeared to maintain an air of effortless grace, he was, in fact, exerting himself fully to keep Mo Chen at bay. This indicated that, relying solely on earth and water release techniques, coupled with the advancements in his physical skills and combat experience achieved today, Mo Chen's prowess could undoubtedly be classified as elite among the Ch-nin. With one or two more trump cards, one could even regard him as an exceptional J-nin. Such a rate of progress was indeed astonishing, arguably unparalleled in the annals of the ninja world. Although Tian Zhang refrained from expressing his thoughts overtly, he offered a few words of encouragement before swiftly sending Mo Chen away. He sought a quiet place to reflect alone. Yet, before he could act on this desire, members of the Umbu soon approached, informing him that the third Hokage wished to speak with him. It was evident that the third was eager to inquire about Mo Chen's training progress. As soon as Tian Zhang entered the Hokage's office, without even exchanging pleasantries, the third Hokage impatiently inquired, "How did Mo Chen perform today?" His tone was unremarkable, as if it were a casual inquiry. After a moment's contemplation, Tian Zhang cautiously replied, "Mo Chen possesses the finest talent I have ever encountered. He has already mastered the nature transformations of water and earth release. Although he utilized shadow clones to accelerate his experience, even without this method, he would reach his current level within a few days. For reasons unknown." Recalling the moment Mo Chen addressed him as teacher, Tian Zhang ignited a profound urge within him to protect the young ninja. His hesitation stemmed not from a lack of trust in the third Hokage, but rather from a concern that revealing the truth might lead the third to place undue expectations upon Mo Chen, thus imposing excessive pressure on him. What if, in an effort to meet the third's expectations, Mo Chen felt compelled to exert himself to the brink? Speaking conservatively, a few days of relaxation would not be detrimental for Mo Chen. Despite his caution, the third Hokage was so taken aback that he stood up abruptly. He has already mastered 2 nature transformations? The pipe in his mouth nearly fell as he exclaimed, astonished. He murmured in admiration, "Indeed. He is worthy of being the second Hokage's legacy." Quickly realizing he nearly let slip too much, he deftly shifted the topic. "In that case, let us begin teaching him the method of merging would release tomorrow." Tian Zhang, momentarily taken aback, replied with urgency, "Might that be too soon? Lord Third, I do not question your decision, but Mo Chen has only just graduated from the Ninja Academy, and today marks his first true encounter with ninja training. I understand your concerns." The third waved his hand, resuming his seat with a melancholic expression. "But time waits for no one. Naruto has also passed Kakashi's evaluation today, and will officially commence mission starting tomorrow. You understand what this implies, do you not? Naruto Uzumaki?" Tian Zhang fell silent. The Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails was a taboo for anyone in Konoha. The third's expression reminded Tian Zhang of the tragic calamity from 12 years ago. Should the Nine Tails rampage again, even he would find it difficult to intervene, accentuating Mo Chen's significance. Unexpectedly, Kakashi had indeed allowed them to pass the evaluation. Mo Chen's abilities were the most effective weapon against the Nine Tails. It was imperative for him to grow swiftly, as this was crucial for all of Konoha. The third sighed. "I hope you grasp that all I do is for the village, devoid of any personal motives." "I understand, Lord Third. I shall begin instructing Mo Chen on merging would release tomorrow." Tian Zhang replied with a heavy heart. He had initially planned to train Mo Chen for a while longer, allowing him to elevate his mastery of water and earth release techniques to a higher level. Not necessarily to wield S-rank forbidden techniques, but he aimed for Mo Chen to learn several A-rank techniques and fully step into the J-nin tier, which would provide greater assurance. However, since the third had already spoken, he had no authority to make decisions. Now, all he could do was hope that Mo Chen's remarkable talent could sustain such a leap in development. Meanwhile, having concluded a day of training, Mo Chen felt no fatigue. Instead, he was invigorated. The visible acceleration of his strength felt akin to playing a game with cheats or revving up a motor to impress a girlfriend, filling him with exhilaration. If it were possible, he would have trained 24 hours a day, striving to reach his limits in one go. Yet, as a transmigrator, he understood the importance of balancing work and rest, compelling himself to suppress his fervent desire. As he strolled down the street, rounding a corner, he unexpectedly collided with another figure. Mo Chen instinctively lunged forward, only to be met with a piercing scream from the opposite side. As 4 or 5 individuals tumbled into a chaotic heap on the ground, Mo Chen was indeed startled, although he held back at the last moment, given his current strength. It was likely that his opponent would either be gravely injured or worse. However, as he focused his gaze and recognized the identity of the individuals before him, he couldn't help but chuckle. Wasn't this the very group that had assisted him in awakening the Sharingan just yesterday? What a coincidence it was. Mo Chen strolled leisurely towards the few chubby individuals who appeared dazed from the collision, an aura of shadow enveloping him. "You audacious fellows," he remarked. "How bold of you to dare collide with me." Mo Chen clasped his hands across his chest, a cold smile gracing his lips as he declared, "Thanks to your reckless collision, I nearly lost half my life. Now, tell me, how do you intend to compensate me?" The rotund youth, having been struck by Mo Chen, felt the lingering pain from yesterday's injuries intensify. Having collided with several companions, his entire body ached, and he sensed multiple fractures. Upon hearing Mo Chen's words, his anger surged. Such remarks were typically his to make. Today, however, they were turned upon him, an utter reversal of fate. "How dare you? I'm in excruciating pain. Let me see which fool dares to speak to me in such a manner." With the assistance of his companions, the rotund youth managed to sit up, only to be met with Mo Chen's devilish grin, which drained the color from his face. Chapter 022, The Konoha Quartet Seeks to Ride the Wave Boss. "He's merely a small fry. Why should we fear him?" One of the rotund youth's companions recognized Mo Chen and sneered, "Yesterday, he only ambushed us when we were unprepared. Are we four not capable of handling him?" "Indeed." Another chimed in, "He is just a bit stronger. Nothing remarkable." The rotund youth found this reasoning compelling. After all, they were 4 seasoned fighters, and the advantage lay with them. "Exactly," he exclaimed, struggling to stand, his injuries causing him to grimace. Yet, disregarding the pain, he waved his hand. "Forget about me for now. Let us take him down together. How dare he put on airs before me? Teach him a lesson. Today, he shall learn why the flowers are so red." "All right, boss." "No problem, boss." His 3 companions responded enthusiastically, leaving the rotund youth behind as they approached Mo Chen with malicious grins. Their previous fear had been a result of the suddenness of the incident and Mo Chen's beastly demeanor. The more they reflected, the angrier they became. They would never confess to cowardice. They had been waiting for an opportunity to reclaim their dignity, and now that Mo Chen had come to them, there would be no room for pleasantries. "Ouch! You rascals!" The rotund youth lost his balance and fell back to the ground, wailing in pain. However, his companions were wholly focused on Mo Chen, oblivious to his plight. "You little brat, you chose the wrong path. This is your own doing. Since the boss has given the order, even if you kneel and beg for mercy, it won't help. Stand still so we can give you a good thrashing. If you cooperate, perhaps I'll go easy on you. Falling into our hands is your misfortune. I just carved a path from East Street to West Street, and here, no one dares to oppose me. How dare you provoke my boss?" The 3 assailants wore fierce expressions, their venomous words filling the air as they closed in on Mo Chen, clearly intent on instilling a sense of dread before the confrontation began. Mo Chen was eager to inquire whether the 3rd individual's eyes were dry, yet upon reflection, he decided against wasting too much time on them. There was too much frivolous chatter. This was his moment to shine. Who allowed them to embellish their roles? Mo Chen swiftly darted between the 3 individuals, and in an instant, 3 resounding slaps echoed through the air, accompanied by anguished cries. The 3 henchmen of the rotund figure were sent sprawling, one atop the other, atop their leader. "Oh no, I'm going to die." The rotund figure, crushed beneath them, emitted a wail that was more pitiful than that of his subordinates. Regrettably, after receiving a slap from Mo Chen, all 3 of them were left dazed, their heads buzzing, unable to regain their composure or rise. By the time they slowly recovered and recalled their leader, the rotund figure had already rolled his eyes back, frothing at the mouth, having fainted from the pain. "Boss." The 3 of them turned pale, shrieking in distress. "Kid, you better stay put and watch how we deal with you. First, we'll take our boss to the hospital, and then we'll return for a fair fight. Don't even think about running." "Yes, exactly that." 2 of them, one on each side, hoisted the rotund figure and attempted to make their escape, while the last one hesitated for a moment before following closely behind. Whoosh! Mo Chen swiftly positioned himself in the path of a few individuals, deftly twirling a shuriken in his hand. "Spare us, noble hero. We shall never dare again." The 2 men supporting the plump figure immediately knelt on the ground, clasping their ears in a gesture of submission, pleading for mercy. The remaining individual, albeit slightly delayed, soon followed suit, sinking to his knees. "How?" The plump figure thudded to the ground, awakening with a start, letting out a series of desperate cries. "Enough! Silence!" Mo Chen pressed the shuriken against the plump figure's neck. The icy touch and the chilling intent sent a shiver through him, compelling him to cease his outcry immediately. "You have troubled me twice." Mo Chen raised an eyebrow, declaring, "I must settle this score with you. The plump figure and his 3 companions harbored a multitude of grievances, yet dared not voice them. Now, relinquish all your valuables. It is time for a heist. Mo Chen pressed the shuriken forward, drawing a thin line of blood across the plump figure's neck. Don't kill me. I'll give it. I'll give it. The plump figure, nearly in tears, shouted in terror. Did you not hear this, esteemed gentleman? No, my lord, speak. Quickly, hand over all your money. Soon enough, a motley collection of items lay scattered on the ground. This meager sum is insufficient to purchase your lives, Mo Chen remarked with a hint of disdain. Upon inspection, the total value barely amounted to around 1,000 taels, a paltry sum indeed. He was serious about this robbery. After all, he was merely an orphan, devoid of family. And the future was uncertain. Presently, he found himself in dire straits. While he could seek assistance from Tianzong or the 3rd generation, who would undoubtedly oblige, it paled in comparison to the satisfaction of earning it himself. My lord, we truly have nothing left. The plump figure lamented, his face twisted in despair. If they possessed wealth, would they resort to loitering in the streets? That is of no concern to me. It does not pertain to my affairs. Mo Chen retorted with a fierce glare. There are 4 of you. Each head is worth 10,000 taels. Plump one, you owe me 20,000, totaling 50,000 taels. You have 3 days to deliver the money to my residence. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. He continued, of course, you could choose to relocate to evade my grasp. But heed my warning. I am currently a favored individual before the 3rd Hokage and shall soon join the Umbu. When that time comes, humph. Mo Chen let out a cold chuckle, stowing away his hidden weapon before turning to leave. This was merely a small outlet for the grievances of yesterday. In truth, he did not particularly care whether they would deliver the money. Even if they did not, he would not pursue the matter. Of course, should fate intertwine their paths again, misfortune would surely befall those deserving. However, what Mo Chen did not anticipate was that the little chubby ones had indeed become cowards, lurking in the dark corners of the village to ambush solitary passers-by. That very night, they were apprehended by the Shadow Department and subsequently imprisoned. Upon receiving the news, the 3rd generation dispatched someone to deliver 100,000 taels in silver notes to Mo Chen. This turn of events was indeed somewhat unexpected, affirming his standing in the eyes of the 3rd generation. Having dealt with those insignificant characters, Mo Chen swiftly cast the matter from his mind. Upon returning home, he found Tian already waiting for him. No, it was not just Tian. All 4 of Konoha's blossoms had arrived. To facilitate Tian's cleaning efforts, Mo Chen had entrusted her with a key. The 4 had evidently not been there long, as Tian and Hinata were busy tidying up, while Sakura and Ino busied themselves in the kitchen. Mo Chen could hear their bickering from the entrance, making it unnecessary to step inside to know they were present. Clearly, they all wished to curry favor with Mo Chen. Even the seemingly aloof Sakura could not resist this trend. Mo Chen felt a secret delight, though it was a pity that these were merely a few small flower buds. Otherwise, the outcome would have been quite different. Chapter 023. Why didn't Xiaoying receive the enhancement? It must be said that, although they were but small buds, they were undeniably charming little blossoms. Mo Chen refrained from interrupting them, standing quietly at the doorway, admiring the diligent figures of Tian and Hinata. Even though he was aware that their approach was driven by ulterior motives, the mere sight of their charming appearances was enough to bring him a sense of comfort. Ah! Mo Chen has returned. With a swift turn, Tian's petite figure swayed, inadvertently locking eyes with him, causing her to nearly jump in surprise and involuntarily exclaim. Upon hearing Tian's shout, Hinata beside her reacted with a slight tremor, turning around with an expression tinged with nervousness and embarrassment. After all, their arrival was unannounced, and their familiarity was limited. Entering Mo Chen's home without permission felt rather abrupt. However, this was merely Hinata's personal sentiment. In the kitchen, the 2 occupants, upon hearing the commotion, clattered out in a flurry, refusing to concede to one another. Mo Chen, you have finally returned. We have been waiting for you for quite some time. Ino boldly rushed over, wrapping her arms around one of his. Just a little longer. The meal will be ready shortly, Sakura chimed in, seizing his other arm and casting a fierce glare at Ino, signaling her intent to not easily yield. The 2 stood their ground, their gazes clashing and igniting sparks of rivalry. Mo Chen had not anticipated that his first formal encounter with them would unfold in such a manner. Were these 2 truly not intending to conceal anything? Nevertheless, it must be said that even at this age, Ino had quite a lot going for her. Sakura, though somewhat less striking, possessed her own charm. The soft, feminine touch of a girl was undeniably pleasant. While he thought about it, Mo Chen did not reveal his musings, instead adopting a bewildered expression, somewhat at a loss, and queried, what is the meaning of this? Tian hurriedly squeezed in, forcefully prying apart Ino and Sakura's hands. She shot them a glare while simultaneously issuing a warning in their group chat. You all need to tone it down. Not a whisper of this chat group can be leaked, or I won't hesitate to expel you, she declared. My relationship with Mo Chen is currently quite close. Sakura retorted, oh, what's the big deal? I'm just being a bit more enthusiastic. Ino chimed in, this is all your fault, white forehead. You've declared your loyalty to Sasuke, so don't come here causing trouble. Besides, didn't TU say you'd leave the group? Why haven't TU? Sakura snapped back. This is my own affair and none of your business. Hinata interjected. Everyone, please stop arguing. Let us handle the current situation first. Or else Mo Chen might grow suspicious. Everyone, silence. Tian commanded. After a brief exchange in the chat, she awkwardly pulled Mo Chen aside and explained, I'm sorry. Mo Chen, I brought them to your house without your consent. They just became ninjas and were excited about going out to celebrate. When they heard I was coming here, they insisted on tagging along. They mentioned they're your classmates, so I thought it would be alright, but I didn't expect them to be so forward. If you're upset, I can send them away right now. She shot another fierce look at Ino and Sakura. Sakura appeared unfazed. She admitted to feeling a twinge of envy at the boost Ino and Tian received, and indeed intended to benefit from the situation. However, in her view, Mo Chen was merely an obscure presence, and she believed that her willingness to grace his home with her presence should be met with enthusiasm on his part. After all, her charming demeanor was a rare display of friendliness and warmth towards him. Shouldn't Mo Chen be overwhelmed with gratitude? Ino, however, was more tactful. She quickly composed her expression and addressed Mo Chen. I apologize, Mo Chen. We were indeed too abrupt. It was merely a moment of excitement. If we made you uncomfortable, I sincerely apologize. Mo Chen-kun. Hinata approached, her demeanor tinged with nervousness and shyness as she added. I'm really sorry for not obtaining your permission. Mo Chen casually surveyed his surroundings. Although he could not fathom the thoughts swirling in Sakura's mind, her expression suggested that she was someone who could easily be the first to exit the scene. Everyone, please do not be alarmed. I bear no ill towards you. Mo Chen said with a gentle smile. I was merely startled by your unexpected arrival. It is quite rare for anyone to visit my home. So I am genuinely pleased to have you here. Sakura raised an eyebrow, exchanging a triumphant glance with Ino and Ten. See? It's just you two who are overreacting. Unfortunately, her smugness was met with Ino's and Ten's eye rolls. Ding. Congratulations to group member Hinata Hyuga. Your group level has increased from LV0 to LV1, granting you a total attribute boost of 200. The group system chimed in, seemingly attuned to Mo Chen's sentiments. A flicker of surprise gleamed in Hinata's eyes, while Sakura, after waiting for what felt like an eternity for the next notification, felt her mood plummet. She yearned to unleash a torrent of curses and to vent her frustrations in the group chat. However, being the astute individual she was, she quickly realized that such actions would only render her a laughingstock. Ino, congratulations, Hinata. What a delightful surprise. It seems Mo Chen truly holds no grudge against us. Wouldn't you agree, broad forehead Sakura? Ten. Hinata has also gained Mo Chen's recognition. Congratulations, Hinata. Isn't that right, Sakura? Hinata, thank you. But I'm a bit confused. Why didn't Sakura receive a boost? Ino, indeed, why is that? Sakura, what do you think? Sakura, enough already. Sakura was on the verge of exploding with frustration. She had an inkling of the reason but steadfastly refused to acknowledge it as her fault. Rather, she believed the group chat system was targeting her. Ino winked playfully at Sakura, her eyes glinting with mischief, and then turned to Mo Chen with a grin. Mo Chen, I heard that Lord Third bore no ill will towards you regarding yesterday's incident. While it's unfortunate that you couldn't become a ninja, I am confident you will have more opportunities in the future. Moreover, I must share a little secret. I paid a visit to the hospital yesterday and dealt quite sternly with those two who ambushed you. They gained quite the notoriety there and were so frightened they applied for discharge before their ailments had fully healed. Ino, keen on obtaining a boost herself, knew that fostering a close relationship with Mo Chen was imperative and thus would not shy away from taking credit for her good deeds. As expected, a glimmer of gratitude shone in Mo Chen's eyes, and he sincerely replied, Thank you so much, Ino. I never anticipated they would resort to such actions. Speaking of which, it was teacher Xiang who interceded on my behalf with Lord Third. I must pay him a visit to express my gratitude. Had Ino not reminded him, Mo Chen might have completely forgotten about Chi Wei and Liu Tai. He realized he needed to find an opportunity to exact his revenge, as he was quite the vindictive individual. As for Indo Xiang, he was merely a background character whose presence or absence bore no significant impact on the overarching narrative. However, since he had advocated for Mo Chen, it would be remiss for Mo Chen not to show some acknowledgement, lest he be deemed ungrateful. Mo Chen is truly kind. Ino praised, pushing him down onto the sofa. As a form of compensation for our uninvited presence, you shall rest here, while we take care of dinner. Mo Chen observed a fleeting hint of disappointment in Ino's eyes. Perhaps it stemmed from her failure to achieve a rank elevation after seeking recognition. Chapter 024. Sakura excluded from the circle among the 4 flowers of Konoha. Only Sakura had yet to receive any enhancement, which ignited her fervor even more. She promptly expelled Ino from the kitchen, taking it upon herself to prepare dinner. Although the meal was palatable, her attitude remained unrepentant, perpetually failing to gain the approval of either the chat group system or Mo Chen himself. This fueled Sakura's ire, leading her to storm off before finishing her meal. Haruno Sakura, if I ever show Mo Chen a friendly face again, I am a fool. Yamanaka Ino, that might not be so bad. Sakura the fool. Ten, I must speak fairly. You cannot place the blame solely on Mo Chen for this. Hinata Hyuga, I believe that to receive enhancements, one must sincerely treat Mo Chen well. Moreover, Mo Chen is indeed quite remarkable. Haruno Sakura, indeed. In the first future video, you were forcefully kissed by him. Since he is so splendid, why not seize the opportunity to make amends? Perhaps you could level up by 1 or 2 ranks. Yamanaka Ino, Sakura the fool. Are you out of your mind, snapping at everyone? This is your own issue. You just blamed Mo Chen, and now you're turning on Hinata? Haruno Sakura, Ino fool. Are you looking for a fight? Yamanaka Ino, am I afraid of you? Tintin, Sakura, if you continue to act so irrationally. Do not be surprised if we choose not to include you. And do not forget the second rule of the group. You have already crossed the line. Haruno Sakura, I truly overestimated my worth among you, and I do not require your company. I am drawing a line here. If anyone wishes to remain in this wretched group, they may do so. I shall exit immediately. It was evident, as Tintin had pointed out, that Sakura had once again violated the group rules. The second rule mandates harmonious coexistence among members. At present, the system was validating, and Sakura's actions had disrupted the harmony among group members. Due to her markedly worse attitude this time, the punishment was also more severe. Before she could confirm her exit from the chat group, the retribution struck. The currents coursing through her were exponentially more intense than before, accompanied by flames from the heavens. Their combined force potent enough to reduce her to ashes in an instant. Yet, under a certain power's influence, Sakura could distinctly feel the searing pain without sustaining actual harm. The electric shocks rendered her flesh and bones in excruciating agony, akin to 1,000 ants gnawing at her, overwhelming her with both pain and numbness. The scorching heat of the flames was not only painful but also excruciatingly unbearable. Suspended in midair, she flickered with bolts of lightning and flames, emitting a desperate wail. However, her cries failed to escape, seemingly muffled by an unseen force, confined within a minuscule space. Tears of regret streamed down Sakura's face as she struggled to endure the torment, yearning for it to cease, desperate to escape into unconsciousness. Feeling an unprecedented sense of helplessness and dread, she longed to apologize and seek help from her fellow sisters in the group. Yet she found herself too weak to send a message. The ordeal persisted for a full 10 minutes, each second stretching into eternity, her voice hoarse from screaming. This experience became an indelible psychological scar. Having endured it once, she could not bear to face it again. When the punishment finally concluded, Sakura collapsed to the ground, her eyes rolling back, drool escaping her lips. She resembled someone recently pulled from water, drenched in sweat, her clothes clinging tightly to her body. With the slightest twist, a cascade of sweat could be wrung from her. After 10 minutes of punishment, it took Sakura 2 hours to regain her composure. Strangely, during this time, not a single passerby appeared. She had not wandered into a dark alley. Moreover, although late, it was not yet too late, and this area typically saw occasional foot traffic. Regaining her senses, Sakura was gripped by fear and immediately sought to exit the chat group. She dared not linger in this cursed place, uncertain of when punishment might strike again. Just as she prepared to confirm her exit, the content in the chat group caught her eye, halting her movement. Yamanaka Ino, you deserve it. You've been punished again, haven't you? Your screams must indicate an even harsher penalty this time. Tintin, Sakura, you should be more mindful. Surely this experience will teach you to be wiser? Hinata Hyuga. Indeed, Sakura's words were excessively harsh this time. Upon hearing Sakura's cries, the other 3 women comprehended the situation. Yet, they continued to eat and drink, showing little concern. Exiting the chat group would erase all related memories, rendering her previous suffering in vain. Furthermore, they had all received enhancements, hence, the gap between her and them would only widen. Wouldn't she then appear even more foolish? Sakura felt a twinge of resentment towards her so-called friends, who not only criticized her collectively but also took the opportunity to kick her while she was down. No, she could not exit like this. She must devise a way to obtain a more advanced enhancement, document everything that transpired within the group, and seal it within a scroll. Exiting afterward. Then it would be her turn to look down upon them. Sakura quickly conceived what she believed to be the most astute plan, to reap the benefits of the chat group and then abandon it, a flawless strategy. However, she would need to be more cautious in her future actions. She had no desire to endure such punishment again. Clarifying her thoughts, Sakura brushed off the dust from her clothes, rising to her feet as if nothing had occurred, and continued her journey home. In Mo Chen's household, Sakura unexpectedly threw a tantrum and left. Although Ino and the others feigned indifference in their group chat, in reality, they were tinged with concern. They evaded Mo Chen's attention and engaged in a hushed conversation among themselves. Ultimately, they reached a consensus that Sakura ought to face consequences for her actions. Should she rectify her attitude following this punishment, they might choose to act as if nothing had transpired. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to regard her as one of their own again. Their discreet exchanges did not escape Mo Chen's notice. He merely pretended to be oblivious. After satisfying their hunger and thirst, the group indulged in light conversation, growing more familiar with one another. Mo Chen, it is said that your abilities can effortlessly defeat even Jonin, but you have yet to fully master them. Would you like to join me at the training ground for some practice? Tian brought up the topic, recalling their imminent battle in the future video. With the authenticity of the future content now confirmed, and the outcome deemed harmless, they decided to proceed accordingly. Ino chimed in, let us go then. In truth, I have recently experienced a notable improvement in my strength and would like to test it in actual combat. Me too, Hinata added, her face flushed. She had just received a boost in her abilities and was eager to put it to the test. Mo Chen shrugged and remarked, since you all insist. It would seem rather ungracious of me to decline. However, I must clarify that the ability you mentioned, Tian, I am yet to master. It is precisely because I lack proficiency that I am eager to practice. Without granting Mo Chen a moment of humility, Tian grasped his arm and led him outside. In the future video, during their inaugural spar, Mo Chen had effortlessly employed 2 ninjutsu techniques, defeating her with ease. Yet, the Tian depicted therein lacked any enhancement effects. She was keen to discover what outcome would ensue after harnessing such enhancements in her duel against Mo Chen. Chapter 025, New Member of the Chat Group. Uzumaki Karen Water Release, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. A water dragon, stretching over 10 meters, surged forward. Tian, Ino, and Hinata found themselves unable to evade. And with a collective gasp, the 3 were propelled backward simultaneously. The 4 had convened at the training ground. Initially, it was indeed Tian battling Mo Chen, with Hinata and Ino observing from the sidelines. However, the scene from the future video soon replayed in its entirety. Tian's assault was thwarted by Mo Chen's Earth-style wall, followed by a counterattack with the Water Dragon Bullet, leading to her defeat. At that moment, Tian realized a crucial truth. Regardless of whether she possessed enhancement effects, her standing before Mo Chen remained unchanged. Unwilling to concede, Tian immediately invited Ino and Hinata to join forces against Mo Chen. Regrettably, even their combined efforts only prolonged the match by 2 additional rounds before they ultimately succumbed to the Water Dragon Bullet. Observing the 3 drenched girls, Mo Chen couldn't help but chuckle inwardly. Despite Ino and Hinata having enhancement effects, they were merely graduates from the Ninja Academy, newly minted genin with scant combat experience. While the enhancements amplified their attributes, the actual boost to their situational combat effectiveness was minimal. Their inclusion in Tian's endeavor could hardly be deemed a liability. It was more a case of being of limited assistance. Mo Chen, you are simply too formidable. Is this truly the ninjutsu you just learned today? Ino, with Mo Chen's aid, rose from the water, paying no heed to her partially disheveled appearance, and expressed her admiration. Mo Chen wielded several earth and water release techniques with remarkable finesse, leaving no trace of a novice learner. I feel that even if I were to double my strength, I would still be utterly powerless against you. The disparity is so vast that it leaves me somewhat disheartened. Tian was subsequently pulled to her feet by Mo Chen. Although her partially exposed state made her feel awkward and bashful, witnessing Ino's nonchalance spurred her resolve, and she refrained from covering herself as she had in the future video. Conversely, Hinata was less composed. Upon rising, she immediately retreated behind Tian and Ino, her face flushed with embarrassment, nearly transforming into a steam maiden. I merely possess a bit more talent. Mo Chen chuckled lightly, saying, I believe that with diligence, you shall soon catch up to me. Had they not seen the latter half of the future video, Ino and the others might have genuinely believed him. Ino rolled her eyes and replied, I cannot dare to imagine matching your prowess, but in matters of affection, I hold a bit more confidence. As she spoke, Ino cast flirtatious glances and sidled up to Mo Chen, grinning. So, what do you think? Isn't my figure quite splendid? Do you have any thoughts on it? Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback, feeling a bit embarrassed as he said, Ino, why did you suddenly bring this up? Tian quickly squeezed herself between Ino and Mo Chen, interjecting, Hey, could you refrain from meddling? We are currently discussing matters of cultivation. Let's be serious. With a warning glance, Tian cautioned Ino, aware that their relationship with Mo Chen had not yet reached a level where such banter was appropriate, as frivolous jokes could easily hinder their progress. Ino, realizing her impatience, playfully stuck out her pink tongue and said, I was just joking. Mo Chen surely wouldn't mind, right? Mo Chen cleared his throat twice, remaining silent and appearing somewhat uncomfortable. Of course, this was merely an act for the 3 young girls. He was currently embodying the persona of an innocent young man, neither proactive nor dismissive, yet carefully controlling the pace of their interactions to prevent any rapid progression. Tian, observing the scene, cast a disapproving glance at Jingyi, feeling somewhat helpless. She then remarked, We are all soaked to the skin. We must hurry back to change our clothes. Besides, it's getting late, so let us disperse for now. Originally, there was potential for further conversation, but the atmosphere had been disrupted. Reluctantly, Tian bid farewell to Mo Chen and forcibly pulled Jingyi along with Hinata as they departed. Mo Chen said little, and after the 3 women departed, he returned home alone. Ding. Group member quota increased by 1, and new members are being randomly selected. Please hold on. After taking a shower, Mo Chen lay on his bed when a notification from the system echoed in his ears. A new member? How unexpected. Who could it be? A flicker of anticipation arose within him. Ideally, it would be someone mature. That way, the new member might strive to enhance the Group S level, yielding delightful benefits. Ding. Selection complete. The new member is Vortex K Rin, and is being added to the group. Ding. Vortex K Rin has joined the chat group. K Rin? Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback, feeling a tinge of disappointment. Yet another budding flower. Nevertheless, upon seeing this name, he suddenly recalled that at this very moment, K-Rin seemed to be ensnared in turbulence. With this thought, his expression turned grave. Simultaneously, the 4 flowers of Konoha, now back in their respective homes, received the last notification from the group system. Yamanaka Inoha? A new member? I thought this chat group was just us. I didn't know newcomers could join. Tenten Vortex? Are they from our village? Hinata Hyuga. I haven't heard of this name before. Yamanaka Ino, Vortex K-Rin. Please introduce yourself. In the outskirts of the grass village, within a dilapidated wooden hut, a little girl with crimson hair curled up on the floor beside her bed, her arms wrapped around her legs, burying her head deeply. Mommy, the red-haired girl murmured, tears streaming uncontrollably down her cheeks. Suddenly, a strange image flickered before her eyes. In a flurry, she removed her glasses, wiped her eyes, and shook her head. When she looked again, the peculiar image remained. Ding! Vortex K-Rin has successfully joined Mo Chen's main group. Congratulations on becoming a member of Mo Chen's entourage. Please adhere to the following rules. 1. Mo Chen is the leader of this group. The leader's interests supersede all else. Group members must never act against the leader's interests. 2. What is this? The red-haired girl listened to the notification ringing in her ears. Realizing it was no illusion, and a sense of trepidation welled within her. At this moment, she felt exceedingly sensitive and timid. The sudden emergence of such an unknown entity frightened her, prompting her to close her eyes and bury her head in her legs once more. Yet even so, the strange image remained vividly apparent. She could also see the chat records, where others were urging her to speak. Vortex K-Rin, I am K-Rin. Yamanaka Ino, I know your name is Vortex K-Rin. It's displayed right above. I meant to inquire about your identity. Tenten, don't be nervous. We aren't bad people, nor will we harm you. If you have questions, we can first assist you in understanding. Allow me to explain the circumstances of this chat group. Tenten. So, do you understand now? Yamanaka Ino, violating group rules will result in punishment. Previously, someone broke the rules and received a severe electric shock. I certainly don't wish to experience that. So, K-Rin, rest assured, we won't harm you. Hinata Hyuga. Yes, this chat group only allows a select few to join, so those who are here are all allies. Vortex K-Rin. Is that so? Are you all ninjas from Konoha? But, I am in the grass village. Ding. The number of group members has reached 5. Unlocking new features for the chat group. Chapter 026. The plan to save K-Rin, future video ding. The number of group members has reached 5. Unlocking new features for the chat group. The sudden system notification rendered the chat group momentarily silent. Mo Chen received this notification as well. New features? Such hidden perks could prove beneficial for him. Ding. New feature unlocked successfully. Group members can initiate video chats by consuming chakra. Video chat. What does that entail? Mo Chen was rendered speechless. If one were to claim this function was useful, it undeniably serves a purpose at critical moments. Yet, to assert it is utterly useless would be a misrepresentation. It truly feels somewhat superfluous. What a disappointment. Yamamoto Ino. Video chat? What does that mean? Tion. I took a glance and think I've got the gist of it. With that, Tion activated the video function, broadcasting to everyone in the chat group. In the next instant, the chat interface transformed, revealing a scene of Tion reclining on her bed, clad in a nightgown. She donned a loose-fitting dress. Her usual bun had transformed into 2 playful ponytails, enhancing her charming appearance. The room was tidy and immaculate, predominantly adorned in white hues. The space was sparsely furnished, containing only essential pieces. Yamamoto Ino. Wow, is this what video functionality entails? I can actually see your surroundings from my home. Hinata Hyuga. It's my first time seeing Senior Tion's room. Tion, this feature is significantly more convenient than sending voice messages. It allows for sharing amusing moments with the sisters in the group. Should we encounter challenges during our tasks, we can activate the video function, eliminating the need for tedious explanations. Yamamoto Ino. It truly is quite useful and intriguing. I shall give it a try. Soon, the chat interface displayed another exclusive scene of Ino. However, upon opening the feed, one couldn't help but feel a blush creeping in. Ino was taking a bath. She was lounging in the bathtub, the surface of the water frothy with bubbles. The image was in ultra-high definition, showcasing her fair and radiant skin in exquisite detail. Even the pores were distinctly visible. Yamamoto Ino. I can really see it, and I can adjust the angle at will, even viewing what I cannot see behind me. This functionality isn't solely for your viewing pleasure. It can also serve me in special circumstances. Hinata Hyuga. Wow, Ino's skin is truly enviable. Tion, Ino. Do be modest. Yamamoto Ino. We are all sisters here. There's no need for modesty. With that, Ino stood up in the water, striking a few poses and casting flirtatious glances, declaring, not only is my skin exceptional, but how many can rival this figure? Though it may be a tad shameless. It is indeed the truth. Mo Chen was utterly astonished, his nose warm, nearly causing a nosebleed. Yet, he had weathered many storms before, even through the screen. No matter how vivid the reality, it was unlikely to provoke such a foolish expression from him. Steady now, steady. If they were to discover this matter, I would undoubtedly meet a most embarrassing end. Mo Chen quickly recited the calming incantation in his heart: prosperity, democracy, civilization, harmony, freedom, equality. At that moment, another image appeared in the chat group, belonging to Hinata. She was curled up in her blanket, only her shy little head visible. Hinata Hyuga, I just wanted to give it a try. The chakra consumption seems quite minimal. Tion, yes, this level of chakra consumption is negligible. It wouldn't affect you even in battle. Yamanaka Ino, Vortex Kareen, why don't you turn on your video as well? Let's get to know each other. Vortex Kareen, Tion, it's fine. It's normal to have questions about the chat group. Just take your time to adapt. If you need any assistance, don't hesitate to ask. Hinata Hyuga, but Kareen is from the Hidden Grass Village, isn't she? That seems quite distant from us. Yamanaka Ino, do you think other villagers will join us in the future? Tion, it's hard to say, but it seems likely that new members will continue to join. I just wonder how their slots are determined. Hinata Hyuga, it felt like suddenly new members appeared without any prior warning. Not only were they pondering this issue, but Mo Chen was also contemplating it, albeit without any clues, soon to dismiss it from his mind. Since Kareen had joined the chat group as the group leader, Mo Chen was determined to devise a plan to rescue her. Once he mastered what released tomorrow, he would possess sufficient power to undertake the rescue. Thus, he fabricated a narrative about saving Kareen, ideally indicating that it would occur in the coming days. According to the original storyline, Kareen's mother would die during this time from having her chakra drained. It remained uncertain whether she was alive or dead, having inherited her mother's abilities. Kareen would be immediately replaced after her mother's death, becoming a human-shaped pill for the Hidden Grass Village. Initially, she would be in the hospital, later taken to the battlefield, and shortly thereafter brought to Konoha to participate in the Chunin exams. This period marked the darkest chapter of Kareen's life. Even within the infinite Tsukuyumi dream, she sought redemption by altering the outcome of this time. System, oh system, may you prove supportive and not require me to exert excessive effort. Mo Chen quickly crafted the future for Kareen, silently praying as he opted to submit it. After experiencing 2 instances of fabricating future events, he had begun to discern some patterns. The future content should not be overly lengthy, and details ought to be kept to a minimum. It sufficed to highlight the desired theme. As for the rest, the plot would naturally steer itself in that direction. However, this time, the mission to infiltrate the Hidden Grass Village to rescue someone posed considerable danger. As evidenced by the Blood Prison movie, despite being a small village, the Hidden Grass Village held an extraordinary status in the ninja world. The village, associated with the Water Lamp City, housed rogue ninjas from various countries who could not be dealt with independently for various reasons, including some major criminals involved in transnational offenses. The grass ninjas responsible for guarding such criminals were not to be underestimated. A soft chime rang out as the women in the group were just chatting and preparing for sleep when the system delivered a prompt, indicating a future video segment had been uploaded. Tion, a future video? Is it one per day? Hinata Hyuga, yesterday, it was around this time too. Is there a pattern? Yamanaka Ino, who cares about patterns? Let's just watch. I hope this one is related to me. Tion, cough, let's watch it first. In truth, they all believed that this future video was more likely to be related to Sakura. However, due to Sakura's earlier sulkiness, she had not participated in the group discussions, so they refrained from bringing it up. Regrettably, when they opened the video, it was not Sakura at all. Among the newly joined members of the Konoha Four Flowers, 3 appeared in the future video, while Sakura was notably absent, which raised suspicions. Soon, the future video began. Chapter 027. We are the most unique in the ninja world. The future video commenced in the corridor of the Grass Hospital, where a burly man was gripping a girl by her red hair, dragging her forward. Initially, the red-haired girl cried and struggled, but her expression soon turned numb. As they passed a dimly lit small room, a figure lay motionless inside, covered with coarse cloth, with a few strands of red hair visible from the seams. The red-haired girl immediately broke free from the man's grip and rushed over. Before she could uncover the coarse cloth, an arm covered in bite marks dropped limply from it. The girl froze for a moment, then ran to the side and began to retch. The burly man stepped in again, once more dragging the red-haired girl away, ignoring her struggles and cries. Shortly after, he brought her into a room filled with injured individuals, tossing her to the ground. After a brief exchange with others, several injured individuals approached the red-haired girl with sinister grins. One of them seized her arm, preparing to bite down on it. With a loud crash, the door to the room burst open, sending that injured individual flying. A figure clad in a hidden grass umbu mask and draped in a black cloak swiftly appeared beside the red-haired girl, shielding her. In one fluid motion, they executed the water release, great waterfall technique, sweeping away everyone nearby except for the red-haired girl. The hidden grass umbu seized the opportunity to take the red-haired girl away, along with the woman whose red hair had been covered previously. They quickly left the hidden grass village, arriving at a desolate mountain outside. Upon removing the mask, the revealed face was unmistakably Mo Chen. Mo Chen infused the immense vitality of his would release into the body of the red-haired woman, astonishingly bringing her back to life. It turned out that the woman had merely been drained of her chakra, her life force exhausted, yet she had not entirely succumbed. With Mo Chen's chakra attributes, he possessed the capability to restore her. At that moment, the scene unfolded from Mo Chen's perspective, revealing a tapestry of memories. Mo Chen, after 3 days of devoted training under Tian Song, earned his complete recognition. The third generation deemed that Mo Chen's training could reach a satisfactory conclusion and subsequently assigned him to the Dark Division. Mo Chen's inaugural mission upon joining the clandestine division was to covertly infiltrate the village of Grass to investigate a particular matter. Once he stealthily entered the village, he inadvertently learned of the plight faced by a red-haired mother and daughter, stirring a profound sense of compassion within him. Consequently, he chose to interrupt his mission to undertake an additional task, rescuing them. The video concludes at this juncture. Initially, Mo Chen's plan was to directly locate the residence of the mother and daughter and discreetly escort them away without alerting anyone. Regrettably, the system's assessment deemed this strategy unfeasible. Mo Chen pondered for a moment, speculating that perhaps Xianglin's mother would not be returning, even if he hastened to Grass Hidden Village. It seemed unlikely that he would encounter her at her residence. Therefore, he had no choice but to push the timeline back a little further, crafting a narrative directly in accordance with the original text. This plan, surprisingly, passed the review without a hitch. However, the prospect of barging into Grass Hidden Village to seize their human-shaped pills was fraught with challenges. A misstep could easily lead to being encircled. Furthermore, even if he managed to extricate the individuals from the village, there was no telling if pursuit would ensue. He rubbed his temples in frustration. The primary issue was the pressing timeline. If only he had a bit more time. He could simply employ a kaleidoscope to achieve his ends. Whoever he glared at would be rendered helpless, eliminating the need for such convoluted efforts. Fabricating the future could not be done recklessly, at least for now. No matter how rapidly he progressed, he couldn't logically activate the kaleidoscope. The 3-tomo Sharingan was insufficient for him to act with impunity in Grass Hidden Village. In the mountains, Ino exclaimed, "Is that Xianglin?" "It must be, right?" Tintin responded. "Oh my, is Xianglin living this kind of life in Grass Hidden Village alongside her mother?" Hinata added, "How unfair." Ino remarked, "I never imagined there were such things in the ninja world, or perhaps this is the reality one only sees after becoming a ninja." Tintin countered, "No, I have never witnessed such a thing either. But I know that this world harbors many dark realities, and ninjas may indeed encounter such horrors, or even worse." Xianglin queried, "Is that person the group leader, Mo Chen?" Ino affirmed, "Indeed, those 2 future videos are stored in the group files. Have you seen them?" Xianglin replied, "Yes. But will he really come to save my mother and me? It feels so unreal." Tintin explained, based on the timeline in the videos. Mo Chen will join the Umbu in 2 days and take on the mission to Grass Hidden Village. The distance from Konoha to Grass Hidden Village is about a 2-day journey, so he will arrive at the village in 4 to 5 days at most. Ino reassured, "Don't worry, Xianglin. Since the videos show that you and your mother are saved by Mo Chen, this will undoubtedly happen. We have verified the 2 previous future videos." Hinata expressed, "I want to help too, but won't Mo Chen's actions provoke diplomatic issues?" Tintin replied, "Mo Chen has considered that, which is why he is disguising himself as a member of the Grass Hidden Umbu. As long as his identity remains concealed, it shouldn't pose a significant problem. Unfortunately, my abilities are too limited. Otherwise, I would definitely accompany Mo Chen." Ino suggested, "Although we can't participate in the rescue, we can assist with the aftermath. We should devise a plan to leave the village during that time. At the very least, we should help Xianglin and her mother find a new home. Is that all right?" Tintin continued, "You are all newcomers and will need to rely on the Jonin-sensei. I am likely the most suitable for this. Over the next few days, I will look for an individual mission that allows me to leave the village." "Leave this matter to me," Xianglin interjected. "You all," Ino reassured. Hinata previously mentioned that those who join the group are all allies. "With this chat group, we will surely become strong together." Ino added, "Now is the time you need help the most, and we will certainly assist you. When the time comes that we require help, we will turn to you." Tintin noted, "Though it may seem a bit self-serving, that is indeed the principle at play. Xianglin, remember that our group is the most extraordinary in the ninja world. One day, we will astonish everyone." Hinata affirmed, "Yes, I too feel much more confident than before." Xianglin expressed her gratitude. "Thank you all so much." Xianglin's dramatic shift in attitude was not lost on Sakura, who observed everything transpiring within the group. Initially filled with indignation and resentment, she now fell silent. She suddenly realized that her previous grievances paled in comparison to Xianglin's plight. After all, Sakura had merely been a tad self-centered and capricious. Her heart remained inherently kind. Otherwise, she would not have inherited Tsunade's legacy. The impact of Xianglin's situation profoundly affected her, broadening her horizons. While it would not lead to an immediate transformation, the stubbornness that had lingered within her heart gradually diminished. Chapter 028, joining the Umbu and heading to Grass Hidden Village in the ensuing 2 days. Mo Chen dedicated himself to rigorous training under Tian Zhang's guidance. In order to prepare for the potential dangers that might arise in Grass Hidden Village, he needed to elevate his strength as much as possible, lest he be toying with his own life. His talents had been exaggerated in the fabricated future, enduring training. He did not hold back, advancing at a pace that left Tianzong utterly astonished. Mastering the wood release techniques was achieved in a single attempt. After honing his wood release skills and enhancing their potency, he surpassed Tianzong's strength within a mere morning. That afternoon, Mo Chen absorbed every wood release ninjutsu that Tianzong had to offer, including techniques that Tianzong himself could not execute. By the next day, which marked the third day of training with Tianzong, Mo Chen had completely exhausted Tianzong's repository of knowledge. Initially, he had hoped to acquire the knowledge stored in Tianzong's mind as well, but his training was abruptly interrupted when the third Hokage sent someone to summon Mo Chen. Mo Chen, I have heard from Tianzong that your training has been remarkably smooth. You have perfectly fused with the wood release and mastered numerous ninjutsu. The third Hokage stated, seated behind his desk, wearing the Hokage hat, and smoking a pipe, a broad smile adorning his face. Tianzong, who had accompanied Mo Chen, stood behind him and sighed quietly. Although Mo Chen's training progress was rapid, having surpassed Tianzong's strength in just 3 days, his practical combat skills were also impressive. However, the swift advancement left Tianzong feeling somewhat apprehensive, making him reluctant to send Mo Chen on missions. He had intended to allow Mo Chen to settle for a while longer, but the third Hokage's urgency had compelled him to summon Mo Chen so soon. In response to the third Hokage, Mo Chen respectfully replied, I wouldn't say I have mastered it, but I have indeed fused with the wood release and learned some ninjutsu, all thanks to teacher Tianzong. Mo Chen's demeanor greatly pleased the third Hokage, who noted that despite only 3 days of instruction from Tianzong, Mo Chen had already addressed him as teacher. This quality of reverence for one's mentor was highly valued by the third. Indeed, the third nodded with satisfaction, stating, I have observed your training on occasion, and you truly excel in many aspects. Even disregarding your wood release abilities, your innate talent, temperament, and perseverance set you apart from others. With such promising attributes, it would be quite challenging to become a formidable force by merely secluding yourself. Therefore, I wish for you to join the Umbu, to undertake several missions and gain invaluable experience. What do you think? Naruto had already commenced his missions under Kakashi's guidance. And with his spirited nature, it would not be long before he sought more challenging tasks, inevitably leading him to leave the village. Although Kakashi, an elite jonin with the Sharingan, provided a reliable safeguard, the third remained wary. The issue lay with the 2 elder advisors of Konoha, who had voiced their objections multiple times, wishing to confine the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki within the village indefinitely. Nevertheless, the third had his own considerations. Nurturing Mo Chen was a means to bolster Naruto's security. Should Mo Chen truly flourish, this safeguard would become unassailable. Everything is at your command, Lord Third. Mo Chen outwardly acquiesced, embodying the demeanor of one who would comply with the third's every word. His entry into the Umbu and subsequent mission was something he had orchestrated through foresight, perfectly timed. The system was indeed remarkable. In the absence of external interference, the narrative unfolded as depicted in the future visions. Very well, from this moment forth, you shall be a member of the Hokage's direct Umbu. Assigned to Team 3 under Tianzong's command, the third said with a smile. Tianzong was taken aback with joy. He had not anticipated such an arrangement, with Mo Chen becoming his subordinate, allowing him to continue mentoring Mo Chen in due time. However, before Tianzong could ponder further, the third continued. There is an urgent mission to assign to you, which will also serve as your evaluation for joining the Umbu. Thus, upon the successful completion of this task, you will be formally inducted. Yes, Lord Third. Mo Chen expressed no dissent. The third then began to outline the details of the mission. In 3 months, Konoha would host a grand Chunin exam, organized collectively by the Hidden Leaf Village and its allied ninja villages from the Land of Fire and surrounding regions. Given the multitude of participants, the preparatory efforts would require substantial manpower and resources. Not to mention, invitations to the allied ninja villages would be dispatched in the coming days by various ninja teams. Mo Chen's responsibility would pertain to the direction of the Land of Grass. He was not tasked with delivering the invitations. That duty would fall to other teams. Mo Chen's mission was to trail behind a certain team en route to the Grass Village, where he would conduct a covert investigation into the candidates dispatched by the village for the Chunin exams. After outlining the task, the third Hokage elaborated. Generally, such missions require seasoned intelligence ninjas to execute. It is quite challenging for a novice like you, who has never undertaken a mission before. However, given the cover provided by the visible team and the recent depletion of defense forces in the Grass Village, your current abilities, if exercised with caution, should suffice. Tianzong expressed his anxiety. Regardless, Mo Chen has just graduated from the Ninja Academy and has never left the village. He has not been instructed on how to gather intelligence. While the academy imparted some foundational knowledge, it was merely superficial, lacking concrete operational protocols. The third Hokage waved his hand. Therefore, I entrust you, Tianzong, to impart the necessary skills to him. You have 1 evening to prepare. Mo Chen departs tomorrow morning. With his talent, I believe he will grasp it swiftly. Although Tianzong remained somewhat apprehensive, he refrained from voicing further objections. Thus, the matter was settled. Before their departure, The third Hokage entrusted Mo Chen with a dossier containing information about the team tasked with delivering an invitation to the grass village. To Mo Chen's surprise, this team happened to be the third squad, where Tian was a member. Simultaneously, Tian seemed to have just received the mission notification, sharing it in their chat group. Tian, I initially sought an individual task outside the village, but I just learned that our team is set to undertake a mission. Coincidentally, the destination is the grass village, and we are to depart early tomorrow. Yamashiro Ino, what a coincidence. But with the team's engagement, will you have time to meet with Karen? Hinata Hyuga, good luck. Senior Tian. This mission is relatively straightforward, and the timeline should be quite flexible. I will think of a way to avoid our squad's notice. I just hope I can assist Mo Chen and Karen. Karen Uzumaki, please prioritize your safety. I do not wish for you to encounter danger on my behalf. Tian, rest assured, Karen, I shall not act recklessly. Moreover, should any trouble arise, as a Konoha ninja accompanied by an elite Jonin instructor, the grass village would not dare to challenge me. Tian, most importantly, Mo Chen is exceptional. You can always place your trust in him. Yamashiro Ino, do remember to live stream the event. Chapter 029, Mo Chen's first kill, the binding tree in the past 2 days. In his quest to enhance his strength, Mo Chen refrained from utilizing his ability to fabricate the future. No amount of power can substitute for a solid foundation. Now armed with the Sharingan and would release, he understood that bolstering his raw capabilities was paramount. Everything else would be inconsequential. After departing from Tianzang's home, the twilight had already deepened. Mo Chen returned to his home, where the cleanliness had already been attended to, and a note was left on the table. This was a message from Tian, who had completed the cleaning and left it behind upon not finding Mo Chen back yet. The note conveyed that she would be leaving the village early the next morning to undertake a mission, thus urging him to return home early to rest. It noted that she would be absent from Konoha for several days, unable to assist him with his cleaning duties. Counting today, Tian had helped him 3 times, shared 2 dinners, and practiced together at the training ground on 2 occasions. Although their interactions were limited, their bond had grown remarkably close. Among the 4 flowers of Konoha, Tian currently shared the most intimate relationship with him, a testament to the advantages of taking the initiative. At that moment, after discussing some details regarding the care of K-Rin in their chat group, Tian decided to take a rest. The remaining trio, Ino, Hinata, and K-Rin, engaged in light conversation. After adapting over the past 2 days, K-Rin began to express herself more frequently within the group. The chat room had transformed into a sanctuary for her, fostering a sense of hope for the future. The others had gained a fair understanding of her situation and became increasingly eager to assist her in escaping the treacherous confines of the grass village. Moreover, since the conflict that day, Sakura had not participated in group conversations nor interacted with other members in reality. She confined herself to her own little world, leaving others uncertain of her current thoughts. However, as long as she maintained her pride, the others had agreed not to approach her, a consensus among Ino and the others. Regarding these matters, Mo Chen merely took the time to glance through the chat records to stay informed, without delving deeply into them. As for the operation to rescue K-Rin and her mother, backed by a systematic endorsement, Mo Chen felt assured of their eventual liberation. However, the critical issue remained how to accommodate them post-rescue and how to confront the repercussions from the grass village. After all, they would be extracted from the grass village and could not be directly brought to Konoha, as it might easily provoke international disputes. Mo Chen intended to initially settle them in the nearest town to Konoha before seeking an opportunity to clear her name and join the village. However, plans often falter in the face of unforeseen circumstances. Pondering excessively now would be futile. She resolved to take each step as it came. Soon, Mo Chen ceased her ruminations, gathering her energy to embrace the forthcoming challenges. As dawn broke the next day, Mike Guy set forth with the 3 members of Team 3. Mo Chen donned the dark equipment bestowed upon him by Tianzong and followed discreetly at a distance. Thanks to the wood release technique, while traversing the wilderness, Mo Chen's presence melded seamlessly with nature, significantly enhancing his perceptive abilities. Within Team 3, Niji's Byakugan might have detected him, yet he did not maintain it in an active state at all times. Moreover, the Byakugan's vision is inherently diffuse, as long as one does not fixate their gaze. Even if Mo Chen were to fall within Niji's perceptual range after assimilating into the natural surroundings, he would remain exceedingly difficult to discern. Thus, the journey proceeded without incident. And after 2 days of travel, the group arrived at the village hidden in the grass. Tian remarked, I have reached the village hidden in the grass. Once I submit the task items, this mission will be deemed a success, and we shall rest here for half a day. She continued, however, according to our previous estimations, Mo Chen should arrive around this time as well. I wonder if I will encounter him. Kushina expressed her anxiety. I am so nervous right now. My mother has not returned for several days. Is everything really alright? Yamanaka Ino reassured her. Tian, please activate the video live stream. She added, Kushina, fret not. Have we not told you that the content of the future video is beyond doubt? Your mother will surely be safe. Hinata stated, I too have faith in Mo Chen. He will surely succeed. Tian responded, alright, I have activated the video livestream. It seems rather strange. The people of the village hidden in the grass appear to be quite busy and tense, creating an atmosphere of heightened alertness. Kushina interjected, that is due to war. Kushina continued, the village hidden in the grass is currently engaged in conflict with neighboring nations, resulting in a significant influx of injured individuals. My mother, Hinata interrupted. The term war feels so distant from us. Tian admitted, I suddenly feel a bit anxious as well. Surely, the war will not affect me, will it? Yamanaka Ino questioned. Mo Chen's mission cannot possibly be related to this matter, can it? Tian replied. The future video did not divulge any details. All we know is that this is his first mission after joining the Umbu. Considering that, it is evident that Umbu missions differ vastly from those of ordinary ninjas. His first assignment is likely at least a B rank or higher. Hinata concurred. After all, Mo Chen's strength is beyond our comparison. Tian acknowledged. That is indeed true. In the livestream, Tian and her companions followed closely behind a grass village ninja, while numerous hurried grass ninjas whizzed past them. Meanwhile, Mo Chen halted just outside the village hidden in the grass. Drawing on the experience imparted by Tian Zong, he meticulously surveyed his surroundings. It soon became apparent that, unlike Konoha, the grass village had not established a barrier enveloping the entire village. However, numerous patrolling ninjas were present, both overt and covert. The latter were, of course, the Umbu of the grass village. Mo Chen's lips curled into a smirk, for the system indeed had a propensity to steer the narrative towards the fabrication of the future. Without exerting much effort, Mo Chen swiftly dispatched a hidden sentry, utilizing wood release to siphon away the opponent's chakra. Tree-binding death. Once adorned in the guise of his foe, Mo Chen clenched his fist, and the roots entwined around the adversary instantaneously crushed him into a pulp. Subsequently, under Mo Chen's command, the foliage meticulously concealed all traces, dragging them beneath the earth. This marked Mo Chen's inaugural kill in this realm. Though he had not engaged directly, the experience left him with a slight sense of revulsion, albeit not overwhelmingly so. He merely averted his gaze and took several deep breaths to regain his composure. According to the original storyline, Karen resided in a secluded spot within the hidden grass village, where a solitary wooden cabin stood, devoid of neighboring dwellings, making her discovery rather uncomplicated. Mo Chen effortlessly infiltrated Kusanagi village, maneuvering discreetly to evade the public gaze. Adorned in the attire of the Umbu, even if he were to be spotted by a few, none would spare him a second glance. Initially, his intent was to ascertain the whereabouts of Xianglin. Yet he first stumbled upon the location of the Kusanagi hospital. Perhaps it would be prudent to visit the hospital first. There might still be a chance to rescue Xianglin's mother. Mo Chen's gaze flickered momentarily before he swiftly altered his objective, darting towards the hospital. Amidst the tumult of wartime, the hospital was teeming with people, a cacophony of chaos enveloping the scene. Mo Chen strode confidently through the entrance, attracting not a trace of suspicion. After all, it is entirely plausible for members of the Dark Division to sustain injuries and seek treatment at the hospital, just as the system had assessed. Mo Chen, despite exerting minimal effort, successfully located Xianglin's mother. Regrettably, by the time he found her, she had already succumbed. Chapter 030. Someone seeks to steal the human-shaped pill. So this is how it is. Mo Chen couldn't help but feel a profound sense of reflection regarding the ramifications that fabricating the future could have on reality. Had he sought out Xianglin first, her mother might have indeed been beyond salvation. However, when he intended to find Xianglin, he was unexpectedly drawn to the grass-hidden hospital, which caused him to alter his course. Within the confines of the grass-hidden hospital, he discovered Xianglin's mother and, during his investigation, was able to transmit a glimmer of life force to her, thereby preserving the last flicker of her vitality. This spark of life would sustain her for a while longer, until Mo Chen could escort both mother and daughter away from grass-hidden village. After all, at that moment, Xianglin and her mother were not in the same location. Regardless of whom Mo Chen chose to rescue first, it would likely alert the adversaries, making it exceedingly difficult to save the second. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps drew nearer, and Mo Chen soon beheld a burly man adorned with a grass-hidden headband, tugging at Xianglin's hair, dragging her toward him. This was precisely the scene where the narrative commenced. Mo Chen furrowed his brow and glanced once more at the chat group. Over at Tian's end, the live stream continued, with the third squad, led by Mike Guy, engaged in discussions with the leader of the hidden grass village regarding the Nin exams. Through the live broadcast, the sisters in the group became aware of the upcoming exams, and Tian took the opportunity to enlighten them further. However, the chat records revealed no contributions from Xiangrin. She had not sought assistance from Tian and the others. Mo Chen could roughly infer Xianglin's thoughts. She did not wish to implicate Tian, and she longed to personally verify the authenticity of the future video. Since the video depicted Mo Chen rescuing both her and her mother, and if its content were indeed true, there was no need to complicate matters. Realizing this, Mo Chen quietly retreated into the shadows of the room. Mom. Upon being dragged into the room, Xiang Lin saw the body covered with a cloth, from which a few strands of red hair peeked through the gaps. Instantly, she broke free from the grasp of the grass ninja and rushed over. In the village of Huo Ying, only she and her mother possessed red hair. However, before Xiang Lin could draw near, a pale arm fell limply from beneath the cloth, marred by grotesque bite marks. Gagging, Xiang Lin could barely glance at it before a wave of nausea overtook her, forcing her to turn aside and retch uncontrollably. Her eyes brimmed with tears. What had her mother endured? It was almost unimaginable. The grass ninja who had previously approached her callously seized Xiang Lin by the collar and dragged her outward. "Let go of me. Mom. Mom." Xiang Lin sobbed, struggling desperately. "To protect the village, there is but one way," the grass ninja replied coldly. "I regret your loss, but many injured await treatment." He dragged Xiang Lin to the front of a ward filled with severely injured patients, their anguished cries echoing throughout. The grass ninja unceremoniously tossed Xiang Lin to the ground and proceeded to converse with the attending physician. Xiang Lin hesitated for but a moment before resolutely attempting to flee. Unfortunately, her efforts did not go unnoticed, and she was swiftly yanked back. "No, let me go, please," Xiang Lin cried helplessly. Whether Mo Chen would come to rescue her remained uncertain for Xiang Lin, even if she were aware of his impending arrival. The gravity of the situation would still invoke fear within her. The Kusa hidden ninja, with an expression of cold indifference, declared, "We have taken in the homeless you. Surely, you must earn your own sustenance." Yet, at that moment, a voice, even colder and imbued with a chilling murderous intent, suddenly echoed. "Then, what shall you do if you can no longer afford to shelter her? Who goes there?" The Kusa hidden ninja felt a shiver run down his spine, his body freezing in place. He dared not move, for that icy aura of malice was completely fixated upon him. He understood that any slight movement would result in his immediate demise. At that instant, the temperature within the room plummeted several degrees. The abrupt shift rendering the atmosphere so silent that even the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Clack, clack. The sharp sound of footsteps resounded, each echo like a tolling bell of death, causing the hearts of those present to race, so tense that they forgot to breathe. What an overwhelming sense of oppression. Only Xiang Lin felt no such sensation, yet she instinctively shifted her gaze toward the entrance of the room, following the direction of everyone else's eyes. There, a figure of moderate height but exuding an undeniable aura of pressure stepped forward with heavy strides. His face was obscured by a white, patterned umbu mask, and he was draped in a black cloak, rendering his features indistinct. Could this be Mo Chen? A surge of happiness swelled within Xiang Lin as she felt an inexplicable closeness to him, unable to resist taking a step forward. This scene bore some resemblance to the future video, albeit with differences. In the video, to heighten the tension, Mo Chen appeared only when someone was about to attack Xiang Lin. Yet reality, after all, is distinct, and the predetermined future can indeed be altered by the butterfly effect. As Mo Chen had already prepared himself, he naturally would not deliberately delay, waiting for the opportune moment to make his appearance. "Stop!" the attending physician suddenly shouted, reaching out to seize Xiang Lin's hand. Xiang Lin was a strategic asset of Kusa Hidden Village, pivotal to their victory in the war. How could they allow her to leave? Oh no! At that moment, the Kusa ninja who had escorted Xiang Lin felt a surge of alarm, realizing the gravity of the situation. The words spoken by the newcomer made it clear that their intention was to target Xiang Lin. Sure enough, before the physician could touch Xiang Lin, a figure flashed by. Blood splattered as the physician's entire arm was violently severed. Mo Chen, who had presented himself as part of Kusa's covert operations, had somehow positioned Xiang Lin behind him, grasping a dagger with a drop of blood falling to the ground. The aura of death still loomed over the earlier Kusa ninja. The ninja had initially intended to create distance and prepare for combat while Mo Chen was distracted, but alas. Mo Chen's movements were too swift, leaving him paralyzed with fear. It was only then that the physician released a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, his wails echoing throughout the hospital. While the occupants of the ward remained engulfed in a silence of terror, chaos erupted outside in response to the agonizing cry. "So warm." This is Mo Chen. Protected by Mo Chen, Xiang Lin gazed at his silhouette, her eyes filled with admiration. At that moment, she was oblivious to everything around her. That figure represented a glimmer of hope, the embodiment of her lifelong dreams and aspirations. "I will take you away from here." Mo Chen's gentle voice resonated in Xiang Lin's ear. Without hesitation, she nodded, softly replying, Wait." Soon, she recalled something, pleading, "My mother is next door. Can we take her with us?" "All right," Mo Chen nodded. Thud, thud, thud. A cacophony of hurried footsteps approached rapidly as a large group surged forward. After all, this was Kusa Hidden Village, where their personnel were abundant and their response time was swift. "What is happening? Someone is trying to steal our humanoid drug pill. Kill him. This individual is definitely not from our village's covert operations." A dozen Kusa ninjas surrounded the ward, quickly piecing together the situation amidst a flurry of voices, all casting hostile glances at Mo Chen. The ninja who had initially brought Xiang Lin felt a wave of relief wash over him, though he was drenched in sweat from the oppressive aura of death. Chapter 031. I'm not foolish enough to require your reminder. Water style, great waterfall technique. Mo Chen, weary of their incessant chatter, swiftly formed several seals, and in an instant, a vast curtain of water surged forth, enveloping the room around him. The force of the water was formidable and the proximity overwhelming. Even those with quick reflexes found it challenging to maneuver within the confined space. This is disastrous. We must evade. To conjure such a powerful water technique in a barren place. Who on earth is this individual? This is troubling. His target is the humanoid pill. And he must not succeed. Cries of alarm echoed, transforming the ward into utter chaos. Seizing the moment, Mo Chen scooped up Xiang Lin and, gliding atop the waves, swiftly made his way to where Xiang Lin's mother awaited. Boom. Mo Chen raised his fist, encased in rock, and struck the outer wall with tremendous force, creating a gaping hole. He carried Xiang Lin's mother on his back and swiftly lifted Xiang Lin, making his escape. However, despite his remarkable speed, he was still on unfamiliar territory. The tremendous commotion, coupled with the cries of the grass ninjas within the hospital, drew many grass ninjas from the vicinity almost instantaneously. The striking red hair of the mother and daughter duo was particularly conspicuous, making them easily noticeable. As Mo Chen emerged from the hospital with them, numerous grass-hidden ninjas swiftly pursued. You scoundrel, who are you? Do you dare attempt to abduct our human-shaped pill? Are you seeking death? It was evident that they were spies from a neighboring country. Thus, they shouted, eliminate him. The human-shaped pill held significant strategic importance in the grass-hidden village, and they could not simply watch as Xiang Lin was taken away. Once the pursuing grass-hidden ninjas confirmed that Mo Chen was not one of their own, they immediately launched an assault against him. Quick reactions, Mo Chen thought, scanning his surroundings with a slightly solemn expression. The responsibility of protecting Xiang Lin and her daughter rendered him unable to form hand seals. The techniques of formless ninjutsu, one-handed seals, and the art of summoning anything with a mere utterance were skills he had yet to master. In a situation where he could not employ ninjutsu, and enemies surrounded him from all directions, he found himself in a precarious predicament. Am I a burden to you? Xiang Lin. 2. Sensed Mo Chen's distress. Having initially reveled in the joy of being rescued, she now felt a pang of anxiety. Mo Chen, will he abandon her? Or cast aside her mother? After all, in this situation, they truly seem to be mere burdens. Rest assured, I shall not forsake you. Mo Chen seemingly perceived Xiang Lin's apprehension and offered her a reassuring promise, his lips curling into a smirk as he declared, with such rabble, I am far from helpless. He merely felt that being able to form seals and wield ninjutsu would facilitate his departure, yet it did not imply he was without recourse. Then allow you to experience the might of a so-called rabble. Lightning release, thunderlight slash. A Kusa ninja swiftly appeared before Mo Chen, catching his words, and immediately swung a shimmering blade crackling with lightning toward Mo Chen's chest. The notion of seizing their humanoid pill was something no Kusa ninja could ever acquiesce to. Earth release, hardening. Mo Chen uttered a few words with a calm demeanor, channeling his chakra to envelop himself in a layer of rocky armor through the transformation of earth release. Fool, Raikudo, is this something you do not comprehend? If you seek your own demise, do not blame me. The Kusa ninja scoffed coldly, quickening the pace of his blade. However, before his knife could strike Mo Chen, he had already maneuvered behind him, swiftly severing the opponent's neck with a single stroke. The Kusa ninja, with his unarmed left hand clutching his throat, found torrents of crimson blood seeping through his fingers, an insurmountable effort to staunch the flow. I am not foolish enough to require your reminders. The earth release was merely a diversion to distract you, imbecile. Mo Chen articulated dully, continuing his journey without a backward glance. Bang! The Kusa ninja remained standing for merely 2 seconds before collapsing to the ground, his face etched with disbelief. Fire release, ghost lantern. Ahead. Mo Chen had scarcely taken a few steps when he was confronted once more. 2 Kusurumbu. Recognizing the precision of Mo Chen's blade techniques, and believing him to excel in close combat, resorted to ranged attacks. This ghost lantern technique conjured several ghostly fireballs, controlled by the user's consciousness, striking wherever directed. While its power might not be immense, it served aptly to hinder foes or create distractions. Moreover, once struck by a fireball, evading subsequent assaults would prove exceedingly difficult. Alas, such tactics were still insufficient before Mo Chen. Mo Chen felt the surge of water chakra within him, enveloping himself and the mother and daughter of Xiang Lin, completely disregarding the ominous lanterns, and charged forward without hesitation. The single target fire technique, which lacked even the potency of a mere fireball, seemed utterly laughable before his chakra ocean. After demolishing 3 lanterns in succession, the 2 members of the grass-hidden Umbu exchanged glances, realizing that their technique posed no threat to Mo Chen, and promptly switched to a different strategy. Fire style, exploding flames. They unleashed a torrent of flames, imbued with explosive force, merging into a vast sea of fire. Be careful. Xiang Lin, lacking combat ability, could only cling to Mo Chen, too frightened to make any sudden movements that might disrupt his performance. Ha, piece of cake. Mo Chen remained unfazed. As chakra surged within him, transforming into water attributes that converged into the short blade in his hand. Water style, hard vortex water blade. The water chakra coalesced around the blade, compressing into a spiraling water spear, rapidly rotating in erratic layers. As the flames neared, they were drawn towards the spinning water and extinguished in the process. A gap was torn in the sea of fire, and Mo Chen propelled himself through it, leaping high to thrust the hard vortex water blade forward with force. Thud! The blade pierced through one unsuspecting grass-hidden umbu, creating a gaping hole in his chest. With one adversary dispatched, the chakra coordination faltered, resulting in the collapse of their combined technique. The remaining grass-hidden umbu, petrified with fear, retreated a distance. But Mo Chen paid him no heed as he broke through the encirclement. Surround him. Do not let him escape. The grass-hidden ninjas clamored, desperately attempting to corner him, determined not to allow him to abscond with the human-shaped pills. Yet, Mo Chen's speed and strength were overwhelming. Each time an opponent attempted to intercept him, he swiftly countered with a single blow, often turning the tables. Had he not been burdened by two liabilities, he would have easily overpowered them all, even if they had surrounded him. Thus, they sought to capitalize on the moment while Mo Chen was still encumbered. The commotion soon caught the attention of Might Guy's squad, who had just submitted an invitation for the Chunin exam, confirming the intentions of the grass-hidden village leader. They were momentarily bewildered by the sounds of ninjutsu explosions and the chaos of shouting from the crowd, leading them to believe that the enemy had breached their territory. Not good, leader. A panicked grass-hidden umbu rushed in, exclaiming, someone is attempting to steal our human-shaped pills, and their strength is formidable. We may be unable to stop them. The leader's expression darkened instantly. Chapter 032. This is a hellscape. The members of Team 3 were taken aback. Was this the caliber of the grass-hidden umbu? However, what exactly were these human-shaped pills they spoke of? The term itself elicited discomfort. Niji and Li exchanged solemn glances, both sensing the gravity of the situation. Tintin, having previously heard Xianglin mention something, felt a jolt of anxiety and quickly tagged Xianglin in their chat group. Tintin, Uzumaki Xianglin, is the commotion over there related to you? Has Mo Chen arrived? Yamanaka Ino? Hyuga Hinata, has Mo Chen Kuin already made his move? Uzumaki Xianglin, did you notice after all? Tintin, with such a ruckus, how could anyone miss it? Didn't we agree that you would inform us if anything happened? Yamanaka Ino, exactly. Why did you begin acting without a word? We had no mental preparation for this. Hyuga Hinata, Xianglin probably didn't want to worry us. Even if she told us, we wouldn't be able to assist. Uzumaki Xianglin, yes, I didn't want to drag you into this. Tintin, you came here on a mission, so please do not interfere with my matters. And as for Mo Chen, if danger arises, I would rather perish than implicate him. Saying this, Xianglin initiated a video stream, adjusting the angle. The screen revealed Mo Chen, donning the mask of the grass-hidden umbu, with Xianglin's mother on his back and Xianglin in one arm, wielding a short blade in the other. Surrounding him were dozens of grass-hidden ninjas, with more rushing in from a distance. Chaos had engulfed the grass-hidden village, and despite this, Mo Chen found it increasingly challenging to break free from the encirclement. While Tintin focused her attention on the chat group, the grass village leader reprimanded the umbu who had brought the news, putting on a facade of ease as he apologized to Might Guy. I apologize for the recklessness of my subordinates. I hope it hasn't caused you too much amusement. He gestured for his subordinates to withdraw, stating, the arrangements for the Chunin exam are settled. The grass-hidden village will certainly send representatives to Kanahagakur for the exam. As for the details, it is getting late. You may rest in the village for the night, and we can discuss further tomorrow. Since you have traveled to the grass-hidden village, there is no need to rush back. I will ensure you receive proper hospitality. However, as this is a special period, it is advisable to refrain from venturing outside. Should you require anything, feel free to communicate with my people. With that, the village leader summoned aides to escort Guy's team to their quarters. Might Guy and his companions were left perplexed. It was barely 11 in the morning. How could it already be deemed late? Furthermore, if he intended to extend them hospitality, why prohibit them from going outdoors? Was his notion of hospitality merely to confine them within walls? Nevertheless, they understood that some turmoil must have arisen within the grass-hidden village, likely involving significant secrets, and thus chose not to question further, silently accepting the village's arrangements. Only Tintin could glean the unfolding events through Xianglin's live stream. As she saw Mo Chen surrounded by multiple circles of enemies, anxiety gnawed at her heart. Yet, given her identity and strength, she was unable to intervene. What a twist of fate. If only the timing were different, perhaps she could devise a plan to assist. Tintin sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. She could not find a suitable reason to leave, as any action might arouse suspicion from the grass-hidden village. All she could do was silently pray for Mo Chen's safety. On the other hand, Mo Chen ultimately found his path obstructed. The number of ninjas near the grass hospital was overwhelming. A mere moment's delay had led him into a heavy encirclement. It was clear that matters could not be resolved so easily. Mo Chen sighed internally. In the future he had envisioned, after rescuing the individuals, he would have dashed straight outside. Alas, reality was far less forgiving. Even a small village could not allow free passage in and out. If all else fails, just abandon me. Xianglin's face bore the marks of anxiety and fear, yet her gaze remained resolute. She shared no prior connection with Mo Chen, having never even crossed paths until now. Through the content of the future video, Xianglin learned that Mo Chen had come merely to gather intelligence. Upon discovering the plight she and her mother faced, he was compelled by a sense of justice and compassion to come to her aid. However, to risk one's life for a stranger seemed excessive. It was unnecessary to jeopardize one's own safety. No, a man cannot simply retreat. Mo Chen placed Xianglin gently on the ground and, with a cold smirk, declared, I merely wish to avoid attracting too much attention, but since it is now unavoidable, let us engage in battle. Shadow clone technique. Mo Chen formed a seal, and suddenly, a multitude of shadow clones emerged around him. One clone carried Xianglin's mother, while another stood guard over Xianglin. Very well, let us create some chaos. Mo Chen, accompanied by his remaining shadow clones, swiftly launched an offensive against the surrounding grass-hidden ninjas. Each pair of Mo Chen's clones executed a combination of water release and earth release techniques, unleashing a torrent of ninjutsu in an instant. With his vast chakra reserves, Mo Chen could single-handedly dominate the entire village if he so desired. Regardless of the type of ninja opposing him, they could barely approach, as they were swiftly overwhelmed by his composite ninjutsu, leaving a desolate battlefield in their wake. The two clones tasked with rescue, seizing the moment when visibility was obscured, broke through the encirclement and raced towards the village's outskirts. Stop them. Pursue. Pursue. Even if it meant death, they could not allow the human-shaped pill to escape, even if it meant slaying her. The grass-hidden ninjas, after the initial chaos, quickly regrouped to mount a counteroffensive. Lacking strength? Then they would resort to explosive tags. Alas, in the face of overwhelming power, sheer numbers often became a burden. Mo Chen had no desire to entangle himself with them. Now that he had resorted to using shadow clones, a swift resolution was imperative. Water release, hidden mist technique. Earth release, rising dust. The mist, combined with swirling debris, enveloped the entire field of vision. The fervor that the Kusa ninjas had just summoned was instantly extinguished. Their advance transformed into caution and defense. In the next moment, Mo Chen and his shadow clones activated their Sharingan, weaving through the haze, effortlessly reaping one life after another. He was not a bloodthirsty individual. If it were possible to avoid killing, he would prefer not to indulge in needless slaughter. However, the obsession they exhibited towards the so-called human-shaped pills was grotesquely apparent from their demeanor. This was something Mo Chen could not tolerate. Even if he were to spare them now, they would not relent, surely devising ways to relentlessly pursue Xianglin. Rather than allowing that, it would be far better to eliminate them entirely. With this thought, Mo Chen accelerated his harvesting. Ultimately, he resorted to wood release, absorbing their chakra before twisting his body, dismembering and pulverizing them. Thus, when the leader of the Kusa ninjas arrived and dispelled the lingering dust with his wind release technique, what he beheld was a scene from a purgatory. Ugh! Both the leader and the ninjas trailing behind him were left retching. Chapter 033. Mo Chen is a ray of light. Mo Chen was still unable to break free from the confines of the hidden grass village. Although he had dealt with the group outside the hospital, he was soon intercepted by others. The remaining shadow clones had been retracted, leaving only his true self and two clones guarding Xianglin and her mother. Damn it, drop the human-shaped pill. Leave the pill behind and kneel and surrender, otherwise the hidden grass village will pursue you to the ends of the earth. Do you think you can escape alive? Our leader will not let you go. Everyone, attack together with all your might. Do not concern yourselves with the human-shaped pill. As long as you avoid her vital points, she will not perish. A multitude of grass ninjas surged forward, their voices rising in a chaotic chorus. Having witnessed the failure of their predecessors to intercept him, they realized the formidable strength of their opponent, and thus unleashed their full power in their assault. A plethora of ninjutsu rained down upon him, the attacks encompassing both Xianglin and her mother within the onslaught. However, they failed to notice that Mo Chen, having just claimed numerous lives, emanated an even more potent aura of malevolence. One for each human-shaped pill. You hidden grass village truly deserve annihilation. Mo Chen's voice was low and strained as he struggled to suppress his fury, yet he could not help but raspingly roar. Even beasts know gratitude. You are less than beasts. The village of Grass Hidden holds no value in existence. Earth style, 4 directions, earth flow wall. Thick, unembellished earthen walls rose from the ground, forming a sturdy barrier that thwarted all ninjutsu directed at Mo Chen and his companions. The barrage of techniques, though visually spectacular, varied greatly in potency, with many dissipating before even leaving a trace on the walls. Few could inflict any damage, and none came close to breaching the earth flow wall. In the next moment, Mo Chen leaped high, vaulting above the 4 directions earth flow wall, charging single-handedly into the throng. Initially, his intention was to rescue others, but the actions of the villagers of Grass Hidden ignited his rage, which he could no longer contain. If that is the case, then let the slaughter commence. Upon his emergence, the Grass Hidden ninjas quickly closed in, unleashing another wave of ninjutsu from all directions. Mo Chen wielded a short blade, his gaze icy and piercing. Beneath the concealed lenses of his sunglasses, the blood-red tomo suddenly transformed into three. This time, Mo Chen did not evade. Instead, chakra surged within him, enveloping his form in a layer of rock as he charged directly towards the nearest grass ninja. Bang, 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 bang. Various elemental ninjutsu came crashing down upon him, shattering the rocky armor that encased his body into a flurry of debris. One particularly penetrating jutsu even breached the stone barrier, inflicting a wound upon Mo Chen's arm. Yet, he did not flinch, his figure swiftly maneuvering through the chaos. In a flash, a cold gleam sliced through the air, and several grass ninjas had their cries stifled before they could utter a sound, their heads severed from their bodies. Boom. As Mo Chen dispatched several grass ninjas, a heavy blade came crashing down upon his back. Despite his remarkable speed, not all were sluggish. This was the interior of the grass village. And apart from those who were away, nearly every grass ninja had rushed towards this location upon hearing the news. The blade that struck Mo Chen's back belonged to a seasoned jonin. While his strength could not be compared to the elite jonin of the 5 great ninja villages, he was certainly far superior to an ordinary jonin. This strike was infused with the power of earth, delivering a force that weighed nearly 1,000 pounds. Mo Chen suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood as the rock armor behind him shattered, leaving a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. Indeed, teacher Tian Song had gone easy on him. A true battle of life and death was an entirely different affair. Mo Chen grimaced in pain. Yet his movements did not falter in the slightest. Rather than confronting the armed foe behind him head-on, he harnessed the force of the attack to propel himself forward with remarkable speed. With a series of swift strikes, several grass ninjas met their demise. Concurrently, wood-style chakra surged through him, rapidly healing his wounds, emitting a faint steam as he restored himself to his original state. Was this man a monster? The grass ninja wielding the large blade widened his eyes in disbelief, momentarily stunned in place. This distraction allowed Mo Chen to slip away from the hard-won opportunity, making it difficult to pursue him again. Subsequently, Mo Chen charged into the midst of the grass ninjas, wreaking havoc as he entered and exited their encirclement with ease. After all, it was merely a small ninja village. While there were indeed formidable warriors, they were few and far between, with the majority unable to withstand even a single strike from Mo Chen. As time passed, his movements became increasingly ferocious, and his combat experience skyrocketed. Meanwhile, some grass ninjas diverted their attention away from Mo Chen and began assaulting the earthen walls surrounding them. With a resounding crash, one of the walls was swiftly breached under the combined force of a dozen middle ninjas. Water-style, water burst wave. Unfortunately for them, they were met with a colossal wave of water. Inside the earthen barriers, Mo Chen's Shadow Clone No. 1 entrusted Xiangren to Shadow Clone No. 2, freeing his hands to execute a jutsu. Just as the grass ninjas were preparing to charge through the breach, they were instantly thrown into disarray by the surging water. Their startled cries carried away by the current. Go! Shadow Clone No. 1 signaled and led the way out. Shadow Clone No. 2, carrying Xiangren's mother and cradling Xiangren, quickly followed suit. Where do you think you're escaping to? The large-bladed grass ninja, having lost sight of Mo Chen's true form, turned to see the 2 shadow clones preparing to flee and immediately gave chase. Multiple shadow clone jutsu. Shadow Clone No. 1 formed a series of hand seals, instantly producing dozens of clones to intercept the pursuer. You must be spending chakra like it's free. The large-bladed grass ninja, one of the few elite ninjas in the grass village and the most experienced among them, could only manage to create 2 clones. And even those could not last long. Witnessing Mo Chen recklessly expend such an abundance of chakra left him in tears of regret. In the next moment, he was overwhelmed by Mo Chen's numerous shadow clones. Seizing the opportunity, Shadow Clone No. 1 protected the second clone and the mother-daughter duo, swiftly breaking through the encirclement. Chaos erupted. The grass village was thrown into utter disarray. Most of their combat strength was tied up with Mo Chen's true form, while he single-handedly pursued a group of foes. The pressure on the shadow clones was minimal under the protection of Clone No. 1. They drew ever closer to the village's exit. Xiangren nestled in the embrace of Shadow Clone No. 2, clinging tightly to his neck. Her gaze fixed on Shadow Clone No. 1, her eyes filled with a sense of wonder. She could not comprehend why, despite their fleeting encounter, he would go to such lengths for her. A wave of warmth surged within her, enveloping her entire being and softening her heart. Mo Chen was like a ray of light, illuminating her once dreary world. Apart from her mother, he was the first person to protect her. After witnessing a vision of the future, she had silently vowed that if Mo Chen could rescue her and her mother from the treacherous grass-hidden village, she would devote her entire life to repaying him. Yet, when the moment finally arrived, she comprehended that Mo Chen was worthy of everything. Her life, her very essence, would eternally belong to Mo Chen. Chapter 034. Oh my heavens, Mo Chen is incredible. Earth release, great earthquake core. Water release, great tsunami. At the entrance of grass-hidden village, Mo Chen's 10 shadow clones united to execute earth release, while simultaneously channeling water release, culminating in an expansive and formidable combined ninjutsu. The great earthquake core involved severing a substantial portion of land, and elevating it through chakra. Naturally, the expanded version of the earthquake core was far more potent. The sheer volume of chakra unleashed by the 10 clones was nothing short of terrifying. The great tsunami manifested as colossal waves, akin to a vast lake. The combined great tsunami unleashed by 10 individuals was equally extensive. As this immense combined ninjutsu emerged, it was still far from rivaling the divine techniques of the Sage of Six Paths, Pain, yet Grass-Hidden Village was no Konoha. Thus, under the horrified gaze of the pursuing grass-hidden ninjas, a significant portion of the village was lifted high into the air. Many who had rushed forward were caught off guard, their bodies uncontrollably propelled along with the rising earth. Some were pinned to the ground, while others screamed as they tumbled from the sky. Yet, this was not what instilled the greatest fear in them. In the next moment, a deluge descended from above, resembling a celestial river spilling onto the earth, leaving all the grass-hidden ninjas who witnessed it in utter despair. Stop. The village leader of Grass-Hidden arrived late, his face paling at the sight. Without a moment to lose, he leapt into action. There was no hope of countering Mo Chen's ninjutsu. Even if he had the strength to resist, he would need time to gather his power. With the ninjutsu already taking form, there was no way to halt it now. The leader could only utilize wind release to blow the affected grass-hidden ninjas to safety, all the while watching helplessly as the torrential waters crashed down, instantly obliterating and engulfing half the village, threatening to consume the remaining area. You bastard! If I find out who you are, you will not escape unscathed. The leader of Grass-Hidden trembled at the sight of the devastation. As the leader of the village, he was powerless to prevent an enemy from infiltrating and seizing their most critical strategic resources. He had not even caught a glimpse of the intruder, driving him to the brink of madness. The theft of the human-shaped pill had already been a colossal loss for Grass-Hidden Village. Now, with half the village destroyed and countless casualties, it was almost certain that they would lose the impending war against the neighboring country. They faced two choices, either surrender and pay hefty reparations or brace for annihilation. There was no third option. It was over. Grass-Hidden Village was doomed. The leader's face turned ashen, and with a cough, he spewed a mouthful of blood before collapsing backward. The already chaotic Grass-Hidden Village descended further into disarray, with no one to take charge. Panic and uncertainty gripped everyone, and no one stepped up to assist the suffering. In the distance, Mike Guy led a small team, gazing in horror at the chaotic scene, unsure whether to intervene. Out of a sense of alliance, they felt compelled to help, yet without understanding the situation, their rash interference could backfire disastrously. What exactly had transpired? An invasion from an enemy nation? Little Lee felt a pang of sympathy. Had it not been for Guy's restraint, he would have rushed in to assist. Niji, activating his Byakugan, scanned the area and shook his head. The attackers have already departed. Their motives remain unclear. However, with the village leader incapacitated, there is no one to lead. If enemies were to invade now, they would deserve it. Tian felt vindicated. Only she understood the truth. Her awareness still tethered to the chat group and Xiong Lin's live broadcast. At this moment, Mo Chen had successfully extricated Xiong Lin and her mother, leaving the grass-hidden ninjas to fend for themselves, with no one chasing after them. Seeing this, Tian relaxed completely. As long as Mo Chen and Xiong Lin were safe, nothing else mattered to her. Mike Guy contemplated, addressing his students. Konoha and Grass-Hidden are allies. We cannot interfere with their matters, but we should help the injured. With that, he led his students toward the scene of suffering. Tian was somewhat reluctant. Based on Xiong Lin's previous descriptions in the chat group, few within Grass-Hidden Village were innocent. However, they had coincidentally arrived, and they had to at least pretend to assist. Meanwhile, Mo Chen had recalled all his shadow clones and brought Xiong Lin and her mother to a nearby desolate mountain, ensuring their safety before gently placing them down. As soon as they landed, Xiong Lin could no longer contain herself and leaped into Mo Chen's arms, holding him tightly. Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback but did not push her away. Thank you. Xiong Lin exclaimed with a choked voice, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. At that moment, she still felt as if she were in a dream. Everything seemed surreal. She had truly escaped from Grass-Hidden Village, and from now on, she would no longer endure their oppression. After some time, noticing that Xiong Lin had not yet calmed down, Mo Chen helplessly said, "Please let go of me for now. We can talk later. I need to check on your mother's condition." Xiong Lin's mother was still clinging to the last vestiges of life, and if they delayed, she might truly perish. At the mention of her mother, Xiong Lin snapped back to reality. "Mom." She hurriedly dashed toward her mother. Though she had seen Mo Chen revive her mother in the video and had confirmed the video's authenticity moments ago, she had previously witnessed her mother's apparent death in the hospital, and until now, there had been no sign of life. "Mom, please wake up. We are safe now. Please wake up," Xiong Lin cried, torn between laughter and tears. She was no longer worried about her mother's life. She simply wished to share the good news, knowing it would bring her mother joy. "Allow me." Mo Chen smiled as he approached Xiong Lin's mother, taking her right hand in his. Through the warmth of his palm, he began to transmit his life-sustaining chakra. This was not a ninjutsu. The Uzumaki clan possessed a robust life force. Although Xiong Lin's mother had been drained of chakra, it was merely temporary. Had it not been for the excessive exploitation by the Grass-Hidden villagers, she would not have been in such a dire state. As long as some chakra remained within her, Her Uzumaki lineage would allow her to recover swiftly. Those from Grass-Hidden Village truly deserved punishment. Even a brief respite for Xianglin's mother could have prevented such dire consequences. As Mo Chen's chakra flowed into her, the flickering flame of life within Xianglin's mother reignited, her pallid complexion gradually regaining color, and the lifeless spirit began to awaken. Xianglin possessed a keen sense of perception and noticed this change immediately, her last lingering worries evaporating completely. Wonderful, simply wonderful. Xianglin wept tears of joy. Had she not feared disturbing her mother's recovery, she might have rushed into Mo Chen's embrace once more. In the mountainous region of Jingye, a voice exclaimed, "Oh my heavens! Mo Chen is incredible!" Hinata Hyuga remarked, "It is truly breathtaking. Is Mo Chen really from our year? It feels like a dream." Tian added, "I was there at the scene. From a distance, it looked as if the heavens had torn apart, leaving me utterly astonished." Sakura Haruno noted, Chapter 035, Successful Rescue. Further exploration of Konoha. Uzumaki Kanai expressed her profound gratitude. "Thank you for saving us, my lord." Upon hearing Xianglin's account, Xianglin's mother knelt before Mo Chen, her forehead touching the ground in deep reverence. Rising, she spoke earnestly, "I am grateful to you for rescuing us, and from this day forth, Kanai's life belongs to you. Whatever you require of me, I shall devote myself entirely." Mo Chen granted her a second chance at life, and she felt compelled to repay him. Even if Mo Chen, like the village of Kusanagi, sought her abilities, she accepted it, acknowledging that it was merely a transition from one perilous situation to another. At the very least, it afforded her additional moments to spend with her daughter, which she deemed a gain. Xianglin observed her mother's actions and hesitated momentarily before she too contemplated kneeling. However, Mo Chen quickly intervened, lifting Xianglin's mother as well. "I saved you not for your gratitude, nor does it pertain to your abilities," Mo Chen remarked, dissuading Xianglin's mother from further kneeling. "Rest assured, from this moment onward, you are free. I merely disapproved of the actions of the Kusanagi village and sympathized with your plight, which prompted my intervention. As for the future, you may chart your own course." Both mother and daughter, belonging to the Uzumaki clan, possessed exceptional sensory abilities, allowing them to discern the sincerity in Mo Chen's words. Had it been anyone else, they might have rejoiced and prepared to embrace their newfound freedom. Yet, Xianglin's mother, Uzumaki Kanai, harbored no such thoughts. Instead, she felt a sense of unease. Mo Chen believed she was concerned about the pursuers and comforted her gently. "You need not worry about Shaoyin village. They are currently preoccupied with their own troubles. I will ensure they do not have the opportunity to capture you again." Xuanhua Xiangnai sighed and replied, "I just heard from Xianglin that the Lord has devastated much of Shaoyin village. They are now engaged in war with a neighboring nation, and under such circumstances, their defeat is inevitable. Therefore, I do not fear for Shaoyin village. However, the Lord must be aware of our abilities. Innocents suffer when bearing precious burdens. We lack the strength to safeguard this gift. Even if the Lord does not require our gratitude, I humbly beseech you to protect us. At the very least, please accept my daughter, Xianglin. She is still young and lacks a nurturing environment for her cultivation. Given time, she will surely become an asset to you." How poignant is the heart of a parent. Xiangnai's words stirred deep emotions within Mo Chen. The plight of the mother and daughter duo was such that, without protection, even if they escaped Shaoyin village, their survival would remain precarious. A pair of beautiful women, lacking in combat prowess yet possessing unique qualities, would find their choices severely limited, even in freedom. "Very well, let us first return to the land of fire. I will find a place to settle you, and we shall discuss the rest later," Mo Chen finally declared after some contemplation. He had never intended to abandon Xianglin and her mother. Xianglin's talent would undoubtedly prove valuable in the future, not to mention she was a member of their chat group. Mo Chen possesses the extraordinary ability to fabricate the future, particularly in relation to the members of his group. This implies that he can enhance the capabilities of his companions by weaving new destinies for them. However, prior to this, it is essential to ensure their unwavering loyalty. "Thank you, my lord," Xiangnai exclaimed joyfully, tugging at Xianglin, eager to prostrate before Mo Chen once more. Enough. There is no need to kneel at every turn. I do not favor such displays," Mo Chen replied, waving his hand dismissively. He then removed the mask from his face and introduced himself, saying, "I am Mo Chen. Henceforth, you may simply call me by my name." He proceeded to offer a brief introduction of his identity, recognizing that they would be comrades in the future. Observing Xiangnai's demeanor, he sensed that she might view herself as subordinate. While Mo Chen harbored no such intentions, he also refrained from unnecessary pretenses or actions. At present, Xianglin and her mother could not be directly brought into Konoha. Even aside from considerations regarding the village hidden in the grass, their Uzumaki clan lineage was notably sensitive. Mo Chen created a wooden clone to remain behind, while his true self led them towards the land of fire. His primary objective in the hidden grass village had been accomplished, yet he remained mindful of his ongoing mission. However, it was no longer his concern whether the hidden grass village had the leisure to send representatives to the allied Chunin exams in Konohagakure. Soon, his wooden clone returned to the hidden grass village. The village leader had previously fainted from anger, nearly causing the village to fall into disarray. Fortunately, he was quickly roused by the clamor of the surroundings, forcefully suppressing his chaotic thoughts. and began organizing the villagers for a rescue operation, with the village leader stepping forward. The situation finally stabilized, as each department fulfilled its duties, maintaining a semblance of order amidst the confusion. Mo Chen casually picked a hapless soul who was alone to take their place, once again infiltrating the depths of Chaoying village. "Hey, you over there. Come here for a moment." As Mo Chen emerged from the shadows after assuming a new identity, he was abruptly halted by a grass ninja. Turning around, he was taken aback to find it was none other than the formidable blade-wielding grass ninja. At that moment, the ninja bore a visage resembling that of a pig, his body marred by numerous bruises and wounds, all inflicted by Mo Chen's shadow clones. This individual held a significant position within the grass village, akin to that of Kakashi during the era of Tsunade in the Leaf Village. In order to temporarily conceal his identity, Mo Chen could only swiftly approach the other party. However, to his astonishment, several figures emerged from the dwelling behind the boorish Daochao shinobi. It was none other than the third team led by Might Guy. The Daochao shinobi pointed at Might Guy and his companions, addressing Mo Chen. "These individuals are guests from Konoha, but our village is currently in a delicate situation and cannot accommodate them. You shall escort them to the village on my behalf." With that, he cast a subtle glance towards Mo Chen. Yet, with his pig-like visage and swollen eyes, Mo Chen found it utterly impossible to decipher the meaning behind his gaze. Mo Chen speculated that he probably wished to ascertain whether Kai and his companions had indeed departed from the confines of the hidden grass. After all, given the current circumstances of the hidden grass, it was certainly impossible for him to take action against Kai and his group. Furthermore, the persona Mo Chen was assuming lacked the requisite strength. With no alternative, Mo Chen reluctantly accepted this task and proceeded to lead Might Guy and his companions toward the village entrance. "I apologize for the lack of hospitality and hope for your understanding." Mo Chen was performing his duties, guiding the way while apologizing to Kai and his companions, saying, "Once our village stabilizes, if you have the opportunity to return, we shall certainly extend a warm welcome." "Ha ha ha, it's quite all right. We understand." Kai beamed, revealing his bright white teeth, a foolish grin plastered across his face. To those unaware of his true nature, it was difficult to discern that he was a formidable warrior. However, there was one thing I found quite intriguing, albeit a bit presumptuous. Kai maintained his silly smile. Mo Chen cast a fleeting glance at him and replied with an unruffled demeanor, "You are esteemed guests of the Hidden Grass Village. Please feel free to inquire about anything. As long as it does not pertain to confidential matters, I will gladly share what I know." Kai, with a cautious expression, carefully measured his words. Given the significant casualties just now, I initially presumed that it was the ninjas from the neighboring warring nation who were responsible. However, if that were the case, they would not have missed such a prime opportunity and would have dispatched a large force to relentlessly pursue and attack. Thus, I find myself curious as to why the commotion was stirred by ninjas not from an enemy nation. What deep-seated animosity could provoke such upheaval? Chapter 036. The Hidden Grass Village is on the brink of destruction indeed. Those who attain the rank of Jonin, or even elite Jonin, cannot be genuinely simple-minded. Might Guy, though straightforward in nature, is not devoid of intellect. At this moment, adopting a seemingly foolish guise to gather intelligence could easily mislead others. Even if he were to inadvertently breach some taboo, others would not take it too seriously upon refusal. Of course, the information he seeks concerns the secrets of the Hidden Grass Village, and what relevance does it hold for Mo Chen? This matter is indeed difficult to articulate. Yet as esteemed guest from Konohagakure, I can discreetly share this with you, provided you promise to keep it to yourselves. Mo Chen peered around, embodying a curious spirit eager to divulge gossip, yet apprehensive of being discovered. Xiaoli and Ning Xiai exchanged glances, promptly assuring him that they would never let such secrets escape. Mo Chen promptly recounted the intricacies of the humanoid pill. The mother and daughter duo, Xiang Lin and her mother, hailed from the Uzumaki clan, possessing a unique constitution that endowed them with vibrant chakra life force within their bodies. This peculiar trait was serendipitously discovered by the village hidden in the grass, which found that by biting into their flesh and drawing forth their chakra, one could transfer this life force to themselves, thereby effecting a remarkable healing of their own injuries. In simpler terms, when wounded, a mere bite from them could facilitate recovery. Regardless of the severity of the injuries, as long as one was not dead, recovery was possible, and restoration would be swift and complete. The price paid by Xiang Lin and her mother was merely the consumption of chakra, which posed little consequence to ninjas. However, in recent times, the toll of war had become overwhelming for the village hidden in the grass, leading to countless casualties and near-fatal injuries. The more grievous the wounds, the greater the amount of chakra required from the humanoid pill for recovery. Xiang Lin's mother, Xiang Nai, had been incessantly drained of her chakra without respite, ultimately leading to her untimely demise. Fortunately, Xiang Lin inherited her mother's constitution, ensuring that with Xiang Nai's passing, there remained a successor. Who could have anticipated the sudden emergence of such a formidable individual, who not only abducted Xiang Lin but also seized her mother's remains? This incident bore no relation to the neighboring country. Mo Chen maintained a cautious demeanor, peering around as he spoke. That individual must have learned of this matter through some channel, prompting them to come to the village to abduct people. With the loss of the humanoid pill and the numerous injuries inflicted by that person, the village hidden in the grass is likely to face defeat in this war. Should you come across any information regarding the humanoid pill, I implore you to notify the village at your earliest convenience. We shall certainly reward you handsomely. As he spoke, the group had already arrived at the entrance of the village hidden in the grass. Mo Chen waved goodbye and said, I shall escort you this far. I wish you a safe journey and hope we may meet again in the future. However, upon hearing Mo Chen's account, the members of Team Kai felt a tumultuous storm brewing within them. The revelation that the village hidden in the grass had secretly detained members of the Uzumaki clan, using them as human-shaped pills for sustenance, was utterly appalling. Even Mike Guy, who had witnessed the brutalities of war and understood the darkness of the ninja world, found his worldview profoundly shaken. Although Tintin had been aware of these grim realities, hearing Mo Chen articulate them ignited a fierce wrath within her. Regrettably, due to their unique status, representing the face of Konoha, they could not retaliate against the denizens of the grass village. Otherwise, they would have relished the opportunity to make them experience the torment endured by the mother and daughter duo, Karen and her mother. With heavy hearts, Team Kai felt too despondent to engage in further banter with Mo Chen, exchanging only a few polite words before departing. Yet, before they could step out of Mo Chen's sight, a petite figure suddenly dashed out from the nearby woods, launching an attack on Team Kai. This individual, roughly the same stature as Tintin and clad in the attire of the grass village's Umbu, clearly possessed the strength of a low to mid-ranking ninja. Upon revealing themselves, they hurled a barrage of ninja tools toward Team Kai before charging forward with kunai in hand. With such capabilities, even if more attackers had joined, the element of surprise would not suffice for a successful ambush. Mo Chen gazed at the scene from a distance, momentarily taken aback. What was happening? The Umbu of Grass Hidden Village? Ning Xiai immediately activated his Byakugan and effortlessly deflected several hidden weapons with his gentle fist technique. Xiaoli, employing a combination of punches and kicks, similarly sent a few projectiles flying, perplexed and questioning the situation. Why? Moreover, one individual had charged forward alone. What are we waiting for? Let's subdue her first. Tian unfurled a scroll, from which an array of weapons, knives, spears, and clubs emerged, intercepting all remaining ninja tools. Judging by the person's physique, she appeared to be a petite girl, similar in stature to Tian. Nevertheless, since she had initiated the confrontation, she was undoubtedly an enemy. Kai swiftly maneuvered, appearing behind the girl in an instant, delivering a precise chop to her neck, causing her to collapse to the ground. Such audacity to attempt an ambush? At that moment, Mo Chen and several other grass-hidden ninjas who had witnessed the unfolding events rushed over. Tian and the others assumed a defensive stance, with Ning Xiai intently stating, what does Grass-Hidden Village intend? Do they seek to declare war on Konoha? One of the grass-hidden ninjas hastily exclaimed. This is a misunderstanding. We have no idea what transpired, but Grass-Hidden Village harbors no intentions of harming you or opposing Konoha. Xiaoli, wary, retorted. How do you explain her actions? She is undoubtedly one of your Umbu, is she not? Given that Mo Chen had previously elucidated the matter of the humanoid pill, their animosity towards Grass-Hidden Village had intensified. Under such circumstances, even a minor altercation could swiftly escalate into a full-blown conflict. Mo Chen stood by, observing coldly, even hoping for a confrontation between the two parties. Mike Guy returned, carrying the unconscious member of the Grass Village's Umbu, and tossed him before several grass ninjas, declaring, we demand an explanation. Wait, please. I will clarify this as swiftly as possible. The grass ninjas were drenched in cold sweat. The grass village could not afford to offend the leaf village, especially in such tumultuous times. They hastily approached and removed the mask from the Umbu's face, revealing a delicate visage. Longshi? Several grass ninjas gasped, utterly bewildered by the situation. They had initially believed that an imposter from the grass village had attacked the leaf ninjas, attempting to incite discord between the two nations. Yet, Longshi was one of their own. Mo Chen raised an eyebrow, recognizing this character from the theatrical version of Blood Prison, who possessed the forbidden technique of Dragon's Rebirth. Capable of exchanging one life for another, albeit still too inexperienced at present, Longshi did not strike one as the type to instigate conflict, thus, it was perplexing that he would engage in such a foolish act. Soon enough, Longshi was roused by the Kusanagi ninjas. Under their intense scrutiny, he averted his gaze defiantly, proclaiming, I have nothing to say, since the mission has failed. Do as you wish, kill or torture me. Do you comprehend the gravity of your actions? The leader of the Kusanagi ninjas thundered in fury. Your recklessness could bring utter ruin to Kusanagi village. Speak the truth. Or have you betrayed the village? Utter ruin? How dare you even mention that? Longshi retorted, as if his tail had been stepped on, springing to his feet in equal rage. It is your forceful treatment of Aunt Xiangnai as a human pill that has led to this predicament. Even without my involvement in this mission, do you truly believe Kusanagi village could endure much longer? 10 days? Half a month? The village is on the brink of annihilation. And it is you who have brought this upon us. What did you say? The remaining Kusanagi ninjas, excluding Mo Chen, were incensed. Chapter 037. Happy ending. Mo Chen recalled that the village of Chaoyin was divided into two factions, though he had forgotten their specific names. One could roughly categorize them as hawkish and dovish. The Hawks advocated for an unyielding approach to elevate Shaoyin Village, aspiring to surpass the 5 great nations, with the Paradise Box being their initiative. However, the Doves were not merely benign, they also desired their country to grow stronger, albeit through more temperate means. Regardless of their differences, both factions unexpectedly found common ground regarding the matter of Xiong Lin and her daughter. Throughout the village, hardly anyone expressed pity for them. Long Shi's defense of Xiong Lin and her daughter rendered him an anomaly, even though their plight had contributed to the current awkward situation of Shaoyin Village. None believed they had erred. The true villain was the one who had abducted Xiong Lin and her daughter, instigating all this chaos. Do you comprehend the implications of your words? With that single statement, I could deem you a traitor to the village. Even if we were to treat you as a renegade ninja, no one would object. The leading Shaolin ninja thundered. Long Shi had uttered such sentiments before and previously. They had attracted little attention, as he was perceived as powerless. However, now, before the Leaf Ninjas, he not only spoke out but also instigated an attack. Inciting animosity against Shaoyin, this had crossed their threshold of tolerance. Long Shi remained defiant, coldly retorting, if our paths diverge, then let it be. If you possess the courage, kill me. After all, her childhood friend Wugu could never return, and she had lost hope in this world. Do you truly believe I lack the resolve to end your life? The Shaoyin ninja seethed, with several contemplating immediate action. Wait, my guy interjected, addressing Long Shi. I am unaware of the intricacies of your village's affairs, but what concern do your matters hold for us? Why must you assail us? Several Shaoyin ninjas recognized the gravity of the situation and momentarily ceased their aggression. Long Shi's gaze became complex, and she sighed softly. I apologize. But I have little more to say. How audacious. The leading Shaoyin ninja bellowed. We have reached this juncture, and you still refuse to cooperate. If Shaoyin Village were to fall, it would undoubtedly be due to your actions. Long Shi's face was a mask of derision. You wretch. Unrepentant to the end. Eliminate her at once. Keeping her alive is a calamity. She is not aligned with the village. This line of thought was perilous. And there was no longer any need to spare her. After all, she would not speak. End her. The Shaoyin ninja seethed in anger. Fearing that the Leaf would impose punishment on Shaoyin, which would undoubtedly exacerbate their plight, Mo Chen appeared to be deep in thought, speculating. Surely you do not intend to leverage Konoha's accountability towards the village hidden in the grass to achieve a roundabout means of rescuing our village? Long Shi's expression stiffened. And with a hint of guilt, he retorted, I do not comprehend your words. This was undeniably a case of a guilty conscience. Yet the others present failed to grasp the implications of Mo Chen's statement and began to inquire earnestly. Mo Chen elucidated that with Long Shi's capabilities, even someone as foolish as she would realize that she could pose no threat to the esteemed ninjas of Konoha. Her actions were a deliberate invitation to demise. However, her death would still constitute a grave offense for openly attacking a ninja of an allied nation, which would inevitably lead Konoha to hold the grass-hidden village accountable, possibly dispatching envoys to demand explanations. Should Konoha intervene, it would disrupt the ongoing conflict with neighboring countries. Even if the grass-hidden village were to reach a point of desperation, the neighboring nations would not dare to exploit the situation, if her intentions were indeed to assassinate. Long Shi's preparations could not possibly be so rudimentary. From the very beginning, Mo Chen understood that she was courting death, yet even in seeking death, one must possess a rationale. Mo Chen had not grasped the truth until he witnessed the guilt etched on Long Shi's face when she confronted Kai and the others. As those present absorbed Mo Chen's analysis, they fell into a stunned silence. Could it truly be so? The Konoha shinobi, previously brimming with animosity towards Long Shi, had just moments ago branded her a traitor, yet they now realized the true fool was themselves. However, upon seeing Long Shi rendered speechless and utterly mortified, they understood that Mo Chen had indeed spoken the truth. My guy cast a glance at Long Shi and sighed, let her go. We shall not pursue this matter further. And I will report the facts to Lord Hokage. What Lord Hokage decides to do, however, remains uncertain. Every individual who courageously sacrifices themselves for a noble cause deserves respect. The animosity that Guy's team harbored towards the grass village due to the human-shaped pills began to dissipate with Long Shi's revelation. Thank you for your magnanimity, remarked the leading grass shinobi, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions. Nonetheless, Long Shi's unilateral actions cannot be overlooked. I will inform the leader so that he may address this personally. Guy opened his mouth, but ultimately chose silence. After bidding farewell to the others, he departed with his team members. Come, let us meet the leader, the foremost grass shinobi urged as he escorted Long Shi. Even if your intentions were for the village, I cannot condone your actions on behalf of such treacherous beings as the human-shaped pills. The sentiments were echoed by the rest. They had taken in the mother and daughter, and their contributions were deemed a matter of course. You are truly beyond redemption. Long Shi seethed, marching forward in a huff. The leading grass shinobi turned to Mo Chen and said, Jian Tai, you have accomplished a significant feat this time. I shall commend you to the leader. Soon, Mo Chen found himself alone in the clearing. Regrettably, a confrontation had not ensued, yet it mattered little to him. Mo Chen felt a twinge of disappointment. He had hoped for an escalation of conflict between Kai and the grass village, ideally culminating in Kai unleashing the Eighth Gate to obliterate the village. Nevertheless, witnessing Long Shi's predicament stirred a sense of compassion within him, compelling him to divulge the truth. Ultimately, Mo Chen remained merely a clone, deployed to fulfill the task assigned by the third Hokage. The vengeance that the grass village harbored against the mother and daughter had largely been avenged. The remainder would fall upon the shoulders of the now-growing Xianglin when she was ready to seek retribution. Of course, this was contingent upon the grass village's survival until that time. In the next moment, Mo Chen vanished from the scene. Meanwhile, a lively discussion resumed in the chat group. Xianglin's live stream had ended shortly after Mo Chen rescued her and her mother. Tian had encountered an ambush while departing the grass village, which also triggered a live stream. Thus, the events of their mission had become widely known among the group. Tian exclaimed, "At long last, it is over. This mission has left me with much to ponder." Uzumaki Xianglin added, "I never anticipated there would be someone in the grass village who would speak on behalf of my mother and me. Long Shi, I will remember you." Yamanaka Ino expressed her hopes. "I trust Long Shi will not face severe punishment, although now that her intentions have been revealed, at the very least, she should not be executed." Hyuga Hinata chimed in, "I also hope she will be all right." Tian concluded, "Both Xianglin and her mother have been rescued. Mo Chen remains undisclosed, and our mission has been successfully completed. This can be deemed a happy ending." Uzumaki Xianglin expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, everyone. Mo Chen Koen is treating us to a meal in a quaint town. I have never felt so content and filled with anticipation for the future." Uzumaki Xianglin continued, "It is a pity I cannot yet visit Konoha. Otherwise, I would express my thanks in person." Yamanaka Ino reassured her, "There will be opportunities. Moreover, once you find stability, we can visit you during our missions." Hyuga Hinata added, "I feel as though I have not contributed at all." Tian replied, "We are all sisters in this group. There is no need for such formality." Chapter 038, Has Niji's Youth Faded? 2 days later, within the borders of the Land of Fire, a quaint town in proximity to Konoha, Mo Chen arranged for Xianglin and Xiangnai to settle here, renting them a courtyard and providing ample daily necessities. "For the time being, you shall reside here." Mo Chen relinquished the remaining several tens of thousands of taels to Xiangnai, stating, "I originally intended to purchase this courtyard outright, but I find myself somewhat short on funds. Perhaps in due time, I shall seek an opportunity to bring you both to Konoha. This place is already quite satisfactory." Xiangnai's face radiated with emotion. Attaining freedom was her utmost aspiration, rendering the quality of life a secondary concern. Xianglin, feeling a tinge of reluctance, grasped Mo Chen's arm, asking, "Are you really leaving so soon?" Over the past 2 days, Mo Chen's affable nature had opened the hearts of the mother and daughter, and now he had become the closest person to them in this world. "If all goes well, I shall return soon to escort you," Mo Chen reassured, gently ruffling Xianglin's hair. He found himself rather fond of this pitiable girl, with her somewhat infatuated and endearingly naive demeanor, and had already come to regard her as a sister. Mo Chen was also conflicted about whether to swiftly bring Xianglin and her daughter to Konoha. Given the identity of the Uzumaki clan and their unique constitution, their arrival in Konoha could potentially incite unforeseen complications. It was difficult to ascertain the third Hokage's true thoughts. Yet he publicly maintained the facade of a benevolent figure. This persona was not one he could afford to shatter, as doing so would tarnish his reputation. However, lurking in the shadows was the cunning Shimura Danzo. Should Xianglin arrive in Konoha, it could very well be akin to a lamb entering the lion's den. And Mo Chen could not remain vigilant at all times. Nevertheless, these dilemmas could be addressed through the fabrication of a future, though Mo Chen required time to deliberate. "Lord Mo Chen, you have been so considerate," Xiangnai said earnestly. "To leave the land of grass and lead a life akin to that of ordinary people has become my greatest aspiration in this lifetime. Although I yearn to remain by your side and assist you in your endeavors, even if I am of little help, I would at least wish to tend to your daily needs, as a means to repay your immense kindness. However, I implore you not to undertake any actions that might cause you distress for our sake." A trace of helplessness flickered across Mo Chen's face as he corrected Xiangnai several times, yet she remained steadfast in addressing him as my lord. "You need not worry about my affairs. I possess privileges in Konoha. However, as I am still a newcomer, my influence is limited, which prevents me from making arrangements for you." Mo Chen waved his hand and then said, "And Xiangnai, during my absence, you must conceal your identities. If you go out, wear the hats I bought for you. Although the Uzumaki clan is not numerous, there are a few with red hair, and it would be unfortunate if we were to encounter one of them. Additionally, when you have the time, let Xianglin learn the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan. It will surely come in handy soon." "Understood." Xiangnai completely adhered to Mo Chen's instructions. "All right, don't be too reluctant. We will reunite soon." Mo Chen patted Xianglin's head once more before swiftly disappearing. At that moment, Kaiban had also arrived in the small town. They had left Konoha a little later than Mo Chen, and since the distance to the village was not far, Kai intended to return in one go. However, Ten, wishing to purchase something due to Xianglin's presence, insisted on stopping in the town, although she wanted the others to return first. Kai had a peculiar way of thinking that was often difficult for others to comprehend. Eager to return to the village yet unwilling to leave Ten alone, he decided to stay and continually urged her to hurry. Ten, exasperated, thought of a way to rid herself of their company. With such a teacher and a teammate like Lee, who seemed to be a carbon copy of a template, it was truly exhausting. Life was not easy. And she sighed deeply. Soon, passing by a beverage shop, an idea struck Tintin. We've been traveling for days. Let me treat you all to a drink. You can rest in the shop while I go buy what I need. Once I'm done, I'll come back to gather you. That won't do. Li immediately protested. We are a team. We must stand together through thick and thin. How can we rest while you go off on your own? At the very least, I can help carry things. Li was right. Kai slapped Tintin's shoulder with a hearty laugh, causing her to stumble slightly. With a grin that revealed his gleaming white teeth, he exclaimed, You should not be squandered. If you need assistance, feel free to ask. There is no need to be polite. Tintin's lips twitched in frustration. You staying at the beverage shop is the greatest help you could offer me. However, these two stubborn individuals were unyielding, no matter what she said. Left with no choice, Tintin turned her gaze towards the only relatively normal teammate, Niji. Niji, somewhat perplexed, did not understand why Tintin insisted on separating from them. Yet, being one of the most intelligent among the 12, he quickly deduced a suitable reason. The items Tintin wishes to buy must be personal necessities, making it awkward for us to accompany her. All right, Kai-sensei, Li. Niji firmly pulled Kai and Li towards the beverage shop while stating, since Tintin feels this way, she must have her own reasons. It's commendable to want to assist a comrade, but excessive enthusiasm can sometimes be a burden. We're not far from Konoha, and there's no danger here. We can wait calmly. After saying this, he gave Tintin an assuring glance. Nanny. Niji's implication was that they had become a source of trouble for Tintin? Li gasped in disbelief. How could that be? I only wanted to help. Oh no. Kai lamented, clutching his head in despair. Niji. How could you say such a heartless thing? Concern for one's comrades should be passionate and fervent. Only with enthusiasm can we truly embrace our blossoming youth. Has Niji's youth already withered? Li echoed his sentiment. This is something I cannot allow. Kai continued to wail. So that is it. The Niji who has been with us all along has been replaced? I didn't even notice. No wonder you want to separate us from Tintin. This is a classic ruse. Truly worthy of Kai-sensei, who saw through Niji's disguise at a glance. Li shouted with fiery determination. Where is the real Niji? Speak up. Watch my Konoha whirlwind. Konoha Great Gale. Kai joined in the uproar. Inside the beverage shop, chaos erupted, accompanied by Niji's frantic voice. I am Niji. Be a Kugan. 8 trigram 64 palms. Outside the shop, Tintin's lips twitched uncontrollably as she helplessly rubbed her forehead. During missions, these individuals were reliable teammates. But once they relaxed, they turned into complete goofballs, and even the usually serious Niji was no exception. Forget them for now. She needed to see Xianglin first. Having finally rid herself of the two stubborn ones, Tintin hurriedly dashed towards Xianglin's designated spot. Chapter 039. New member of the chat group, Mitarashi Ankoding. A new member slot 1. Randomly selecting a new member. Please wait. As Mo Chen had just departed from the small town where Xianglin and her daughter resided, a notification echoed in his mind. Another newcomer? It seems that the addition of members to this chat group lacks any discernible order, relying solely on whimsy. Nevertheless, as always, it is preferable that no more delicate buds appear. Mo Chen desires maturity, fullness, and an S-shaped figure. Ding. Selection complete. The new member is Miyazaki Redbean. Currently being added to the group. Ding. Miyazaki Redbean has joined the chat group. Redbean? Mo Chen's eyes brightened instantly. Nice. The system truly responded to him. This is undoubtedly an S. Meanwhile, outside the hidden leaf village, Redbean, who was on a patrol mission, momentarily felt dazed as a peculiar sound echoed in her mind. Ding. Miyazaki Redbean has successfully joined Mo Chen's female lead group. Congratulations on becoming a member of Mo Chen's female lead team. Please adhere to the following rules. 1. Mo Chen is the group leader, and the interests of the leader supersede all else. Group members are strictly prohibited from engaging in any behavior detrimental to the leader. 2. Mo Chen? Female lead group? What on earth? Redbean was momentarily bewildered. Accompanied by the series of prompts, a strange image appeared before her eyes. Several names flashed across the screen, along with a stream of rapidly scrolling text. Jinjutsu? How dare they flaunt such childish tricks before me? A slight smirk graced Redbean's lips as she chose not to dispel the illusion just yet. Secretly, she released several small snakes for summoning, remaining vigilant while sensing the subtle movements around her. Over there, Redbean suddenly uttered a low shout, swiftly throwing a kunai bound with an explosive tag into the thicket. Boom. The kunai pierced the foliage, the explosive tag detonating and scattering the underbrush. When Redbean approached, wearing a satisfied expression, she was met with the sight of a small rabbit, flipped onto its back, exuding a tantalizing aroma. Redbean's smile faltered, a fleeting moment of embarrassment crossing her face. If there had been an enemy, she would have already alerted them. Redbean quickly formed hand seals, disrupting the chakra flow within her body. Genjutsu. Release. The chakra stagnated momentarily, then erupted. However, alas, nothing changed. The situation remained the same as before. It was then that she realized the strange image in front of her. The names flashing by seemed to belong to individuals from her village, and it appeared that someone was calling for her. Tian, Vortex Xianglin, I have shaken them off. I will arrive shortly. Vortex Xianglin. Yes, but how do I introduce you to my mother? We have yet to meet in real life. Yamanaka Ino. I want to join as well. Hyuga Hinata. Me too. Tion. All right, Xianglin has settled here, and we will have opportunities to meet in the future. Tion, Vortex Xianglin, weren't you out shopping? Just say we ran into each other on the way, and I am making a special visit. Yamanaka Ino. ISNT that a bit too straightforward? But is it alright this way? Vortex Xianglin. It should be fine. My mother ISNT one to scrutinize. Moreover, their mother-daughter duo possesses a remarkable sense of perception. Tion's goodwill towards Xianglin is palpable. As long as this is established, even if Xiangnai harbors doubts. She 1T pressed further. Just then, a notification of Red Bean joining the chat group appeared. Yamanaka Ino. Oh? Another newcomer? Hyuga Hinata. Is that name from the Hidden Leaf? Tion. I think I've seen that name before. It should indeed belong to a Hidden Leaf ninja. Yamanaka Ino. We can find out by asking. Miyazaki Red Bean. Welcome. Please introduce yourself. Hyuga Hinata. Welcome. Tion. Miyazaki Red Bean. What you see is not an illusion. Aside from Xianglin, everyone here is a Hidden Leaf ninja. Since joining the chat group, you can communicate here through thought, regardless of your location. Tion, currently. It's merely a chatting and messaging function, with video streaming available and occasionally glimpses of future videos. Also, building a good relationship with Mo Chen will yield beneficial effects. To help her integrate into the chat group swiftly and to save some trouble, Tion laid everything bare. Of course, those who enter the chat group are generally trustworthy. Those with ulterior motives will be discerned by the system and subsequently penalized. Just like that individual who has been lurking recently, after being punished too many times. They now feel embarrassed to show their face. Miyazaki Red Bean. A chat group? How intriguing. You all claim to be Hidden Leaf ninjas? Tion. My name is Tion, a member of the third team led by Might Guy, a lower ninja who graduated from the Ninja Academy last year. Yamanaka Ino. Hinata and I are this year's graduates. Our surname should clarify any doubts. Hyuga Hinata. Please take care of me. Vortex Xianglin. I am from the Vortex clan. Currently in Zaki City. Miyazaki Red Bean. It appears to be true. Very well. I shall tentatively trust you. I am Miyazaki Red Bean. A special jonin of the Hidden Leaf. Tion. Special jonin? Yamanaka Ino. Oh, Vortex Xianglin. Special jonin. Does that imply great strength? Miyazaki Red Bean. Perhaps. One person can contend with hundreds of you. Hyuga Hinata. Wow. ISNT that even more powerful than Teacher Hong? Miyazaki Red Bean. Teacher Hong? You are a disciple of Hong. Indeed. I have heard Hong mention that among her disciples is a direct descendant of the Hyuga clan, which is you. Hyuga Hinata. Are you very familiar with Teacher Hong? Miyazaki Red Bean. Hee. We are the best of friends. Ahem. It seems you all are indeed real people online. ISNT there's still one person in the group? What is their identity? Yamanaka Ino. That one, for now, doesn't he require your attention? Miyazaki Red Bean. Alright. Then tell me more about Mo Chen. What does the future video entail? Haruno Sakura. Mo Chen felt a twinge of emotion. With the addition of Hong Do, the chat group was bound to become lively. This individual was akin to a female version of Naruto, particularly in terms of temperament, boisterous, loud, and carefree. It was hardly surprising that she could find common ground with a few young girls. In fact, Mo Chen even feared that she might lead others astray, which would undoubtedly provide some amusement. The would-release clone left in the hidden grass village had completed its mission and, upon dispelling itself, transmitted its memories. Long's assault on the Kai class had only elicited a few reprimands from the grass village leader, who merely confined her for a few days. However, prompted by Long's warning, the grass village leader intended to firmly align with Konoha, thus placing significant importance on the upcoming joint Chunin exams. He planned to send all the Genin to participate, with all Jounin serving as team leaders, each responsible for 1 or 2 squads. The Chunin would accompany to provide care and, simultaneously, to gain exposure to Konoha. The grass village leader himself would act as the overall team leader. This meant that he retained only the special departments, including the Umbu, while bringing the remainder to Konoha. As long as neighboring nations received word and wished not to disrupt Konoha's Chunin exams, they would hesitate to take further action against the hidden grass village. Upon receiving this news, Mo Chen's face instantly bore a marked expression of dismay. Chapter 040, An Ambush. The organization strikes. Xianglin, at last. I have the pleasure of meeting you in person. Tion, following the address shared in the chat group, soon found herself in a courtyard, where she was overjoyed to see Xianglin and rushed forward to embrace her tightly. This was the inaugural offline gathering of internet friends from the shinobi world, a momentous occasion indeed. How wonderful. I have longed to meet you all. Xianglin could sense the genuine joy radiating from Tion, and she too felt elated, reciprocating the embrace with equal fervor. Even now, she struggled to grasp the reality of her situation. Not only had she escaped the treacherous depths of the grass-hidden village, but she had also arrived in a safe environment, surrounded by caring individuals. These were her cherished sisters from the group, despite this being their first encounter. There was no hint of the usual awkwardness that accompanies strangers, aside from the newly joined Hong Do and the quiet Sakura, who had yet to speak since joining. The rest were like family to her. Xianglin, has anyone arrived? Came Kanai's voice from within the house, where she busied herself arranging furniture and tidying up. Overjoyed, Xianglin called out, "Mom, come out quickly. A friend has come to see me." "Friend?" Kanai asked, taken aback. Xianglin had wandered aimlessly since her birth, never experiencing a stable life. Even when the grass-hidden village had offered to take them in 2 years prior, it had seemed like the dawn of a new beginning, only to devolve into a nightmare. Under such dire living conditions, even their lives were precarious, and no one dared approach them. Where then? Could Xianglin have found a friend? With a heart full of curiosity, Kanai stepped into the courtyard, quickly spotting Tian and her daughter, embracing one another. Appearing intimate and filled with joy, chattering animatedly. Kanai could sense that Tian's happiness was sincere, as was her daughter's, and any initial apprehension she felt dissipated. "Are you not going to introduce me, dear?" Kanai asked with a smile as she looked at the two girls. Like Xianglin, she too felt as though she were living in a dream. This life was something she had never dared to imagine. "Hello, Auntie. My name is Tian." Tian eagerly introduced herself. "Earlier on the road, Xianglin lent me a hand, so I came to express my gratitude." Yes. Xianglin chimed in, nodding vigorously. Tian and I hit it off immediately. We are already the best of sisters." Seeing her daughter's genuine happiness, Kanai felt a flicker of uncertainty, but much like Xianglin had surmised, she refrained from probing further and instead felt delighted for her daughter. Tian, is it? What a good child. I'll leave Xianglin in your care from now on," Kanai said with a warm smile, nodding. "You two play in the courtyard for a while. I'll prepare some pastries for you. It has been quite a while since I last cooked, so I'm unsure if my skills have diminished. I hope you won't find them lacking." "Oh, Auntie, you're too kind." Tian quickly waved her hands and offered the fruits she had purchased along the way. "Here are some fruits I brought. Could you please wash and cut them for us?" Though Tian wished to lend a hand in the kitchen, she felt she lacked the necessary skill, so she opted to play the part of the innocent. She hoped that Aunt Kanai would not hold any grievances against her for this. Kanai, however, thought little of it and graciously accepted Tian's kind gesture with a smile. As Mo Chen traversed a secluded grove, his hurried steps suddenly halted, and his eyes, peering through the dark mask, narrowed slightly. In an instant, a grayish-white barrier illuminated a radius of several hundred meters around him. Is it directed at me? Who could it be? Mo Chen stood still, his three-tomo Sharingan wide open, meticulously surveying his surroundings. He felt no debilitating effects. This barrier seemed solely intended for isolation. It was evident that the barrier had been meticulously set up in advance, awaiting an unsuspecting intruder. If it were merely a random act of robbery, such grand measures would be unwarranted. Thus, it suggested that someone had accurately anticipated his passage through this area and had prepared accordingly. However, Mo Chen was merely a novice, fresh from the ninja academy, with only the village hidden in the grass as his potential adversary. Not to mention, even if his identity were compromised, the grass village could not possibly react so swiftly or possess the audacity to attempt an assassination on him at the outskirts of Konoha. The only possibility that Mo Chen could conceive was the foul rat, Shimura Danzo, lurking in the shadows. As thoughts raced through Mo Chen's mind, a multitude of shurikens hurtled towards him from all directions. Were he an ordinary novice, a mere encounter would render him a pincushion. Even someone of Sasuke's caliber would likely sustain some injuries and find himself in a fluster. However, under the vigilant gaze of the three-tomo Sharingan, Mo Chen felt no need to defend himself, his feet remaining firmly planted. With a subtle shift of his body, he effortlessly evaded all the shurikens that threatened to strike him. In the next moment, 8 figures emerged from various angles, charging directly at Mo Chen. Dressed in the garb of Konoha's Umbu, their cloaks were more concealing than those of the Hokage's elite, and their masks bore slight variations. It was evident they were members of the Root organization. Before they could close the distance, they began forming hand seals, completing their prelude to the jutsu in the blink of an eye. Doton, Dori-Dan, Raiden, G-Man Denboku, combined ninjutsu, Raiden Doton Dori-Dan. These 8 individuals, 4 wielding Earth Release and 4 wielding Lightning Release, combined their powers to unleash 4 complex ninjutsu, attacking Mo Chen from 4 distinct directions. Judging by their prowess, all 8 were elite shinobi of at least special J-Nin level, far surpassing the lackluster abilities of the grass village's uninspired ninjas. Mo Chen's gaze sharpened, realizing that he had indeed become the target of an assault. This was a complete manifestation of elemental restraint. It is worth noting that Mo Chen currently wielded the powers of Water Release and Earth Release, since Earth counters Water and Lightning counters Earth. Coupled with the intricate techniques of ninjutsu, any attempt by Mo Chen to employ his escape techniques would result in an overwhelming disadvantage. Thus, they intended to compel him to resort to a release. Consequently, Mo Chen became even more convinced that the individuals before him were indeed members of Danzo's Root organization, without any possibility of impersonation. Unfortunately, they seemed to underestimate their knowledge of him. Mo Chen's lips curled subtly beneath the mask as he calmly formed his hand seals. Multiple Shadow Clone Technique. Earth Style, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Water Style, Water Dragon Bullet Technique. Combined Ninjutsu, Earth Water Dragon Bullet. Although 8 individuals combined their powers to execute 4 complex ninjutsu, all employing the Dragon Bullet Technique, the elemental properties were fundamentally countered. Despite being unable to see his adversaries' faces, Mo Chen could distinctly sense their disdainful demeanor upon witnessing his response. It was hardly surprising, after all. Employing a technique with properties entirely negated at such a delayed juncture could be perceived as a fool's errand. Yet, in the next moment, all 8 of them widened their eyes in astonishment. While it is true that Mo Chen's casting of techniques was somewhat delayed, his execution speed was astonishingly swift. Each of his Earth-Water Dragon bullets was more than twice the girth of the Lightning Earth Dragon bullets. Before the latter could reach him, the former had already taken shape, launching an instant counterattack that collided head-on. In the astonished gaze of the 8 Lightning Earth Dragon bullet casters, the Earth-Water Dragon bullet shattered the Lightning Earth Dragon bullet, its momentum unabated as it surged towards the 8 individuals behind. How could this be? Quickly, evade. Damn it, is this fellow a monster? The 8 members of the Root organization were utterly terrified, exclaiming as they hastily sought refuge to the side. Boom, 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 boom. Even though the Earth-Water Dragon bullet had lost some of its potency, its remaining power was still formidable. For Earth-Water Dragon bullets crashed into the forest, instantly reducing the surrounding trees to rubble. The powerful shockwave spread out, causing one relatively fragile root member to cough up blood. The others managed to evade. Yet they still felt their vital energy surge tumultuously. Thank you all for your support and gifts. Consider this chapter as an additional update. Due to the festive season, I have been rather busy. Updates will accelerate in a few days. Thank you once again. Chapter 041. Want to witness what release? As you wish. Is this fellow truly only 12 years old? It is hard to fathom the heights of power he might attain given more time for development. We must go all out. Do not grant him a moment's respite. A few members of the Root organization exchanged brief words, quickly regaining their composure. They were aware of Mo Chen's would release and his extraordinary chakra reserves, yet they had not anticipated such exceptional talent. According to intelligence reports, Mo Chen had only recently graduated from the Ninja Academy and had been training for just a few days. Their mobilization of such a large force was merely a reflection of their regard for would release, and even then, it seemed somewhat excessive. However, their perspective had shifted. This individual before them, even without considering his would release abilities, was indeed a formidable adversary, as several Root members stabilized their momentum and reorganized their offensive. Mo Chen's expression grew slightly grave. Truly, the elite of the Root organization were not easy to contend with. Mo Chen's gaze shifted as he pondered strategies to break the deadlock. Defeating these 8 individuals head-on was no simple feat. Who could fathom the myriad traps that lay in wait? Even if he were to emerge victorious, engaging them directly was hardly necessary. However, Mo Chen possessed little knowledge of barrier techniques, being only aware that they could be shattered through sheer force. With a swift movement, he retreated in the direction away from Konoha while the enemies had yet to close in. Given that they were aware of his intent to return to Konoha, it was likely that any hidden traps were set along his path. Finding technique. Yet, before Mo Chen could distance himself significantly, 2 members of the Root accelerated to catch up, casting their techniques at him from a distance. Mo Chen suddenly felt his body grow heavy, as if the gravity around him had multiplied several times. The binding technique is a form of restraint that, when there is a significant disparity in strength, can immobilize an individual in an instant. However, with the activation of his Sharingan, Mo Chen's mental fortitude remained formidable, even when confronted by 2 opponents in unison. They could not completely restrain him. Nonetheless, this level of constraint severely hampered his movements, and soon, 6 additional members of the Root organization had caught up to him. They refrained from employing ninjutsu, and one of them delivered a powerful kick to Mo Chen's chest. Mo Chen barely had time to raise his arms. Yet before he could summon his strength, he was sent flying by a powerful kick. The sound of rushing air followed closely behind. He sensed that 2 individuals were flanking him, preparing to strike. The binding spell constraining him rendered his movement sluggish, leaving him incapable of defense. Consequently, he received another 2 kicks to his back, propelling his body once more into the air. As he looked ahead, he noticed another assailant waiting, poised to attack at any moment. In an instant, a surge of fury welled up within Mo Chen. Did they truly think him a mere Peppa Pig? Simply because the tiger had not roared? If they wished to witness the prowess of would release, then let it be as they desire. With the binding technique weighing heavily upon him, Mo Chen clapped his hands with great force, causing his chakra to surge wildly within. Would release. Technique of the Wooden Man. A thunderous roar echoed as a colossal wooden figure, towering over 100 meters, erupted from the ground, instantly dispelling the binding spell that had ensnared Mo Chen. A powerful aura radiated outward, sending shockwaves that knocked several Root members nearby off their feet. However, the barrier surrounding them remained untouched by the wooden giant, leaving Mo Chen with a tinge of disappointment. Feeling quite proud of yourselves, are you? Then allow me to witness what other tricks you possess. With his trump card now revealed, Mo Chen no longer held back. Perched upon the bridge of the massive wooden figure's nose, he directed its enormous fist towards 3 nearby Root members. Their earlier maneuvers had been aimed at forcing Mo Chen to reveal his would release, indicating they must have prepared countermeasures. Yet, to Mo Chen's surprise, among the 3 Root members, 2 managed to escape in a flurry, narrowly avoiding the descending fist of the wooden giant. The remaining member seemed momentarily stunned, reacting a beat too late, and was struck by the edge of the attack. With a splatter, the unfortunate Root member was sent sprawling, blood spewing from his mouth as he crashed into the ground, creating a massive indentation in the earth. His breaths becoming shallow. Mo Chen raised an eyebrow slightly, then broke into a grin. It appears that even the root organization is not omniscient. Have they been rendered speechless by my wooden giant? It was indeed remarkable to think that mastering both earth and water release within mere days was already a sign of extraordinary genius. Successfully integrating wood release might stem from innate talent, yet to wield the wooden man technique so swiftly would leave anyone incredulous. If that were the case, their strategies against wood release would surely be significantly undermined, although the wooden man was merely a rudimentary technique within the wood release arsenal. In this critical juncture where strategy outweighed brute strength, its deployment had nearly sealed the fate of the battle. Observing the root members in a state of disarray, Mo Chen seized the opportunity, commanding the wooden giant to pursue them relentlessly. Boom, boom, boom. The towering wooden figure advanced with clumsy strides, delivering one powerful blow after another. Mo Chen paid no heed to whether anyone was struck. His intent was simply to cause a commotion. Come on, were you not eager to take action against me? Why has everyone lost their resolve? Mo Chen stood atop the wooden figure, laughing maniacally, with fists as large as houses. I challenge any of you to withstand a single blow. How infuriating, this little brat is insufferably arrogant. Is this truly wood release? The power is astonishing, far surpassing my expectations. In comparison, the strength of Jia from back then seems utterly trivial. This is clearly not ordinary wood release. What shall we do now? Is fleeing our only option? The root members fled in disarray, eventually huddling together, yet none possessed the means to confront the wooden giant, though it moved clumsily. Its wide attack range left no room for evasion when one drew too near. However, maintaining distance rendered them unable to strike at the caster to dispel the jutsu, leaving them in a dire predicament. At this juncture, they truly had no recourse but to flee. You cannot escape. A wicked smile crept across Mo Chen's lips. Using the wooden figure against mere mortals is akin to using a cannon to swat a fly. The adversaries, intent on fleeing, found it exceedingly difficult to land a hit. Yet, amidst the chase, Mo Chen achieved his objective. From his elevated vantage point, he surveyed the 7 trapped root members, and with a clap of his hands, chakra surged within him once more. The area around Konoha was abundantly forested. This was the domain of wood release. Wood release, birth of the world of trees. With a low command from Mo Chen, the surrounding trees erupted in wild growth. The trunks twisted, thickened, and elongated, their branches and leaves extending rapidly. Any gap in the ground sprouted new saplings, which swiftly transformed into towering trees. In that moment, the trees appeared to come alive, as if imbued with vitality, entwining themselves around the root members. The woodland was their prison, leaving the members with no place to hide. Drawing upon their strength and experience, they managed to evade a few attacks, but soon each found themselves ensnared by a tree. At the moment of capture, their chakra was rapidly siphoned away, absorbed by the very trees that had ensnared them. Now, let us see where you can run, Mo Chen exclaimed. Die. Mo Chen erupted into hearty laughter, manipulating the wooden figure as it swung its colossal fist down upon the root members. It was nearly time for recommendations. Those who appreciate this book, kindly bestow a 5-star review to help boost its visibility. I have no objections to installments, but do tread carefully to avoid a misstep on your way out. Chapter 042. Danzo. I am the old shadow of Konoha, a group of incompetent fools, incapable of handling such trivial matters. Wind release, vacuum great sphere. Secret technique, insect sphere. Chaotic windsword technique. Just as the wooden fist was about to descend upon the root members, a low voice suddenly rang out. Emerging from the shadows were Danzo, his body and face wrapped in numerous bandages, accompanied by 2 guards, each showcasing their unique skills. Danzo inhaled sharply through pursed lips, then exhaled a considerable breath imbued with a garlicky aroma. Though visually unappealing, its potency was undeniable. Danzo's breath transformed into an oval whirlwind, slicing through the trees formed by wood release wherever it passed. The 2 guards behind him were formidable as well. One was clearly from the Aburame clan, summoning a thick fog of insects. This dark mist devoured the trees at an alarming rate, reminiscent of a locust swarm. The other, a master swordsman, wielded a katana with such finesse that the surrounding air shimmered with sword chi, severing the wooden constructs as effortlessly as cutting through tofu. As the trio unleashed their abilities, they swiftly cleared a substantial area of the surrounding forest. One guard relied on insects, while the other employed speed, rapidly rescuing the root members. With a thunderous crash, the wooden fist finally descended but met only emptiness. Has this old shadow finally deemed it appropriate to reveal himself? Mo Chen remained unfazed by the failed attack. After all, such an outcome had been anticipated. My apologies, Lord Danzo. It is our incompetence. The rescued root members immediately knelt, seeking forgiveness from Danzo. Danzo, his expression darkened, waved his hand dismissively. Withdraw. He had sent these individuals merely to gauge Mo Chen's capabilities, initially hoping to subdue him effortlessly and force him to reveal all his techniques. Little did he expect that those he dispatched would be so easily suppressed by Mo Chen. Nevertheless, the technique Mo Chen had just employed was likely his most powerful. After all, he had only been training for a few days. Such prowess was already astonishing. Once the root members had retreated, Danzo raised his gaze toward the elevated Mo Chen and proclaimed, I am the old shadow of Konoha. Mo Chen interjected, controlling the wooden figure to deliver a resounding slap. I am the old shadow of Konoha? Danzo's already dark visage deepened in shade. Spare me. Such a technique holds no effect on me. As the wooden figure's attack approached, Danzo deftly sidestepped, evading the strike with ease. He then leaped onto the wooden arm, swiftly climbing upward, with his two guards closely following, undeterred by the wooden figure's onslaught. While the towering figure was exhilarating to control against agile adversaries, it became somewhat of a hindrance. Since you are unwilling to engage in a peaceful dialogue, let me demonstrate my strength, and you shall soon find yourself compliant. As he ascended, Danzo maintained an air of indifference, stating coldly, however, I am also curious to witness your capabilities. Should you fail to impress, I would not hesitate to erase you from existence right here. Mo Chen listened in silence, perplexed by the notion that he was unwilling to engage in a peaceful dialogue. Was it even possible to converse peacefully while being trapped within a barrier? How utterly shameless of that old dog. Mo Chen spat defiantly, exerting force to shake the puppet's arm vigorously. Tuanzong nearly boiled with rage at Mo Chen's insolence, mentally cursing. How long had it been since he had been treated in such a manner? The two guards were equally enraged, for when a master is insulted, so too are his servants. If only they could approach him now, they would teach this brat a lesson in decorum. Yet, as the puppet's arm shook, even they found it difficult to maintain their balance, nearly tumbling off. At that moment, both Tuanzong and his guards had neither the energy nor the inclination to engage in verbal sparring with Mo Chen. They concentrated on channeling chakra into their feet, leaping from the puppet's arm to other parts of its body. Is this what you call demonstrating strength? Mo Chen scoffed. Is your prowess merely that of a flea? I must admit, you have indeed caused me some inconvenience. Mo Chen manipulated the wooden figure's hands, relentlessly striking forward, forcing the three members of Danzo to remain at a distance. After a strenuous effort to advance significantly, they were swiftly driven back once more. Mo Chen's arrogant demeanor proved unbearable for the two guards. Lord Danzo, we shall provide cover for you. Do not hesitate to charge forward. The guard from the Oil Woman clan exclaimed, transforming into a swirling mass of black mist that entwined around the descending hand of the wooden figure. Secret technique. Insect consumption. The black mist enveloped the wooden hand, visibly diminishing it as if being gnawed away by countless insects. Consequently, the hand's attacks became lighter and slower. Seizing the moment, Danzo swiftly maneuvered past and ascended a considerable height. Just then, the wooden figure's other hand swung toward him, this time in the form of a fist. Sword technique. Swift light slash. Continuous slashes. I slash and slash. The swordsman guard leapt high into the air and deftly positioned himself beside the wooden figure's elbow, striking at the joint with his katana. After several relentless cuts, he finally severed the arm just before the wooden figure's attack landed. Danzo paid no heed to the unfolding events. His confidence in his guards was unwavering. Without a glance, he climbed rapidly, soon reaching the shoulder of the wooden figure, mere inches away from Mo Chen's head. This proximity placed him within Danzo's striking range. A wicked smile curled at the corner of Danzo's mouth, accompanied by a hint of disdain. In his eyes, Mo Chen was still too youthful. If he possessed such abilities, he could single-handedly annihilate a nation. How could he be so easily approached? Submit to me, and I shall grant you favor, Danzo began. But before he could finish, he nearly exclaimed in shock. Mo Chen, with a beaming smile, clapped his hands together and coldly declared, I have awaited this moment for quite some time. Would release, would dragon technique? A colossal wooden dragon, adorned with sharp thorns and a long, hooked snout, materialized from the trees that had previously been summoned. As Danzo and his companions ascended the wooden figure's arm, Mo Chen had been preparing this technique. The wood dragon spiraled upward from the feet of the wooden figure, colliding forcefully with Danzo's two airborne guards, sending them hurtling through the air, blood spewing from their mouths. In the next instant, the wood dragon emerged from the other side of the wooden figure's shoulder, fixating its gaze intently on Danzo. The words Danzo had intended to utter evaporated from his mind. The wood dragon exhibited far greater agility than the wooden figure, and at such close range, an attack was nearly inevitable for Danzo. Cold sweat trickled down his forehead as he instinctively took a step back. This movement seemed to activate the dragon, which suddenly opened its massive jaws and lunged at him. Damn, this fellow has elevated wood release to such heights. Danzo's expression shifted dramatically, and without a second thought, he turned to flee. He dashed along the wooden figure's shoulder, narrowly evading the dragon's onslaught, and swiftly descended to the figure's waist. With a powerful kick, he accelerated and slid into the wooden figure's rear, narrowly escaping the dragon's attack once more. Chapter 43. The Dream Eater, a comedic spirit captain, come quickly. There's a barrier here. The patrolling ninja on the outskirts of Konoha soon discovered a gray barrier enveloping the forest and immediately sought out the team leader, Akane. Startled, Akane set aside her casual banter with the group and hurried to the barrier's perimeter. After a brief examination, she concluded, this is a type of isolation formation, designed to avoid detection. Something clandestine is undoubtedly occurring within. Gather everyone and devise a method to breach this barrier. A sense of foreboding gripped Akane, prompting her to issue a gathering signal without concern for the potential diversionary tactics at play. As the signal echoed, all patrolling ninjas converged. The Byakugan cannot penetrate this barrier. It is a four corners isolation formation, with one focal point set in each direction. Only by simultaneously eliminating them can the barrier shatter without assault. A Hyuga clan member reported to Akane. Without hesitation, Akane commanded, send one person back to report to Lord Hokage. The rest of you, equip wireless communication devices. and immediately seek out the focal points. Await my command. The designated ninja promptly departed. Before long, reports crackled through the wireless devices. Captain, we've located a focal point. But it's trapped. It will take at least half an hour to dismantle. Same here. Echoed the responses from all 4 directions. Akane furrowed her brow. Can we not send more personnel to expedite the process? No, it can only be dismantled by 1 person. More will not help. Same situation here. Sighing. Akane rubbed her temples. Initiate the dismantling immediately and with all your might. The rest of you, remain vigilant and alert. Understood. With a pensive frown, Akane murmured to herself. According to Tintin and Karen, Mo Chen is returning to Konoha from the direction of Zokigawa. Could the individuals within the barrier be targeting him? Are they spies from other countries? I hope my fears are unfounded. Within the barrier, Danzo found himself in a desperate flight from the Wood Dragon. Quickly retreating back to the ground, watching his previous efforts dissolve into nothingness. Once they landed, the Wood Dragon was summoned back, as Mo Chen showed no urgency to strike. Damn, this delay is intolerable. Danzo's face darkened. Being toyed with by a junior was a blow to his pride. Especially with the 8 root members who had ambushed Mo Chen standing in the background, likely stifling their laughter behind their masks. Since he refused to be sensible. Do not blame me for being ruthless. Danzo was resolved to swiftly subdue Mo Chen. He exchanged glances with the 2 guards who had regained their composure and then formed hand seals, calling out, summoning technique. With a resounding poof. A creature with the trunk of an elephant, the tail of a cow, the body of a lion, and the claws of a tiger appeared before them. Dream Eater. Unleash your power. With a command from Danzo, the Dream Eater, known as the Dream Boar, opened its mouth towards the wooden figure and took a deep breath. A tremendous suction force emerged, pulling in a multitude of trees and dust before it. Simultaneously, it expelled white smoke from its trunk-like nose, releasing the gas ingested to prevent its belly from bursting. This cycle of inhalation and exhalation could persist until its chakra was depleted. The Dream Boar's suction was formidable, even causing the towering wooden figure, standing over 100 meters high, to falter. High above, Mo Chen, who was at a considerable distance, was also affected by this overwhelming force, causing him to lose his balance and fall from the sky, directly drawn towards the gaping maw of the Dream Boar. As Mo Chen disengaged from the wooden figure, interrupting the chakra flow, both the wooden figure and wooden dragon collapsed helplessly to the ground. Observing this, the Dream Boar intensified its suction towards Mo Chen's body. The intensity of this force was formidable. It was no wonder even Sasuke Susanoo could not withstand it. Despite the alarming situation, Mo Chen remained composed, quickly assessing his circumstances. The act of being drawn in was partly intentional on his part. But the Dream Boar's suction was undeniably immense. With his body in a state of weightlessness, controlling his chakra became exceedingly difficult, let alone maintaining balance. However, considering that even Sasuke could perform ninjutsu under such conditions, Mo Chen did not believe himself to be inferior to Eagle Sasuke at this moment. At this juncture, Danzo was fully engaged in aiding the Dream Boar, leaving him unable to intervene, which contributed to the Dream Boar's astonishing power. Meanwhile, the 2 guards had stepped forward, poised to restrain Mo Chen as he was drawn closer. Though it seemed slow, the entire ordeal transpired within a mere 2 to 3 seconds. And Mo Chen had traversed a distance of over 100 meters. Nevertheless, he managed to stabilize himself, extending his right palm towards the Dream Boar. Would release, insertion technique. A multitude of wooden spikes erupted from Mo Chen's palm, descending like a torrential rain of wooden spears. This display of might, despite its inherent weaknesses, was scarcely inferior to the power wielded by Obito during the 4th Great Ninja War, when he harnessed the strength of the Ten Tails. Mo Chen's chakra was inexhaustible, utilized without restraint. As long as a problem could be resolved with chakra, it was hardly a problem at all. A multitude of wooden stakes descended, causing Tuanzong and his companions to change their expressions drastically. Even though the Dream Demon possessed formidable suction, its mouth could only accommodate so much, rendering it incapable of absorbing all the wooden stakes. Caught off guard by Mo Chen's ability to cast jutsu in such circumstances, Tuanzong and the others were unprepared. Their only option to avoid injury was to retreat. Consequently, the 3 hastily withdrew, and Tuanzong chose to abandon the Dream Demon. He had anticipated that the Dream Demon would sustain only minor injuries, but once he retreated, its suction diminished significantly, leading to a plethora of wooden stakes raining down and easily piercing its body. The most terrifying aspect was that the stakes lodged within its body detonated, causing numerous branches to burst forth from its flesh. The Dream Demon barely managed to emit a howl before it was impaled like a porcupine. Blood gushed forth, and it soon met an irrevocable demise. Such a summoning beast was merely a source of amusement. Mo Chen let out a derisive chuckle, his feet firmly planted on the ground. While the suction was formidable, a simple ninjutsu could cause it to explode. Precision was unnecessary, rendering the Dream Demon suitable only for confronting the weak. However, one might ponder whether summoning a spirit beast was truly necessary when facing the feeble. Yet, on reflection, perhaps he should consider acquiring a spirit beast for himself, preferably one capable of flight. Secret technique, insect jewel, sword technique, gale slash. Tuanzang's 2 guards could no longer tolerate Mo Chen's arrogance. After the stakes were unleashed, they seized the opportunity while Mo Chen was unsteady and immediately launched their assault. Having already witnessed Mo Chen's tenacity, they attacked with all their might. Mo Chen clapped his hands, and before him, a series of wooden pillars emerged, bending gracefully from the ground to form an archway that shielded him within. The more chakra he possessed, the stronger the wooden barrier became. With only the 2 guards of Danzo at his disposal, they were insufficient to breach this defensive ninjutsu. Danzo's gaze sharpened. He had already lost considerable face in this battle, and time was running short. He needed to subdue Mo Chen swiftly. Suddenly, a series of smoke sounds erupted from behind the root members, startling everyone. They quickly turned to see 7 shadow clones of Mo Chen materializing. These were the initial shadow clones. The faces of the root members changed dramatically. During their first ambush on Mo Chen, they had employed 4 composite ninjutsu. At that time, Mo Chen countered with 7 shadow clones, who, alongside his real self, executed the same 4 composite techniques. Afterward, Mo Chen's shadow clones had seemingly vanished. They assumed he had recalled them after using the ninjutsu, as was customary for most ninjas due to their limited chakra. However, unbeknownst to them, Mo Chen had no fear of chakra depletion. He had retained all the shadow clones, simply transforming them into stones on the ground, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. With everyone's attention focused on his real body, the sudden appearance of the shadow clones left them utterly unprepared. Would release, tree binding kill. Each shadow clone targeted a root member, launching individual attacks. 7 towering trees erupted from the ground, swiftly ensnaring the root members. The trunks twisted and constricted, and in the next moment, the members were obliterated into clouds of crimson mist. In the blink of an eye, only one root member remained, the one who had been injured by the composite ninjutsu at the onset. You seek death. Danzo's fury ignited, emanating a palpable malevolence. He was not particularly concerned about the deaths of his subordinates. As long as he achieved his goals, he was willing to endure any sacrifice. Yet, Mo Chen's actions were tantamount to slapping him in the face. Hold on, there is still one left. Mo Chen retracted the wooden barrier and snapped his fingers, pointing at the last root member. The 7 shadow clones of Mo Chen chuckled sinisterly, simultaneously turning their attention to the remaining member. That root member, stricken with terror, fell to the ground, scrambling backward in a futile attempt to escape. Please, please don't kill me. Despite being trained as ruthless killing machines, the root members were not devoid of fear. The specter of death elicited dread in them, especially with 7 companions having just been reduced to blood mist. Such a visceral shock was not something any individual could easily withstand. Danzo's face darkened, his anger boiling within him. He was incensed not only by Mo Chen's brazen demeanor, but also by the foolishness of his subordinates. Naturally, Danzo's 2 guards would not allow their master to be humiliated without retaliation. They immediately turned to confront Mo Chen's 7 shadow clones. Thousand-handed Mo Chen, you will regret this. Danzo coldly declared to Mo Chen, disregarding the chaos unfolding behind him. Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback. Senju Mo Chen? When did he acquire the surname Senju? However, he dismissed the thought, believing that Danzo, upon learning of his would-release abilities, subconsciously regarded him as a descendant of the Senju clan. Yet, in Mo Chen's own understanding, he was merely a nameless commoner. His proficiency in would-release stemmed solely from his ability to fabricate knowledge of the future, with no ties to the Senju whatsoever. Why should I feel remorse? Mo Chen let out a cold, mocking laugh. You dare to ambush me and expect no retaliation? I care not for your identities nor the motives behind your attack. I am not a magnanimous individual. Should you strike at me, be prepared to face the consequences. This includes you, old dog. Danzo retorted sharply. Do you know who I am? Do not presume that mastering would-release grants you the right to disregard everyone. I am not to be trifled with. With a swift motion, Mo Chen conjured a wooden spear from his palm and hurled it towards Danzo with great force. Danzo swiftly dodged, his anger boiling within him. This insolent fool would not even allow him to finish his words, clearly intent on keeping his identity concealed. This implied that, even if Mo Chen was unaware of who he was, he held some suspicions. Yet, as long as Danzo's identity remained shrouded in secrecy, Mo Chen could act without restraint. Understanding Mo Chen's intent, Danzo ceased his futile banter and lifted the bandage concealing his right eye. Since you are so obstinate, do not blame me for turning you into a heartless puppet. His right eye housed the Kodo Amatsukami of the Uchiha clan, a power he had kept and used until now. Employing it on Mo Chen was entirely worthwhile. Unfortunately, Mo Chen was well aware of Danzo's capabilities, and as Danzo unveiled his right eye, Mo Chen had already discerned his intentions. Mo Chen swiftly evaded, darting behind a towering tree, forming hand seals before delivering a powerful strike. The wood release, Flower Tree Realm has descended. At this moment, Tuanzang's 2 guards had already dispatched 7 of Mo Chen's shadow clones. Unfortunately, shadow clones dissipate upon receiving a blow, making them ineffective against such elite ninjas. However, there was a silver lining. Just before several clones vanished, they managed to eliminate the last root member. Just as the 2 guards prepared to turn back and support Tuanzang, the surrounding forest seemed to come alive. Every tree surged with unnatural vigor, growing at a pace several times faster than the previous tree world descent. Even with the combined strength of Tuanzang and his companions, they could not swiftly sever these colossal trees. As the trees expanded, their space to maneuver became increasingly constricted, forcing them to continuously evade. Damn it. Why does it feel as though he anticipated my next move and dodged in advance? A weight settled in Tuanzang's heart. He had just revealed his Manjiki Sharingan and had yet to cast a technique on Mo Chen when the latter vanished. No, that cannot be. The Tianxin technique is solely in my possession, and only that individual knows of its existence, yet he could never have crossed paths with Mo Chen. This fellow. He must simply be fortunate, fortuitously hiding just to execute this very move. Tuanzang quickly rationalized this to himself, easing his mind. The Tianxin must remain concealed. Not only due to its dubious origins but also because it is his trump card. Suddenly, a member of the Oil Girl clan shouted, "The pollen above is toxic." Due to Mo Chen's ninjutsu, the trees had grown enormous, compressing the ground space. As Tuanzang and his companions sought refuge, they could only leap upwards, plunging into a cloud of vibrant yellow pollen. The flower tree realm is an enhanced version of the tree world descent. It not only produces numerous giant trees but also a colossal flower at its center. The pollen released by this flower can paralyze the nerves of enemies, rendering them sluggish and gradually robbing them of consciousness. Tuanzang was aware of this technique, but it had been decades since anyone had mastered true wood release, causing the details of this jutsu to blur in his memory. Moreover, his focus had been primarily on the Tianxin, only recalling this peril when alerted by the guards. Unfortunately, it was too late. Under Mo Chen's covert manipulation, vast clouds of yellow mist converged upon them, trapping them in a dire predicament. Below, enormous trees assaulted them relentlessly. In the midst of their encirclement, Tuanzang and his companions could not afford to remain passive. They immediately unleashed their respective techniques to disperse the pollen. While these techniques were effective against tangible foes, their impact against the formless toxic mist was limited, merely serving to delay the inevitable. Lord Tuanzang, at this rate, we will all fall victim. Even if we cease to breathe, we cannot endure for long, warned the Oil Girl clan's guard, who had sensed the threat of the pollen through his technique. With the ground nearly occupied by the massive trees, they had no foothold and could only seek refuge above. Yet, the space above was also saturated with pollen, devoid of safety. The primary issue stemmed from the barrier that contained the pollen, preventing it from dispersing. The longer they lingered, the greater their peril became. Lord Tuanzang, we must retreat. Reinforcements should have arrived outside the barrier. Even if we manage to subdue Mo Chen, escaping will be impossible. We must abandon this mission and seek another opportunity. The swordsman guard, sensing Tuanzang's grim silence, proposed the retreat. Withdraw. Upon the swordsman's suggestion, Tuanzang gritted his teeth and signaled decisively. Indeed, he had contemplated retreat long before, merely awaiting the right moment. The swordsman and the Oil Girl guard exchanged glances, nodded, formed hand seals, and unleashed a beam of chakra toward the distant barrier. However, before the beams could strike the barrier, it suddenly trembled violently and shattered into countless glimmering particles. The barrier had been breached from the outside. As the barrier crumbled, the pollen once confined within surged outward, inadvertently diluting the toxic mist in their vicinity. Let us go. Without regard for the circumstances outside the barrier, Tuanzang promptly gestured for his guards to flee. This operation had already failed. Lingering would only lead to greater troubles. Mo Chen undoubtedly discerned their intentions and promptly channeled his chakra, commanding a multitude of vine-like tendrils to ensnare them, seeking to obstruct their passage. Regrettably, the distance was too great, and the force of his assault proved insufficient to halt Danzo and his companions. Who goes there? Stop them. A cacophony of chaos erupted from afar, accompanied by the sound of clashing metal, which quickly faded into silence. It was evident that Danzo and his group had ultimately escaped. It remained uncertain whether those outside had recognized his identity. Mo Chen was acutely aware that with his current strength, he could not deliver a fatal blow to Danzo. He merely sought to create some inconvenience for him. Now that he had fled, it mattered not, for he had not suffered any loss this time. He had ample time to engage leisurely in the future. The longer he waited, the easier it would become to deal with Danzo. Whoosh! A multitude of figures approached swiftly, heading directly toward Mo Chen's location. Mo Chen recognized that these individuals were primarily from the Hidden Leaf Village, predominantly members of the Umbu. Just before they approached him, his aura suddenly waned, and he collapsed weakly to the ground. Dressed in Umbu attire, they were indeed allies. Soon, several Umbu members arrived at Mo Chen's side. One of them assessed his condition and turned to report to Hong Do, who had followed closely behind. Chakra depletion has occurred, there are no visible injuries. But we cannot disregard the possibility of psychological trauma. Through the video in their chat group, Hong Do confirmed that the figure sprawled on the ground was indeed Mo Chen, though absolute certainty would require a glimpse of his face. However, with Mo Chen currently donning an Umbu mask, revealing his true identity was not permissible. In light of these circumstances, it was inappropriate to unmask Mo Chen. Fortunately, at that moment, the third Hokage approached with his entourage. Having grasped the situation, the third turned to Mo Chen, who was struggling to rise and bow respectfully, and inquired in a grave tone, what transpired. Mo Chen's voice was weak as he spoke. I have just returned from executing a mission, and I was ambushed here. The assailants were dressed as members of the Konoha Anbu. Yet their masks and attire bore subtle differences. Leading them was a man with a bandaged face and a right arm wrapped in gauze, accompanied by two guards, one wielding parasitic insects and the other a skilled swordsman. They demanded my submission to the bandaged man, threatening to eliminate me should I refuse. Mo Chen briefly recounted the events, refraining from delving into excessive detail. The third Hokage's inquiry was merely to ascertain his identity, and the particulars were not meant to be disclosed in the presence of all. Nevertheless, the information Mo Chen imparted already revealed considerable insight, allowing those around him to surmise what had transpired. The third Hokage was seething with anger, though his countenance betrayed none of his tumultuous emotions. He merely gestured, instructing, "I will have someone take you to the hospital for a checkup. Once you have recovered, we shall discuss this matter in greater detail. Rest assured, I shall provide you with an explanation regarding this incident. I bear responsibility for this occurrence as well. Allow me to attend to him," Hong Do volunteered earnestly. Today, she was tasked with patrolling the village outskirts, and given that an ambush had taken place, she indeed held some accountability. Of course, the primary reason for her concern was Mo Chen. Had it been anyone else, she would have remained indifferent. The third Hokage, not giving it much thought, nodded in agreement. He ordered the scene to be cleared, and as he surveyed the remnants of the battle, a wave of reflection washed over him. The entire landscape had been altered. Such was the formidable power of wood release. Yet, he had not anticipated that after only a few days of training with Tianzong, Mo Chen would possess such prowess, capable of withstanding even a team led by Danzo himself. This realization only solidified the third Hokage's resolve to nurture Mo Chen to his fullest potential, ensuring that Danzo would not lay his hands upon him. The third Hokage was astonished by the battle's aftermath, and one could only imagine the shock experienced by the Umbu tasked with cleaning the scene. Some recognized the traces of wood release, leaving each of them in a state of profound astonishment. However, as members of the Hokage's direct Umbu, they were aware of the decorum required, knowing well what should be voiced and what should remain unspoken. On another note, Hong Do swept Mo Chen into a princess carry, dashing towards the Konoha hospital. "How are you feeling now?" she inquired, suppressing the urge to remove Mo Chen's mask. Mo Chen's breath was feeble, his head resting in Hong Do's embrace, appearing utterly drained as he murmured, "I have no strength left, my body aches everywhere, and I feel as though I might perish at any moment." Despite his words, his heart secretly marveled at the allure of mature women. Her physique was extraordinary, brimming with vitality. Unbeknownst to him, Hong Do remained oblivious to his subtle gestures, quickening her pace with a hint of urgency as she reassured, "Hold on just a little longer. We will reach the hospital soon. I will ensure nothing happens to you." After all, he was the leader of the chat group, a presence that likely held it together. Having just begun to relish the joys of the chat group, Hong Do could not possibly allow Mo Chen to come to harm. Ding. Congratulations to group member Yushowashi Hong Do. Your group level has risen from LV0 to LV1, granting you a 200-point boost in all attributes. The system's notification surged through, causing Hong Do's speed to escalate dramatically, her body leaving a trail of phantoms as she traversed the terrain with leaps. "Wait, what?" Hong Do exclaimed in astonishment. "Is this the effect of the boost?" Chapter 046. From today on, you are my brother Yamanaka Ino. Sister Hong Do, have you encountered Mo Chen? Tian, is the efficiency this rapid? Uzumaki Karen, how did you manage that? Why not me? Yushowashi Hong Do. Indeed, I met Mo Chen. I merely expressed some concern for him. Yushowashi Hong Do. I feel stronger now than many jonin. The effect is striking. Tian, the stacking effect is calculated based on your inherent attributes. The stronger your base, the more formidable the amplified power. Yamanaka Ino, just concern, you say? I find that hard to believe. Uzumaki Karen, oh. I wish for that boost as well. Is it because I haven't expressed my feelings for Mo Chen? Yushowashi Hong Do, based on how you all previously received boosts, it seems that is indeed the case. Showing kindness to Mo Chen cannot remain unvoiced. It must be demonstrated, even if you have ulterior motives. This group system seems to reward actions over intentions. Tian, from now on, I shall double my kindness towards Mo Chen. I wonder if being his girlfriend will help me level up further. Yamanaka Ino, Mo Chen belongs to us all. Don't think you can monopolize him. Tian, I never claimed to want to monopolize him. I wouldn't mind being one of his many girlfriends. As long as you are all agreeable. Hinata Hyuga, count me in. Uzumaki Karen, me too. I don't mind. Yushowashi Hong Do, oh ho. You are all still too young to handle this. Let me take charge. Yamanaka Ino, Tian. Hong Do tightened her grip around Mo Chen and smiled widely. What did it matter if the others chatted fervently? Mo Chen was right there in her arms. She held the true advantage. The unexpected 200-point boost had tasted sweet to her. As long as she treated Mo Chen well, she would receive even greater buffs, enhancing her strength further. With that in mind, what else could she desire? She would elevate Mo Chen to new heights. Hong Do's bold nature precluded any notion of playing the demure maiden. If surrendering herself could yield greater enhancement, she would not hesitate for a moment. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Hong Do, she declared, seizing the initiative as she addressed Mo Chen. Though you are still young, your prowess is already commendable. You remain calm in the face of adversity. I find myself quite intrigued by such a remarkable young man. Should you ever encounter trouble, feel free to seek me out. With that, she extended her long tongue and playfully licked around the edge of Mo Chen's mask. After all, as a disciple of Orochimaru, some influence had inevitably left its mark on her. Mo Chen felt a twinge of regret within, pondering why he chose to wear a mask. I am Mo Chen, a fresh graduate from the Ninja Academy this year. Mo Chen briefly introduced himself and feigned curiosity, inquiring, prior to this, we must not have met, right? What makes you perceive me as composed in crises and of considerable strength? Hongdo chuckled softly, do not underestimate me. After all, I am a special jonin of Konoha. With reconnaissance as my foremost skill, just a fleeting glance at the remnants of battle left after the barrier was dispelled allowed me to deduce much. You utilized a would-release technique, did you not? That is what attracted the attention of the Root Organization. The Root Organization? Mo Chen feigned ignorance, asking. They are also from Konoha, correct? What exactly are they? After a brief silence, Hongdo replied, this is, in fact, a secret of Konoha. Not widely known among its populace, and those who are aware possess only limited knowledge. Even I merely possess a bit more insight than the average individual. At your current age, I should not broach this topic. However, since our paths have crossed, I shall share this to prevent you from falling into a trap later. Hongdo's greater understanding of the Root Organization stemmed from her former mentor, Orochimaru, who was a confidant of Danzo, thus she had inadvertently gleaned some information. Yet, as they reached Konoha Hospital, Hongdo cradled Mo Chen and chose not to elaborate further. Once they settled in, she exhaled with relief, saying, fortunately, you are merely fatigued. Without injury, a brief rest should suffice. Mo Chen's feigned weakness was merely a facade, endowed with the formidable vitality of would release. Even the idea of being harmed was a challenge. While he lacked the ability of Hashirama to heal automatically without hand seals, he could accelerate cellular regeneration by stimulating his wounds with would release chakra, thus achieving a swift healing of injuries. As for his active weakness, there is a saying, the crying child gets the milk. This was his strategy to compel the third Hokage to adopt a firmer stance. Even if he did not intend to confront Danzo openly, at the very least, the third would be significantly more resolute regarding his situation. Thank you, Sister Hongdo. Mo Chen expressed with heartfelt gratitude. I have been without parents since childhood, and there has seldom been anyone who cared for me or exerted effort on my behalf. Ahaha. Your words make me feel a bit bashful. I haven't been of much assistance. The boisterous Hongdo, unable to endure the somber atmosphere, appeared slightly awkward. However, her eyes soon sparkled with a new idea. Orphaned since childhood? Lacking care from others? This is perfect. Decision made. Hongdo suddenly clapped her hands, her face alight with excitement. From this day forth, you shall be my brother, my dear brother. With this newfound sibling bond, she could approach Mo Chen openly and freely. No matter how kind she was to him, it would not raise suspicions, and Mo Chen would likely have no objections. Hongdo, you truly are a genius, Mo Chen remarked. Though he was aware of Hongdo's intentions, nevertheless, he felt no aversion to it. Whether they were biological siblings or sworn siblings was of little consequence to him, after all. He stood to gain from the arrangement. There's nothing wrong with this, it is settled, Hongdo declared decisively. Then, taking advantage of Mo Chen's moment of distraction, she swiftly lifted his umbu mask. Oh my, what a handsome young man. I consider myself fortunate, she exclaimed merrily. Now that I know your true identity, if you refuse, I shall be the one to break the rules and face the consequences. Little Mo Chen, you wouldn't want your sister to be punished by the third Hokage over this matter, would you? Hongdo threatened him with a playful yet piercing gaze. Mo Chen shuddered, internally exclaiming his inability to bear it. Sister Hongdo, your words are quite easily misinterpreted. That being said, the former Mo Chen had been somewhat of a wallflower in class, his appearance merely average. However, utilizing his ability to envision the future and mastering would release, he refined his temperament and enhanced his looks. Essentially, he retained his original appearance, yet it seemed as though he had been graced by an aesthetic filter. This transformation caused him to blush and flee from the training ground after their second sparring session, much to his chagrin. The specifics of that moment are best left unspoken, as few cared to delve into it. Little Mo Chen, Hongdo nudged him, waving her hand before his eyes. What are you daydreaming about? You seem lost in thought. If you don't agree, I might have to resort to force. Seeing the mischievous grin on Hongdo's face, Mo Chen couldn't help but laugh, feigning defeat as he replied, all right, Sister Hongdo. Haha, now that's more like it. Hongdo planted a firm kiss on his cheek. Chapter 047. You regret my shadow. Wait. Where's the door? Bang. In the dark base of the umbu. Danzo had just finished his tea, slamming the cup onto the ground with such force that it shattered. Teacup, aren't you something? So high and mighty? Tot, upon returning. Danzo's anger swelled with each passing moment. Ever since he took control of Konoha, he had weathered countless storms. Though there had been a few failed ambushes, he had never been subjected to such humiliation. During his retreat, despite the floral pollen obstructing his view and his masked visage shrouded by a dark cloak, he understood that these were merely futile attempts at concealment. Many of the Hokage's direct umbu had undoubtedly recognized him amidst the chaos. What infuriated him further was the fact that he had not even disclosed his intentions, yet he had suffered significant losses, retreating in utter disgrace. Unable to even approach that little brat, the two guards accompanying him were equally disheveled, their mouths agape in disbelief. What a shameful affair. Their target was merely a 12-year-old rookie. It was only due to the boy's youth and lack of experience that they had managed to escape today. Otherwise, It was likely that none of them would have returned, even if they found another opportunity to ambush Mo Chen. It was certain that his strength would be even more formidable by then. The mastery of would release must remain in my hands. This is non-negotiable. Danzo seemed to perceive the thoughts of his two guards, a flicker of malevolence flashing in his eyes. Mo Chen's would release is far from the level of Jia. This is something that cannot be allowed to roam freely. Bang, bang. At that moment, two figures crashed heavily in front of Danzo, the guards he had stationed outside. Danzo's gaze sharpened, instinctively preparing to retaliate. But the next instant, swish, 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 a multitude of figures appeared in an instant. Encircling a short elderly man adorned with the Hokage hat and cloaked in the Hokage robe, he took a deep drag from the pipe in his mouth, lifted his head with a cold expression, and gazed at Danzo, then slowly exhaled the smoke. Danzo's body stiffened, his voice laced with suppressed fury. Sarutobi Hiruzen. What do you mean by this? Danzo, you have crossed the line. The third Hokage's words were measured and deliberate. Danzo retorted defiantly. What have I done to cross the line? Even if I am stripped of my position as Hokage's advisor, I remain a leaf ninja, a distinguished elder of the village. You come here with so many people, injuring my men. Even if you're Hokage, you must give me an explanation today. As he spoke, Danzo's demeanor grew increasingly resolute. Standing tall and facing the third Hokage with an unyielding spirit. Goodness. The two guards stared in disbelief. No wonder Danzo was the master, they were merely his lackeys. Lacking the audacity that was even more formidable than Mo Chen's would wall. The third Hokage, however, was not surprised in the least, having known Danzo for decades. He was well aware of his friend's character. I'm not here for a verbal spar. The third's expression remained impassive as he spoke slowly. As for Mo Chen's situation, I do not know how much you understand, but you had best not extend your hand. This is the first and last warning. Danzo's face darkened once more. Just as the third understood him, he equally understood the third. It was evident from his words that the third was serious this time. The third had brought so many people, clearly indicating that if Danzo did not comply, force would be utilized. You should know what would release signifies for the village. Danzo had no intention of backing down. The third countered resolutely, precisely for this reason, I do not wish for him to be tainted by darkness. You are too naive, Sarutobi. Danzo slammed the table in anger, allowing him to grow unchecked. How can you guarantee his loyalty? A weapon must be completely controlled. Otherwise, it is not only ineffective but can also backfire. Just as you treated the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, I have opposed it from the start. That is an entirely different matter. The third's tone was equally fiery as he retorted. Both Naruto and Mo Chen are inheritors of the will of fire of the new generation, just as we were to the previous generations. They're not weapons. They're leaf ninjas. In my view, they are all the same. So-called ninjas are merely tools. Danzo snorted coldly, returning to his chair, his expression regaining its calm. He said indifferently, you should understand, you cannot persuade me. Thus, I have brought a large team here. The third's expression turned grave. Danzo, I, as the third Hokage, formally issue this order. If you or your subordinates take action against Mo Chen again, regardless of the outcome, I will declare you a rogue ninja of the leaf and notify the 5 great nations. Danzo's expression, which had just settled, darkened once more. His gaze flickered as he scanned the surrounding Umbu, elite members at the third's side, including Jia, who had betrayed him. Not to mention, the root organization had long been dismantled by the third, leaving only a few diehard loyalists. Even if the root organization were still at its peak, Danzo could not possibly engage the third here. Moreover, once a conflict arose, the root organization would likely suffer more defeats than victories. Just moments ago, he had claimed that would release must be in one's own hands, and that he would not yield, yet now the third had delivered a heavy blow to him. The third's demeanor was serious and his words stern. This attitude was not merely for show. Danzo, filled with frustration, could only grit his teeth and growl, Sarutobi. You will regret this. Upon hearing this, the third relaxed slightly, retorting with a light scoff, Danzo, do not forget that I am the Hokage. Humph. Danzo huffed heavily and turned to leave. Wait, the door? Suddenly, Danzo realized, aghast, that this was his own base, not the Hokage's office. Sensing Danzo's embarrassment, the third smirked slightly, gesturing for the Umbu beside him to depart. After all, they had been old friends for many years. The third ultimately chose not to take further action against Danzo, merely issuing a stern warning. Of course, the main reason was that he lacked evidence to clearly accuse Danzo of making a move against Mo Chen. On the other side, Mo Chen was currently lying in a hospital bed, experiencing both pain and joy. After passively acknowledging Akado as his elder sister, the group system sent out a notification. Ding. Congratulations to group member Yushin Akado. The group level has risen from LV1 to LV3, gaining a total attribute boost of 300. Consequently, the chat group erupted with excitement. Under the persistent questioning of Tintin and Ino, Akado had no choice but to reveal Mo Chen's whereabouts. Shortly thereafter, all 4 flowers of Konoha, including Sakura, gathered in the hospital room. They all arrived here with increasingly flimsy excuses. Ino came to sell flowers, Tintin just finished a mission and came to relax. Hinata came for an eye examination, and Sakura claimed she urgently needed the restroom. However, it was quite the coincidence that they all arrived simultaneously at the hospital and happened to see Mo Chen in the ward. Of course, none of this was significant. The fact that Akado joined the group and rapidly leveled up 3 times had stimulated the Konoha 4 flowers. At this moment, they surrounded Mo Chen, expressing their concern and affection, massaging his shoulders and legs, serving tea, and the bold Ino even offered to help him relieve himself. Chapter 048. The 4 women compete for affection? No, this is a Shura field. Wide forehead, why are you here? Ino glared at Sakura, her face filled with displeasure. This girl had been lurking for several days, and upon her reappearance, she shamelessly clung to Mo Chen. Ino had arrived a step later and walked in to see Sakura feeding Mo Chen a slice of apple. Mind your own business. Just because you can come. Why can't I? Sakura shot back defiantly. Ino sneered. Some people were saying they wanted to cut ties with the group. But now they shamelessly act as if nothing happened to get close. Your audacity is truly beyond imagination. Sakura was immediately embarrassed and infuriated, but found herself unable to retort. Everyone, please don't fight. Hinata weakly interjected from the side. Tintin rolled her eyes. If you want to argue, take it outside. Don't disturb Mo Chen's rest. The doctor said he needs to recuperate. Upon hearing this, Ino and Sakura fell silent, yet they exchanged fierce glares, electricity crackling between them. Come, Mo Chen. Let's continue eating apples. Sakura spoke sweetly, feeding him a piece of apple with an unprecedented gentleness. Mo Chen-kun, would you like to drink some water first? Hinata's face flushed crimson, her anxiety causing her to stutter. Merely uttering those words left her dazed and disoriented, even if Mo Chen truly desired water. Her current state rendered her utterly incapable of attending to him. Tian, with a look of annoyance at Hinata's lack of resolve, pushed her aside and approached Mo Chen, playfully offering to massage his shoulders and arms. Mo Chen, I've learned some massage techniques these past few days. They will aid in your recovery. Allow me to assist you. I brought a plethora of daffodils. Let me arrange them for you. Ino deliberately shoved aside Sakura, who had just finished feeding apples, and squeezed her way forward to place the flowers she had brought into a vase on the bedside table next to Mo Chen, caught off guard. Sakura seethed with frustration but refrained from expressing her anger in that moment. Red Bean had already slipped away when the group of girls entered. Although she was eager for the ensuing chaos, she felt a twinge of guilt knowing that these girls had come because she had leaked information. Furthermore, having just gained a 300 enhancement effect, she was eager to find a location to test her newfound strength. With her current capabilities, she could effortlessly pass the village's Jonin examination, and she would undoubtedly be among the elite even within the Jonin ranks. By the way, Mo Chen, I have 2 movie tickets. Let's go watch a film together tomorrow. Seizing an opportunity while Ino was distracted, Sakura retaliated by pushing her aside, nearly causing Ino to stumble. Mo Chen wouldn't accompany you to the movies. Ino retorted, shoving Sakura away. What is the big deal about movie tickets? They're hardly a rare commodity. And what is the point of squeezing in with a crowd? I'll just book an entire screening room for just the 2 of us. We can choose whatever film we desire. What do you mean? I suggested it first. Mo Chen is supposed to go with me. Sakura argued defiantly against Ino. Ino scoffed. You should stick with your Sasuke-kun. Don't act as though you're particularly close with Mo Chen. I'm just a tad closer than you. Sakura shot back. I'm even closer. Ino countered, glaring at her. You both are intimately familiar, aren't you? Tian interjected, exasperated as she pushed them apart. Mo Chen, let us ignore them. I'll accompany you to the movies. They're just too bothersome, right? I actually want to go too. Hinata, standing in the back, spoke in a voice barely above a whisper. In the online chat groups, Hinata had grown increasingly comfortable expressing herself, even engaging in light banter. Yet in reality, she remained her usual shy self. The knowledge that these girls were there to curry favor with Mo Chen made her entire face burn with embarrassment. Maintaining her composure without fainting was a feat in itself. Unfortunately, her voice was so faint that no one paid her any mind. Even Mo Chen struggled to concentrate, his head buzzing from the noise created by Sakura and Ino. Silence. Mo Chen exclaimed in frustration. Couldn't he enjoy a moment of tenderness? The age-old adage that 3 women equate to a gaggle of geese proved to be undeniably true. Achieving the group system enhancement effect through such chaos was utterly futile. Mo Chen sprang up from the bed with an energetic twist, determined to teach those girls what it truly meant to vie for affection. Mo Chen, do not get too excited. Tian exclaimed, startled. Sakura and Ino instantly transformed into timid quails, retracting their necks as they murmured, We're sorry. Mo Chen, you are still unwell. Please lie back down. Hinata urged, her words flowing with a newfound urgency. Yet, Mo Chen paid no heed to their concerns. His eyes were fixed and resolute as he leaped off the bed. I'm going to the restroom. The girls exchanged glances, their minds momentarily perplexed. Yet each felt a tinge of embarrassment. Ino, however, brightened up, swiftly stepping forward to offer her assistance. You are still quite weak. Allow me to support you. As Mo Chen stumbled slightly, he nearly fell flat on his face. Was he truly this reckless? Well, it was not entirely impossible. However, to his dismay, Jingye only assisted him to the entrance of the restroom and did not accompany him inside, thus squandering Mo Chen's anticipation. Sakura, feeling a twinge of frustration, shot a fierce glare at Jingye. How could she? To have beaten her to the punch. Jingye, with a smirk, cast a glance at her and, with her head held high, whispered, I am unaware of your current intentions, but do not think for a moment that I have forgotten what transpired last time. You have been expelled from our little group. Sakura, taken aback, instinctively raised her chin, ready to retort. Yet, in the next moment, she suddenly adopted a submissive demeanor and said, I am truly sorry. It was entirely my fault before, and I have reflected upon my actions. I assure you it will not happen again. Her abrupt change in attitude left the other three bewildered. In truth, both Jingye and Hinata shared the sentiment that Sakura had overstepped previously. They had collectively resolved to keep her at bay and not allow her to rejoin them easily. However, seeing Sakura in her current state, it appeared she was genuinely remorseful. Jingye, with a hint of irritation, remarked, Are you merely envious because Sister Redbean has suddenly risen several levels? Do not think a simple apology will allow us to accept you back. This time, Sakura did not argue. Instead, she spoke with sincerity. I must admit, I am somewhat envious. If treating Mo Chen well could effortlessly multiply one's strength, I would desire that too. Nevertheless, I am earnest in my apology. I do not expect you to forgive me instantly. You may judge my future conduct instead. Jingye scoffed. If you view Mo Chen merely as a means to enhance your power, I advise you to return home and rest. It would be a futile endeavor. Your group level remains at 0. Does that not resonate with you? Despite her words, Jingye's demeanor had softened considerably. Ultimately, she had always regarded Sakura as a dear sister. The root of their current predicament lay squarely with Sakura herself. Chapter 049. What? This is my grand mansion? After exiting the restroom, Mo Chen promptly dismissed the 4 girls, permitting none to linger. This decision proved to be sagacious. As the girls convened a small meeting in their chat group, resolving that they must never again display such disgraceful behavior in Mo Chen's presence. Mo Chen merely cast a cursory glance, not paying it much heed. After all, he held the reins of power. If they desired to reap the benefits, they must ensure his contentment. The moment Mo Chen exhibited any displeasure, he would dismiss them with a frosty countenance. After a few such encounters, they would inevitably learn to behave. Thus, a habit would form, effectively eliminating any chaotic confrontations, beginning with the 4 blossoms of Konoha. Mo Chen, how do you feel? In due course, the 3rd Hokage came to visit him, concern etched upon his features. Mo Chen attempted to rise and pay his respects, but was gently pressed back down by the 3rd generation. Upon confirming that Mo Chen was in good health, the 3rd generation sighed and said, I apologize. This was my oversight. I had intended to classify your abilities as top secret, yet it seems the information has still managed to leak. The individuals who set this trap for you were specifically targeting your would release. However, rest assured, from this point forward, they will not lay a hand on you again, as I have issued them a stern warning. Mo Chen rolled his eyes in exasperation upon hearing the words of the 3rd Hokage. It became abundantly clear to him that the 3rd held Danzo in high regard, adopting a stance of leniency and indulgence. This elderly man, who seemed to enjoy muddling through complex situations, was far from likable in Mo Chen's eyes, a sentiment shared by many netizens. Every encounter with him felt insufferably insincere. Thankfully, his time was limited, and Mo Chen was resolutely unwilling to come to his aid. At that moment, the 3rd continued, stating that the village required stability and that, even as Hokage, he could not arbitrarily punish certain esteemed veterans. He acknowledged the grievances Mo Chen had suffered and expressed his intention to offer some form of compensation, hoping that this incident would not breed resentment in him. Mo Chen hastily replied, Lord Sandai, you speak too highly of me. There is no need for such formality. Your kindness towards me has been more than sufficient. I hold you in the utmost respect, and I assure you, my thoughts are solely of admiration. At once, Sandai displayed a look of contentment and waved his hand dismissively, saying, This is what you rightfully deserve. Do not refuse it. With that, he retrieved a document from his pocket and presented it to Mo Chen, stating, This pertains to a property at the heart of the village, a residence that you once occupied. As your status in Konoha has risen, that previous dwelling now seems rather humble. I had intended to enhance your living conditions in due time, and this opportunity presents itself perfectly. I have arranged for all the furniture in the house to be replaced with new items, so upon your discharge from the hospital, you may move in without delay. Mo Chen took the document in his hand and was astonished to find it was a property certificate. Mo Chen's expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, How can this be? 3rd Hokage, this is far too precious, and I feel unworthy to accept something for which I have rendered no service. No. The 3rd Hokage replied firmly. I have just stated that this is rightfully yours. Your abilities are of great significance to Konoha, and there will be numerous occasions in the future when your contributions will be indispensable. Consider this as a form of advanced reward for your efforts. After much persuasion from Mo Chen, he reluctantly accepted the property deed under the insistence of the 3rd Hokage. I shall forever be indebted to the 3rd for his kindness. Mo Chen, visibly moved by the 3rd's generosity, expressed his heartfelt gratitude, vowing to dedicate himself entirely to repaying the 3rd's benevolence. Time passed, and my greatest joy now lies in the well-being of everyone in the village. Haha. The 3rd could not help but burst into laughter. He then uttered a few words of concern before turning to leave. Before departing, the 3rd advised Mo Chen to rest well and to report back on his mission to Grass Hidden Village once he was rejuvenated. The circumstances of Grass Hidden Village had already been conveyed to the 3rd by Kaiban, who had returned to Konoha. The third was aware of the general situation and understood that Grass Hidden Village was currently preoccupied with its own affairs, perhaps lacking the time to attend the Chunin exams. Hence he did not press Mo Chen for details. Little did he know that the very reason for Grass Hidden Village's distraction was the impending relocation of its inhabitants during this Chunin exam. Once the third had left, Mo Chen no longer felt inclined to linger in the hospital. He had no injuries or ailments. Lying there for a few hours was sufficient pretense. Hospitals are best avoided. After all, of course, he would never admit that he was simply eager to see his new home. The property deed revealed that the house bestowed upon him by the third was not only situated in a prime location but also sprawled over an impressive area of more than 1,000 square meters. Previously, Mo Chen had been merely a low-level salaryman, residing in a cramped shared apartment. A mansion of over 1,000 square meters? It was a dream beyond his wildest imagination. Although with his current talents and abilities, success was inevitable, it would take time to accumulate. Why not indulge in the immediate rewards? Soon, Mo Chen completed his discharge procedures and eagerly sought out the address on the property deed. Indeed, it was a magnificent estate. Located beside a bustling commercial street, not far from the Hokage's office and in proximity to the Ninja Academy, the estate was encircled by 3-meter-high walls of green bricks, providing a sense of enclosure. Within, one could faintly glimpse several cherry blossom trees, and at the center stood a grand 3-story main building. The estate's entrance was crafted from sturdy redwood, adorned with exquisite carvings that exuded solemnity and elegance. Flanking the entrance were 2 stone lions, standing guard with an air of majesty over this territory. Mo Chen stood before the grand entrance, gazing upward at the towering door, his heart racing with excitement. Could it truly be that this magnificent place belongs to me? Mo Chen confirmed the property deed several times before he could no longer contain his exhilaration and pushed the door open. A stone path lay before him, flanked by numerous cherry blossom trees. Further ahead was an expansive open area, encircled by flower beds that had evidently been neglected for quite some time, as only a few weeds thrived within. This open space connected to a 3-courtyard residence. The central courtyard housed a 3-story main building along with a row of 5 single-story rooms, which included a martial arts hall spanning over 100 square meters. The courtyards on either side mirrored each other, each featuring a 3-bedroom, 2-living-room house with its own yard. After a brief exploration, Mo Chen was overwhelmed with excitement. His movements animated. It was immense, opulent, and felt almost surreal. Such a grand estate, truly bestowed upon him by the third generation? Surely, even if it was to placate him or win his favor, it was beyond any ordinary measure. This residence was not meant for a single individual. It could accommodate a large family, or perhaps even a small clan. Could it be that the third generation harbored hopes for him to establish a family of his own? How delightful. It seemed they shared a vision after all. Mo Chen, feeling little inclination to ponder the thoughts of the third Hokage, swiftly made his way into the main building. The hall was spacious and illuminated, featuring a grand dining table of exquisite mahogany, ample enough to accommodate a dozen guests simultaneously. Above the table hung a magnificent crystal chandelier, casting a gentle glow throughout the room. Adorning the surrounding walls were several exquisite paintings, depicting the picturesque landscapes of Konoha Village. One particular painting captured Mo Chen's attention. It portrayed a figure clad in the Hokage robe, holding the Hokage hat, standing amidst a grove of cherry blossoms, smiling as they gazed into the distance. Is that Hashirama? Mo Chen pondered, a look of contemplation gracing his features. Happy Lantern Festival to everyone. The author's hometown, Chaos Han, is bustling with festivities today. Since the afternoon, the sound of drums has filled the air, firecrackers have burst, and fireworks have illuminated the night, continuing until tomorrow morning. Please forgive my lack of focus on writing. I must venture out to enjoy the celebration. Chapter 050, The Grand Gesture of the Third Hokage. Mo Chen's all in bed. Is this the residence of the Senju clan? A thoughtful expression crossed Mo Chen's face. It was impossible that this was the Senju clan's territory. When Konoha was founded, the entirety of the Senju clan had relocated. At that time, they were one of the 2 most prominent clans in the ninja world, thriving in numbers. Moreover, the first and second Hokages both hailed from the Senju clan, which suggested their territory would not be so modest. Therefore, it was highly likely that this was a private residence of either Hashirama or Tobarama, subsequently sold by Tsunade. Is it because I awakened would release that the third Hokage has entrusted this residence to me? Mo Chen remains oblivious to his lineage, which is also inherited from the Thousand Hands. Whether this is an inherent aspect of the world or a modification resulting from his manipulation of the future through the system remains uncertain. It is regrettable that it is a second-hand endeavor. Perhaps when time permits, I shall revisit and refine it. Mastering would release and earth release should pose no challenge for me. Mo Chen pondered little and continued to wander through the residence. To the left of the grand hall lay a spacious living room, adorned with comfortable sofas and a coffee table. A magnificent floor-to-ceiling window graced the adjacent wall, offering a view of the garden outside. Much like the front yard, the garden had fallen into disrepair, devoid of vibrant flowers and instead overrun with unruly weeds. Thus, when the third generation claimed that the furniture was new, it was merely furniture they had procured. They also boasted that one could move in with just a suitcase. How absurd. Ascending the staircase to the second floor, he encountered a series of guest rooms and an expansive conference room, neither of which held any particular allure. The third floor housed the master bedroom and 2 additional rooms. The master suite, situated at the end of the corridor, exuded warmth with its soft blue walls, imparting a sense of tranquility. In the center of the room stood a grand bed, and in one corner, a writing desk was placed, complete with a lamp and stationery. Notably, a scroll lay prominently atop the desk, catching the eye immediately. Mo Chen opened it slightly and found a prominent character for money, sealed by a long string of tadpole-like runes. Mo Chen's eyes instantly brightened. Was this a little stash he had prepared for himself? Generally, non-confidential matters possess a fundamental method of unsealing, which he had learned at the Ninja Academy. Mo Chen eagerly unsealed the binding, and dozens of stacks of banknotes instantly materialized upon the scroll. Upon meticulous counting, he discovered a staggering total of 5 million taels. There was 1 stack of 10,000 taels, 2 stacks of 5,000 taels, 5 stacks of 2,000 taels, 10 stacks of 1,000 taels, and 20 stacks of 500 taels, with each stack containing 100 notes. Thus, each denomination amounted to 1,000,000 taels. Faced with this immense fortune, Mo Chen's expression shifted to one of disdain. You shall not corrupt my resolve with mere money. I cannot be swayed. Should you perish, I shall merely look after your daughter-in-law and assist in enhancing the lineage of your granddaughter. Mo Chen wiped away the tears that had trickled down the corner of his mouth and continued to gaze elsewhere. Beside the desk stood a bookshelf, laden with an array of books and scrolls. Mo Chen perused the materials, which encompassed the cultural history of the ninja world, the evolution of ninjas, various travelogues, and biographies. There were even complete volumes of Jiraiya's Ninja Chronicles and Hot Spring Paradise. The scrolls contained detailed explanations of fundamental ninjutsu, tactics and strategies, formation arrays, the characteristics of summoned beasts, and analyses of classic missions. Indeed, there was a plethora of information available, covering all aspects related to ninja abilities. Naturally, these were merely comprehensive insights into basic knowledge, devoid of practical skills. However, should one thoroughly absorb this information, even without exceptional talent or strength, one could undoubtedly become an accomplished administrative ninja. It was truly an impressive collection. Mo Chen couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. With these resources at hand, the earlier 500,000 Rio seemed rather insignificant. Of course, if given the choice between the two, Mo Chen would undoubtedly opt for the 500,000 Rio. While the information was invaluable and enriched one's abilities, the pursuit of power and wealth was ultimately the objective. Why labor for something when a ready option was available? Mo Chen acknowledged that he was an ordinary person, focused solely on immediate gains. However, through this bookshelf, he began to discern some of the third Hokage's intentions. The third aimed to cultivate him into a new generation leader, possibly even a pillar for the future of Konohagakure. If one were to consider the original plot, it was indeed difficult to perceive the third as a person of such grand ambition. Yet, upon reflection, it is understandable. After all, he bore the title of the strongest ninja. Even in his twilight years, though his faculties may have waned, there remained the essence of a formidable presence. Mo Chen's performance before him has been nothing short of impeccable, embodying the ideals that the third generation has long yearned to witness. In a context where few individuals are capable of shouldering significant responsibilities, it is entirely reasonable for the third generation to place their utmost trust in him. Mo Chen is not a man of profound foresight. He briefly contemplates his thoughts before swiftly dismissing them. He has always taken life one step at a time. With 3 generations placing their hopes for the future upon him, his duty is to safeguard Konoha, which aligns seamlessly with his original aspirations. Aside from these matters, his bedroom is sparsely furnished, featuring only an empty wardrobe, a bathroom, and a balcony. From the balcony, one can behold the scenic beauty of the back mountains of Konoha, where the air is fresh and the views are delightful. Suddenly, a figure approaches with remarkable speed, utilizing the body flicker technique. Mo Chen felt a fleeting sense of vigilance, which quickly dissipated. In the next moment, Tian Zhang's figure appeared on the balcony, smoothly removing his mask. I went to the hospital to find you, but they said you had been discharged. I went to your previous residence, but found no one. I had heard from the third generation that this residence was to be given to you, and indeed, here you are, Tian Zhang remarked, a hint of astonishment gracing his features, along with a touch of pride. After all, this was his disciple. Just a few days of cultivation had rendered him remarkable, and now receiving such treatment from the third generation was a source of immense honor. It was akin to Jiraiya frequently speaking of the fourth Hokage, proclaiming, in terms of ninja ability, no one can compare. At that moment, Tian Zhang yearned to rush to Jiraiya and claim that phrase for his own disciple, Mo Chen. Tian Zhang, my teacher. Mo Chen welcomed him inside with a smile. I merely exhausted myself. I am not injured. I felt uncomfortable staying in the hospital, so I came out to inspect this residence. However, this house is far too large for me alone. Why would the third generation bestow it upon me? Tian Zhang patted his shoulder, speaking earnestly, you may accept this without reservation. There are matters I cannot disclose to you at present, but you will come to understand in due time. Without lingering on the subject, Tian Zhang swiftly shifted the conversation, inquiring about the details of the previous incident involving Fu. Mo Chen's abilities, derived from Tianzang's teachings, necessitated no veil of secrecy. He recounted every detail to him. I initially believed that the awakening of your wood release was well concealed, yet it appears that the esteemed individual is indeed formidable. Nothing in Konoha escapes his scrutiny. I should have anticipated this sooner. Your ability to evade this calamity indicates that he underestimated your prowess. Should he return, the situation may prove more troublesome. And you must prepare yourself adequately. Tianzang expressed his concerns. He was acutely aware of the sordid affairs within Konoha's upper echelons. Despite the third Hokage's unequivocal support for Mo Chen and his stern admonishments toward Danzo, the latter may feign restraint. Yet he will undoubtedly seize any opportunity to act against Mo Chen, albeit with greater subterfuge. Chapter 051. Have you all come, and Mo Chen has vanished? Tianzang, apprehensive that Mo Chen might fall victim to Danzo, conveyed all he knew about the man in detail. His visit was primarily to address this matter. To deepen Mo Chen's understanding, he shared the origins of his wood release and the disparagement of Kakashi, including the attempt to seize the Sharingan. In truth, Mo Chen possessed a greater understanding of these matters than Tianzang. Nevertheless, this was an expression of Tianzang's concern, prompting Mo Chen to feign attentive listening. Upon concluding his discourse, Tianzang's wooden clone presented an enormous food basket. In response to Mo Chen's bewilderment, Tianzang chuckled. You've been out on missions these past few days, enduring hardships and sleepless nights. Surely, you have not had the chance to rest properly. So I prepared a grand feast for you. This is to celebrate your safe return from your first mission and also to commemorate your recent move. Tianzang led Mo Chen to the dining table downstairs, meticulously arranging the dishes from the basket. Indeed, it was a sumptuous banquet. Fish, shrimp, beef, and an array of meat dishes, rice bowls, miso soup, and beautifully arranged fruits filled the table, which could easily accommodate a dozen guests. Under the illumination of the crystal chandelier, the dishes shimmered enticingly. It felt as though they had transcended the realm of the Hokage world, entering a culinary paradise. Teacher Tianzang, Mo Chen opened his mouth, momentarily at a loss for words. Tianzang, with a smile, patted his shoulder and said, "Sit down and eat. There's no need for formality between us. This is, after all, your first mission return, and it deserves to be celebrated." "No," Mo Chen hastily clarified. "I meant to say, I understand," Tianzang interjected, "so there's no need for formality." He gently urged Mo Chen into a chair, stating, "If you call me teacher, I must fulfill my responsibilities as one. I may not be able to offer you much else, but I do have some spare funds. Preparing a meal is a small gesture. After all, I am but one person and have little need for money elsewhere." Mo Chen spoke rapidly. "What I meant to say is, with so much food, I can't possibly finish it all. Perhaps next time, you could just give me the cash instead." Tianzang's expression suddenly froze. "Haha, just kidding." Mo Chen laughed a few times before becoming serious. "But in all honesty, Teacher Tianzang, I truly cannot consume all this. Please do not go to such expense next time. Moreover, you have taught me so much. It should be I treating you to a meal." Only then did Tianzang relax, chuckling. "You have just become a ninja and have yet to undertake any missions. Where would you find the spare money? Since you address me as your teacher, let us not dwell on such trivialities." Half an hour later, Tianzang looked on in disbelief at Mo Chen's protruding belly. The dining table, nearly devoid of food. Of course, he had partaken as well. But he had only consumed about 1/5, merely enough for two, while the remainder had entirely vanished into Mo Chen's stomach. Mo Chen chuckled awkwardly. "I don't quite understand why. But ever since I awakened my wood release, my appetite has significantly increased. Normally, I could consume the equivalent of 2 people's portions, but if I truly indulged, I could devour enough for 10. Fortunately, the energy from the food I intake can be stored within my body, allowing me to forego several meals after this one. Additionally, the exquisite delicacies brought by Teacher Tianzang are simply irresistible." Tianzang reflected, wood release embodies vitality. Since you have awakened this ability, a tremendous surge of life force has surged within you. To harness this power effectively, replenishing your energy is essential. It appears that for the foreseeable future, I must prepare more sustenance for you until your internal vitality stabilizes. That may not be necessary," Mo Chen replied, scratching his nose. Tianzang, being a man of integrity, had been solely focused on supporting him, which made Mo Chen feel somewhat guilty. His previous remarks were devoid of any intent to exploit. However, Tianzang insisted resolutely, "No, you are at a crucial stage of growth, and your strength is rapidly escalating. I will not permit you to suffer any deficiencies due to inadequate nourishment, even if it is but a slight shortfall. Thus, it is settled, henceforth. Apart from missions outside the village, I shall take full responsibility for your meals. Even during missions, I will ensure that you have ample provisions prepared in advance." Mo Chen wished to decline once more, but alas, Tianzang afforded him no such opportunity and vanished in an instant. Sigh, it is futile to resist such warm hospitality. Persisting further would only serve to distress Teacher Tianzang. Casting a glance at the chat group, the ladies had already discovered his disappearance and were exchanging information. The hospital had completed the discharge formalities, yet he had not returned home. Yusho Washiakane, how did you all inquire about his illness? Why is it that the moment you arrive, Mo Chen is nowhere to be found? The topic you were discussing earlier, indeed, seems suspicious. Yamamoto Ino, ahem. The doctor mentioned that Mo Chen requires rest, and we did not wish to intrude for too long, so we departed earlier. Haruno Sakura, indeed. We barely stayed for half an hour. Moreover, Mo Chen attended to his own discharge. His absence is not our concern. Uzumaki Karen, if he is not at the hospital. Could he have returned home? Tion, we found no one at Mo Chen's residence either. I even prepared a meal for him, waiting for his return. Yamamoto Ino, but you don't know how to cook, do you? Tion, can't I learn? You underestimate me too much. Hinata Hyuga, Tion, Hinata-chan. Do you have something to say? Death glare engaged, Hinata Hyuga. No, nothing. I was merely pondering if Mo Chen might be visiting someone. Which is why we cannot locate him in the commercial district. Yamamoto Ino, yet, isn't Mo Chen's social circle rather limited? He doesn't seem to have many close friends. Tion, Yusho Washiakane, you are acquainted with that leading jonin, teacher Dashyang. And the umbu who taught Mo Chen would release, correct? Perhaps you could inquire with them. Yusho Washiakane, Dashyang? The would release umbu? Very well. I shall reach out to them first. If I am unable to gather information, I will seek out the third Hokage. Uzumaki Karen, please inform me immediately if you find him. Mo Chen stroked his chin, discerning that genuine sentiments were scarce, with most individuals merely seeking to enhance their favorability. After some contemplation, he refrained from initiating contact with them. He tidied up his room briefly, freshened himself, and then reclined on the bed. A saying from Tian Song rings true. His days spent away were not solely characterized by hardship and exposure to the elements. Regardless of sustenance or accommodation, Mo Chen never neglected his own comfort. However, after traversing such a considerable distance and enduring 2 fierce battles, he indeed felt quite fatigued. Initially, he contemplated creating a future video, yet after pondering for a while, he found himself unable to formulate a coherent plan and soon drifted into a deep slumber. Chapter 052. Wow, Sister Red Bean is truly impressive. The following day, Mo Chen had just awakened, feeling discomfort in certain areas of his body as if being constricted. He attempted to rise, only to discover that he was unable to move. What was happening? Mo Chen's eyes widened in an instant as he discovered several long serpents coiling around him, binding him to the bed and blankets. A new presence filled the room, his biological sister, Yushoshi Hongdo, whom he had just met the previous day. At that moment, Hongdo sat at the desk. One foot resting on the chair while the other leg was crossed nonchalantly. In her hand, she toyed with a kunai. Her face adorned with a mischievous smile as she gazed at Mo Chen on the bed. From Mo Chen's vantage point, he caught a glimpse of her alluring legs clad in fishnet stockings, revealing tantalizing scenery beneath her short skirt. It must be said, the dynamic vision of the Sharingan was indeed remarkable. Such an exhilarating sight, so early in the morning, compelled him to show his respect. Have you seen enough? Hongdo inquired playfully, noticing Mo Chen's unusual expression, yet she seemed unfazed. Instead, she smiled wider and added, would you like to come a bit closer for a clearer view? Coughing awkwardly, Mo Chen averted his gaze, shifting his position in an attempt to redirect the conversation. Sister Hongdo, what exactly are you doing? What I intend to do depends on you. Hongdo exclaimed as she leapt from the desk to his side. Leaning in, she playfully licked his cheek, her eyes narrowing with mischief. My dear brother, shouldn't you provide your sister with an explanation? Based on your answer, I shall decide my next course of action. Should you fail to satisfy me, I cannot guarantee that I won't do something outrageous. As she spoke, the kunai in her hand slowly descended, the sharp end pressing down on a specific spot beneath the blankets. Mo Chen's expression instantly changed, and he shouted urgently, stop. Please stop. This is no laughing matter. It was evident that his earlier respect had been perceived by Hongdo, who now wielded it as a means of intimidation. Do you truly believe my sister is jesting? Hongdo maintained a cheerful smile, concealing her true intentions. Sister Hongdo, please do not act impulsively. Allow me to explain. Mo Chen was drenched in cold sweat. Initially, he had intended to feign ignorance to evade the situation, but such threats posed the gravest danger to a man. Although it would not be difficult for him to break free given his strength, there was no assurance he could do so without sustaining injury beforehand. That area was exceedingly delicate. Even a minor abrasion could jeopardize a lifetime of happiness. I await your explanation. Fortunately, Hongdo retracted her kunai. Yet she did not release Mo Chen from his bindings. Instead, she drew a chair closer and sat down. Mo Chen cleared his throat and, feigning vulnerability, said, I intended to inform you, but I had no idea where to find you. Furthermore, I have just returned from completing a mission and was ambushed outside the village, leaving me utterly exhausted. Initially, I planned to assess the condition of this house before bringing Sister Hongdo here for a visit. However, upon encountering the bed, I succumbed to sleep almost immediately. Sister Hongdo, I truly did not mean to keep this from you. The situation arose suddenly and fortuitously. Even if you had not come to seek me today, I would have found a way to notify you. Since Hongdo had managed to locate this place, it was evident that she was already aware of the existence of the residence, rendering Mo Chen's further explanations unnecessary. Indeed, the old adage rings true, the child who cries will be fed. Upon hearing this, Hongdo's face flushed with guilt, and she hastily retracted the long serpent that had coiled around Mo Chen. I apologize, brother Mo Chen. I was unaware of this. I thought you had moved to a grand residence and looked down upon someone from a humble background like mine. With that, Hongdo personally helped Mo Chen to his feet, tidied his clothing and hair, and planted a firm kiss on his cheek, declaring, I was mistaken, and this is my recompense to you. Hongdo's forthright nature was refreshing. She was straightforward and uncomplicated, making her rather easy to persuade. Mo Chen felt a secret delight within, yet wore a mask of sincerity upon his face as he spoke. Sister Hongdo, you are the elder sister I have wholeheartedly acknowledged, and that bond shall last a lifetime. Moreover, I am merely a novice fresh out of graduation. While you have already attained the esteemed rank of special jonin, I was even concerned that you might look down upon me. Hee. But I have now ascended to the rank of jonin. With a flourish, Hongdo proudly presented her jonin certification. Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback, but soon came to a realization. Hongdo had elevated her group level to level 3 yesterday, garnering a 300 buff enhancement. Taking the jonin examination would feel like mere play. However, he did not anticipate her eagerness. They had only parted ways yesterday afternoon at the end of work, and it was barely dawn outside. Mo Chen could easily envision that Hongdo must have used her adorable smile, exemplary conduct, and eloquent demeanor to persuade others to assist her with the assessment during off-duty hours. It is quite possible that among these others, even the third generation is included. Well, Sister Hongdo is truly impressive. Mo Chen cheered with glee as he rushed toward her. Not only did Hongdo not shy away, but she also met him halfway, nearly sending Mo Chen flying before she swiftly pulled him back. Alas, her elasticity was astonishing, and Mo Chen almost sustained a nosebleed. Indeed, this member of the chat group was far more engaging than those few budding flowers. At that moment, a figure appeared on the balcony, holding a food basket. It was none other than Tianzong. Moreover, this time Tianzong was not wearing the umbu mask. I apologize for interrupting, Tianzong said, a hint of embarrassment in his voice as he observed the scene of Mo Chen being embraced by Hongdo. Hongdo felt even more awkward. Teasing a young boy and being caught by someone else, even with her carefree personality, she couldn't help but feel a bit flustered. Mo Chen appeared nonchalant, resting his head in front of Hongdo, his dazed eyes fixed on Tianzong. It took him a moment to recognize the newcomer, and he greeted, Good morning, Teacher Tianzong. What brings you here so early? Tianzong scrutinized the situation and realized he had misjudged. After all, Mo Chen was still quite young. While Hongdo was already a woman of experience, it was inconceivable that there was anything untoward between them. Yes, it seemed his thoughts had wandered into the realm of the indecent, perhaps influenced by Kakashi-senpai. Shaking off such notions, Tianzong stepped inside from the balcony, raising the food basket in his hand. I figured it was about time you got up, so I brought you breakfast. As I mentioned yesterday, from today onward, I shall take care of all your meals. Mo Chen was taken aback. Could it be that Tianzong was truly serious? The notion of a teacher delivering 3 meals a day to his students left Mo Chen concerned that, should this information circulate, he might become the subject of ridicule. However, once he savored the breakfast provided by Tianzong, he found himself dismissing such worries. Let them gossip, for he had the protection of wood release. In the entire shinobi world, how many could truly challenge him? Tianzong's offerings were plentiful, and Hongdo was also invited to partake, resulting in a hearty meal for the 3 of them. During their time together, Mo Chen learned that his residence here was revealed to him through an inquiry from Hongdo to Tianzong, though they were not particularly close. Their connections to the 3rd Hokage and Orochimaru made their acquaintance entirely reasonable. Chapter 053, Steam Maidens Truly Exist. What did you say? All genin from Kusagakure must participate in the Chunin exams held by Konohagakure? In the Hokage's office, the 3rd Hokage, Saratobi Hiruzen, was choked by a cloud of smoke upon hearing Mo Chen's report. The number of genin in Kusagakure, as far as the 3rd was aware, had already surpassed 1,000. While other villages dispatched a few elite squads, with the more enthusiastic sending a dozen or so teams totaling in the dozens. Kusagakure had decided to send over 1,000 genin? Those informed of their intent to participate in the exams might understand, but those unaware would likely assume they were preparing to assault Konohagakure. This was a stark contrast to Guy's report. Had something transpired after Guy's departure from Kusagakure? Mo Chen had anticipated that the 3rd generation would react in such a manner. He stifled a laugh within, yet feebly added on his face, not only are there lower-ranking ninjas, but they also have 30 upper-ranking ninjas accompanying them, along with over 200 middle-ranking ninjas coming to Konoha to broaden their horizons. However, the true leader guiding this Chunin exam is their chief, Huo Ying. Every word uttered by Mo Chen elicited a twitch at the corner of the 3rd Hokage's mouth. What madness had the grass-hidden village succumbed to? Were they relocating en masse to establish dominance in the Land of Fire? What on earth had transpired? The 3rd Hokage rubbed his brow, finding even the soothing pleasure of his cigarette had faded. Mo Chen slightly adjusted his expression before beginning to report in detail on the mission he had undertaken. Naturally, it was a blend of truth and falsehood. Mo Chen journeyed to the village of Grass Hidden, observing the laxity of the outer defenses. Seizing the moment, he ambushed a member of the Umbu, usurping their identity to infiltrate the village. Not long after, he witnessed an assault on the grass-hidden hospital, where a girl with striking red hair was abducted. Despite the village's valiant efforts to retaliate, they were effortlessly routed by the assailants. Indeed, in Mo Chen's account, the individuals who had taken Xiang Lin had transformed into a formidable group. Clad in black robes, their identities obscured by hoods and ornate masks, each member was an elite, possessing strength surpassing that of a special jonin. Alarmingly, this very group had recently attacked him on the outskirts of Konoha. Mo Chen was resolute in his intent to retaliate. Having been disgusted by Danzo's previous machinations, he felt compelled to return the affront, even if discreetly. The plight of the Uzumaki remnant, who had been treated as a mere human weapon by the village of Grass Hidden, had reached the ears of the third Hokage through Guy. Regrettably, Guy had been unable to intervene at that time, leaving the fate of the Uzumaki remnant uncertain. The third Hokage lamented that had they managed to locate the individual, they could have groomed them as a potential vessel for the Nine Tails. Now he learned that the Uzumaki remnant had fallen into Danzo's clutches. The third's expression turned grave, devoid of any doubt regarding Mo Chen's loyalty, and thus he accepted the veracity of the information shared. Danzo, having secured an Uzumaki remnant, seemingly aimed to recruit Mo Chen, who had awakened the wood release. What could be his ulterior motive? Was he intending to cultivate a Nine-Tails Jinchuriki entirely under his dominion? The third Hokage could not afford to dwell on such speculations. If the circumstances allowed, Danzo would undoubtedly pursue such ambitions. However, he refrained from elaborating further, merely gesturing for Mo Chen to continue his account. Mo Chen conveyed that the battlefield was intense at that time, and amidst the chaos of the grass-hidden village, it was an opportune moment to gather intelligence, hence he evaded that particular battleground. Subsequently, due to the significant losses suffered by Grass-Hidden Village, their leader, Huo Ying, grew apprehensive that the enemy might exploit their vulnerability. Thus, he lacked the inclination to properly attend to Kaiban, who had come to deliver a message, and merely offered a few casual remarks before sending them on their way. However, the incident involving Long Shi made Huo Ying realize that aligning with Konoha would be the most prudent course of action, prompting his absurd decision to have over 1,000 lower ninjas participate in the Chunin exams in Konoha. Were they indeed seeking refuge? The third Hokage only then became aware of this. He was nearly taken aback. Was this a sign of his advancing age? The third Hokage composed himself and, with a gentle demeanor, addressed Mo Chen. You have performed admirably. This mission has been rated as excellent. In my capacity as the third Hokage, I hereby grant you formal admission into the Umbu. The mission rewards will be distributed uniformly by the Umbu, and you shall report to Tens thereafter. It had already been determined that Mo Chen would join the 3rd Division of the Umbu, becoming a direct subordinate of Captain Tens. Yes, Lord Third. Mo Chen responded respectfully. The 3rd Hokage, somewhat distracted, lacked the focus to instill the will of fire in Mo Chen this time, offering only a few brief words of encouragement before allowing him to depart. Tens was actually waiting outside, eagerly anticipating the arrival of his new disciple. Mo Chen's admission into the Dark Division brought unparalleled excitement to Tianzong, who took it upon himself to introduce Mo Chen to the intricacies of their clandestine world. The overwhelming influx of information left Mo Chen feeling rather befuddled, as if his head were swelling in size. However, during this period, he had the fortune of meeting numerous individuals, most of whom admired him for his youth and remarkable prowess, displaying a notably amiable demeanor. Regrettably, he failed to commit their appearances to memory. He had hoped to encounter a person with violet hair but was unable to do so, as they were not in the same squad. After a full day of activity, Mo Chen finally found a moment to glance at the chat group. Hong Do had already informed others that the 3rd generation had arranged a new residence for Mo Chen, and he had since relocated, which was why they had been unable to find him the previous day. However, with a hint of selfishness, Hong Do refrained from disclosing Mo Chen's new address to them. Throughout the day, the other women had been devising various schemes to ingratiate themselves with Hong Do, eager to extract the coveted location from her. Mo Chen smiled lightly, intending to return to his old residence to tidy up a bit, when he suddenly realized that he was being followed. Mo Chen discreetly activated his Sharingan to observe, and upon confirming the identity of the individual, he was momentarily taken aback. Glancing at the chat group, he noticed Hinata Hyuga's message. Did not Sister Akane mention yesterday that we must advance and retreat together? Mo Chunkuan belongs to all of us and cannot be monopolized. Mo Chen, once again utilizing his Sharingan, confirmed the identity of his pursuer. As he passed through a secluded grove, he suddenly quickened his pace, darting away from his original position. The individual trailing him appeared momentarily stunned, cautiously peering around the tree trunk, revealing none other than Hinata. Despite her firm assertions in the group chat against monopolizing, here she was, shadowing him like an infatuated stalker. How amusing. Little Hinata's facade had crumbled. She had evidently learned to employ cunning. As Hinata briefly diverted her attention to check the chat group, she lost sight of Mo Chen in an instant. In her urgency, she raised her finger, preparing to activate her Byakugan. Are you looking for me? Mo Chen's voice emanated from behind her. Startled, Hinata let out a gasp, quickly retreating behind the tree trunk. She could hardly fathom that she had been discovered. In mere moments, Mo Chen had circled around to her rear. Mo Chen gazed at Hinata, who resembled a startled little rabbit, with a bemused expression. refraining from approaching her too hastily. This young lady's reality vastly contrasted with her online persona. She would occasionally confront others in the chat group, yet just moments ago, while in the presence of Yue Hongdo, she appeared as a soft and adorable girl, easily transforming into a bashful steam maiden. Hinata, what is it that you wish to do by following me? Mo Chen inquired, noticing her dazed demeanor, prompting him to speak up. I don't. Nothing, Hinata stammered, her gaze fixed on her fingers. Suddenly, Mo Chen leaned closer. Their faces mere inches apart. In an instant, her complexion shifted from pale to crimson, as red as a shrimp submerged in boiling water, all occurring in a matter of mere seconds. The next moment, steam seemed to emanate from her forehead, her eyes turning into spirals, and she toppled backward. It turned out that steam maidens truly existed in this world. Mo Chen found the situation quite amusing, yet he could not allow Hinata to fall in such a manner. He gently placed his hands on her shoulders, intending to lean her against the trunk of a tree. Stop. Let her go. Suddenly, a sharp voice rang out, followed by a swift figure rushing towards them. Mo Chen turned his head to see a little girl clad in a kimono. Chapter 054, Little Hanabi. I will make you cry. Suddenly, the little girl rushed toward him from a distance, leaving Mo Chen somewhat bewildered. She moved with remarkable agility, and by the time he glanced her way, she had already closed the distance of several hundred meters. With a vigorous leap, the little girl raised her hand to strike at Mo Chen. Oh, is that not my sister-in-law Hanabi? Her character is indeed much more assertive than her sister Hinata. Mo Chen silently praised himself, and swiftly lifted Princess Hinata, retreating to evade his sister-in-law's assault. I command you to release her, Hanabi exclaimed, her surprise evident as her strike missed its mark. Witnessing Mo Chen not only refusing to relinquish Hinata but also drawing her closer, a flicker of anger ignited within her. Upon landing, Hanabi wasted no time and immediately pursued Mo Chen once more. At that moment, someone approached at a brisk pace from a distance, seemingly another member of the Hyuga clan. To avoid any misconceptions about his intentions, Mo Chen, after sidestepping Hanabi's next attack, gently set Hinata down, allowing her to lean towards Hanabi for support. Oh, Nichan. Hanabi could only assist Hinata, relinquishing her pursuit of Mo Chen. Mo Chen stepped back, observing the little girl. Huo, with keen interest. At this moment, his sister-in-law was merely 7 years old, her features not yet fully developed, and her frame was quite slender, resembling a golden-haired child. However, the recent attack she had launched against him was surprisingly potent. Had Mo Chen graduated from a conventional ninja academy, he might not have been able to withstand her assault. In fact, he might have found himself utterly defenseless in her presence. Miss Huo, what has happened to Lady Hinata? A girl clad in a maid's outfit, possessing a pair of Byakugan eyes, rushed over, her expression fraught with worry. She was Hinata Natsu, a member of the Hyuga branch family and a maid for the main house, tasked with looking after Huo, having just accompanied Huo outside. She was taken aback when the little girl dashed away in the blink of an eye, nearly losing track of her, now that she had caught up. Witnessing the scene before her filled her with dread. If anything were to happen to Huo or Hinata, she would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Fortunately, at that moment, Hinata regained her composure and slowly awakened. Sister, are you all right? Huo's anxious expression softened slightly as she hurriedly inquired. Huo. Hinata's mind was still somewhat foggy, and she queried in confusion. Why are you here? Shouldn't I be the one asking you, sister? Huo steadied Hinata, her gaze shifting warily towards Mo Chen, and said, Sister, did that guy bully you just now? Having witnessed from a distance how Mo Chen had approached Hinata, causing her to collapse, and extending his evil hand towards her beloved sister, her suspicions were raised. Hinata turned to Mo Chen, only now realizing what had transpired, unable to suppress a gasp as her cheeks flushed anew. So it was like that. Seeing Hinata's reaction, Huo immediately misinterpreted the situation. Dare to bully my sister? I won't let you off easily. Huo gritted her teeth and shouted, activating her Byakugan, launching herself at Mo Chen with a series of gentle fist techniques. Miss Huo, Hinata Natsu exclaimed in alarm. She intended to intervene, but alas, she was not a ninja, and there was little she could do to halt the impending confrontation, as Huo charged fiercely at him. Mo Chen merely smiled, effortlessly dodging all her attacks. Indeed, Huo was quite formidable for her age, being only 7 and stronger than many graduates of ninja academies. However, she was up against Mo Chen, who, at this level, did not even need to activate his Sharingan. Stop, Huo. After Mo Chen evaded Huo's attacks a few times, Hinata fully regained her senses and urgently called for her to cease. Yet, Huo was resolute, convinced that Hinata had been wronged, and felt compelled to teach Mo Chen a stern lesson. Oni-chan is hers, no one can bully her. Rather than halting, Huo intensified her assault, fearing that Hinata would intervene. Are you Hinata-chan's sister? Mo Chen smiled slightly, easily sidestepping her attacks, and then playfully flicked her forehead with his finger. With a sharp sound, Huo let out a squeal, halting as she covered the spot he had flicked. The impact brought tears to her eyes, her lips pursed, her small face etched with grievance, yet she held back her tears. Huo. Hinata rushed forward, enveloping her in an embrace. Woohoo. Oni-chan, it hurts. Ultimately unable to contain herself, Huo buried her face in Hinata's arms and cried. Hinata, flustered, could only soothe her gently, Don't cry, Huo. Hinata Natsu also approached to inspect the situation. Relieved to find that Huo merely had a red mark on her forehead and was not injured, allowing her to shift her gaze towards Mo Chen with a glare. Mo Chen shrugged his shoulders, displaying an innocent expression as he smiled at Ri Xiangxia. The maid was indeed quite attractive. Yet she was not a ninja and thus likely could not enter the chat group. I apologize, Mo Chen-kun. I am also unaware of how this transpired. After soothing Huo's emotions, Hinata timidly glanced at Mo Chen, her cheeks slightly flushed. The incident originated from her, and at that moment, Hinata resembled a child who had committed a mistake, feeling guilty towards the three individuals present. However, Huo grew anxious and exclaimed, Sister, why are you apologizing to him? Clearly, he is the one who bullied you. It's not like that, Huo. Hinata hastily clarified. Mo Chen-kun is my classmate. It was merely an accident. You misunderstood. Huh? Little Huo's expression froze. Had she created a misunderstanding, and then been lectured in return? Her lips pursed once more, feeling quite embarrassed. Yet soon after, little Huo shot a fierce glare at Mo Chen. No, it was still this guy's fault. If he hadn't disoriented her sister, how could she have possibly misunderstood? Moreover, she was just a child. Even if there had been a misunderstanding, he should have been considerate and not flicked her forehead. Such a lack of grace. Yes, precisely. Mo Chen, unfazed, waved his hand dismissively, saying, It's merely a trivial matter. However, Hinata's younger sister possesses remarkable strength and is quite adorable as well. Indeed, Hanabi exclaimed, placing her hands on her hips with pride and defiance. I have vowed to protect my sister and ensure that no one dares to bully her. Then you must put in considerable effort. With your current abilities, you cannot adequately safeguard Hinata, Mo Chen remarked, playfully flicking his fingers again. Startled, Hanabi quickly covered her forehead, only to realize that Mo Chen was merely teasing her, which caused her cheeks to puff up in indignation. I'm just still young. She pouted defiantly. It won't be long before I surpass you, and then I shall retaliate, not just 3 times, but 5. I will make you cry. Mo Chen was utterly enchanted by her adorable demeanor, leaving Hinata both amused and exasperated. She yearned to inform her younger sister that not long ago, Mo Chen was even weaker than herself, and that his current prowess had been acquired in mere days, making it nearly impossible for Hanabi to surpass him. However, such words would be profoundly discouraging, and thus, she swallowed them back before they could escape her lips. Hinata-sama, Hanabi-sama, we ought to return. Huganatsu, unaware of Mo Chen's true identity, hesitated to allow him to engage too closely with their young mistress and quickly whispered a reminder from the side. Hinata had initially wished to ascertain Mo Chen's current residence, but with others present, it felt inappropriate to inquire. She could only express her apologies once more to Mo Chen before taking her indignant little sister, Hanabi, by the hand and departing with Huganatsu. Just before they left, Hanabi turned back and made a funny face at Mo Chen. Chapter 055. Mo Chen resembles teacher Hong S. That evening, Mo Chen lay in bed, contemplating the fabrication of future abilities. He had previously envisioned 3 futures, one that awakened his Sharingan and granted him would release, another that enhanced his talents and allowed him to master would release. The third instance, primarily aimed at saving Kankuro, could be disregarded. Not long after, he realized that his strength was now sufficient to rival that of a Kage. However, in terms of tactical awareness and combat experience, he could only be classified as an elite jonin. Ultimately, his rapid increase in power had left him with insufficient foundation, which could only be accumulated through time and extensive battles. Now, seeking to further enhance his strength in a short span, Mo Chen concluded that he should learn Jinjutsu. His Sharingan had already reached the 3rd Tomo, which he had utilized as a means of dynamic vision and replication. Yet the true strength of the Sharingan lay in its enhancement of Jinjutsu. As Chiyo had described, when facing an opponent with the Sharingan, one would inevitably flee if alone. Once ensnared by the Jinjutsu of the Sharingan, escaping from its grasp was no simple feat. While attempting to unravel the illusion, one might already find themselves in peril. Regrettably, there were few in Konoha who understood Jinjutsu, and only Yuhi Kurenai was truly adept at it. However, Kurenai possessed neither a bloodline limit nor secret techniques. She relied solely on the theoretical knowledge passed down through her family, which could not elevate her ordinary talents. Of course, what Mo Chen required was not the strength of the individual, but merely someone capable of imparting knowledge of Jinjutsu. Thus, Yuhi Kurenai was an ideal candidate. Although she was not a member of his group, and he could not directly fabricate a future concerning her, fortuitously, she was the lead jonin for Hinata's team, allowing him to include her through the construction of Hinata's future. Mo Chen had contemplated part of his thoughts yesterday, yet he had not reached a conclusion before succumbing to slumber. Now, having supplemented the details, he swiftly crafted the future he desired and submitted it to the system. A soft chime signaled the system's notification. A future video segment had been uploaded in the group. Tion exclaimed, It's here. It's finally here. Shanzhong Jingyi remarked. We've waited so long for this, and the video content is so scant, it's hardly sufficient. Haruno Sakura quipped. Your words make it sound as if we're watching a drama. Vortex Xianglin expressed her excitement. I can't wait to see if I'm featured. Mitsuhashi Azuki declared. I'm a newcomer, And since it's Mo Chen, it's certainly mine. You needn't harbor any hopes. Haruno Sakura responded, I'll pass. I have nothing to say. Hinata Hyuga simply added, let us watch the video. The scene of the future video unfolded at a training ground in Konoha, where teammates trio was engaged in their daily training. Shino unleashed a multitude of insects to attack Hinata, who stood her ground, conjuring a series of illusions with her hands. The video revealed Hinata's index and middle fingers aligned as she released two lengthy beams of chakra from her fingertips. With a graceful motion, the beams sliced through the swarm of insects, cleaving them in two as they fell to the ground. Despite the overwhelming number of insects, Hinata's speed was unmatched. Not a single insect could breach a meter's distance from her. Not far off, Kiba, accompanied by Akamaru, keenly observed, seemingly seeking an opportunity to rush in and strike Hinata. However, the intensity of Hinata's assault left him perpetually without a chance, forced to merely watch in frustration. At last, Kiba thought he had found an opening and charged forward with Akamaru, only to discover it was a deliberate feint by Hinata, designed to bait him. The outcome was evident as Kiba and Akamaru each bore a wound, swiftly retreating. Shanjong Jingyi exclaimed incredulously, Are you joking? Is that really Hinata? Haruno Sakura echoed. Why is it Hinata? This is the second time, isn't it? Tian stated, while I haven't seen Hinata fight much. This isn't the strength I was familiar with. Vortex Yonglin questioned, Didn't Hinata receive a power boost? Why are you also surprised? Shanjong Jingyi replied, A power boost only enhances existing attributes. Such techniques as Hinata's are evidently new discoveries. Hinata Hyuga, bewildered, remarked, I didn't know. Mitsuhashi Azuki interjected, regardless of the reasons, I am utterly displeased. Haruno Sakura continued. The video progressed. As the scene widened, while Shino and Kiba coordinated their assault on Hinata, their teacher, Yuhi Kurenai, was seen giving special instruction to another boy of the same age, possessing black hair and eyes, with striking features and an extraordinary demeanor, Mo Chen. The footage revealed Kurenai diligently teaching Mo Chen illusion techniques, both engaged earnestly in their respective roles. Kurenai was evidently pleased with Mo Chen's progress, and he respected her greatly in return. Soon, Mo Chen learned a technique from Kurenai and rushed to join the fray with teammate, forming a few hand signs. Instantly, the trio fell into a state of stupor, and Mo Chen eagerly scampered back to continue his lessons with Kurenai. By the time the trio managed to break free from the illusion, Mo Chen had acquired another technique, repeating the process, and once again, they succumbed to the illusion. After several cycles, Kurenai acknowledged teammate, declared the session over, and took Mo Chen by the hand as they departed. The video concluded, fading to darkness. Hinata Hyuga expressed. Haruno Sakura burst out. Forgive me for laughing unkindly. I would prefer for this future video to have nothing to do with me. Shanjong Jingyu remarked. Mo Chen seems more like Kurenai-sensei's own child, while you, Hinata, appear as if adopted. Tian contended, regardless. Hinata showcased new abilities in this video. Her strength is commendable. Before her power boost, I certainly would not have stood a chance. Alright. I couldn't help but laugh at the end. Vortex Yonglin added, I also wish to be featured in a video. I haven't had the opportunity yet. But the ending was truly hilarious, haha. Hinata Hyuga lamented. Top Mitsuhashi Azuki exclaimed, Something feels amiss, extremely amiss. Shanjong Jingyi inquired, What's wrong? Mitsuhashi Azuki replied, Kurenai is trying to steal my brother. Look, she's holding Mo Chen's hand. It's utterly unforgivable. Hinata Hyuga reacted. Haruno Sakura remarked, I'm beginning to realize that Mo Chen is quite impressive. He's becoming increasingly handsome. Perhaps I was too narrow-minded before. Shanjong Jingyi exclaimed, Something feels off, extremely off. You wouldn't be developing feelings for someone else, would you? Haruno Sakura retorted, I would never. My feelings for Sasuke-kun are unwavering. Even the sage of six paths cannot sway me. But, why did you use also? Tian speculated. Could it be that before this video was recorded, Kurenai-sensei had also joined the chat group? Vortex Yonglin interpreted, Tian means that Kurenai-sensei might seek a power boost, which is why she is treating Mo Chen so specially. Mitsuhashi Azuki concluded, Indeed, that must be it. Otherwise, Kurenai's character would never allow her to be so close to a young boy. I cannot allow her to take my brother. I must prevent it at all costs. Mitsuhashi Azuki declared, You all must promise that if Kurenai really joins the group, no one is to mention the power boost. Hinata Hyuga responded. Chapter 056, Joint Mission of Team 8 and Team 10 Tianzong, as always, arrived punctually, delivering a nutritious yet delicious breakfast to Mo Chen early in the morning. Mo Chen felt that his palate had been spoiled, and he had grown accustomed to indulgence. If, in the future, Tianzong deemed him to have matured and stable enough to no longer require his meals, Mo Chen feared he would genuinely struggle with the change. Contemplating this, he turned to Tianzong and inquired, Master Tianzong, you mentioned before that you have always been alone, correct? Tianzong nodded, a hint of confusion in his expression. I have previously shared my story with you. I have been an orphan since a young age, which is why I was captured to serve as a test subject. Initially, I worked for Lord Danzo in the Root organization, and later I was transferred to the directly affiliated Umbu under the 3rd Hokage, where I have remained ever since. Mo Chen sighed. Individuals like you are the true ninjas, existing perpetually in darkness while safeguarding the light. I believe you embody the essence of Konoha far more than that hypocritical figure, Danzo. Aha. Tianzong, flattered yet bashful, grinned sheepishly. I am not as remarkable as you portray. In the grand narrative of Konoha, or even the entire history of the ninja world, I am merely a minor character, hardly deserving of the spotlight. No, Teacher Tianzong, you are far too humble. Mo Chen replied earnestly. The mere fact that you are the only person in Konoha, aside from myself, capable of utilizing wood release, marks you indelibly in the annals of ninja history. My admiration for you flows like an unending river, akin to a volcanic eruption, unstoppable. Enough, enough, Tianzong said, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, somewhat helplessly. What is it that you truly wish to convey? Are you in need of borrowing money? After all, Tianzong had personally trained him and understood him to some extent. I speak nothing but heartfelt truths. Mo Chen chuckled lightly. Though I'm not in want of money, if you insist on offering, I would not refuse. Tianzong was left speechless, exasperated. What on earth do you want to say? I simply think that since you are a person and my house is quite large, living alone makes it seem rather empty. Why not move in with me? Mo Chen proposed earnestly this time. Tianzong was taken aback. A rush of indescribable warmth surged within him, akin to stepping into a heated room in the depths of winter and savoring a steaming bowl of ginger soup, warming him from head to toe. Are you serious? Tianzong's voice trembled slightly, betraying his emotions. Absolutely, Mo Chen exclaimed, giving a thumbs up. Your kindness to me is akin to a rebirth. Even if I were to gift you this entire residence, it would not suffice to repay your benevolence. However, I understand that even if I offered, you would likely decline. Therefore, choose any room you wish, master bedroom, guest room upstairs, or the east or west wings, move in today. Furthermore, residing here would facilitate your guidance in my training. Tianzong was profoundly moved. He felt he had acquired an exceptional disciple. Had it not been for the decorum of a teacher, he might have wept openly. Very well. I shall move in, Tianzong said, lifting his chin to prevent tears from falling. He struggled to maintain his composure. As for the main building, I will leave that for your own arrangements. I will take residence in the West Wing. Naturally, this is primarily for the sake of instructing you. Even though your strength now surpasses mine, your life experiences are vastly inferior, and having just joined the Umbu, there remains much for me to teach you. Mo Chen could naturally discern that Tianzong was merely putting on a brave front. He chose not to expose the facade, finding amusement in his heart instead. The fact that Tianzong had moved closer was indeed quite delightful. The solitary existence of Mo Chen in such a vast residence indeed feels overly spacious, and he has long yearned for companionship. Among the women in his circle, several appeared to be prime candidates, yet regrettably, none were suitable. The members of the Konoha Four, each ensconced in their families, and Xiang Lin, who had yet to join Konoha, were not viable options. As for Hong Do, although she too lived alone, Mo Chen harbored concerns that permitting her to move in would swiftly compromise his purity. It was not a matter of his inability to restrain himself. Rather, he was apprehensive about Hong Do's overt advances. After all, from the very first day they met, she insisted on behaving as if she were his elder sister. Her intentions unmistakably cleared all. Thus, after considerable contemplation, Mo Chen concluded that Tianzong would be the most fitting choice, possessing the prowess of an elite jonin. He could also oversee the safety of the household. Additionally, Mo Chen had meticulously drafted renovation plans for the estate, which he could conveniently entrust to Tianzong. Most importantly, Mo Chen empathized with Tianzong's daily burdens of travel. Moving in would alleviate such concerns, truly a perfect arrangement. However, the notion of an immediate relocation was impractical, as they still needed to report to the Umbu. Today marked Mo Chen's inaugural day of employment. Initially, Tianzong intended to personally guide Mo Chen through several missions. But to his surprise, the third Hokage assigned a task to Mo Chen directly. The 8th and 10th teams were jointly tasked with a C-rank mission to eliminate bandits near the small village of Chi, located 100 kilometers from Konoha. Although both teams comprised novice shinobi, the nature of the C-rank mission, accompanied by a leading jonin, rendered concerns regarding their safety minimal. Nonetheless, considering that unforeseen circumstances could arise, and that all 6 members from the 2 teams hailed from prominent clans, their significance was undeniable. The third Hokage deemed it prudent to bolster their security by assigning 2 Umbu operatives to accompany them. Should the mission unfold without incident, the Umbu would enjoy a complimentary excursion. Should complications arise, decisions would be made based on the situation, with the foremost priority being to ensure that the lower-ranked shinobi gained experience without facing life-threatening dangers. In selecting the Umbu personnel, the third Hokage designated Mo Chen for one role, leaving the other for Tianzong to arrange. As the 8th and 10th teams commenced their mission, the concurrently graduated 7th team could hardly contain their eagerness. Mo Chen was to accompany the 8th and 10th teams to accumulate experience, which would render his subsequent integration into the 7th team more secure. Fortunately, the task of eradicating bandits was relatively straightforward, with 2 jonin present. Thus his intervention was unlikely to be required. Upon understanding the mission details, Tian Song breathed a sigh of relief. Nevertheless, he proceeded to share some precautionary advice with Mo Chen. After a moment's reflection, he summoned an Umbu operative, a young woman named Tsubaki, who would serve as Mo Chen's partner. Tian Song introduced her, stating that although Tsubaki was merely of Chunin rank, her theoretical acumen and extensive knowledge made her the most suitable companion for Mo Chen. Subsequently, he introduced Mo Chen to Tsubaki. Mo Chen's codename in the Umbu is Dragon, signifying the dragon of Huaxia, distinct from the one associated with the D clan. Given that this mission predominantly revolves around Mo Chen, and considering his prowess and innate talent, it would be inconceivable for him to play a subordinate role to a Chunin. Thus, in this undertaking, Mo Chen assumes the role of captain, while Chun serves merely as support. As Tian Zong elucidated the details of the mission to Chun, Mo Chen took a moment to appraise him. Clad in the standard Umbu attire, Chun's physique was rather unremarkable. Perhaps due to the protective vest he wore, his front was flat and featureless. From behind, however, there was a hint of a curve, though it was hardly noteworthy. His hair, a dark purple bob, bore some resemblance to Hinata's, albeit with a more subdued hue, and a mask adorned with a cat face pattern obscured his visage. Meanwhile, as Mo Chen scrutinized Chun, the latter discreetly observed him in return. Also donning the standard Umbu uniform, Mo Chen stood nearly 1.6 meters tall, his build robust enough to disguise his true age of 12. A green dragon mask shielded his face, and his very presence exuded an air of distinctiveness. Author Sharingan, there are so many night owls. It took me ages to finish the last chapter, and I only updated past 1 in the morning. Shortly after, the requests for updates kept piling up. It seems that the daytime readers are not as numerous. Furthermore, it is of utmost importance that you all leave more 5-star reviews. Please expedite your ratings, as the recommendation period for this book is approaching. Surely, you wouldn't want to be left hanging mid-story, would you? Chapter 057. Chun, oh Chun. What shall we call you if not Chun? Yamanaka Ino. Wow, we finally have the chance to leave the village. This is my first time venturing out. Hyuga Hinata. Same here. Our journey to Koike village will take us through Sakyu City. Is there a chance we could visit Karen? Uzumaki Karen, are you both going together? I would love to see you. I've been learning secret techniques from my mother every day. While the thought of mastering them to assist Mo Chen motivates me, it can be rather dull. Haruno Sakura, have you two left the village? Are you together? Yamanaka Ino. No, our two classes are undertaking a joint mission. A C-rank one that involves combat. Sakura, with your wide forehead, are you still engaged in that tedious cat-catching task? Haha, I overheard that before we left. Haruno Sakura, it's all due to our overly flirtatious teacher, who clings to the little prince and pays us no mind. Tintin, you can say whatever you want. But why scold me? Yamanaka Ino, overly flirtatious? Oh, I think I just heard something rather scandalous. Haruno Sakura, Hyuga Hinata, Uzumaki Karen, if we have the chance, we will definitely come to find you, but it will have to wait until after the mission. Uzumaki Karen, sure, but if the opportunity doesn't present itself, don't feel pressured. There will be future chances. Yamanaka Ino, don't worry. If the opportunity doesn't arise, I'll create one. Just be ready to welcome us when we arrive. Mitarashi Anko, being young is truly wonderful, though I still feel quite youthful myself. Yamanaka Ino, unlike the first outing of Team 8, Team 10, and the Little Six, Mo Chen, trailing behind, asserted his strength, declaring this as his second venture outside the village. Just like last time when he followed Team 3. He only needed to keep his distance and quietly approach when they commenced their mission. Why are you staring at me? Mo Chen soon realized that his teammate Chun frequently stole glances at him. Chun, caught off guard by his own furtive actions, felt a bit embarrassed and stammered, Nothing at all. I just find it a bit strange. Didn't you just graduate from the Ninja Academy not long ago? And isn't this your first mission since joining the Umbu? Yeah, so what? Mo Chen replied, puzzled by the curiosity. Chun quietly inquired, how come you seem completely unfazed? You appear quite seasoned. Chun recalled her own first mission, where anxiety had consumed her, leaving her mind a blank slate. Throughout the mission, she had followed the captain's every command, moving only when instructed, like a robot executing orders without knowing what to do in their absence. That's precisely why I'm the captain, Mo Chen replied, a hint of pride in his voice as he patted Chun on the shoulder. There is a distinction among individuals. I'm a genius, and if you compare yourself to me, you'll only feel inferior. Chun was momentarily rendered speechless, before eventually gritting her teeth and retorting, Captain, has anyone ever told you how narcissistic you are? Mo Chen shook his head and remarked, you are the first to express such a sentiment. Those who truly know me understand that I am an honest and reliable young gentleman. Your perception stems merely from your unfamiliarity with my character. Chun was uncertain whether Mo Chen's words held truth, yet one thing was evident. He possessed considerable verbal prowess, though it remained to be seen if he could perform equally well in practical situations. Chun, why have you fallen silent? Mo Chen, feeling somewhat bored, sought to engage in conversation. If one were to journey alone, they would endure the tedium in silence. However, with company at hand, conversation seemed a natural recourse. Chun, not one for excessive chatter, pondered briefly before responding, we are ninjas, and moreover, members of the Umbu. During our missions, the task takes precedence. and any actions that could potentially disrupt our progress must be minimized. This indicated her current reluctance to converse with Mo Chen. That is not the right approach, Mo Chen asserted earnestly. We are temporary partners, embarking on our first mission together, and as we are still strangers to one another, it is imperative that we take advantage of this intermission to foster familiarity. Only then can we achieve a more harmonious collaboration when the task commences. Chun, do you not agree with my reasoning? As this is also my inaugural mission, I find myself somewhat uncertain. Chun considered his words seriously and eventually nodded. You are correct. It is indeed necessary for us to deepen our understanding of one another. Subsequently, she earnestly introduced her capabilities. Chun hailed from a humble background, lacking profound depth of skill. Possessing only the basic techniques such as the Konoha 3-body technique, binding technique, and ninja tool throwing. However, she excelled in theoretical knowledge, making her well-suited for numerous administrative roles. Lastly, she added, also, Captain, could you refrain from calling me Chun? Chun? It sounds rather unpleasant. You could simply use my name. I suspect you are deliberately teasing me. Mo Chen inquired, aren't you called Chun? If not Chun, then what do you go by? Chun's face fell into a deep frown. This question left her at a loss for words. Should she indeed be referred to as Chun? It became evident that the captain was, without a doubt, teasing her. Chun. Oh Chun. Mo Chen continued. Now that you have introduced yourself, it is my turn. As for my primary abilities, they are confidential to the village, so I cannot disclose them. However, I assure you of my formidable strength, strong enough for you to rely on me completely. In the event of a battle, your only duty will be to call out, while I will take action. Call out? Call what? Chun's expression beneath her mask was one of utter confusion. The words sounded rather peculiar to her. Aren't you well-versed in theory? You should be able to devise the most perfect defensive strategies and stances with the utmost speed. When the time comes, just call them out for me to hear, and then I will spring into action. Mo Chen patiently elucidated. Chun began to grasp the concept. Yet the more she listened, the stranger it seemed. Perhaps it was merely the captain's unique way of expressing himself. There was still time to adjust to the task at hand. But if I call it out directly, won't the enemy hear it as well? Chun voiced her concern. Mo Chen patted his chest and assured, rest assured, everything is in my hands. Even if we play our cards openly. As long as our opponents are not at the level of the 5 shadows, I can handle them with ease. Chun recoiled slightly, her face behind the mask flushed crimson. You can pat your own chest. Why must you do it to me? If it weren't for the armor I have on, I would almost think you were being inappropriate. Is this a sign of distrust towards me? Mo Chen observed Chun's retreat with a hint of sadness. Chun, oh Chun, you have left me disheartened. I am your captain. No, captain, I am simply unaccustomed to this. Chun exclaimed, both amused and exasperated, believing Mo Chen's actions were merely the result of his youth and ignorance of the boundaries between genders. Then we must practice this more. Mo Chen raised his hand again, preparing to pat her. Chun quickly darted forward, her tone urgent. They have increased their speed. We must hurry, lest we fall behind. For ninjas, the distance of over 100 kilometers was hardly daunting, and they could reach their destination in no time. As they approached their goal, the pace quickened, allowing them to find a suitable place to regroup before engaging. Watching Chun flee in haste, Mo Chen couldn't help but smile faintly. Truth be told, having a partner for missions was far more enjoyable than going solo. Particularly when it involved a male-female duo, the work felt less burdensome. Chapter 058, The Howling Mountain. The eerie wind sounds under the leadership of Asuma and Hong. Team 8 and Team 10 swiftly arrived at the mission site. They first visited Little Pond Village to gather information and took the opportunity to rest and recover their stamina before heading towards a nearby desolate mountain. We must split up now, Chun declared to Mo Chen. In response to Mo Chen's bewilderment, Chun elaborated, earlier in Little Pond Village. They must have gathered some intelligence that is crucial to our mission. We must ascertain it, so you will follow them, leaving markers along the way, while I will return to Little Pond Village to gather information, likely related to the mountain bandits. I will catch up with you based on the markers. Chun was indeed proficient in this regard, certainly more so than Mo Chen, who had not contemplated the details so meticulously. However, Mo Chen found it peculiar. Why not use a shadow clone? Why must you personally make the trip? Mo Chen initially believed that Chun harbored other intentions. After a moment of contemplation, she shyly admitted, I am unable to create physical avatars, so I never considered this issue. Since Mo Chen proposed the idea of utilizing avatars for exploration, it was evident that he could indeed manifest physical forms, leaving Chun feeling quite embarrassed. Mo Chen patted Chuan's chest and sighed. Chuan, my dear Chuan, as I mentioned before, all you need to do is call out. Let me handle the action. Chuan, covering her chest, stepped back and retorted with a mix of embarrassment and anger. Captain, you can say what you want, but must you resort to such physical gestures? But I didn't touch you. Mo Chen replied innocently, raising his hands in a gesture of innocence. This is simply my way of expressing affection. If you dislike it, you should have said so earlier. If you had voiced your discontent and I continued, then I would indeed be at fault, but you never mentioned it. Chuan paused, considering his words, and realized there was some truth to his claim. Just as she began to relax, Mo Chen playfully tapped her chest a couple more times, saying, "There's armor protecting you. I merely tapped the armor, and it won't break. You're such a miser." Without waiting for Chuan's reaction, he moved aside, forming a hand seal to create a shadow clone, which transformed into the visage of 35 million Rio. Chuan initially wanted to express her anger, but this was the third time, and it was clearly intentional. However, upon seeing Mo Chen's clone using a transformation technique, her attention was swiftly diverted. The clone, puffing on a cigarette, blew smoke in Chuan's face and raised an eyebrow, saying, "Regarding the information I just inquired about, some details are unclear, so I need to revisit it from the beginning to deepen my understanding and avoid any omissions. You two should proceed first. I will relay the information shortly." With that, he turned towards Shaoqi village. Rather than being displeased with Asma's frivolous demeanor, Chuan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Gathering intelligence could be approached in such a manner. While she was familiar with the task's process and could identify gaps, the methods of execution varied from person to person. If she were to undertake this task, she would have presented herself as part of the Umbu, indicating her affiliation with Asma and others, thereby seeking confirmation of information from villagers who had interacted with them. However, this would expose her to risks, and the villagers might not trust her enough to provide the desired information. In contrast, Mo Chen's method nearly eliminated the risk of exposure and made it easier to gain the villagers' trust. "Chuan, why are you lost in thought? Let's go," Mo Chen called out, already heading in the direction of classes 8 and 10. Amused, he reflected on how effectively this distraction technique worked on Chuan. If there were more opportunities for teamwork in the future, he would certainly employ it again. Oh, but they hadn't even officially begun this team mission yet. There would be plenty of chances along the way. Though Chuan still remembered Mo Chen's earlier reckless behavior, she found no opportunity to confront him. She could only stamp her foot in frustration and hurriedly catch up. Internally, she heightened her vigilance and maintained a slight distance from Mo Chen, determined not to allow a repeat of previous incidents. As they continued forward, entering a valley, a chilling wind howled eerily, reminiscent of ghostly wails, sending shivers down Chuan's spine. Unable to suppress a tremor, she quickened her pace, feeling a little more at ease when she drew closer to Mo Chen. Yet, she promptly recalled their agreement to keep their distance. At that moment, Mo Chen's hand slightly lifted, prompting her to retreat once more. Mo Chen scratched his head, regarding Chuan with a puzzled expression, seemingly oblivious to her exaggerated reaction. Chuan's face flushed behind her mask as she attempted to divert the conversation, stating, "That wind sounds quite eerie. Indeed, that is why this place is called Ghost Cry Mountain." Mo Chen nodded, feigning ignorance of Chuan's odd behavior. Chuan blinked in surprise, asking, "How do you know? This should be your first visit." "Information relayed from my shadow clone," Mo Chen replied. Chuan was momentarily stunned. "The shadow clone has already gathered the information? Why didn't you tell me?" "You didn't ask." Mo Chen shrugged. Frustrated, Chuan exclaimed, "Captain, we are on a mission. Could you please take this seriously?" All right. Mo Chen chuckled lightly and began sharing the information he had collected. He couldn't help but tease Chuan, who seemed adorably clueless. This area is perpetually windy due to its topography, causing the wind to sound ghostly, a constant phenomenon from dawn till dusk, hence the name Ghost Cry Mountain. It's bearable during the day, but it becomes genuinely frightening at night, which is why the villagers of Shaoqi generally avoid this place. Consequently, Ghost Cry Mountain has become a hideout for bandits. According to the villagers, these bandits have only recently migrated from other areas, having robbed several merchant caravans and killed many, prompting a request to Konoha to issue a bandit extermination mission. The bandits are located deep in the valley, numbering around 20, and no ninjas have been seen among them. The intelligence gathered by Mo Chen Ying's shadow clones is more or less like this. A group of 20 or so ruthless ordinary individuals poses a significant challenge for the inexperienced members of the 8th and 10th squads. Once combat ensues, bloodshed is inevitable. It remains to be seen whether they can hold their ground. "Captain, have you devised a plan to approach them?" Chuan asked, furrowing her brow. "The valley's terrain is narrow. If we get too close, we risk being discovered. However, if we stay too far away, we want to be able to provide timely support in case of an emergency." Mo Chen had already contemplated this dilemma. If he were alone, he could rely on the jungle's cover and utilize wood release to mask his presence. But with Chuan accompanying him, the situation became complicated. He couldn't abandon her, especially in such a foreboding environment. She would likely be terrified if left alone. Initially troubled, Mo Chen soon discovered a river flowing into the depths of the valley. This was a stroke of luck. "We can hide in the water. They won't notice us." Mo Chen assessed the situation and found that the shallowest part of the river was over a meter deep, perfect for concealment. "But my swimming skills are not great. I can't stay in the water for long." Chuan expressed her concern. "Not to worry, I can use water release to protect you." Without waiting for Chuan's response, Mo Chen seized her hand and jumped into the water with a splash. In the valley of the Ghost Cry Mountain, the members of the 8th squad had already employed various methods to scout the area upon entering. Through Hinata's Byakugan, she began to perceive objects beyond the forest. "There is something ahead. My insects have encountered an obstacle." Shino spoke first, signaling the group to halt. The 6 of them, 2 teams of 3, became instantly alert. Asuma and Kurenai, Their instructors had hidden themselves early on, observing the students from the shadows, allowing them to operate independently. Hinata squinted with her Byakugan and whispered, "It appears to be a fortress. They've constructed walls with stones, looking like a recent project, and it doesn't seem designed to fend off wild animals." Woof, woof. Akamaru barked twice. Kiba sniffed the air and said, "I can smell them. The enemy is just beyond the wall." Adjusting his sunglasses, Shino remarked, "If that is indeed a wall, its sturdiness exceeds our capacity to breach easily." The reason being, Shino's words were interrupted as everyone turned their attention to the leader of their group, Shikamaru. Before the mission commenced, they had introduced themselves and agreed on Shikamaru as their commander. Now that the enemy lay before them, all they needed was for Shikamaru to issue the order, and they would charge forward. In this eerie environment, they were eager to leave. After all, the enemy was merely a group of ordinary people. A direct assault would suffice. Yet Shikamaru frowned and pondered. A newly constructed fortress wall suggested is either to deter beasts or humans. In other words, they anticipated an attack and have prepared accordingly. Boldly speculating, they might even know that Konoha ninjas are coming, yet they have not abandoned this stronghold, indicating their confidence. If we charge straight in, we might not only fail to breach the wall but could also fall into a trap. Even as ninjas, we risk incurring losses. Kiba shouted, "Who cares about traps? Let us just charge in. I'll handle that wall with Akamaru. Let me show you the destructive power of my new technique. It's just a wall. No big deal." Woof, woof. Akamaru proudly barked. "Wait." Shikamaru quickly interjected. Unfortunately, among their peers, Kiba ranked second only to Naruto in impulsiveness. Ignoring Shikamaru's caution, Kiba dashed forward with Akamaru at full speed. He acknowledged Shikamaru's intelligence but disliked his methodical approach. They're just ordinary people. What traps could they possibly set? Watch me tear through them. Frustrated, Shikamaru cursed silently, realizing Kiba was not a reliable teammate, especially in a moment of cooperation. There was no choice now. Kiba would undoubtedly expose their position, and they could only proceed. As the others caught up, they saw Kiba and Akamaru transforming into two spinning tops, charging toward a wall approximately 5 meters high. Shadows seemed to lurk atop the wall, peering down but remaining hidden. Shikamaru cast a glance at the wall, feeling a weight in his chest. Boom, boom, boom. Kiba's new technique proved formidable. The wall appeared robust, and even explosive tags might not suffice to demolish it. Yet under Kiba's relentless assault, 2 deep craters rapidly formed. Kiba and Akamaru did not relent. They continued to drill, causing the craters to expand. The other 3 trailing behind were astonished. Was this the same Kiba they remembered? Just recently graduated, he had become remarkably powerful. Since we've begun, let us press onward. Shino declared, aware that Kiba had broken protocol and, as a member of the 8th squad, he needed to take corrective action. Shino raised his hands, and thick clouds of black mist streamed from his sleeves. Upon closer inspection, it was a swarm of densely packed black insects, provoking discomfort. "Parasitic insects," Shino exclaimed, directing them toward the top of the wall. Screams echoed as the hidden figures were swiftly drained of chakra, falling silent. Ordinary people possess chakra, though they cannot utilize it effectively, and their supply is minimal. Once their chakra is absorbed, both their bodies and spirits become weakened and injured. The nails have been pulled out. Faced with the astonished gazes of others, Shino coolly remarked, within the confines of the city walls, "There are no signs of life apart from us. We can proceed directly. My insects will dismantle any traps in advance, should they exist." Shino was a person of remarkably low presence. As long as he remained silent, even if he stood before you for an entire day, no one would pay him any heed. However, he had just showcased a small display of skill, prompting the crowd to realize that he was not someone to be easily overlooked. Indeed, since graduating from the Ninja Academy, everyone had experienced varying degrees of growth and could no longer be assessed through their prior knowledge from the academy. Shikamaru gathered his thoughts and gestured to the others. They collectively focused their chakra and swiftly ascended the city wall, flipping over to the other side. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, Kiba and Akamaru were still tirelessly grappling with the wall. With a soft pop, they finally broke through their section of the wall, their heads poking through the indentation. Yet their bodies remained stuck. Both Kiba and his dog were panting heavily, their tongues lolling out, feeling dizzy in front of them. Suddenly, shadows appeared before them, causing Kiba's heart to race. But before he could react, the owners of the shadows revealed expressions of disdain and turned to leave. As Kiba regained his composure, he realized that these were not ambushers but rather his teammates who had accompanied him. Yet something felt off. They had barely managed to break through the wall while his teammates seemed to have bypassed it effortlessly. Was there a door nearby? Chapter 060, indeed. A bunch of younglings once Shikamaru and the others crossed the city wall. They indeed encountered numerous traps within. Had it been others, even some nin, they might have faced complete annihilation. However, the 6 younglings, though inexperienced, each possessed their own unique techniques. Particularly, Shino's insects were perfectly suited for triggering traps. With Hinata's Byakugan assisting, they navigated through without triggering a single trap, successfully dismantling them all. Soon, in an open area, they encountered a group of bandits who had been waiting for them. To their surprise, they were merely a bunch of younglings. Was there truly no one left in Konoha? Perhaps they had sent out a few to meet their demise to conserve resources. This explanation suits me perfectly. Since Konoha was so gracious, we have no reason not to accept their offerings. Everyone, be cautious. Don't let them all perish. After all, they hail from Konoha and possess more knowledge than we rugged individuals. If we can train them well, they might become valuable assets in the future. As for the rest, that blonde girl is mine. I adore such delicate figures. Initially, the bandits were on high alert, but relaxed upon realizing they were confronted by children, laughing boisterously. The 6 younglings were infuriated by their taunts, having been pampered since childhood. Kiba was the first to lose his composure, charging forward with Akamaru, disregarding any notions of coordination. Damn it, don't look at me with those disgusting eyes. Ino, having been singled out, was equally incensed and rushed forward with her kunai. Don't be reckless. Shikamaru attempted to intervene, but it was futile. He felt a wave of exhaustion wash over him. There was no other option but to engage directly. Choji tossed the last chip into his mouth. Offended by the insults directed at his comrades, he too was furious. Clapping his hands, he inflated like a balloon. Shrink your hands, feet, and head. Human bullet tank. Choji transformed into a massive green melon, rolling toward the bandits with force. There was no stopping them. Why? You may ask. Because they were all young and brimming with enthusiasm. Shino adjusted his sunglasses and unleashed a multitude of insects to join the fray. I'm so sorry. Hinata glanced at Shikamaru apologetically, her face full of tension. But I'm going too. Hinata dashed out before she could finish her explanation. Initially, they had unanimously decided to let Shikamaru lead, yet before he could utter a word, they all acted independently. Being newcomers, they could hardly withstand the provocations from the opposing side. The enemies were merely ordinary folks, and as ninjas, they felt a sense of superiority and had not anticipated any real danger. Moreover, after graduating from the academy, everyone had experienced their own growth and was eager to showcase their skills. Shikamaru rubbed his forehead, sighing in resignation. I hope I'm not overthinking this. With that, he joined the battle as well. The bandits, after all, lived a life on the edge, and while they spoke derisively, they did not entirely underestimate the 6 younglings. The mere fact that they had scaled the towering walls and navigated through the traps unscathed was enough to warrant their attention. Yet, being young, they quickly lost their cool after a simple provocation. Although the bandits were ordinary individuals, this was a ninja world, and they were not entirely ignorant of ninjas. While lacking the raw power of the 6 younglings, they had ample experience in combat, personal survival skills, and an advantage in numbers. As the 6 younglings launched their attack, the anticipated overwhelming force did not materialize. Their powerful strikes were either dodged or collectively blocked, halting their momentum swiftly. The bandits wielded weapons and equipment and were not foolish enough to confront ninjas head-on. They cooperated to take down one opponent at a time. Lacking combat experience, the 6 younglings found themselves in a stalemate during their first real engagement. In the distance, 2 figures quietly appeared atop the city wall, observing the battlefield. Honestly, despite my numerous warnings, it has come to this. Kurenai, dressed in a striped kimono with black hair and red eyes, furrowed her brow, clearly displeased with her student's performance. Beside her, Asuma, cigarette in mouth, was divided in his attention, monitoring the battle while also admiring the beauty beside him. Hearing her words, he chuckled heartily. Youngsters being lively is quite commendable, unlike my teammate Shikamaru, who seems far too mature for his age, appearing dull and disinterested. Kurenai cast a sideways glance at his cigarette, her brow slightly furrowing, yet she refrained from commenting, sighing softly. Being overly lively can easily lead to one's demise. Ninja missions are a matter of life and death. A steadier approach ensures longevity. Asuma replied with a smile. After all, it's their first real combat. We shouldn't set our expectations too high. They're doing quite well, and they will grow from this experience. Learning from hardship is valuable. At least we are here to watch over them. As the setting sun casts its crimson hue, Red's focus is firmly on the battlefield, ever prepared to render assistance. Shikamaru, relying solely on his exceptional intellect, speculates that the mountain bandits may possess additional resources. However, Asuma and Red, both seasoned jonin, have already discerned the abnormality in the bandits' behavior. They are not merely backed by some hidden strength. They undoubtedly have contingencies in place and may inflict harm upon their students. The current display of the 6 young ones is rather naive, making them susceptible to manipulation. Meanwhile, concealed beneath the water, Mo Chen and Tsubaki are also observing the skirmish. Tsubaki, cradled in Mo Chen's arms, uses water-style chakra to create a barrier against the river's flow, extracting oxygen from the water and transferring it to Tsubaki through physical contact. Initially, Tsubaki feels a bit bashful, but her attention quickly shifts to the unfolding battle, allowing her to disregard the finer details. These younglings possess admirable strength, befitting their prestigious lineage. It is no wonder that Lord Third arranged for them to follow. If they can mature, they will undoubtedly become vital assets to the village. After a while, Tsubaki cannot help but exclaim that some of the 6 may even surpass her in strength. Indeed, as the captain previously asserted, there are discernible differences among individuals. Alas, they are still too inexperienced. Mo Chen, however, remains unfazed, commenting that regardless of other factors, their hesitation in striking decisively is evident. Although they face a ruthless group of bandits, they still lack the resolve to deliver a lethal blow, which will soon place them at a disadvantage. Just as Mo Chen observed, despite the initial ferocity of the six, they are but fledglings unaccustomed to bloodshed, their aim merely to defeat their adversaries. In contrast, the bandits, while feigning restraint, strike with ruthless precision, targeting vital areas at every opportunity. Consequently, the six find themselves hampered in their actions. Even with Hinata and Ino's enhancement effects, they struggle to unleash their full potential. As the standoff prolongs, their stamina depletes rapidly, and being mere genin, their chakra reserves are dwindling. Suddenly, Shikamaru gasps in realization, they intend to exhaust us, everyone. Do not hold back. What? The others too sense the shift, their conditions deteriorating significantly, making it increasingly challenging to employ their ultimate techniques. Indeed, a bunch of infants. Your responses are woefully sluggish. How did you manage to become ninjas? Konoha truly entrusted you with such a mission. Now that you've finally caught on. It's too late. Adults, it's time to act. As the mountain bandits' words fall, 4 of them suddenly unleash a surge of chakra and form hand seals. Earth-style, heavy binding technique. They chant in unison. As the technique manifests, each of the 6 finds themselves encircled by a yellow-brown ring, approximately half a meter in diameter, adorned with peculiar patterns. With the appearance of these rings, the 6 feel an oppressive weight, as though they are burdened by several hundred pounds, gasping for breath. This is a binding technique. Shikamaru is drenched in cold sweat. He attempts to use the shadow imitation technique to control the enemy and dispel this jutsu, yet finds it challenging to even remain upright, let alone move a finger. The others are in a similar predicament, confronted with a force akin to gravity. They're utterly immobilized. These little ones truly live up to being ninjas from Konoha. They are indeed quite formidable. Yet, being mere children, they have let multiple chances to eliminate me slip away, all deterred by my tactics of trading injury for survival. The bandits chuckle with smug satisfaction, having vanquished numerous strong foes with this deceptive strategy. Damn it, I didn't expect to fall into their trap. Shikamaru grits his teeth in frustration. Despite his intelligence, he lacks the experience to recognize the treachery of human nature. Although he had some forethought, he could not fathom what the enemy's advantage was. Let me go? I swear I will take you all down. Inuzuka Yaya attempts to rally against the bindings, only to find himself pressed down. Meanwhile, Akamaru also appears distressed, unable to move an inch. Save your strength, Yaya. Shino, with a calm demeanor despite the cold sweat on his brow, remarks, unlike you, they won't be foolish enough to release their captives. What do you mean by that? Do you want to fight? Yaya retorts, unable to rise but still eager to engage in verbal sparring. You still have the energy to argue? I can barely stand. Shuji, having given in, sits down in surrender. Struggling, he attempts to open a bag of chips, but after several tries, he fails to tear it open. Could someone help me with this? He pleads with a nearby bandit. The bandit stares at him, bewildered. You do realize you're a prisoner, right? Try to have some awareness. They seem entirely unconcerned about their predicament, oblivious to the fate that awaits them as captives. They are, after all, bandits. Meanwhile, on the distant city wall, Asuma rubs his forehead, lamenting, with Shikamaru here, I never expected a complete rout. Red observes intently, stating, they are merely 4 rogue ninjas with strength comparable to Chunin. If they had been more serious, they could have easily defeated their foes instead of being so easily captured. Asuma turns to Red, inquiring, what do you think? Should we intervene now? No, let us wait and see. Red declines. Observing the bandits, it is evident they do not wish to offend Konoha, as they have no intention of directly eliminating the 6. Red hopes this mission will provide her students with a stark realization of the brutality of the ninja world. Underwater. Tsubaki also asks Mo Chen if they should intervene, to which Mo Chen naturally declines. If their teachers are not anxious, why should they be? Find them, commands one of the bandits, presumably the leader, but be cautious not to step into their rings, otherwise, you will be responsible for any mishaps. The bandits, unperturbed, gather around the 6 with smirks, some leering at Hinata and Ino with a repulsive gaze, saliva nearly dripping from their mouths. Anger surges within Hinata and Ino as they exchange glances, almost simultaneously erupting. Previously hindered during the chaotic battle, being bound now grants them an opportunity to regroup. Both possess an all-attribute enhancement of 200, and in this moment, their chakra surges simultaneously, rendering the binding technique ineffective against them. Boom. Almost in unison, a visible blue aura envelopes both girls, breaking free from the binding techniques imposed upon them. The sudden release of power generates a formidable shockwave, sending the surrounding bandits flying. The bandits, caught off guard, scream as they are hurled backward, tumbling across the ground. While they may not suffer broken bones, the impact is far from pleasant. What? The remaining bandits were taken aback, and the 4 rogue ninjas rushed towards the 2 girls to prevent them from rescuing others, fearing that the situation would spiral beyond their control. However, Hinata and Ino showed no intention of saving anyone. Instead, they focused their wrath on the bandits who had previously leered at them, launching an all-out assault. You scoundrels. Don't get too arrogant. One rogue ninja drew his katana and swung it down towards Hinata. With unwavering resolve, Hinata countered, gentle fist, 8 trigrams 32 palms. She was undeterred, executing a flawless series of strikes. Under normal circumstances, her strength would have hindered her from delivering all 32 strikes, although she possessed the power. Her timid nature would cause her to falter midway. But with her attributes doubled, executing the 32 palms felt as effortless as delivering 10 or 8 in the past. With a flurry of impacts, all 32 strikes landed on the rogue ninja's chakra points, causing him to cough up blood before crashing to the ground, incapacitated. Impressive, Hinata, Ino exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up. The onlookers, including the remaining 4 of their group, were left in stunned silence. Hinata and Ino had managed to break free from the binding technique through sheer force. The frail, stuttering Hinata turned out to be so formidable in combat. Hinata, watch out, Kiba suddenly shouted. Another rogue ninja lunged at Hinata, his fist encased in rock, having just completed her series of strikes. Hinata had relaxed and was unable to muster a counterattack in time. Yet, unexpectedly, just before the rogue could strike her, a long blade pierced through him from behind, impaling him. Many were left with a plethora of questions. The owner of the long blade was evidently another rogue ninja. Were they turning on each other? Hihi, Hinata. I just saved your life. The rogue, despite being male, wore a playful demeanor akin to a young girl, and his voice was unmistakably Ino's. Hinata quickly turned to Ino, only to find her collapsed on the ground. This is the secret technique of the Yamashiro clan, the heart-turning technique. The rogue ninja wielding the blade had clearly fallen victim to it, now under Ino's control. Thank you, Ino. Hinata sighed in relief, rushing to Ino's side to protect her. Damn it, how could this happen? The last remaining rogue ninja's face turned pale. But misfortune struck again as a swarm of black insects crawled out from Shino's body, and the circle of light beneath him abruptly vanished. CHG finished his last chip, clapped his hands together, and his body enlarged, breaking through the binding circle beneath him and liberating Shikamaru as well. Thanks, CHG. Shikamaru grinned. CHG had never let him down. Hey, what's going on with you all? Kiba was bewildered, watching as one by one. They all broke free from their bindings, leaving him and Akamaru looking foolish. All right, thank you for the gifts. This chapter is an extra. Chapter 062. The 5 little strong ones charge forward, the 5 little strong ones retreat. Well done. You managed to break free using your own strength. Asuma's eyes lit up from a distance atop the city wall. These little ones had not disappointed him. Kurenai smiled as well, appreciating their refusal to surrender in the face of adversity, actively seeking opportunities and solutions for escape. This was the mark of an exceptional ninja. Yet, Asuma was somewhat intrigued by the surge of chakra from Hinata and Ino. These 2 girls possess such strength? Especially Hinata, if she had this kind of power. How could her father, Hayashi Hyuga, have abandoned her? It seemed that the opportunity for them to intervene had slipped away. It was now their turn to retaliate. Asuma did not dwell on these thoughts for long, merely feeling elated for his students. In the heat of battle, the bandits were thrown into disarray, retreating anxiously. The lone remaining rogue ninja stood before them, but even his composure was faltering. How was it possible? How could you all so easily break the binding technique? He bellowed in disbelief. Shino, manipulating the insects, assisted Kiba and Akamaru in breaking free as well. Calmly, he explained. The so-called binding technique employs a certain method to secretly inject chakra into us during close combat, catching us unaware. However, this technique does not affect me because my insects can consume chakra. He raised his hands, and a thick cloud of black mist rose, revealing a swarm of insects. Shikamada interjected, when you executed your technique, we were clearly not in the same area. There were still your comrades in between us. Yet, only the 6 of us were ensnared by the binding technique, indicating there must be some unknown reason behind it. So, I examined my body and discovered the technique Shino mentioned. I suspect that when you initially disguised yourselves as ordinary people and battled us, your main objective was not only to drain our stamina in preparation for a subsequent ambush, but also to stealthily inject your technique into our bodies. You were indeed quite subtle, and we did not notice at the time. Unfortunately, once the binding technique successfully activated, the injected technique forms a resonance within us, revealing the flaw in your method. Well, that said, breaking free using just my own strength after being ensnared is not impossible, but it would be quite troublesome. Thus, I prefer to wait for my most reliable partner to come to my rescue. CHG, having returned to his normal size after knocking down the rogue ninja, wore a big, honest smile. Indeed, what binding technique? No big deal. I saw through it long ago, right, Akamaru? Kiba boasted, though he didn't fully understand the situation. He felt compelled to assert himself, especially since he couldn't be the only one left in the dark. Woof woof. Akamaru nodded in agreement. Kiba, you're lying. You didn't see through their technique. Shino retorted without mercy. If you're wondering why, just a moment ago, you were clearly calling for help. Enough of this. Kiba, embarrassed, shouted, I was just curious as to why you all could break free. When did I call for help? If you hadn't meddled, I would have been fine. Woof woof. Akamaru's bark sounded a bit guilty. We could choose not to intervene and let you get caught again, Shino said earnestly, stepping aside. Kiba's face flushed with embarrassment. No way, I can't keep this teammate. You all shouldn't get too cocky. The rogue ninja, witnessing their antics, felt his initial panic replaced by fury. Did he not care about his own dignity? Given the circumstances, one must not blame him for resorting to extreme measures. The rogue ninja retrieved a glass vial of potion from his pocket, uncorked it, and without hesitation, consumed its contents. Hey, don't be reckless. It seems he is drinking something. Shikamaru's expression turned grave as he hurriedly alerted the others. In a disdainful tone, Kiba proclaimed, "What does it matter what he drinks? I merely underestimated him earlier and failed to dodge. Now, watch how I teach him a lesson." Akamaru, go. With a bark, Akamaru dashed forward, following Kiba's lead, charging at the rogue ninja. Wait, don't be impulsive. Shikamaru groaned, rubbing his forehead. Without knowing what techniques the opponent might employ, rushing in blindly could lead to dire consequences. As anticipated, in the next moment, the rogue ninja seized Kiba by the throat, sending Akamaru flying with a swift kick. What? The crowd gasped in shock, while Hinata and Ino exchanged wary glances with Shikamaru, and Shino positioned himself alongside them. Little brat, you seem rather proud of yourself. The rogue ninja grinned maliciously, and with a tearing sound, his clothing suddenly ripped apart. His physique had transformed, bulking up significantly, his body now a tapestry of hardened muscles. Arms considerably thicker. The once average-built ninja had metamorphosed into a muscular behemoth in the blink of an eye. Hiss! Hinata gasped, her eyes wide with disbelief. His physical prowess has surged several times over, and even his chakra has escalated. At this level, even if she and Ino combined their strength and unleashed their full potential, it would likely be futile. That potion he drank must be the cause. Shikamaru glanced at the glass vial discarded on the ground, but it revealed nothing of interest. Boss is magnificent. Boss is the best. The bandits in the rear cheered, shaking off their previous fear and anxiety, their spirits lifted. It became apparent to Shikamaru and his companions that this rogue ninja was the leader of the group. However, this realization bore little significance. The current situation was decidedly unfavorable for them. Let go of me. Kiba gasped, his face turning crimson as he struggled against the tightening grip around his throat. Despite his desperate attempts, it was akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Observing this, Shikamaru had no time for contemplation and swiftly signaled the others to launch an attack on the rogue ninja. Bug Jutsu, Gentle Fist, Shadow Imitation Technique, Body Blow Assault, Mind Transfer Technique. The rogue ninja scoffed, unleashing a punch that generated a sonic boom. Shino's bug technique was effortlessly dispersed, while Hinata was sent reeling back by the force of the punch. Shikamaru's shadow connected with the rogue ninja, and Shuji's body blow assault rapidly approached. However, the rogue ninja's chakra erupted, easily breaking free from the shadow binding technique and sending the body blow flying. Throughout this ordeal, he maintained his grip on Kiba's throat. Just as Ino's mind transfer technique reached its target, blood trickled from her mouth as she was forced to retract her consciousness with a cry. The 5 young ninjas surged forward only to be met with overwhelming power, resulting in their swift retreat. The rogue ninja's sudden display of strength was nothing short of astonishing. Chapter 63. Never doubt your captain on the wall. As the rogue ninja leader consumed the potion, Asuma and Kurenai sensed impending danger, but initially decided to observe. Yet, in mere moments, the situation had drastically shifted. The rapid change caught them entirely off guard. Quick, save them. Asuma dashed toward the chaos. The presence of 4 Chunin had already exceeded their mission parameters, yet they believed the 6 young ninjas could handle it. As their mentors, they certainly wouldn't interrupt such a rare opportunity for growth. However, with the rogue ninja leader taking the drug, it completely surpassed the capabilities of the 6 young ninjas. Suddenly, a multitude of explosive tags detonated, engulfing Asuma in an immense blaze. Asuma, Kurenai's face paled as she barely managed to steady herself. Though not in the epicenter of the explosion like Asuma, the heat wave and flames still knocked her back. The violent explosion drew the attention of everyone on the battlefield. And the rogue ninja leader sneered, "It seems your reinforcements have been eliminated. Did you truly believe I was unaware of the stronger individuals lurking in the shadows? Those traps were merely a distraction. The real danger lay deeper, activated as soon as you pass through. Whether reinforcements arrive or you retreat, the traps will trigger." Aside from the beleaguered Kiba, the faces of the remaining 5 young ninjas turned pale. "I'm so sorry, it's all my fault." Tears brimmed in Hinata's eyes. She had traversed the area using her Byakugan, yet had failed to detect the more significant traps beneath. Observing the devastation, it was clear their mentor was in peril. "Don't panic. Wallowing in guilt won't help now." Shikamaru gripped his thigh tightly, desperately striving to maintain his composure. Yet, the overwhelming disparity in strength and the dire situation left him blank, unable to devise a response. At that moment, the chat group exploded with concern. Everyone worrying for Hinata and Ino. Even Sakura, who often clashed with Ino, was frantically brainstorming ways to assist. Unfortunately, it was a case of too little, too late. They could only fret helplessly. Meanwhile, in the water, Mo Chen released his embrace around Tsubaki, a smirk playing on his lips. "So, is it my turn to take the stage now? Captain, do you have confidence?" Tsubaki, pale with fear, questioned. What had started as a simple bandit extermination mission had spiraled into such chaos. If Tsubaki were to handle it, she believed that even with 10 lives, she would be unable to succeed. Confidence. Mo Chen chuckled, patting Tsubaki's chest lightly. Tsubaki, never doubt your captain's strength. It is a certainty. This time, Tsubaki did not resist. Her gaze toward Mo Chen became somewhat entranced. So handsome. Truly a reliable man. No boy. For reasons unknown. His simple words seemed to possess an infinite charm, calming Tsubaki's previously anxious heart. Mo Chen did not engage her further. He turned and prepared to surge out of the water. He paused momentarily, inquiring, "Do you have any last instructions? You are the strategist, after all." Chen felt a sudden embarrassment, nearly forgetting her primary responsibility. The foremost priority was undoubtedly to ensure the safety of the children. Without hesitation, she advised, it would be best to use a clone, one to divert the enemy's attention while the other takes the opportunity to rescue the victims. Strike decisively, for you have but a single chance. Regardless of whether you succeed in bringing them back, do not rush to confront the opponent. If my deductions are accurate, his current state cannot endure for long and will likely incur severe side effects. Simply buy some time. The enemy will self-destruct. She added one final caution, please. Exercise utmost care. Mo Chen responded lightly, smiling. Your advice is invaluable. With that, he vanished from sight. Deprived of Mo Chen's oxygen supply, Chen cautiously surfaced. Her eyes filled with deep concern. On the battlefield, as Chen had anticipated, the leader of the rogue ninjas could not maintain his current condition for long. Thus, he lacked the patience to engage with a group of children. I merely intended to teach you a lesson, to make you retreat. For I have no desire to provoke Konoha. However, the situation has escalated beyond my control. I can only request that you leave your lives here. The rogue ninja leader's eyes glinted with malice as he tightened his grip around Ya's throat. Suddenly, Akamaru lunged from the shadows, biting down on the leader's arm. In an instant, crimson liquid flowed from the wound, splattering to the ground. You wretched beast! The rogue ninja leader yelped in pain, reflexively releasing Ya. Yet, unwilling to let this affront go unpunished, he unleashed a powerful kick toward Akamaru. This strike was far mightier than the previous one. Given Akamaru's size, a direct hit would surely spell doom for the creature. In that critical moment, Ya threw himself to protect Akamaru, enduring a brutal blow to his lower back that left him severely injured, sending both him and Akamaru flying. Ya, Shikamaru and the others gasped in horror. Shino was the first to rush forward, employing his insects to cushion Ya's fall, safely bringing him down. Blood poured from Ya's mouth. Yet his immediate concern was for Akamaru, who, though shielded, had also suffered greatly and lay unconscious. Thank goodness. As long as you're alive. Ya sighed in relief. But in the next moment, his eyelids fluttered, and he too succumbed to unconsciousness. The other's eyes brimmed with tears, a tumult of anger, sorrow, confusion, and hatred swirling within them. This was the true nature of the ninja world. Their inaugural mission had thrust them into a gruesome reality. Yet, reality would not pause for the complexity of their emotions. The rogue ninja leader, now infuriated by Akamaru's spite, charged toward them. He had already declared his intent to claim their lives. With no alternatives left, Shikamaru gritted his teeth, extending his shadow toward the rogue ninja leader. Perhaps he could bind him momentarily, perhaps not at all, but he felt compelled to make a desperate attempt. The others wore expressions of resolve, summoning every ounce of their strength for one final assault against the rogue ninja leader. The outcome was evident. Their struggles proved futile. Even with Hinata and Ino bolstered by enhancements. In an instant, all were sent sprawling, some coughing blood, others rendered unconscious. Only Shino managed to evade the onslaught by utilizing his insect clones, yet his chakra was entirely depleted, leaving him unable to continue fighting. In one fell swoop, their forces were decimated. The bandits, having been paralyzed by fear, stood frozen, oblivious to their presence in this chaos. Let us start with you. The rogue ninja leader sneered at Shino, the sole survivor of his attack, and without hesitation, he hurled a fist toward him. Shino attempted to evade, but as he shifted his foot, he collapsed helplessly to the ground, powerless to prevent the impending strike. Is this how it ends? It appears my journey concludes here. Yet, Shino felt no profound fear. He merely lamented the myriad species of insects he had yet to study. Earth release, earth flow wall. Suddenly, a wall of earth erupted from the ground, positioning itself between Shino and the rogue ninja leader. The leader's fist collided with the wall, cracking it but failing to shatter it entirely. A figure emerged seemingly from nowhere, lightly stepping atop the earthen barrier. Chapter 064. Mo Chen. Is that you, Mo Chen? Is there any support? The rogue ninja leader looked up at the silhouette atop the earth wall, his expression darkening. The Umbu of Konoha? Your village certainly spares no expense. Sending Umbu to protect a few mere children on a mission indicates their significant status. No wonder they could dismantle my forces so effectively. Umbu? The 4 young ones were taken aback. They had Umbu safeguarding them? Among them, Yo was the first to lose consciousness, followed by Choji, who had fainted while protecting Shikamaru, and Ino, who succumbed to the impact. Yet astonishingly, Ino's consciousness found its way into their chat group. Able to witness the unfolding reality through the live stream initiated by Hinata. With her Byakugan activated, Hinata instinctively glanced around and exclaimed in delight, Mo Chen-kun. It's Mo Chen-kun. Mo Chen? Shino and Shikamaru were somewhat taken aback. A former classmate from their team? When did he join the Umbu? Moreover, his strength was astonishing. He managed to withstand an attack from the leader of the Wave Ninja with his own ninjutsu. Shikamaru had some inkling of Mo Chen's prowess after the Chunin exams. But Shino was utterly bewildered. Yamanaka Ino exclaimed, Mo Chen has arrived? Why did I have to faint at such a crucial moment? What a splendid hero saving the damsel scene. And I missed it. Sakura Haruno retorted, Isnt, it Mo Chen who is rescuing Shino? What does that have to do with you? Yamanaka Ino lamented. If I had been awake, he would have been my great hero descending on a rainbow. Tintin remarked, I can't believe Mo Chen came to protect you all. I'm so envious that tears are streaming from the corners of my mouth. Hinata, make sure to seize this opportunity. Hyuga Hinata stammered. I don't even know what to do. Kushina Uzumaki chimed in. Mo Chen-kun is still as handsome as ever, and with him around, you all are safe. Yamanaka Ino added, Asuma is such a fool, he can't even protect a few students and has to rely on Mo Chen. He is tarnishing the reputation of the elite ninjas of Konoha. If anything happens to Red, I want to forgive him. Yamanaka Ino then questioned. Why are you siding with Red at a time like this, Adu? Adu replied, a horse is still a horse. Regardless, she is my beloved sister and close friend. Mo Chen gazed down at the leader of the Wave Ninja, speaking in a calm tone. You don't seem like an ordinary mountain bandit. What was in that bottle you just drank? The Wave Ninja leader, uncertain, thought to himself, who knows? Observing Mo Chen's displayed strength, he felt anxious about whether he could defeat him. If the situation reached a stalemate, the effects of the drug would soon wear off. Suddenly, two figures appeared on the earthen wall using body flicker technique, standing on either side of Mo Chen. It was Asuma and Kurenai. As elite ninjas of Konoha, they had not been truly ensnared by the trap, they had merely been delayed. Had it not been for Mo Chen's timely intervention, they might have lost subordinates. However, both were somewhat winded, as the trap had indeed taken a toll on their condition. Kurenai looked relatively fine, while Asuma's clothes were tattered, and his hair was disheveled in places. Are you both unharmed? The Wave Ninja leader's expression changed dramatically. One Umbu was already a considerable challenge. These two emerged from that trap unscathed, indicating their strength was not to be underestimated. I must find a way to escape. Asuma and Kurenai exchanged surprised glances with Mo Chen, clearly not anticipating Umbu involvement, but now was not the time for questions. Do you have some misunderstanding about Konoha's elite ninjas? Asuma said, drawing two chakra blades from his pouch and smirking. To think you could eliminate us with explosive tags is sheer folly. Though he hadn't expected a trap, he had immediately used the body replacement technique to escape. As an elite ninja, such survival skills had become second nature. Apologies, esteemed Umbu, Asuma said, glaring at the Wave Ninja leader, then turning to Mo Chen. Thank you for saving my students, but now this is a matter between him and me, so please refrain from intervening. Having injured my beloved subordinates like this, I will not let him off easily. Mo Chen shrugged nonchalantly, gesturing for them to proceed as they wished. Since Asuma was unharmed, he saw no reason to meddle further. The leader of the Mist Ninjas, his eyes glinting with determination, swiftly turned and dashed into the throng of mountain bandits. Asuma pursued him, only to be obstructed by the bandits. Unlike Shikamaru and the others, he was not so merciful. Wielding his chakra blade, he executed the flying swallow technique, effortlessly reaping the lives of those who stood in his way. The bandits screamed in terror, fleeing in disarray, yet the Mist Ninja leader used them as shields. Ultimately, none of the bandits escaped, all falling victim to Asuma's might. The Mist Ninja leader had intended to delay Asuma by sacrificing these lives to buy himself time, but he could not even momentarily halt Asuma's advance. At that moment, the effects of the medication he had ingested began to wane. Suddenly, his escape faltered, his steps faltering as he collapsed to the ground. The once bulging muscles on his body visibly shrank, his vitality rapidly diminishing. Soon, the Mist Ninja leader lay sprawled on the ground, reduced to a mere skeleton. In this state, even without Asuma's intervention, he seemed unlikely to survive for long. How could this happen? The Mist Ninja leader was astonished, disbelief etched across his face. Impossible. He never mentioned that the side effects would be so severe. Asuma approached him, regarding him with a look of pity, and asked, It appears you have been manipulated by others. Do you have anything to say? Impossible, impossible. The Mist Ninja leader seemed to ignore Asuma's words, merely repeating those three words over and over. He had lost his sanity. Asuma shook his head. In this state, no inquiries would yield any answers, and he could only take him back to the village. This transformation felt oddly familiar. Mo Chen stroked his chin, murmuring to himself. What are you thinking? Yuhi Kurenai inquired with curiosity. No, it's nothing. Mo Chen shook his head, though thoughts flitted through his mind. He felt it was not the right moment to speak. Whoosh. Another figure appeared beside Mo Chen, similarly clad in the attire of the Umbu, drenched as if just emerging from the water. Do not worry, this is my companion. Mo Chen signaled to Kurenai. The newcomer was Tsubaki, who finally showed herself now that the battle had concluded. Captain, your timing is impeccable. Tsubaki expressed her heartfelt admiration, although Mo Chen had only made a single move. It was pivotal, showcasing strength that commanded respect. Mo Chen, is that really you? Below the Earth-style wall, Ino had awakened, waving at Mo Chen from below. It has been quite some time, Ino. Mo Chen replied with a slight smile, removing his umbu mask. Now that his identity had been revealed, there was no point in concealing it further. So young? Upon seeing Mo Chen's face, both Yuhi Kurenai and Tsubaki were taken aback. Tsubaki was aware that Mo Chen was merely 12 years old, yet witnessing it firsthand still left her astonished. Until now, she had unconsciously developed a sense of reliance on him. However, confronted with his youthful visage, she felt a twinge of embarrassment. Chapter 065, Someone is Anxious. But I shall not disclose who. Ah, everyone, it has been a while. Mo Chen leaped down from the earthen wall, pulling Ching along with him, and greeted everyone in turn. Aside from Yamanaka Ino, who was still unconscious due to severe dental injuries, both Shikamaru and Choji had already regained consciousness. Mo Chen? What a surprise. You truly have joined the Umbu. Shikamaru exclaimed, giving Mo Chen a high five. But thanks for your timely appearance earlier. Mo Chen has become quite formidable. Choji remarked, also sharing a high five with him. He then opened a bag of chips, offering him a piece, saying, would you like some chips? This is a token of gratitude. Thank you. Mo Chen smiled and graciously accepted the offering, tossing it into his mouth. He understood that receiving food from Choji signified his heartfelt acknowledgement. Shino stood there with his hands in his pockets, exuding an air of indifference as if awaiting something. What is that? Mo Chen scratched his head. I'm Shino. Shino replied, his tone laced with dissatisfaction, hinting at some repressed emotions. Oh, I know. Mo Chen quickly assured him that he had tea forgotten. After a moment of hesitation, he finally waved his hand, saying, there is no need for thanks. We are all comrades. It was tea that he didn't wish to say something to foster their camaraderie when he had watched anime from behind a screen. It had seemed amusing. Yet, standing before Shino, he realized the essence of awkwardness as the atmosphere became thick with silence. Hey, Mo Chen. Fortunately, Ino alleviated the awkwardness by leaping onto Mo Chen's back and wrapping her arms around his neck, clinging to him. You came specially to rescue me, didn't you? It must be so, and I am truly overjoyed and deeply moved. Ino held on to Mo Chen tightly, their faces nearly touching as she nuzzled against him. Ino's mind was flooded with a series of numbers, affection level 111111. Of course, this was merely her indulging in her own fantasy. Mo Chen felt a slight pang of regret. He was currently clad in the hard plate vest of the Umbu, rendering him oblivious to the sensations behind him. However, this was also the first time he had such intimate contact with Ino, and a refreshing floral fragrance invigorated his senses, while the smoothness of the skin brushing against his face brought an undeniable comfort. Behind him, Shino wore a sullen expression, emitting a sound of lament that only he could hear, akin to a wail from the depths of hell. Why was I overlooked? How could it be that I was neglected? Alas, no one seemed to notice him at that moment, which only deepened Shino's gloom, making him nearly shrink into the shadows of the corner. Hinata approached Mo Chen, bowing her head to her fingers, and timidly said, Mo Chen-kun, thank you. And I apologize for yesterday. What happened yesterday? Ino paused, narrowing her eyes as she regarded Hinata. Karen Uzumaki exclaimed, wow, no matter when I see Mo Chen-kun. He always looks so handsome. I just want to lick the screen. Sakura Haruno remarked, setting aside my previous biases, Mo Chen is indeed exceptional in every regard. I was mistaken before. Ino Yamanaka scoffed. What is the use of saying that in a chat group? Besides, you're only saying it for the sake of gaining some advantage, aren't you? Sakura retorted, I am not. I did not. Stop making baseless accusations. Tenin chimed in. Ino Yamanaka, Hinata Hyuga, remember to ask Mo Chen about his current residence. Ino replied, sure. I want to forget. Wait. Hinata, what do you mean by that? Sakura teased, oh. There is some juicy gossip here. Tenin pressed on, Hinata, why did you apologize to Mo Chen? What happened yesterday? Did you two meet then? And no. I didn't say anything. Hinata quickly covered her mouth, shaking her head fervently. She even dared not glance at the chat group, as long as she avoided looking. Nothing had transpired. Ultimately, it was her own guilty conscience at play. Had she possessed a thicker skin, she could have easily brushed it off without a second thought. Mo Chen wished to remain a mere bystander. Yet at that moment, Shiri Hong came to Hinata's aid. Do you all know him? Hong also descended from the earthen wall, her gaze fixed on Mo Chen, a look of astonishment adorning her features. He appeared to be of a similar age to her students, albeit with a more robust physique, a handsome visage, and an exceptional demeanor. Mo Chen stood there, as if everything around him revolved automatically around his presence. Hinata exhaled as though she had been rescued, and hurriedly introduced, this is Mo Chen-kun, a former classmate from the Ninja Academy. To think he graduated in the same year, your strength far surpasses theirs. Although Hong had guessed it earlier, she was still taken aback when she received confirmation. Just the intensity of that earth-style wall technique and his impeccable sense of timing made her feel that even she might not emerge victorious against Mo Chen. And yet, he was merely a fresh graduate? You must be teacher Hong. Mo Chen greeted with a smile, saying, I've heard about you from Hong Do-san. She mentioned your formidable strength and striking appearance, describing you as one of her few close friends in the village. Hong Do? You know Hong Do? Hong was momentarily taken aback. What connection could there possibly be between Hong Do and this year's Ninja Academy graduates? She had never heard her mention it before. Mo Chen explained, now she is my elder sister, though she did not coerce me into acknowledging her. We merely met by chance a few days ago. Shiri Hong couldn't help but chuckle, covering her mouth. This is something that Hong Do is capable of. However, upon learning that it was Hong Do who recognized her younger brother, she immediately felt a greater affinity towards Mo Chen. You show she Hong Do exclaimed, slander. This is slander. It was clearly Mo Chen who insisted on recognizing me as his sister, and now he turns the tables. She continued, what does Hong mean by that statement? What does it mean that this is something I could do? So, in her eyes, I possess such an image? She declared. I will sever ties. Once she returns, I shall cut off our friendship. Huo Ying observed, someone is anxious. I won't name names. Shanjiang Jingyi remarked. I suspected as much. No wonder they kept Mo Chen's new address a secret. It appears their relationship is tenuous, fearing it might be taken away by others. Tian interjected, Sister Hong Do, I look down upon you. You show she Hong Do retorted, fool. Information gathering is a fundamental skill of a ninja. If you cannot even uncover Mo Chen's address in the village, perhaps you ought to reconsider your path as a ninja. She continued, Shanjiang Jingyi and Hinata Hyuga. Especially the two of you, showed mercy to the enemy. Your on-the-spot adaptability was utterly appalling. Had it not been for Mo Chen's sudden appearance during this mission, at least two of you would have perished. The once boisterous chat group fell silent at her last few words. It was then they understood Hong Do's sincere intentions. She was evidently trying to cultivate their abilities, though her playful demeanor had obscured that purpose. If not for Hong Do's own admission, no one, including Tian, would have discerned her true motives. Moreover, despite the claims of not allowing Hong to get close to Mo Chen, once Mo Chen appeared on the live stream, Hong Do never mentioned it again, clearly just jesting. They had taken her too seriously, genuinely believing that Hong Do was so petty as to want to monopolize Mo Chen. In an instant, the realization washed over the several young girls, their faces drenched in sweat, feeling deeply embarrassed by their misconceptions. Little Ning Zi, the author, stated. Today marks the beginning of ratings. It has come much quicker than expected. You all have been fantastic, so here's a thumbs up for you. Just remember, when rating, do not concern yourselves with how poorly I have written. All of you should rate it 5 stars, understand? You may be compromising your conscience. But I am losing a bit of money. Chapter 66. Women only affect my training speed after preliminary confirmation by asthma. It was determined that the leader of the rogue ninjas had consumed a forbidden drug. Although ingesting it significantly enhanced his strength, it drained his life force. After the drug's effects wore off, the rogue ninja leader quickly succumbed. Not only was his life force depleted, but even the nutrients in his body had been fully exhausted. Yet, even in death, the intelligence department could still extract some information upon his return. The mission now completed, the bandits had been annihilated. And the next steps involved cleaning up the battlefield, organizing intelligence, and addressing any aftermath. These matters bore little relevance to Mo Chen. He had arranged to gather for a meal with friends once they returned to the village, and he departed ahead with Sabaki. Ultimately, neither Jingyi nor Hinata inquired about Mo Chen's current address, influenced by Hong Do's final remarks. However, just before leaving, Mo Chen proactively approached Hong, expressing a desire to learn illusion techniques from her. Though surprised, Hong did not immediately agree or disagree. She merely suggested he wait until they returned, at which point they could assess his aptitude for illusion techniques. Hinata and Jingyi exchanged glances, realizing it aligned with the future video they had seen. In that video, how did my ability manifest? Hinata pondered internally. Having viewed the video, the abilities portrayed had sparked significant inspiration within her. After all, it was herself using the gentle fist technique to channel those abilities. Secretly practicing on her own, she found that while she could replicate the moves, something crucial always eluded her, preventing her from fully grasping the technique. It was akin to when she practiced the 8 trigrams 32 palms. She seemed to have mastered it, yet would falter midway. If only she could ascertain the underlying reason, her strength could undoubtedly escalate. Though Hinata did not harbor a strong obsession with power, she yearned for the acknowledgement of those around her, which necessitated formidable strength. Sabaki, you've seen my true self. Why not remove your mask so I may see you too? That would be fair. On the way back, Mo Chen resumed his customary playful banter with Sabaki, reaching out towards her mask. Sabaki swiftly dodged, cautioning, Captain, do not forget the rules of the Umbu. By removing your own mask, you have already violated the regulations. Do not drag me down with you. Moreover, I will report your breach of identity during the mission. Sabaki, you truly are heartless. Mo Chen lamented, his tone tinged with disappointment. Have you forgotten that I have already implicated you? I consider you a friend, yet you speak of regulations and threaten to betray me. It is quite disheartening. I do not consider it betrayal. Sabaki replied helplessly. If I were to remain silent, both of us would face severe penalties. Instead, by speaking the truth, given your contributions during this mission, the village should not pursue any repercussions. At worst, it will be a matter of balancing merits and faults. I refuse to listen. Mo Chen exclaimed, covering his ears and shaking his head, displaying a childlike obstinacy. Such excuses. I will not heed your arguments. Tsubaki found his antics amusing. unable to reconcile this childish behavior with the image of someone who had heroically saved the day. All right, Captain, Tsubaki gently reassured. After the mission concludes, I will invite you to my home as a guest. Really? Mo Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Visiting her home meant he could finally see her face. Moreover, he would witness her in casual attire. Certainly, Tsubaki was Mo Chen's first true teammate and partner. Sharing a kindred spirit, he did not wish for their paths to diverge after a single mission, hoping for future collaborations. Though they were both part of the same village as Umbu and under the same command, opportunities for cooperation should still arise. However, for Mo Chen, actively pursuing opportunities held far greater significance than passively waiting for them to come. Absolutely, I promise. Seeing Mo Chen's delighted expression, Tsubaki smiled and added, by the way, I have a very adorable younger sister. I will introduce you to her. You two will surely get along. Oh, by the way, she is also graduating from the Ninja Academy this year. Perhaps you have already met. Mo Chen initially intended to inquire whether introducing her sister implied a desire for him to become her brother-in-law. However, upon hearing the subsequent remark, he found himself momentarily taken aback and asked, if you graduated at the same time, you must be classmates. What is your sister's name? The moment the words slipped from his mouth, he regretted it, recalling that he had forgotten the names of several girls in their class. Even if Chuan revealed the name, he doubted he would be able to recall her, which would undoubtedly lead to an awkward situation. Fortunately, Chuan refrained from providing an answer, playfully responding, guess for yourself. And you'll find out later. Although he avoided the embarrassment, Mo Chen maintained a feigned look of discontent, playfully tapping Chuan's chest as he complained, Chuan, your behavior is quite improper. If you wish for me to become your brother-in-law, you should not keep secrets. By the way, how much dowry have you prepared? If it's insufficient, I might not be impressed. Chuan, who had originally intended to swat away Mo Chen's teasing hand, was momentarily stunned by his words. What nonsense is this? When did I ever say I wanted you to be my brother-in-law? You're even fixated on the dowry? After a brief pause, she exclaimed. You shameless fool. She then lifted her foot to step on Mo Chen's instep, but he nimbly dodged. You can't catch me. You can't catch me. He teased. Stop right there. The two of them chased and playfully ran, their silhouettes quickly vanishing into the woods. As time passed, Mo Chen and Chuan did not linger on the road and soon returned to the village. The entire journey, including their task, took merely half a day. After reporting their mission, they were free to rest for the remainder of the day. Suddenly, a figure emerging from the changing room nearly startled Mo Chen into jumping. Once he regained his composure, he exclaimed, Captain, you nearly frightened me to death. What are you doing lurking at the door? Were you trying to sneak a peek while I was changing? The woman, approximately Mo Chen's height at nearly 1.60 meters, appeared to be in her early 20s. From her voice, it was clear that she was Chuan. In reality, she was the only one in the changing room at that time. So there was no reason for suspicion. Nevertheless, upon seeing her face, Mo Chen felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if he had encountered her before. Was she a character from the original narrative? However, the distinction between the two-dimensional and the real world was evident. Notable characters were easily recognizable due to their unique traits. In contrast, the Chuan before him, even if she had made an appearance in the original narrative, was certainly not a significant character, leaving Mo Chen momentarily at a loss. Clearing his throat, Mo Chen awkwardly stated, how could I possibly be that kind of person? I have no interest in women, they only serve to hinder my cultivation speed. Is that so? Chuan replied, her face full of skepticism. I wonder who it was that expressed a desire to be my brother-in-law, only to now claim disinterest in women. Oh, that is of no consequence. Mo Chen said, lifting his hand as if to pat Chuan's chest again. This time, Chuan was already on high alert, quickly retreating while glaring at him with a fierce gaze. She had already removed her dark armor, but still wore the green Chunin vest. The thickness of the vest made her appear flatter in the front, so even if he were to pat her, it wouldn't yield much of a sensation. However, the vest, while sturdy, was not entirely rigid. A pat would still create a slight indentation. Mo Chen may lack a sense of touch, yet she certainly possesses a tactile awareness. Chapter 067. Thank you, Captain Mo Chen. Do you reside in such a place? Following Chun to her abode, Mo Chen could not help but furrow her brow. It was merely a modest suite, not significantly larger than his former dilapidated dwelling. The living room, bedroom, kitchen, bathroom, and balcony were all present, yet the total area barely exceeded 30 square meters. There was only one bedroom, furnished with a wardrobe and a tatami mat. Previously, Chun had mentioned that she lived with her younger sister. The conditions were modest, yet having a home was already a blessing. Chun smiled and said, I was nearly ready to move out, but some circumstances arose. Never mind, let's not dwell on that. Please, make yourself comfortable while I change and prepare a meal. As a token of gratitude for your care during this mission. The mission had indeed been thrilling, yet in the end, she had merely gone through the motions. Without any need for action, truly a case of winning by merely lying down. Mo Chen glanced at the modest kitchen, barely accommodating a single person at work, and waved his hand dismissively, saying, you carry on with your tasks. I shall refrain from assisting. He then checked the chat group, noting that Asoma, accompanied by the injured teeth and Shiwamaru, had sealed the corpse of the rogue ninja leader with a scroll and had already made his way back to Konoha. According to the timeline, they should have arrived by now. Hong, along with the remaining students, lagged behind, having rarely ventured beyond the village. The students were reluctant to return too hastily, seizing the opportunity to explore a bit. This was primarily influenced by Hinata and Ino's desire to seek out Kankuro for clandestine rendezvous, a deliberate inclination on their part. Mo Chen had a fleeting understanding of the situation and chose to disregard it. At that moment, he noticed a photograph resting on the coffee table in the living room. Upon closer inspection, it appeared to be a snapshot of Chuan and her younger sister. Chuan was clad in casual attire. Her figure was not particularly striking. Yet it was an improvement from her appearance in a vest. A joyful smile adorned her face as she affectionately draped her right arm around the shoulders of a little girl. When Mo Chen turned his gaze towards the girl's face, he was momentarily taken aback. It was her. The realization struck him like a bolt, and he slapped his forehead, finally recognizing who Chuan was. What a serendipitous twist of fate. One could even describe it as a peculiar connection. How charming she was. Just then, Chuan emerged from her room, now dressed in the same outfit as in the photograph. Upon seeing Mo Chen holding the picture, she inquired with a smile. She wore a deep blue short-sleeved shirt, paired with capri pants, and simple slippers adorned her feet, exuding an air of casualness that made her seem entirely unassuming to Mo Chen. This appearance lent her the charm of a neighborly younger sister, despite being older than Mo Chen. Her petite stature made it quite impossible for anyone to perceive her as an elder sister. Mo Chen cast a scrutinizing glance at her and remarked, "Petite, indeed charming. Yet there remains potential for growth. However, if one desires natural development, the potential might not be exceedingly high." Chun was momentarily taken aback, only to grasp the implication of Mo Chen's words, her face flushing with embarrassment. "How dare you?" she exclaimed, hurling a cushion from the sofa at him, retorting, "I was speaking to my sister. If you prefer someone more developed, she would suffice. She is merely young at present." Indeed. Chun's sister had already blossomed into a curvaceous figure, and in a few years, she might possess even more allure than the vibrant hues of sunset. Yet, to be candid, Mo Chen was unimpressed. "Are you genuinely considering introducing your sister to me?" he inquired, leaning closer to Chun with a playful grin. "But I find myself more drawn to someone like you. Of course, should you be inclined to share your sister as well, I would not be opposed. Dream on. Can't you be serious for once? What on earth has she experienced at such a tender age?" Chun rolled her eyes and pushed Mo Chen away. After a brief silence, her tone turned somewhat somber as she confessed, "I already have a fiancé." Yet, it seemed she wished to say no more, turning away and heading towards the kitchen. Mo Chen smiled, and upon recalling Chun's identity, he understood. Shueimu's fiancé Qianhui Chun. Back then, Shueimu had tricked Naruto into stealing the Book of Seals and was subsequently beaten by him. Now he was operating a sewing machine. Moreover, Chun's sister was none other than Qianhui Wu, the member of Team 9 who had assisted Mo Chen in awakening his wood release. It seems their paths have converged, and one could wonder if this signifies a narrow road for rivals. At this moment, Qianhui Wu should be retaking classes at school, diligently striving to officially become a genin. Mo Chen had once contemplated exacting revenge on her and Liang Tai, yet he had been preoccupied of late. Deliberately carving out time to confront such insignificant individuals would only serve to tarnish his reputation, so he resolved to wait for a more opportune moment to address the matter. Before he could encounter her, however, he inadvertently became acquainted with her sister during a visit to their home. These matters were not something Mo Chen wished to discuss with Chun. Chun was Chun, and Wu was Wu. Although Chun had intentions of fostering a connection between Mo Chen and Qianhui Wu, he feared he would ultimately disappoint her. Perhaps it was the mention of her fiancé that had cast a shadow over Chun's spirits, rendering the subsequent atmosphere rather peculiar. Mo Chen sought to lighten the atmosphere with a touch of whimsy, yet Chun found it difficult to muster much enthusiasm. Upon finishing their meal, Mo Chen felt a profound sense of unease and decided to depart early. "I apologize, Captain. Returning from a mission has left me somewhat fatigued, and I lack the spirit for today," he explained. As Chun accompanied him to the door, she forced a smile, saying, "Next time, when I've gathered my thoughts, I shall invite you again. Do not feel obliged. I have already considered you a friend. If you have any burdens, do share them with me. I shall certainly assist wherever I can," she added. Mo Chen chuckled lightly, seemingly unfazed by her words. He then remarked, "By the way, please refrain from calling me Captain in the future. It was merely a temporary title. You may simply call me Mo Chen." After saying this, he raised his hand to pat Chun's shoulder in a gesture of comfort, but she instinctively recoiled, crossing her arms and stepping back, leaving Mo Chen's hand suspended awkwardly in midair. Realizing her overreaction, Chun felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her as well. Ultimately, both shared a moment of levity, exchanging smiles. "Well then, I shall take my leave. Until next time." Mo Chen waved and turned to depart. "Until next time," Chun echoed, softly murmuring, "Thank you, Captain Mo Chen." By the end of their encounter, her spirits had indeed lifted considerably. After leaving Chun's home, the evening had not yet fully descended. Jingye and the others had only just bid farewell to Xianglin and had yet to return to the village. With a sudden spark of inspiration, Mo Chen decided to purchase some fruit and gifts. After inquiring about a few details, he made his way to a particular residence for a visit. This was the home of his former team leader, Indong Daxiao. Daxiao was home, taking a break from missions. Upon seeing Mo Chen, he appeared quite taken aback. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, Daxiao learned that Mo Chen had come to express his gratitude for Daxiao's previous assistance in advocating on his behalf to the third Hokage. Because Mo Chen's circumstances were confidential, Daxiao had been unaware of his recent situation and had even harbored concerns for his well-being. Mo Chen expressed his gratitude once more. Having shared everything he could, there is no need for such formality. It is my duty as a teacher, replied Endo Daisho, helping Mo Chen to his feet with a pensive expression. Now that you have become a ninja and joined the Umbu, there are certain truths I can share with you. In truth, despite having guided several cohorts of students, those assigned to me were always destined for elimination. You, along with Ryota and the others, were no exception. Which is why I was so unsparing towards you. One's ability to become a ninja is often determined during their time at the Ninja Academy. Assessments are merely a formality. However, do not blame the village for this. It is ultimately for your own benefit. Forcing those without the aptitude for ninja work to undertake missions would be a disservice to their lives. Recognizing the reality of one's situation after being eliminated and relinquishing the pursuit of becoming a ninja may not necessarily be an unfortunate outcome. Should you find this difficult to accept, you may choose to retake the training, as opportunities still abound for those who aspire to be ninjas. However, at that point, all consequences will be yours to bear. The village can only provide you with the chance to strive for your ambitions. Chapter 068, Advanced Missions? It should be soon. Endo Daisho shared these thoughts with Mo Chen out of concern that he might become mired in despair. Mo Chen is the most promising student he has encountered among many, and he feels a deep regret for not having established a teacher-student bond with him. Now that Mo Chen has joined the Dark Division, he naturally wishes for his continued success and growth. Mo Chen harbored some suspicions regarding these matters, though his understanding was not as thorough as that of Daxiang. As for whether the policies of Konoha were advantageous or detrimental, it was not Mo Chen's concern, for he possessed his own unique advantages. After bidding farewell to Endo Daxiang, the night had fully descended, and those who had ventured out on missions returned home to their respective abodes. Mo Chen did not linger outside for long and quickly returned home. Tian Song had already moved in and, according to the blueprint provided by Mo Chen, had made significant renovations to the front yard. The weeds had been thoroughly cleared away, and several cherry blossom trees had been pruned to perfection. A variety of vibrant flowers were planted in the flower bed, and the pathways had been refurbished. Most importantly, a fountain pool had been constructed in the central space connecting the three courtyards, immediately visible upon entering, creating a visually pleasing ambience. Mo Chen had arrived. Tian Song had just completed the work on the front yard, panting with exertion. He greeted Mo Chen, saying, after finishing work, I moved in and attended to the front yard. Time was limited, so I will continue with the other areas tomorrow. But it seems it will take several days to complete the renovations. I heard you were going to the Chun family for dinner, so I did not prepare anything for you. However, if you wish for a late-night snack, I can prepare something shortly. Mo Chen surveyed the completely renovated surroundings, feeling a profound sense of contentment. Indeed, calling out to Teacher Tianzong was not in vain. It had proven to be quite rewarding. Thank you for your hard work. Teacher Tianzong, there is truly no need to rush, Mo Chen remarked with a smile. I invited you to move here to ensure your comfort, not to burden you with additional tasks. Tianzong immediately burst into hearty laughter. It's no trouble at all. It's merely a matter of raising a hand, and I am more than willing to assist. Despite being on the verge of exhaustion, he remained resolute in his words. Yet, seeing Tianzong in this light, it was clear he found joy in his endeavors. When there were those who relied on him, he was invigorated with enthusiasm. Mo Chen smiled gently and handed a bottle of untouched herbal tea, gifted by Endo Daisho, to Tianzong. I shall forego the late-night snack. I just dined with Tsubaki and spent some time at Daisho-sensei's, where I indulged in some light refreshments. Tianzong, please enjoy this tea and take a moment to rest. We can continue another day. Thank you. You should also retire for the night. I imagine you must be weary. Tianzong was deeply touched by this thoughtfulness. Hearing Mo Chen mention his visit to Endo Daisho further enhanced Tianzong's admiration for Mo Chen's character. He felt fortunate to have such an impeccable student. As a teacher, he believed it was his duty to alleviate any trivial concerns in Mo Chen's life, ensuring he felt comfortable during his stay. Resolute in his decision, he vowed to renovate the residence to suit Mo Chen's preferences, regardless of the fatigue it might bring him. Thus, while Mo Chen retreated to his room to rest, Tianzong continued to labor diligently, commencing the renovation of the backyard. According to Mo Chen's vision, the spacious yard would not only feature a pavilion for relaxation and enjoyment, but also a hot spring swimming pool. The style and details were of utmost importance, requiring more than mere rudimentary craftsmanship. In short, if he wished to transform the backyard to perfection, Tianzong would forego sleep this night. Mo Chen remained oblivious to Tianzong's intentions, choosing not to employ his perception to investigate within the confines of his own home. After returning to his room and completing his evening routine, he reclined on his bed, casually perusing the scrolls on his bookshelf while occasionally glancing at the chat group. Yamanaka Ino. I was under the impression that this mission would at least elevate to an A rank, yet Asuma informed us that we merely accomplished a C rank mission. Hyuga Hinata. After all, the main adversary was not vanquished by us, and as Hondo said, our performance was rather lackluster. Haruno Sakura, don't act all innocent. I'm still toiling away on a D rank mission, with no idea when I'll be able to venture beyond the village for tasks. It's infuriating. That Kakashi-sensei is utterly unreliable. Yamanaka Ino, what is the matter? Isn't he just a brooding flirt? Has he ever harassed you? Haruno Sakura, what are you insinuating? That is absurd. Such statements are utterly unfounded. Yamanaka Ino, fair point. With your lack of figure and charm, even a blind man wouldn't be tempted to harass you. Haruno Sakura, Ino, are you looking for a fight again? 10-10. Alright, everyone, let us tone it down a bit. Yamanaka Ino. A rank missions involve matters of national secrecy. It's not merely about dealing with a few bandits. When it comes to ninja combat, it should at least start at B rank, don't you think? Hyuga Hinata. Hong-sensei mentioned that the mission's client could elevate the task to B rank, but as students, we can only receive C rank remuneration, and our records will only reflect the completion of a C rank mission. Yamanaka Ino. I heard that the mission funds will also be distributed to Mo Chen and his partner. I'm indifferent to that, but why should we only be credited with a C rank? Even if we didn't defeat the leader, we still dealt with 3 rogue ninjas, didn't we? Mitsuhashi Hondo, be grateful. Given your abilities, could you have completed a B rank mission without assistance? It's delusional to expect a rank rewards. You should be thankful it's not counted as a failure. Yamanaka Ino, how could we have failed? If that leader hadn't been on drugs, I would have taken him down. Mitsuhashi Hondo, even if you were under the influence, that wouldn't elevate a B rank mission to a rank. Did you not hear Tintin say that a rank missions involve national secrets? Regardless of whether he was on drugs or was of Kaga level strength. This task remains within the B rank scope. Mitsuhashi Hondo, given your capabilities, it was conceivable to complete the mission independently at that time. You could have either delayed him after he was under the influence or found a way to stop him beforehand. If successful, it would have counted as a B rank accomplishment. Mitsuhashi Hondo, however, your inadequacies exacerbated the situation. That is your own shortcoming. Had you originally accepted a B rank mission, it would be deemed a failure. Yet you accepted a C rank, which barely allowed you to pass. Do you understand? Yamanaka Ino. That is a bit complex. But I think I grasp the essence. Alright, it's our fault. Hyuga Hinata. Thank you, Hondo, for clarifying. It seems we must first enhance our abilities. 10-10, so that is how it is. However, we are all genin, and the village wouldn't assign us B rank missions, would it? Thus, we need to improve not only our strength but also our experience in executing missions. Uzumaki Karen. It appears that being a ninja and undertaking missions entails a rather intricate system, but facing challenges alongside companions and growing together is a truly blissful experience. Haruno Sakura. I understand now, but it's a pity there are no practical opportunities. I wonder when we'll get the chance to undertake more advanced missions. Advanced missions, you say? It should be imminent. Mo Chen thought of Sakura's words and swiftly recalled the mission to the Land of Waves. That task should commence soon. And with the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki departing the village for the first time, the third Hokage would likely permit Mo Chen to accompany them. Chapter 069. Effortlessly suppressing the Nine-Tails Divine Technique. Should I compose a segment concerning the future of the Land of Waves mission? Mo Chen found himself in a state of indecision. Should the mission pertain to the Land of Waves, he yearned for the single-handed seal technique akin to that of Haku. If he were to indulge in a more selfish desire, he could even contemplate abducting Naruto, utilizing the Sharingan, and would release to claim the Nine Tails for himself. While such an endeavor remains feasible, the challenges and risks involved are daunting, and the repercussions could be grave. Moreover, acquiring the Nine Tails does not guarantee it would serve as an ally. With his inherent advantages, his strength would inevitably flourish, rendering such drastic measures unnecessary. Ultimately, he mused, even the mission in the Land of Waves could yield the desired outcomes through his own efforts. Mo Chen swiftly abandoned this notion. With the conditions now ripe for learning illusions, he also had the opportunity to seek out Aunt Xiangnai to study sealing techniques and barrier arts. However, he pondered whether he could master the Diamond Lock and Kagura Hard Eye techniques, both of which he found quite enticing. Perhaps he could devise a plan? By harnessing his ability to fabricate the future, he might teach himself the Diamond Lock and Kagura Hard Eye. After all, the Sharingan and would release were acquired in a similar manner, and the chances of error should be minimal. Additionally, he could fortify Xianglin's abilities, having previously done something akin with Hinata. With this thought in mind, Mo Chen immediately began to formulate his ideas in his mind. An hour later, members of the group received a system notification, and a future video was uploaded to the chat. The ladies, with their habitual curiosity and simple conjectures about the content, swiftly clicked to view the video. The scene unfolded in the residence of Xianglin and her mother in Sakai City, where Xianglin was in the courtyard learning the secret techniques of the Uzumaki clan from her mother. Xiangnai had escaped from the land of whirlpools with her family during her childhood, and although she bore some family heritage, her potential had not been fully realized due to a lack of guidance and an unstable training environment, resulting in her relatively weak abilities. Nevertheless, she was capable of introducing Xianglin to the basics. When Mo Chen arrived, Xianglin had already mastered the diamond lock, but due to improper control, she nearly demolished the house and almost harmed Xiangnai. Fortunately, Mo Chen appeared just in time, utilizing wood release to restrain Xianglin, though it required considerable effort, indicating the formidable strength of Xianglin's diamond lock. When Mo Chen visited them, both Xianglin and her daughter appeared quite pleased. Mo Chen expressed his desire to learn sealing techniques and barrier arts from Xiangnai, who readily agreed without the slightest hesitation. However, her expertise in this field was limited, as she only grasped a few fundamental concepts. Thus, she could only initiate Mo Chen into the basics before providing him with the relevant scrolls for independent study. In merely half a day's time, Mo Chen mastered several fundamental sealing techniques of the Xiangnai society, while Xianglin diligently practiced the Vajra lock, growing increasingly adept in its application. Mo Chen gazed with envy and inquired about the conditions for executing the diamond lock. Xiangnai did not believe that Mo Chen could master it, yet she did not withhold her teachings. Unexpectedly, upon his first attempt, Mo Chen successfully executed it, even surpassing Xianglin. Xiangnai began to suspect that Mo Chen might possess the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, although further investigation was now impossible. This incident evidently drew her and Xianglin closer to Mo Chen. The video concluded at this point, gradually fading into darkness. The content was limited, primarily focusing on the diamond lock. As for the Kagura Mind Eye, if one could learn the diamond lock, how significant could the Kagura Mind Eye be? If he truly failed to learn it, he could always fabricate a future once more. Meanwhile, the chat group buzzed with discussions sparked by the video. Uzumaki Xianglin. Mo Chen came to see me. How handsome. The more I watch, the more entranced I become. Haruno Sakura. Calm down. Your infatuation is getting worse. Uzumaki Xianglin. I've started practicing the diamond lock with my mother these past few days. By the time I master it, Mo Chen will be here. I will devote myself to training and learn it as quickly as possible. Haruno Sakura. Yamanaka Ino. Save it, Xianglin. Even if you are infatuated, it's still worthwhile. Unlike a certain wide forehead regarding Sasuke-kun, that yields no returns. Haruno Sakura. You're talking nonsense. At least we are together every day now. I see you are just jealous. Yamanaka Ino. Haha, my current goal is Mo Chen. Why would I be jealous of you? If you can say such things, then prove it by keeping your distance from Mo Chen. Haruno Sakura. That is an entirely different matter. Tian, Uzumaki Xianglin. Is that ability of yours only learnable by the Uzumaki clan? Then how can Mo Chen do it? Mitsuki Yazuki. That is the Uzumaki clan's secret art, the diamond lock. Although it is termed a secret art, it is more akin to a bloodline limit. Under special circumstances, it can awaken directly. Xianglin merely accelerates the awakening process through learning. Mitsuki Yazuki. Without the bloodline of the Uzumaki clan, it is impossible to learn. Uzumaki Xianglin. Sister Izuki is right. Moreover, not all members of the Uzumaki clan can awaken the diamond lock. It depends on one's aptitude. The fact that Mo Chen can awaken the diamond lock and uses it better than I do indicates that his Uzumaki bloodline is purer than mine. Haruno Sakura. But that doesn't seem right. Mo Chen has the Sharingan, which signifies he possesses Uchiha blood, and he is also awakened with release. Seemingly related to the first Hokage. How can he then be connected with the Uzumaki clan? Haruno Sakura. By the way, I forgot to ask you. Is your Uzumaki clan related to Naruto's Uzumaki? Tian. Mo Chen's situation is indeed complex. Perhaps only the higher-ups are aware of the specifics. He is certainly not just an ordinary civilian. Tian. Perhaps it is precisely due to his uniqueness that he holds the position of group leader. This chat group may even be a special ability he awakened without realizing it. Yamanaka Ino. Wow, Tian, you've hit a blind spot. It might indeed be possible. But it's rare for you to remember another teammate besides Sasuke. Haruno Sakura. Why should I care? Uzumaki Xianglin. Sakura. Do you have a teammate with the surname Uzumaki? I haven't seen them. Please live stream tomorrow so I can see. I can tell you that the Uzumaki clan is characterized by red hair, possessing vast chakra and vitality. Our former village, the Whirlpool Hidden Village, was known as the Village of Longevity. Haruno Sakura. If we're talking about chakra and vitality, Naruto does fit that description, but he has blonde hair. And Mo Chen's hair isn't red either. Yamanaka Ino. Didn't we just mention that Mo Chen is special? Mitsuki Yazuki, there is no need to discuss this matter. Even if you knew the answer, it wouldn't benefit you. What you should understand is that if Xianglin successfully awakens the diamond lock, her strength will rapidly reach the level of a Jonin. It is a special area of effectability that combines offense and defense with sealing techniques, allowing her to face multiple ninjas of equal level single-handedly. Haruno Sakura. Hinata Hyuga. So impressive. Tian. Isn't this beyond expectations? Yamanaka Ino. Wow. I'm so envious that I'm drooling. Uzumaki Xianglin. Is it really that powerful? I didn't even know that. That is why I'm so envious. Mo Chen mused to himself. This is indeed the divine technique that Kushina wielded effortlessly to suppress the Nine Tails at the brink of death. Chapter 070, permanently enhancing the quality of tins, would release the following day. Mo Chen was astonished to discover that the backyard had been entirely renovated to his specifications. Tins lay on the ground in a state of utter exhaustion, his face gaunt and barely alive. In just one night, he had lost a considerable amount of weight. Tins, sensei, you didn't stay up all night, did you? Mo Chen exclaimed, his face a mask of astonishment. It was certain that Tins had been overly zealous once again. But why? Mo Chen couldn't recall doing anything to warrant such effort. Cough, cough. Tin's voice was weak as he replied, It's nothing. I simply wanted to finish everything quickly so I could focus on other matters. Although I appear fatigued, I'm not tired at all. A brief rest will suffice. Mo Chen was momentarily at a loss for words, struck by a peculiar sense of the capitalist juxtaposed with the exemplary employee. Rest assured, I am truly fine. Tianzong forced himself to stand, offering a foolish grin, yet soon stumbled again. With an apologetic gaze, he addressed Mo Chen. I regret to inform you that I may not be able to prepare breakfast for you today. I apologize, but I shall make it up to you next time. Mo Chen shook his head in resignation, supporting Tianzong's arm as he channeled his wood element chakra into him. Since he was able to revive Kanai, who had been excessively drained, using his chakra, it should similarly benefit Tianzong in his current predicament. Indeed, after Mo Chen transmitted his chakra, Tianzong's condition visibly improved at an astonishing rate. Although his mental state could not be rapidly restored in such a manner, it nonetheless alleviated his previous weakness, leaving him merely fatigued in appearance. Tianzong clenched his fist, feeling a newfound vigor coursing through him, and exclaimed in astonishment, Your chakra can be utilized in such a manner? It's not dissimilar to medical ninjutsu. He recognized that Mo Chen was employing the power of wood release, yet his own abilities did not possess such a capacity. I discovered it by chance. Mo Chen replied with a smile. Perhaps the vitality within my chakra is particularly robust, allowing me to forcibly replenish your stamina through this life force infusion. Although the effect surely pales in comparison to your own natural recovery. Moreover, Tianzong interjected, shaking his head, I can sense that as your chakra flows into my body, my own wood release is rejoicing, becoming even more vibrant than before. In this state, should I employ wood release, its potency will surpass that of my usual abilities. Your chakra bestows upon me an enhancement. Mo Chen had not previously considered this, but upon Tianzong's mention, he could roughly comprehend the rationale. He then inquired, How long can this state be sustained? If I transmit chakra to you for an extended period, can it fundamentally enhance the quality of your wood release? Many claimed that Tianzong's wood release was akin to that of the first Hokage. The disparity in performance merely arose from the user. This notion is absurd. The first Hokage, indeed formidable, cultivated wood release through his immense power, channeling the reincarnation chakra of Ashura and activating the bloodline genes of the Ashura clan. Wood release and Ashura chakra are interdependent. The former activates the latter, while the latter amplifies the former's potency. The wood release wielded by Hashirama was no ordinary technique. It was an amalgamation of the power of the Otsutsuki, possessing a fraction of the divine tree's might. In contrast, Tianzong merely inherited a minuscule portion of Hashirama's strength through the implantation of his cells. The cells alone do not encapsulate the entirety of his power, and the process of inheritance incurs a degree of loss. Furthermore, due to Tianzong's inherent aptitude, his wood release is not on par with that of Hashirama. To put it succinctly, it is akin to a diluted version versus a fully empowered variant. Even if Tianzong possessed an ample reserve of chakra, capable of summoning a giant wooden figure comparable in size to Hashirama's, he would still be unable to withstand a single blow, resulting in instantaneous obliteration. This is a matter of quality. Regardless of the original text's accuracy, consider this my own interpretation. So please refrain from disputing it. Tianzong began to understand the essence of Mo Chen's words, barely concealing his excitement as he promptly examined his internal state. After a considerable time, he spoke with exhilaration. The chakra you provided, aside from replenishing my expended state, remains largely within me, with minimal loss. If I can harness your chakra during battle to augment the potency of my techniques, it serves as a consumable resource. However, being locked within me, it can gradually assimilate with my chakra over time, marginally enhancing the quality of my wood release. The precise effects will require multiple validations to ascertain. Nevertheless, it is certain that it can indeed lead to a permanent enhancement of my wood release's quality. Is this effect attributable to Tianzong's possession of Hashirama cells and wood release, or is it a characteristic of Mo Chen's inherent abilities? Effective as long as the constitution or capabilities are compatible. Mo Chen found himself lost in thought, resolving to seek out a few individuals for experimentation when the opportunity arose. However, upon witnessing Tianzong's exuberant expression, Mo Chen felt a surge of joy as well. In that case, he could transmit chakra to teacher Tianzong at regular intervals and observe the extent of enhancement. If he could elevate teacher Tianzong to the level of the first Hokage, That would be splendid. This way, Mo Chen could comfortably regard Tian Song as a benefactor and graciously accept his care. After all, Mo Chen had also provided benefits. A relationship based on reciprocity fosters longevity. Tian Song beamed with delight, his heart brimming with boundless aspirations for the future. Yet, he humbly waved his hand, saying, "How could I dare to compare myself to the first Hokage? The mere fact that your chakra reacts with me is already an unexpected gain. No matter the extent of improvement, it is all a profit." Mo Chen only needed to transmit a small amount of chakra to him, which would not cause any harm. Tian Song naturally did not refuse this kind gesture. However, Tian Song urged Mo Chen to maintain discretion, advising him to keep this matter confidential for the time being and to speak of it only after he had ascertained the specific effects. Mo Chen understood that Tian Song was concerned that the higher-ups would regard him as a mere experimental subject should they become aware of this matter. Even if Tian Song did not voice his concerns, Mo Chen himself would be mindful of boundaries. Having already arranged to seek out Tsunade for lessons in illusion techniques, Mo Chen utilized a wood-release clone to accompany Tian Song to the Umbu for attendance. Meanwhile, his true self swiftly located the training ground for Team 8 based on the chat records from their group. Even D-rank missions were not conducted daily. Especially after having endured a life-and-death battle the previous day, they would take a few days to rest and engage in routine training. This time would be devoted to adjusting their states, summarizing experiences, and preparing for the next mission. However, it was still early when Mo Chen arrived at the training ground. Finding only Hinata present, as the others had yet to arrive, he observed Hinata repeatedly employing the gentle fist technique against a wooden post. During her practice, her fingers occasionally emitted beams of chakra, striking the post like lasers. Yet, the impact was minimal and inconsistent. Was she influenced by the future video, experimenting with the Guardian 8 trigrams? Mo Chen recognized her intentions at a glance. In the previous future video, he had incorporated the Guardian 8 trigrams from the original TV series for Hinata. This ability resonated with her character, swiftly striking a chord within her. Unfortunately, her solitary exploration and the untimely nature of her studies, coupled with her lack of the original S mindset, rendered it challenging for her to discover an entry point in a short span of time. Chapter 071. Changing Hinata. Starting with communication. What you are doing is not feasible. The voice of Mo Chen echoed from behind Hinata, startling her. Instinctively, Hinata shrank behind a wooden post, cautiously peeking out with her head. Upon arriving, Mo Chen was devoid of his umbu mask, dressed only in casual attire. He donned a black undershirt beneath a blue short-sleeved t-shirt, complemented by brown cropped pants. At first glance, he appeared strikingly handsome in the sunlight, capturing attention effortlessly. Who is this dashing young man? It's Mo Chen. Hinata's face was etched with anxiety, akin to the sensation of being caught in the act of wrongdoing. This girl, her timidness remains unchanged. Mo Chen raised his hands in a gesture of nonchalance, saying, "There's no need to be so afraid of me, right? We have known each other for quite some time." "No, that's not it," Hinata hurriedly explained. "I tend to get nervous easily, especially when alone with someone of the opposite gender. And with you being so unique, I find it impossible to control my anxiety." In this world, only two individuals have ever evoked such feelings within her. Besides Mo Chen, the other is Naruto. Hinata is acutely aware of her own timid nature, and thus, when she witnesses Naruto's unwavering strength, she cannot help but yearn for that resilience, wishing to emulate him. Unfortunately, it remains merely a fleeting thought. Having never taken any tangible action, she remains stagnant. Therefore, she has always quietly observed Naruto until Mo Chen's arrival. At her current age, Hinata does not fully comprehend the intricacies of romantic feelings. Her sentiments are purely an aspiration towards a certain ideal. Naruto symbolizes strength, while Mo Chen embodies power. She believes that by drawing closer to Mo Chen and fostering a connection with him, she could attain strength and transform her character. At least, that is what she envisions in her heart. She yearns to shed her weakness, seeing hope for change in Mo Chen. Thus, her focus has gradually shifted from Naruto to Mo Chen. Do you wish to alter this aspect of your character? Mo Chen, though unaware of Hinata's inner journey, understands her genuine thoughts. Hinata's body tensed, a mix of anticipation and anxiety as she asked, "Can I really do that? If you heed my guidance, I cannot guarantee you will become a social butterfly, but at the very least, you will not be socially anxious," Mo Chen mused, genuinely contemplating the possibility. "I believe in you," Hinata exclaimed with joy, only to soon express confusion. "But, what do you mean by social butterfly and social anxiety?" She could grasp the concept to some extent, yet still found herself bewildered. Mo Chen briefly elucidated, then said, "Now, take your first step. When faced with challenges, do not retreat. Even if you instinctively pull back, correct yourself immediately. So now, step forward from behind and stand before me, maintaining a serene mindset." Hinata, grappling with her inner anxiety, took small, tentative steps until she stood before Mo Chen. However, while maintaining tranquility seemed simple in theory, it proved quite difficult in practice. The moment Hinata met Mo Chen's gaze, she instinctively turned to flee. Yet, in the next instant, Her small hand was grasped by Mo Chen, who held her firmly in place. Take a deep breath. Clear your mind. I am not a terrifying beast. There is no need for you to fear me. Mo Chen gently guided her. He was puzzled as to why Hinata, who only appeared nervous before Naruto in the original story, exhibited the same trepidation in his presence. This version of Hinata was undeniably charming. Yet Mo Chen longed for a Hinata capable of engaging in normal conversation. With no avenue for escape and firmly held in place, Hinata's face flushed crimson, her mind beginning to race. Nevertheless, she remembered her purpose and instinctively followed Mo Chen's instructions. After a considerable time, Hinata gradually calmed down. Although still somewhat anxious and shy when meeting Mo Chen's gaze, she no longer felt the urge to flee. See, many things seem daunting at first. But once you take that initial step, you'll soon realize they are not difficult at all, Mo Chen remarked with a smile. One hand held Hinata's, while the other rested on her shoulder, their eyes locked in connection. Though Hinata's gaze still wandered, she no longer felt the tightness of tension within. Yes. Hinata nodded with delight, recognizing her transformation, and eagerly inquired, so, what is the next step? Mo Chen pondered for a moment, and then said, let us not dwell on other matters for now. We shall begin by altering your manner of speaking. What do you mean by manner of speaking? Hinata inquired, her confusion evident. Your voice is too soft. You must elevate your volume by at least 2 notches. Furthermore, do not pause while speaking. Refrain from using uncertain terms such as should, maybe, possibly, or perhaps. Seeing Mo Chen's serious demeanor, Hinata felt a wave of anxiety wash over her and timidly responded, but, stop. Mo Chen interrupted, his brows furrowed and expression stern. Have you forgotten what I just said? Regardless of what you wish to convey, take a deep breath and express it all at once, paying close attention to your volume. Hinata did not fully grasp the reason behind this approach, yet she had previously committed to following Mo Chen's guidance. His sudden seriousness intimidated her, leaving her reluctant to argue. Understood. Hinata exclaimed, shutting her eyes tightly. That feels right. But when you speak, open your eyes and maintain eye contact with your audience. Mo Chen corrected her once more. Hinata took several deep breaths, adopting a determined demeanor. However, when she opened her eyes, she inadvertently rolled them in exasperation. At that moment, her expression took on a fierce quality as she glared at Mo Chen and shouted, I don't understand why we must do this. Hinata's unexpected outburst startled Mo Chen momentarily. Nevertheless, he soon broke into a grin, placing a hand on her head and commending, that's the spirit. Hold on to that feeling, and remember to approach every conversation this way. As for the reason, you will discover it in due time. And do rein in those eye rolls. We are not adversaries. Huh? Hinata was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had inadvertently rolled her eyes, and quickly corrected herself, speaking cautiously. Yes, I apologize. Have you forgotten again? Mo Chen's eyes widened in mock disbelief. I'm sorry. It won't happen again. Hinata adjusted herself anew. That's more like it. Mo Chen surveyed her with a smile, then added playfully, I shall let this slip this time. But if you falter again, I will have to impose a punishment. Let me consider what it should be. His gaze, filled with playful mischief, sent a shiver down Hinata's spine. Could it be that Mo Chen intends to engage in some peculiar antics with her? Hinata suddenly felt a twinge of concern. Had she been too hasty in agreeing to let Mo Chen assist her in transforming her personality? Mo Chen's method of training often left her feeling rather uncertain. Oh, you arrived quite early, Hinata. And you must be Mo Chen, correct? What brings you here as well? At that moment, wrapped in bandages, approached alongside, who was similarly adorned in bandages. Mo Chen expressed his astonishment. You sustained such severe injuries yesterday, and today you are already able to walk? TSK. You curled his lip and waved his fist, retorting, do not underestimate me. Those minor injuries are merely a fleeting discomfort. However, his exaggerated movements inadvertently aggravated his wounds. That is precisely why you must remain in the hospital for a few more days. Suddenly, Shino materialized beside you, his demeanor icy as he remarked, if you must know. Your recklessness will only prolong the healing process. His abrupt appearance startled even Mo Chen, and you was taken aback. How tiresome. I am not so fragile. You grumbled, baring his teeth in dissatisfaction. Besides, you all continue to train. How can it be that I alone must remain bedridden? It is truly infuriating. That mission not only led to numerous blunders, but ultimately left me as the sole one in need of hospitalization. You struggled to accept this reality, harboring a surge of frustration within. Chapter 072. You useless wretch. Yeah, come here and lend a hand. Upon seeing Ya's expression, Mo Chen felt a sudden stir in his heart. What is it? Ya, perplexed, extended his hand nonetheless. Mo Chen exchanged a high five with him. And at the moment their palms met, he transmitted his life-infused wood-style chakra. Oh, it seemed that you sensed something, his face displaying a look of astonishment. Soon, a wave of vibrant, life-imbued chakra flowed from Mo Chen's palm to envelop Ya entirely. Under the influence of this chakra, warmth spread through Ya's body, invigorating every cell and revitalizing his blood. The pain from the injury sustained during the earlier commotion had vanished. Remarkably, he could even feel his wounds healing at an astonishing rate. If this continued, it would not be long before he returned to his former self. What is happening? The astonishment on Ya's face gave way to shock. Medical ninjutsu? No, this was something different. Was it a secret technique or a bloodline limit related to healing? Medical ninjas, capable of saving lives, were revered throughout the ninja world. You had heard that during yesterday's mission, it was Mo Chen who had bravely shielded them from an attack at a critical moment, saving everyone. Now, he was displaying proficiency in medical techniques as well. This graduate was indeed a hidden powerhouse among his peers. As you marveled at this revelation, Mo Chen had already healed all of his injuries. Just as I suspected. Mo Chen withdrew his hand, smiling contentedly. The injuries you sustained are merely external. By stimulating the vitality within your cells, the healing process can be expedited. Should you have endured internal injuries or psychological trauma, recovery would not be so straightforward. Indeed, he had fully recovered. Regaining his senses, inspected himself and promptly removed all the bandages. He was completely unscathed. However, soon after, he pleaded, Mo Chen, could you possibly assist in treating Chi-Wan as well? I beg you. He is my most important companion. For Mo Chen, this was hardly a burden. The prospect of gaining a favor was appealing. Not a problem, he replied. Beckoning to Chi-Wan, extend your paw. Although the phrasing might have sounded peculiar, Chi-Wan, despite his high intelligence, failed to grasp any underlying issues. Woof, woof. Understanding Mo Chen's intent, he wagged his tail and joyfully approached, presenting one of his front paws. With a resounding clap, Mo Chen reciprocated, seamlessly channeling his chakra into Chi-Wan. Indeed, vitality proved to be a universal remedy. Even a dog could benefit from it. Impressive. Hinata, having activated her Byakugan, observed the entire process with clarity. Her initial inexplicable admiration for Mo Chen had now blossomed into genuine reverence. In the shadowy corner, Shino, with the lower half of his face obscured by a high-collared coat and the upper half concealed behind sunglasses and a forehead protector, found himself engulfed in despondence. Why was I overlooked? Even a dog received assistance while I was neglected. It seemed as if a heavy cloud enveloped him, muttering incessantly in the dimness. Woof, woof, woof. In a brief moment, all of Chi-Wan's wounds had healed. He frolicked joyfully on the ground, leaping and circling around Mo Chen, occasionally nudging him with his head or licking him affectionately, displaying an undeniable closeness, his tail wagging like a fan. Mo Chen gently removed the bandages from its body, patted its head, and chuckled, "Be careful next time. Off you go." The dog was undeniably adorable, yet Mo Chen merely sought to test his own abilities with it. Having no intention of investing his time in its care, with such time at hand, wouldn't it be more delightful to train Hinata-chan instead? Thank you, Mo Chen. Witnessing Akamaru's recovery, felt a surge of happiness surpassing even that of his own healing. He then added, "And thank you for yesterday's matter as well. Should you need anything in the future, don't hesitate to reach out." Mo Chen waved his hand dismissively, saying, "Such words make it seem as though we are strangers. In the future, should you require my assistance, I shall not hesitate to ask for your help." With a confident pat on his chest, you assured him, "Rest assured. This area of Konoha is under my protection." However, he swiftly changed the subject, inquiring, "But, what were you doing with Hinata just now? I could have sworn I saw you holding her hand." Hinata, overhearing this, felt her face flush a deep crimson, resembling a steam maiden on the verge of transformation. Her gaze fixated on Yu's abdomen, contemplating whether to deliver a gentle yet decisive punch to silence him. Suddenly, a vast shadow loomed over them, disrupting the atmosphere and startling everyone present. Akamaru, still scurrying about, was so alarmed that he leaped more than a meter into the air, diving straight into Yu's embrace and burrowing into the collar of his coat. Mo Chen, startled, opened his Sharingan wide and raised his palm, ready to strike. "Shino, what are you doing? You're scaring Akamaru," Yu exclaimed in frustration. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen barely managed to restrain his attack. Why? The vast shadow looming before him unmistakably belonged to Shino, who seemed utterly indifferent to the reactions of those around him, muttering incessantly. Although he stood there in a seemingly normal posture, an aura of darkness enveloped him, even causing the temperature in the vicinity to drop. At that moment, Shino had drifted through the shadows to stand before Mo Chen, clearly directing his inquiry of why at him. Mo Chen was utterly perplexed, expressing his bewilderment with a tone of resignation. "Even if you ask me why, you must first enlighten me about what has transpired." He truly could not fathom where he had offended Zeno, who appeared as if ready to unleash a fury of violence. "Why is it that I am excluded? Why am I the only one left out, when even a dog is included?" Zeno continued to mutter in a discontented tone. Yet, Mo Chen could not grasp the meaning behind his words. Hey, what is it that you are sulking about?" He gritted his teeth and remarked, "Wasn't Mo Chen merely assisting me and Akamaru with treatment earlier? If you're injured, you could simply voice it." At that moment, Hinata seemed to have an epiphany. She was about to speak, but suddenly recalled how Mo Chen had just instructed her. Instantly, she altered her tone and interjected loudly, "What Zeno is referring to is a high five, right?" With a resounding clap, Hinata brought her left and right hands together. She then added emphatically, "Zeno was quite peculiar after the mission yesterday. Mo Chen had exchanged high fives with Shikamaru and Choji, and just now with Ya and Akamaru as well. It must be because of that, right?" Hinata's sudden outburst astonished Ya, nearly causing him to overlook the substance of her words. After exhaling a deep breath, Hinata's face flushed a brilliant red. However, upon finishing her statement, she experienced an unexpected sense of clarity and liberation. Although she did not fully comprehend the underlying principles of Mo Chen's method, Hinata suddenly realized that it appeared to be genuinely effective, significantly bolstering her courage in that moment. The act of striking palms? What intrigued Mo Chen was precisely this. Reflecting upon the character traits exhibited by Shino in the original work, it seemed entirely plausible. In an instant, Mo Chen became utterly captivated. Why? Why was I the only one left out? Ultimately, Shino leaned closer to Mo Chen, reiterating this very question. Mo Chen was utterly infuriated, forcefully shoving him aside as he bellowed, "You pathetic fool. With both hands shoved deep in your pockets, what kind of high five do you expect to achieve? If you wish to engage in a high five, at least remove your hands. Or do you intend for me to strike your head instead? Or perhaps your face?" The onlookers, including Zeno, were rendered speechless. In the next moment, Yu burst into uncontrollable laughter, tears streaming down his face. Akamari tumbled to the ground, rolling in fits of mirth. Chapter 073, Mo Chen, a treasure of a boy in the training ground. Following the self-isolation incident instigated by Zeno, he ultimately acquiesced to Mo Chen's request, agreeing to assist Hinata in honing her newfound abilities. Surrounding Hinata were swarms of black insects, and she nervously swallowed hard. This was the very scene. She recalled that in the future video, she had unleashed an astonishing ability, one she herself could scarcely fathom, to thwart all of Zeno's insects. Yet now, she was only vaguely aware of that power, having barely scratched the surface. I can do this. Hinata's gaze became resolute as she assumed a gentle fist stance. The future video had been validated multiple times, each instance proving true. She could not falter now. At Mo Chen's silent cue, Zeno swiftly commanded the swarm of insects to advance toward Hinata. Following her prior training instincts, Hinata attempted to employ the still unfamiliar 8 trigrams palm for defense. In an instant, however, she faltered, producing nothing but a damp squib and quickly finding herself in disarray, crying out in alarm as she crouched down, cradling her head and bracing herself against the onslaught of the parasitic insects. I can't do this. I truly cannot. Tears streamed down Hinata's cheeks as she clutched her head in despair. Zeno, having recalled his parasitic insects, stood silently, merely executing Mo Chen's instructions, entirely oblivious to the nature of Hinata's training. Mo Chen stroked his chin in contemplation. He had just utilized his Sharingan to observe Hinata's movements in their entirety. Ultimately, the content of the future video was of his own fabrication. Should Hinata falter, it would reflect poorly on him. Even for the sake of preserving the credibility of the future video, Mo Chen had to devise a method to ensure Hinata's success. Furthermore, the system had approved the endeavor, indicating that at this juncture, Hinata was indeed capable of succeeding. Upon careful reflection, there was nothing fundamentally amiss with Hinata's techniques. It was, as suspected, a matter of her character. I had previously warned that this approach would not yield the desired results. Mo Chen did not comfort Hinata. Instead, he spoke directly, saying, "Regardless of the techniques you employ, remember to hold your breath just as I taught you to speak before, and release it all at once. You performed admirably in your previous attempts. Now, approach your attacks in the same manner. Have faith in yourself. You are capable." Hinata lifted her head, her cheeks stained with tears, gazing blankly at Mo Chen. What she sought was not consolation, but affirmation. Soon, she regained her composure, silently adjusting her emotions and nodding vigorously at Shino. Shino wasted no time, commanding the parasitic insects to launch another assault on Hinata. This time, her state had indeed improved significantly. With a swift motion, she unleashed a protective 8 trigrams palm, though her second attempt faltered. Nevertheless, she narrowly evaded the insect's attack and succeeded several times consecutively. Occasional failures still occurred, but she compensated through movement, which filled Hinata with uncontainable joy. She had found her rhythm. Her eyes sparkled with excitement. However, a momentary lapse in focus led to an error. Oh no, she couldn't T-dodge, gritting her teeth. Hinata instinctively executed the more familiar gentle fist, 8 trigrams palm. Yet, the divergence in the nature of the two abilities caused a momentary disarray, resulting in her collapsing to the ground, once again besieged by the swarm of insects. Shino promptly commanded her insects to halt, though she couldn't help but twitch at the sight of the insect carcasses bisected by Hinata's protective 8 trigrams palm. Despite the astonishing reproductive capabilities of the parasitic insects, fueled by her chakra, they were still living beings. However, what ability had Hinata just demonstrated? A new application of the gentle fist? Shino discerned that while this ability might not possess overwhelming power, if Hinata honed it well, her strength would undoubtedly grow formidable. That should suffice from now on. Take your time to contemplate and familiarize yourself. Mo Chen approached and affectionately patted Hinata's head, offering her an encouraging glance. This time, Hinata did not feel disheartened. She had indeed discovered her potential. "Thank you, Mo Chen-kun," she exclaimed, her eyes glistening with tears of gratitude, overwhelmed by the sheer brilliance of her current feelings. It was not merely the realization of a new ability, but the affirmation of her worth by another that filled her with elation. "You've broken the rules again. This is your punishment." With a swift motion, Mo Chen playfully tapped Hinata on the head. Originally, he intended to deliver a light smack to her backside, thinking it would embarrass her and motivate her to strive harder to avoid such penalties. However, reconsidering, he restrained himself. Such a gesture would be inappropriate for someone with Hinata's gentle disposition. Hinata quickly regained her composure and declared loudly, "Thank you, Mo Chen-kun." "Excellent." Mo Chen nodded and added, "Let me offer you one final piece of advice. I can see that the ability you are currently honing is meant for protection. When executing it, completely cast aside all other thoughts. The sole focus should be on safeguarding, protecting your comrades and yourself. Often, the act of protection embodies a form of formidable strength. The gentle fist 8 trigrams palm is for offense, while the protective 8 trigrams palm is for defense. Hinata's nature is not suited for aggression. Harming others would burden her with guilt and sympathy, causing her to instinctively pull back her strength mid-attack, disrupting her efforts. This mindset cannot be altered. She will never master the latter stages of the gentle fist. Thus, while Niji had already executed 128 palms, she had only managed 32. By the fourth Great Ninja War, utilizing Naruto's Nine Tails chakra, she barely reached 64. However, protection is different. It does not require inflicting harm on others, allowing Hinata to remain free from excessive distractions. Briefly guiding Hinata, Mo Chen invited Kiba and Akamaru to join the assault before stepping back. Red Teacher. Mo Chen waved towards a grand tree in the distance. Suddenly, the silhouette of Sunset Red appeared against the tree trunk. She had been present since Hinata began her training, but chose to remain unseen to avoid intruding. "You actually noticed me?" Red exclaimed, somewhat surprised. "It seems your perceptive abilities are quite commendable." As the members of Team 8 approached to greet her, Red gestured dismissively, saying, "Continue your training. Do not mind me. Today is merely a routine training session." Turning to Mo Chen, she added, "Come with me." With that, she vacated the current training area for Hinata and her team, leading Mo Chen to another open space. "Did you heal Kiba and Akamaru's injuries? You also possess medical ninjutsu?" Sunset Red inquired, having not witnessed the earlier part of the training. However, observing Kiba and Akamaru's attitude toward Mo Chen, she could deduce the situation. After returning from a mission yesterday, she had specifically sought out Anko to gather information about Mo Chen. The more she learned, the more intrigued she became by this young boy. In Anko's words, regardless of what one might observe in Mo Chen, there was no reason for astonishment. He was a treasure of a boy. This was only their second meeting. Yet according to her findings, Mo Chen had already displayed prowess rivaling that of A.J. Nin, effortlessly earning the trust of her 3 students, guiding Hinata on her path to improvement, and exhibiting formidable sensory skills alongside medical ninjutsu. It was no wonder that even someone like Anko would eagerly seek to become Mo Chen's older sister. To be honest, even Red herself felt a stirring of admiration. Mo Chen undoubtedly possesses an extraordinary future, and investing in such a remarkable individual will surely yield great rewards. Moreover, there exists an inexplicable charm about Mo Chen that naturally endears him to others, compelling them to draw closer. Chapter 074, Enchantment, Tree Binding Kill versus Authentic Tree Binding Kill. This is not a medical technique, Mo Chen elucidated. I merely harness life force to invigorate cellular activity, thereby accelerating the healing of the injuries sustained by Ya and Chiwan. Life ninjutsu? Hong's expression grew slightly grave. This was far more advanced than conventional medical techniques. A misstep could result in dire consequences for the practitioner. Furthermore, as Hong understood, all ninjutsu related to life typically exacts a tremendous toll on the caster. Mo Chen discerned the thoughts swirling in Hong's mind and waved his hand, reassuring her, "Teacher Hong, there is no need for concern. My constitution is rather unique. I merely transmit a modicum of vitality, which does not adversely affect my own well-being." After reiterating his explanation, Hong suddenly appeared taken aback yet elated. Her demeanor a blend of embarrassment and urgency as she inquired, "If that is the case, might I impose upon you for a favor? Are there others nearby who require vitality for their healing?" Mo Chen paused for a moment, quickly recalling a certain individual. Amabayan, the most formidable wielder of illusionary bloodline techniques, possessed the ability to manipulate the 5 senses and even create virtual worlds. She was a student of Hong in her early years, but due to her frail constitution, she could not sustain the bloodline limit and thus could not become a ninja, resulting in the emergence of her inner demons. The root of Bayun's troubles lay in her excessively powerful mental energy, which her body could not accommodate, leading to an imbalance of energy within her. Utilizing life force to assist her in recalibrating her condition was likely feasible. However, before that could occur, her inner demons needed to be addressed. Bayun was indeed a pitiable soul, and it would be a great shame if her abilities remained stagnant, previously overlooked. Mo Chen immediately assured Hong upon hearing her mention Bayun, "Teacher Hong, there is no need for such formality. I still have much to learn from you regarding illusion techniques. One could say I am your student as well. Rest assured, whatever task you require assistance with, I shall undertake it, no matter how challenging." In truth, Hong did not dare to harbor excessive hopes. She merely wished to give it a try. Upon hearing Mo Chen's words, she chuckled softly, "Though you say this. If you lack the talent for illusion, I would not teach you. Therefore, let me first assess your aptitude." Talent? This was his forte. "Teacher Hong, please proceed without hesitation." Do not feel compelled to spare me simply because I am young. Employ your highest level of testing methods. Mo Chen declared with confidence, his head held high. When it came to talent, he felt more assured than he did regarding his own abilities in other matters. Such confidence? Hong found it amusing. Interpreting it merely as a youthful display of bravado, Mo Chen, eager to boast, was suddenly engulfed by a whirlwind of shifting scenes, leaving him with a disorienting sensation as if the very earth beneath him had spun. When he regained his focus, he discovered himself bound tightly to the trunk of a tree, utterly immobilized. Was this a game of restraint? The trial had commenced. Red emerged from above the tree, her upper body peeking over the trunk, a shuriken delicately poised in her hand. She playfully traced the shuriken across Mo Chen's face, a smile gracing her lips as she declared, "This is the enchanted tree binding kill. Now, do attempt to free yourself from me. However, I shan't remain idle while you attempt your escape." The shuriken danced across Mo Chen's visage, as if it were on the verge of etching intricate floral designs upon his skin. As Mo Chen tilted his head, he beheld an extraordinarily beautiful vista. In terms of physique, Hong was one of the few women in the original narrative who approached perfection. Yet, her most striking characteristic was her abundant femininity, exuding an enchanting allure. In such close proximity, even Mo Chen, a young lad, found it nearly impossible to maintain his composure. What is the matter? Was I not instructed to employ the highest level of testing methods? This, at best, can only be deemed mediocre, and I even hinted at it surely. You cannot be at this level alone? Observing Mo Chen seemingly lost in thought, Hong's kunai subtly descended, gliding toward his neck. Mo Chen regained his composure and smiled gently. From this perspective, Teacher Hong, you remind me of my mother from my childhood, which led me to momentarily lose my focus. Teacher Hong. You must pay close attention from now on. Teacher Hong was puzzled by the implications of Mo Chen's words. It was possible that he saw similarities between her and his mother, yet why did he emphasize from this perspective? Moreover, what did he mean by my mother from childhood? Did she cease to be his mother upon his maturation? However, given that this was a testing period, she had no leisure to indulge in such inquiries. Mo Chen's chakra surged within him, effortlessly shattering the binding illusion of the crimson spell. Enchanted tree binding kill. Mo Chen formed several hand seals and uttered a low exclamation. In the next moment, as the illusion was dispelled, the figure of Yuhi Kurenai was revealed. A massive tree sprouted beneath her, and several vines shot forth from its trunk, aiming to ensnare her. Despite her astonishment, Kurenai, a seasoned Jainin adept in illusion techniques, swiftly severed the approaching vines with her kunai and quickly vacated her original position, subsequently forming another seal. Release. However, to her shock, she realized that the tree conjured by Mo Chen had not vanished. The illusion remained intact? How could this be? As Kurenai's mind reeled, saplings burst forth from the ground around her, rapidly maturing into large trees, each unleashing several vines that sought to entangle her. What on earth was happening? Kurenai was utterly bewildered. Mo Chen's ability to effortlessly execute her tree-binding death in an instant is truly remarkable. The illusion she conjured was so potent that even she, a skilled master of illusion, could not dispel it immediately. Moreover, considering that tree-binding death is typically a single-target technique, her adaptation of it into a crowd-controlling maneuver raises questions. Could it be that she is merely a false master while Mo Chen is the genuine illusionist extraordinaire? The scene unfolding before her was so shocking that it inevitably affected Hong's actions. With her movements hindered, some vines were unable to be entirely evaded. Oh no. Hong's expression shifted as she was struck on the lower back by a vine with a sharp snap. Although the force was not overwhelming, it caused her to lose her balance, and in the next moment, several vines ensnared her, suspending her in a star-like position between the trees. The little one certainly possesses considerable skill. Though surprised, Hong remained composed, a wry smile forming in her heart. Since this is the case, I shall take the opportunity to gather my chakra and shatter this peculiar illusion all at once. Mo Chen's performance was already sufficient to pass her test and qualify for inheriting her family's illusionary arts. However, soon after, Hong's expression drastically changed. She attempted several times but was unable to dispel this illusion, which was utterly inconceivable. Could it be that she had stumbled upon a possibility, yet it seemed utterly preposterous? Indeed, this was not an illusion, but authentic would release. Mo Chen approached with a smile, skillfully manipulating the vines to lower Hong, and remarked, I came here to learn illusion techniques from Teacher Hong. How could I possibly wield such arts? He had indeed contemplated using his Sharingan to replicate her techniques, but alas, Hong was a jonin and would not perform her hand seals in his presence. Mo Chen had not witnessed her casting process at all. Would release. Hong's eyes widened in astonishment. Hong Do had never mentioned this to her. Could it be that Mo Chen truly possessed the ability to utilize would release? This seemed implausible. Rather than believing in Mo Chen's mastery of the technique, she would sooner accept that he was extraordinarily talented, having merely glanced at her tree-binding technique to comprehend it. Yet, reality was unyielding. It would not cease to exist simply because she chose not to believe in it. Teacher Hong, although I employed genuine would release. Illusions are fundamentally an interplay of reality and unreality. In that moment, I successfully made you believe that my would release was an illusion. This, too, must be a form of illusionary talent, would it not? Mo Chen took delight in the look of shock on Hong's face and inquired with a grin. Chapter 075, Teacher Hong takes a keen interest in Mo Chen as Hong Yu reflected on the information she had gathered about Mo Chen. A sudden realization dawned upon her. No wonder Mo Chen had been eliminated by the leading Jonin right after graduating from the Ninja Academy, only to immediately join the Umbu. It was also clear why Hong Do had a connection with him and insisted on recognizing him as her sibling. Moreover, it explained why Mo Chen could utilize life-based ninjutsu without concern for resource depletion. Now, Hong comprehended everything. However, she couldn't shake the lingering doubt. Was this truly without consequence? Hong felt a twinge of worry. Mo Chen understood her inquiry and smiled, saying, Teacher Hong, you need not worry about me. I am well aware of my limits. And you are someone I can truly trust. The mere use of wood release, even if it becomes widely known throughout the entire ninja world, would pose no significant issue. Others may merely express their astonishment at Konoha's fortune and become slightly more vigilant towards me, but they will continue with their affairs as usual. Do they truly believe that everyone is like the legendary sage of the Six Paths, Senju Hashirama? Regardless of how formidable wood release may be, it remains but a form of Kekkei Genkai, and the ninja world is never short of powerful abilities. At the outset, Mo Chen chose to bide his time. For his abilities had only just begun to awaken, and he could not yet wield them with efficacy. As his foundation gradually strengthened, he now found himself capable of confronting even the five shadows. While victory was not assured, escaping unscathed posed no challenge at all. Thus, he felt no need to feign modesty any longer. With that in mind, I shall accept you as my student. Hong, not one to dither, swiftly made her decision. As Mo Chen wished to avoid any delays, Hong glanced over at teammate and, deeming her assistance unnecessary for the moment, commenced instructing Mo Chen in the art of illusion. Hinata and her companions, much like the scenes depicted in future visions, found themselves under constant harassment from Shino's insects. While Kiba, accompanied by Akamaru, lurked nearby, poised to strike. Hinata's protective 8 trigrams palm had fully engaged, ensuring that her technique would no longer fall short. However, she still required time to refine her skills, as her execution remained somewhat unfamiliar. The morning swiftly elapsed, with Mo Chen starting from scratch, diligently grasping the foundational principles and characteristics of illusion. When afternoon arrived, he began to practice genuine illusion techniques. Thanks to his extraordinary talent, coupled with the dynamic vision and replication abilities bestowed by his Sharingan, mastering these illusions presented no challenge for him. Initially, Hong intended to gauge Mo Chen's aptitude by first teaching him a D-rank technique as a test. To her astonishment, after merely observing her perform it once, he swiftly mastered it and proceeded to demonstrate it on Hinata and the others. Amusingly, Mo Chen was able to execute both D-rank and C-rank illusions flawlessly, showcasing them repeatedly on Hinata and her companions. In his words, this was a means to train their situational responsiveness and resilience against illusions. Though this occasionally interrupted Hinata and her friend's training regimen, it undeniably proved beneficial to them, prompting Hong to refrain from intervening. Thus, the afternoon unfolded in a busy yet fulfilling manner. Mo Chen not only depleted Hong's repertoire of low-level illusions but also mastered the B-rank technique, illusion, tree-binding kill. Hong, still yearning for more, derived an inexplicable joy from guiding such an exceptional student. It was akin to playing a fast-paced game, witnessing her cultivated character ascend levels with remarkable speed. Once we conclude here, come home with me. Hong licked her crimson lips, her beautiful eyes sparkling as she gazed at Mo Chen, akin to an artist admiring a masterpiece. Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback. What could a solitary man and woman be up to? Hong quickly elucidated. Your foundation is already quite solid. From here on, you merely need to master a few advanced illusions, and with practice, you will become adept. The extent to which you can progress on this path ultimately depends upon your own efforts. Therefore, shortly, accompany me back, and I shall present you with scrolls containing advanced illusion techniques for you to study at your own pace. Realizing this was the intention, he was nearly startled, having momentarily thought that Hong wished to engage in an inappropriate advance akin to a forced encounter. However, it was evident that Hong harbored a sense of fondness toward him. Were it not for their current teacher-student relationship, she might have even entertained the notion of him calling her sister. Thus, when the announcement to disperse was made, Hong casually greeted Team 8 before abandoning them and took Mo Chen's hand, leading him away. It was apparent that Teacher Hong was particularly attentive to Mo Chen. Now that he had become her student, would they be forsaken? Yu expressed his concerns with a furrowed brow. Mo Chen cannot possibly consume much of Teacher Hong's time. Shizuna interjected coolly, his talent is exceptional, and he is already employed within the Umbu, while we are merely a fixed squad. That is indeed true. Yu conceded with a slight grimace. Just as he began to feel a sense of relief, Shizuna delivered another blow, but teachers tend to favor outstanding students. Although Teacher Hong would not abandon us, we fall short in comparison to Mo Chen. It is certain that she will show him preferential treatment. What weighed most heavily was the fact that their relationship with Teacher Hong was strictly that of teacher and student. While Mo Chen was her disciple in the art of illusion, a clear distinction. Yu's expression darkened, and he retorted through clenched teeth. You would do well to remain silent and continue playing your wooden puppet. In comparison to Mo Chen, anyone would seem inadequate. We must simply focus on being the best versions of ourselves. Hinata interjected earnestly. After a day of training, each time they spoke or executed their techniques, they exhaled deeply. releasing their pent-up energy all at once. Hinata's demeanor had transformed significantly. At least outwardly, she no longer appeared timid. With a sigh of exhaustion, Yu waved his hand. That's enough for today. Let us reconvene tomorrow. Hinata smiled softly, expressing her gratitude to her teammates for their companionship during today's training. Mo Chen initially believed that acquiring the illusion scroll would allow him to depart swiftly, yet he was unexpectedly compelled to remain by Hong. You will return alone, won't you? Why not stay here for dinner tonight? Hong insisted, pressing Mo Chen down onto the living room sofa. Set the scroll aside for now. Let us enjoy some television together. One must remember to balance work with leisure. Mo Chen truly wished to express that he was not returning alone. However, upon reflection, how could there be a sunset glow without the presence of a beautiful woman? The opportunity to have a stunning lady prepare a meal for him was something many would covet, and he saw no reason to decline. Hong typically had the habit of cooking for herself and had stocked her pantry with ample ingredients, thus there was no need for an additional trip outside. By the way, Teacher Hong, you mentioned earlier that there was something you wanted my assistance with. What is it? Mo Chen, feigning boredom, ventured into the kitchen to lend a hand. Casually broaching the topic, Hong paused in silence, her tone momentarily somber as she began to recount the tale of her former student, Bayun. As Mo Chen had surmised, she wished for him to explore the possibility of aiding Bayun in improving her physical condition. Initially, Hong held little hope, merely considering it a last-ditch effort. However, upon learning of Mo Chen's genuine would-release abilities, a flicker of expectation ignited within her. This newfound hope rendered her hesitant to initiate the conversation herself. Were it not for Mo Chen's inquiry, she might have wrestled with whether to voice her thoughts. Teacher Hong's matters are my own. I shall do my utmost. Mo Chen declared, thumping his chest. Based on your description, I believe the issue should be manageable, though I must see it firsthand to confirm entirely. Just do your best. Hong opened her mouth to speak, then gently ruffled Mo Chen's hair, saying, if it proves insurmountable, do not force yourself too hard. I would not wish to see you suffer for the sake of another, even if that person is my disciple. Chapter 76. Hong Do invites Hong to move in. Wow. What delectable dishes have you prepared today? I have come to mooch a meal, Hong Do exclaimed from a distance. Upon entering, she observed the two seated at the dining table, with Hong serving Mo Chen a piece of meat. Mo Chen, my brother? What brings you here? Hong Do raised an eyebrow, her expression quickly shifting as if recalling something, her gaze darting between the two with an unfriendly glint. Oh, I see. You've suddenly taken an interest in Mo Chen. Could it be you wish to steal my brother? Hong Do dashed over, snatching a cushion and forcibly wedging herself between them. I thought of you as a dear friend, and yet you have disappointed me, Hong, she exclaimed, shoving food into her mouth with her hands. Hong shot her a glare and stood to fetch her a bowl and chopsticks, saying with exasperation, those who know might think you have adopted a brother, but those who do not would surely believe you are searching for a husband. Mo Chen is merely practicing illusion techniques with me. Hong Do chuckled, saying, actually, raising Mo Chen as a childhood husband wouldn't be a bad idea. Little Mo Chen. What do you think? Compared to Sister Hong Do, I find Teacher Hong to be far more suitable, Mo Chen replied with a look of disdain, gently pushing Hong Do away, though his resistance was not forceful. Hong Do laughed, admitting, in terms of femininity, I concede that I cannot compare to Hong. How about this? As long as you can tolerate it, I would be willing to bring Hong along as well. Hong's cheeks flushed slightly, and she retorted, Mo Chen is still young. What nonsense are you spouting? He is currently my disciple. Are you still young? Hong Do scrutinized Mo Chen, her gaze lingering in a particular area for a moment. The provocative and questioning expression on her face nearly compelled Mo Chen to demonstrate his maturity. Had it been just Hong Do, he would have certainly given in. However, with Hong present, he restrained himself. Seeing Mo Chen's slightly frustrated demeanor, Hong Do burst into laughter, pinching his chin and teasing, it seems you are indeed not so young anymore. You must understand what you ought to. With your sister, you need not hold back. Feel free to act as you wish. Hong Do. Hong could not help but admonish, urging her to stop, saying, a good child like him should not be led astray. All right. It was merely a joke. No need to get angry. Hong Do raised her hands in surrender as she noticed Hong's serious demeanor. Although she jested, Hong Do did not place much weight on matters of romance. If Mo Chen truly desired to pursue something with her, she would not refuse him during a moment of good spirits. Her boyish nature often led others in the village to overlook her femininity, making it difficult for her to experience the feelings of love. But tell me, does Mo Chen have someone he likes? Hong Do paused for a moment before giving in to her curiosity. Indeed, Mo Chen replied earnestly, building anticipation in Hong Do before continuing. Both Sister Hong Do and Teacher Hong let out a laugh, realizing that Mo Chen was retaliating against Hong Do's earlier teasing. Hong Do, however, remained unfazed, saying, I mentioned earlier that as long as you can handle it, it would not be an issue for both of us to accompany you. Whenever you are ready, come find me, and I shall help persuade Hong. Hong Do spoke half in jest, yet unbeknownst to her, this was precisely what Mo Chen desired. In the future, should he find himself in the mood, he could easily use this as leverage. On the surface, however, Mo Chen feigned embarrassment, appearing at a loss for words. Hong Do triumphantly raised an eyebrow at Hong, who merely shook her head in resignation, unable to find a way to contend with Hong Do. and did not take her words to heart. The three laughed and chatted, enjoying a delightful dinner together. Hey, Mo Chen. Hong Do suddenly recalled something and said, you have quite a number of vacant rooms at your place, right? Both Hong and I live alone. What if we moved in with you? I heard that Tianzong has moved in as well. Hong Do, what are you talking about? Hong was taken aback. What scheme is she concocting? Moreover, she had heard that Mo Chen was merely an orphan. How large could his home be to accommodate so many people? It would be better suited for them to remain in their own small loft. Hong Do waved her hand dismissively, saying, you don't understand. The 3 generations of elders provided Mo Chen with a large estate. He could easily accommodate dozens of people. I'm just concerned that he might feel lonely living alone. It would be more lively if we were there to help him manage things. Hong Do was playful and lively, enjoying the company of many, which indeed matched her character. While Hong was somewhat surprised by Mo Chen's fortunate circumstances, she soon came to terms with it upon recalling the wood release. She rolled her eyes and remarked, if you wish to move, then by all means do so. As long as Mo Chen agrees, I will not interfere, but do not drag me into it. After all, I am Mo Chen's teacher, and it would be inappropriate for me to take advantage of him. Besides, living alone has its own merits. Mo Chen shrugged nonchalantly and remarked, my residence is currently undergoing renovations. Once it is completed, you are welcome to move in whenever you wish, and you may treat it as your own home. Of course, while moving in is a simple matter, departing may not be so easily arranged. Mo Chen had made an agreement with Hong to visit Yakumo together once they found some leisure time, and then he took his leave. Hong prepared a bowl of sweet soup for Hong Do and inquired, I sense that your feelings for Mo Chen are quite exceptional. Even though he possesses the wood release technique and is indeed worthy of befriending, it hardly seems sufficient to warrant such devotion from you, does it? She was quite aware of Hong Do's character and could perceive her sincere efforts to cultivate a relationship with Mo Chen, which was rather unprecedented. As Hong Do savored the sweet soup, a look of enjoyment graced her face. After a moment of contemplation, she replied, there are aspects I cannot articulate too explicitly. There is indeed an element of pragmatism involved. However, I genuinely do have a fondness for this young man. The more I interact with him, the more I discover his endearing qualities. This was indeed a rarity. Hong was taken aback but chose not to elaborate further. Everyone has their own methods and principles to navigate life, and as long as there is no malice involved, even close friends need not intervene. You're quite similar, aren't you? Hong Do said, wrapping her arms around Hong's waist, bringing them close together as she laughed. He possesses a unique aura that irresistibly draws people near. You've noticed it as well, haven't you? That's why you brought him home and cooked for him. Few individuals in this world enjoy such privileges. Hong chuckled softly, neither confirming nor denying the observation. Hong Do added, you can wholeheartedly treat Mo Chen well. It will benefit you. Although you may not be in the group and thus miss out on any enhancements, there is no guarantee you won't join later. Even if you don't join, treating Mo Chen kindly will yield nothing but benefits. Just take care of yourself. Hong playfully shoved a spoonful of sweet soup into Hong Do's mouth, stating, he is currently my disciple, and I will naturally look after him. Even if you have wronged him, I shall seek justice for him. How trivial. For the sake of a young man, you seem to have forgotten your love for me. I shall return home to weep. Hong Do declared as she finished the sweet soup, leaving those words behind before dashing away. Hong shook her head with a wry smile, pondering the meaning of the pragmatism Hong Do had mentioned. Chapter 077. Sakura's self-perception remains high the following day. The third Hokage assigned a new mission to Mo Chen, once again pairing him with a partner. However, this time, the captain was not him but rather Tenzo. This realization led Mo Chen to understand that the mission to the Land of Waves was about to commence. Indeed, as the third Hokage elaborated on the details of the mission, it was clear that Tenzo and Mo Chen were to remain concealed, trailing behind Kakashi and his Team 7 to ensure Naruto's safety. This marked the first time the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki would leave the village to undertake a mission, and the third Hokage was not entirely at ease. Mo Chen's abilities surpassed those of Tianzong, while Tianzong possesses a wealth of experience. Their collaboration guarantees a flawless outcome. Furthermore, Team 7 is led by Kakashi, whose prowess is beyond question. I was also considering taking the time today to assist you in completing your house. Tianzong scratched his head and continued, however, this is our first mission together, and the thought of it brings me considerable joy. Mo Chen smiled and said, there is no need to rush regarding the house, Teacher Tianzong. It is truly unnecessary for you to be in such a hurry. After dining at Teacher Hong's residence yesterday, Mo Chen returned home to find that all his belongings had been moved to the western courtyard, where he spent the night. As for the main courtyard, Tianzong has already demolished it and laid the foundation, having constructed a small section according to the blueprints last night. Mo Chen is not particularly fond of the Japanese style. The drawings he has created depict a postmodern villa that harmoniously blends Eastern and Western elements across 3 tiers. However, he has repeatedly tried to persuade Tianzong, who remains resolutely steadfast in his ways, seemingly relishing the experience. Once again, Tianzong chooses to disregard the conversation and shifts the topic. Our mission destination is the Land of Waves. Team 7 is tasked with escorting the bridge builder, Dazna, back to his homeland until he completes the bridge. The duration of the mission may be prolonged, yet the Land of Waves is devoid of ninjas. meaning that any potential conflict would likely involve only ordinary citizens, thus presenting minimal difficulty. Our primary concern is to closely monitor Naruto to prevent any emotional outbursts, if necessary. We may need to resort to forceful measures. Rest assured, with my presence, there is no need for excessive worry. While my release may not surpass yours, it is certainly sufficient to mitigate Naruto's current volatility. During the briefing, the third Hokage had already acquainted Mo Chen with the concept of Jinchuriki, and he did not conceal Naruto's identity as the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki. After all, the third Hokage's intention in training Mo Chen was to prepare him to serve as a restraint on the Nine-Tails. Understood. Mo Chen nodded in acknowledgement. He is exceedingly familiar with the mission in the Land of Waves, and at this stage, it is unlikely that any butterfly effect will alter this narrative. The only distinction from the original storyline is that Sakura has joined the chat group. Unfortunately, she has not contributed much within the group, at most. Her demeanor has become slightly more composed than before, without significantly impacting the overall situation. The journey from Konoha to the coastal region of the Land of Waves spans 2 days on foot, primarily due to the slow pace set by the elderly Dasna. As a ninja could traverse the distance in merely half a day, Mo Chen yearned to visit Zhuxi City, seizing the opportunity presented by the time difference. However, it was not an easy task to broach the subject with Tianzong Ming. Thus, while Tianzong remained oblivious, Mo Chen stealthily utilized his would clone technique to leave a replica behind, enabling his own escape. Haruno Sakura exclaimed, "That's wonderful. We also received a C-rank mission, finally allowing us to leave the village." Hinata Hyuga congratulated her. "I'm happy for you, Sakura." Yamanaka Ino cautioned, "Just be careful, and don't drag your teammates down." Haruno Sakura replied, "Pfft, it's merely to protect a grumpy old man. They say the Land of Waves doesn't even have ninjas, so there is hardly any danger. It'll be like a vacation." Tenten interjected, "The Land of Waves is quite a distance away. We might not return for several days." Yamanaka Ino warned, "Don't be overly optimistic. Remember our initial missions? We thought they were harmless, and what happened in the end? You should be more cautious." Haruno Sakura countered, "There won't be that many unforeseen events. Besides, when you undertook missions, Mo Chen was always with you, just like last time with Tenten. So, isn't he following us now?" Yamanaka Ino scoffed, "You're overthinking it. That was merely a coincidence. Besides, why would Mo Chen protect you? You don't even have a team rank." Uzumaki Karen lamented, "I don't either." Tenten reassured her, "Don't worry, Karen. When Mo Chen comes to find you next time, just perform well." Yamanaka Ino added, "Exactly. Unlike some people with a broad forehead, who claim they want to leave the group while shamelessly seeking benefits here, there is no such thing as a free lunch." Haruno Sakura retorted, "I'm just saying it for effect, not actually leaving. Besides, I believe Mo Chen is indeed following us." "The evidence is you, Uzumaki Karen." Uzumaki Karen asked, "What do you mean?" Haruno Sakura continued, "Your jutsu must be nearing completion, right? So Mo Chen will be visiting you soon. Why would he leave the village now if not to undertake some mission, perhaps to protect me?" Tenten remarked, "Your logic is impeccable." Yamanaka Ino scoffed, "Nonsense." Uzumaki Karen exclaimed, "Is Mo Chen really coming? That is fantastic." "Oh no, but my diamond lock technique is still lacking. I must continue to strive." Haruno Sakura teased, Yamanaka Ino, "I see you're just jealous. Let me tell you something else. This mission will last not just a few days, but over a month." Haruno Sakura added, "In such a long time, anything could happen. By the time we return from the Land of Waves, I might be the highest ranked among us." Yamanaka Ino shot back, "Why don't you say that by the time you come back, you'll have children? Don't even consider whether Mo Chen will be interested in you." "You laundry board." Haruno Sakura shouted, "Get lost." Tenten exclaimed, "A C-rank mission taking over a month? That is quite a loss." Yamanaka Ino agreed, "Indeed, our last mission, while perilous, was resolved in half a day." Haruno Sakura explained, "There is no helping it. We have to protect a bridge builder until the bridge is complete. This time, we owe it to Naruto. If he hadn't stubbornly pestered the third Hokage, we would still be stuck on a D-rank mission." Tenten noted, "In that case, by the time you return from the Land of Waves, the Chunin exams will be about to commence." Yamanaka Ino inquired, "The Chunin exams? Is that what you mentioned when you went to the grass village to deliver a message? Please tell us more about it." Tenten elaborated, as the name implies. The Chunin exams serve as the pathway for Genin to advance to Chunin. As long as one passes the exam, they can be promoted from Genin to Chunin. Our team will also participate this time. Tenten continued, "Typically, the village holds 2 Chunin exams annually, but they are internal events within Konoha. This time, however, the exam is jointly hosted by multiple nations, meaning there will be a vast number of participants and an increased level of difficulty." Mo Chen took a moment to glance at the conversations in the group, and indeed, Shao Sakura had guessed quite a bit correctly. He had truly emerged from behind Team 7 and was now hastening towards Xianglin's location. Unfortunately, his mission was to protect Naruto, not Sakura, who still harbored an inflated sense of self-worth. "Xiaoningzi, thank you for the gifts. This chapter is an additional update. Currently, I maintain a steady pace of 3 chapters a day. Occasionally, with substantial gifts or when gift values accumulate to a certain extent, I will provide an extra update. However, Please refrain from inquiring about the specifics of these editions, as the author fears that some individuals may be overly enthusiastic, compelling me to write for 24 hours a day, which would result in delays. Chapter 078. The Awakening of Xianglin. The turmoil of the diamond lock in the residence of Xianglin and her mother in Zhuaxi City, Xianglin. Take a break. Xiangnai emerged from the house holding a pot of tea, addressing her daughter, who was diligently practicing the diamond lock technique in the yard. You have been working so hard these past few days, and it brings me great joy as your mother. However, one must also pay attention to the balance between work and rest. Sometimes, being overly tense can lead to counterproductive effects. Xianglin remained focused, gathering her chakra without turning her head, and replied, Mother, please don't worry about me. I must master the diamond lock before Mo Chen arrives. I can already feel it. I am on the brink of success. Therefore, Mo Chen must be nearing, and I cannot afford to slacken my efforts at this critical moment. She shared the same sentiments as Hinata before. The contents of the future video had been confirmed as true, and she could not falter now. Once Mo Chen arrived, if she had not mastered the diamond lock, no one would believe it was a mistake in the future video. They would only think she lacked diligence. Mo Chen is coming? Xiangnai paused, puzzled, and asked, How do you know? She activated her Kagura hard eye, but found no trace of Mo Chen's chakra in Zhuaxi City. If she were to expand her perception, the Kagura hard eye could sense all chakra types within a radius of dozens of kilometers. However, Xiangnai's level was too low to reach such capabilities. I just know. Xianglin realized she had let something slip and was momentarily at a loss for words, so she returned to her training. Xiangnai felt a twinge of suspicion. Her daughter had been acting strangely lately. Ever since they arrived in this city, 3 girls had approached Xianglin, forming a close bond with her. Yet Xiangnai could not decipher their origins. Fortunately, through indirect inquiries, she learned they were all acquainted with Mo Chen and were ninjas from Konoha, which alleviated her curiosity. However, Xianglin often spaced out and sometimes muttered to herself, laughing at nothing in particular, occasionally uttering perplexing phrases. Without leaving the house, she would sometimes share information even Xiangnai was unaware of. Had she not confirmed that Xianglin was mentally sound, Xiangnai might have suspected the house was haunted. Very well. Unable to extract a concrete answer from Xianglin, Xiangnai relinquished her inquiries. She stood up and said, Since Mo Chen is coming, I will prepare some pastries and brew a good pot of tea. Before long, a series of booming sounds erupted from the yard, accompanied by cries of alarm. Xiangnai's expression changed, and she quickly abandoned her task, rushing back to the yard. To her astonishment, several long golden chains had erupted from behind Xianglin, precisely the diamond lock she had been practicing. However, these chains seemed uncontrollable, thrashing about the yard and creating large craters in the ground, even damaging a corner of the nearby house. Do not panic. Calm your mind and guide them with your chakra, controlling them through your mental focus. Xiangnai shouted urgently, her heart racing in astonishment, not expecting Xianglin to awaken the diamond lock so swiftly. Yet, her eagerness had led to some unintended consequences, resulting in the risk of losing control. Xiangnai herself did not know the diamond lock and lacked the ability to stop Xianglin. She could only watch in distress. Xianglin wished to heed her mother's advice, but under the strain of uncontrolled power, it was not so simple to guide or control. Upon hearing Xiangnai's voice, Xianglin's attention instinctively shifted. As a result, the golden chains veered towards Xiangnai, hurtling towards her with ferocious force. Mother, be careful. I can't control it. Xianglin's face paled in fear, and she shouted, tears nearly spilling from her eyes. In her heart, she cried out, Mo Chen, please come quickly. If you delay any longer, something terrible will happen. At that moment, Xiangnai's face was also ashen. Even without Xianglin's warning, she knew to be cautious and to evade quickly. Yet her abilities did not permit such action. Just as the diamond lock was about to strike Xiangnai, a figure swiftly darted past, snatching the frozen Xiangnai away. Boom. The diamond lock crashed into the spot where Xiangnai had just stood, shattering the steps in front of the house. Mother! Xianglin exclaimed in panic. Unsure if her mother had been harmed, she immediately began searching around frantically. As her focus shifted, the golden chains also flailed about wildly, dancing in a frenzied manner. Mo Chen. Xiangnai's heart raced, and as she regained her senses, she saw Mo Chen embracing her tightly, standing on the roof. Lord Mo Chen has truly arrived. And most fortuitously, with his presence, Xiangnai's fears recede like the ebbing tide. Yet, her thoughts remain with her daughter, Xianglin, and she urgently implores, Lord Mo Chen, please assist Xianglin. She is unable to control herself. I understand. Mo Chen nods, having already perceived the situation. Initially, in crafting the future, he intended to enhance his entrance with a flourish, thereby deepening the gratitude and reliance of the mother-daughter duo upon him, which led to a slight destabilization of Xianglin's Vajra ceiling. However, he did not anticipate the extent of this disruption in reality. Had he not arrived in time, Xiangnai might have perished. Mo Chen. Upon hearing his voice, Xianglin shifts her gaze, and the Vajra ceiling surges towards him. No, stop. Please, halt immediately. Panic overwhelms Xianglin as she desperately attempts to regain control over the Vajra ceiling, yet she feels utterly powerless. It is one thing to inadvertently endanger her mother, but to direct her wrath towards Lord Mo Chen is unconscionable. Do not worry, Xianglin. Mo Chen swiftly leaps aside with Xiang Nai in his embrace, soothingly assuring Xianglin, I shall protect both myself and your mother. What you must do is calm yourself and carefully attune to the power within you. The chains of the Vajra ceiling are numerous, some imbued with sealing techniques, and Mo Chen is wary of handling them recklessly. Ordinary ninjutsu cannot obstruct the Vajra ceiling, especially with Xiang Nai in his arms, leaving him unable to retaliate. Thus, he evades the chain strikes while soothing Xiang Lin's frayed nerves. Seeing that Mo Chen is indeed unharmed, Xiang Lin forces herself to regain her composure. Though she may not yet be capable of immediately controlling the Vajra ceiling, she manages to ease the rhythm of its assaults. Mo Chen sees the opportunity to escort Xiang Nai to a safe zone, swiftly gathering his chakra. Would release, tree binding technique. A towering tree rapidly sprouted from the ground beneath Xiang Rin, extending several tendrils toward her. Perceiving the imminent threat, golden chains surged to her defense from behind. This was not an act of voluntary protection. Rather, it was an instinctive self-defense mechanism, akin to how a person instinctively reaches for something when tripped. The golden chains easily shattered the wooden tendrils, reducing them to splinters. However, this brief moment of delay allowed Mo Chen to amass additional chakra. In the next instant, tree after tree burst forth from the earth, growing rapidly and entangling towards Xiang Rin. Ultimately, Xiang Rin could not fully control her diamond barrier after shattering several trees. She was swiftly ensnared by one. The wood release, endowed with chakra absorption capabilities, disrupted Xiang Rin's chakra the moment she was bound, causing the golden chains to lose their source of power and fall helplessly. Chapter 079. Xiang Nai's Metamorphosis, Purged of Extraneous Splendor. Mo Chen utilized his wood release technique to absorb chakra, suppressing Xiang Lin's diamond seal before finally releasing her. Supporting the fainted Xiang Lin, Mo Chen conducted a brief examination and proceeded to transfer his wood attribute chakra to her. In no time, Xiang Lin's condition began to improve. However, relishing the rare attention from Mo Chen, she feigned unconsciousness, keeping her eyes closed and refusing to rise from his embrace. Xiang Lin, how are you? Upon witnessing the situation being brought under control, Xiang Nai hurriedly rushed over from a distance to check on her. Mo Chen could see Xiang Lin's long eyelashes fluttering, and how could he not discern her little thoughts? He couldn't help but let out a soft chuckle. Rest assured, Aunt Xiang Nai, Xiang Lin is perfectly fine. Mo Chen teased as he pinched Xiang Lin's nose, smiling. Get up quickly. Don't think I haven't noticed that you're not actually fainted. If you don't rise soon, I shall tap your head. Only then did Xiang Lin giggle, opening her eyes mischievously and sticking out her tongue. Yet she stubbornly clung to Mo Chen's arm, unwilling to let go. Ding. Congratulations to group member Vortex Xiang Lin. Your group level has risen from LV0 to LV3, granting you a total attribute bonus of 300. The system's notification drew the attention of all group members, who were eager to understand the details. However, at that moment, Xiang Lin had no intention of engaging with them. She simply started a live stream for them to watch. Xiang Lin, you terrified your mother. Aunt Xiang Nai sighed in relief upon seeing her daughter was unharmed. Mo Chen did not strike Xiang Lin's head, yet Xiang Nai unceremoniously tapped her forehead and admonished. Your impatience is your downfall. You must refrain from overexerting yourself in matters beyond your capabilities. It is perilous for both yourself and others. Were it not for Lord Mo Chen's timely arrival, your mother might have perished at your hands. I wonder how you would have dealt with that. Xiang Lin, unfazed, made a silly face at Xiang Nai, nuzzling her head against Mo Chen's arm while cheerfully declaring, but everything is fine now. After all, I know that Mo Chen Kuan will come to our rescue. Oh, the scent of Mo Chen Kuan is simply delightful. I can never get enough of it. Her infatuated demeanor elicited a twitch at the corners of Xiang Nai's mouth, leaving her to ponder how she could have given birth to such an unabashed daughter. With no other recourse, she could only cast an apologetic glance toward Mo Chen. Mo Chen smiled faintly, indicating his indifference, yet he forcefully pushed Xiang Lin aside. All right, Xiang Lin, I've come here in my spare time, but I have important matters to attend to shortly. As he spoke, his gaze swept across the disheveled courtyard. Xiang Lin had initially intended to cling to him, but upon witnessing the scene, she couldn't help but display an awkward expression, stammering, I truly didn't mean to. I won't have to compensate a large sum, will I? This courtyard was rented by Mo Chen, and with its current state, it was inevitable that he would be held responsible. After all, the sustenance for both her and her mother derived from his generosity, making it impossible for them to take responsibility. It's nothing, a simple repair will suffice. Mo Chen chuckled, effortlessly employing a technique of earth manipulation to level the ground. As for the damaged areas of the house, he easily mended them using wood manipulation. Incredible, Lord Mo Chen, Xiang Lin exclaimed, her expression exaggerated as she opened her arms, preparing to rush towards him. However, before she could get close, she was firmly restrained by Xiang Nai. You need to calm down for a moment. Xiang Nai scolded. Lord Mo Chen has come a long way. Do not burden him with your antics. I apologize, Lord Mo Chen. I am at a loss as to why my daughter has suddenly gone awry. Mo Chen wore an expression of bemusement, yet found nothing particularly strange about the situation. Much like how Xianglin expressed her nature towards Sasuke and Naruto Shippuden, she was merely revealing her true self a tad earlier. All right, Xianglin. Mo Chen gently ruffled her hair and said, seize this moment while the Vajra seal has just awakened and you still possess the sensation. Quickly, take a moment to comprehend it. If you wish to remain by my side for a long time, your current strength simply will not suffice. Of course, the approach of hastily nurturing growth, as seen this time, is absolutely inadvisable. All right, I understand. Xianglin replied, feeling wronged, as she turned back several times while walking away. However, her heart was filled with joy, bouncing with excitement. Mo Chen had made a promise to her and even patted her head. Kanna, with a resigned expression, withdrew her gaze and solemnly bowed to Mo Chen, saying, I apologize for the trouble, Lord Mo Chen. May I inquire about the purpose of your visit? She had not forgotten that Mo Chen had mentioned having important matters to attend to. That can wait for a moment. Mo Chen waved his hand dismissively and said, Aunt Kanna, please extend your hands towards me. Kanna, taken aback yet undeterred, extended her hands toward Mo Chen without hesitation. Mo Chen's words were akin to commands for her, and Mo Chen's commands were unequivocal. Mo Chen grasped Xiang Nai's hand, transferring a substantial amount of life energy imbued with wood attribute chakra. In an instant, Xiang Nai sensed it, her expression shifting to one of astonishment as she exclaimed, Lord Mo Chen, what are you? Do not speak yet. Allow me to conduct an experiment. Mo Chen communicated with a glance, silently continuing to transmit his chakra. Initially, Xiang Nai felt a warm sensation enveloping her entire being, akin to lying beneath a cozy blanket in spring, with sunlight streaming through the window and casting a gentle glow upon her, inducing an indescribable comfort. Though her vitality had gradually improved since the losses endured in the hidden grass village, it had yet to be fully restored. As Mo Chen's chakra flowed into her, she soon found herself brimming with energy, even feeling a slight overflow. However, what astonished her further was the swift healing of the dark injuries accumulated over the years within her body. The unsightly bite marks on her arm began to fade gradually, until they vanished completely, leaving no trace behind. Although the other affected areas were not visible, she surmised they were undergoing a similar transformation. Overwhelmed by emotion, Xiang Nai trembled, her beautiful eyes brimming with tears. Lord Mo Chen expended such immense energy solely to aid her in healing? What merit do I possess to deserve this? Indeed, it is possible. Mo Chen exhaled deeply, gazing at the ecstatic expression of Xiang Nai, and with a gentle smile, he said, Aunt Xiang Nai, I am aware of the events that transpired in the village of Grass Hidden, which left a profound shadow in your heart, an abyss of memories you wish to avoid. The past is immutable, yet I can strive to help you mend the wounds. Now, your body has been restored to its original state, leaving no trace whatsoever. I fervently hope that as these scars fade, you will liberate yourself from that anguish and embrace a brand new life. Earlier, when he held Xiang Nai, Mo Chen had noticed the stark, ghastly scars revealed as her sleeves slipped down. Recalling the omnipotent life energy coursing within him, Mo Chen resolved to give it a try. And indeed, he succeeded. Thank you, Xiang Nai exclaimed, enveloping Mo Chen in her arms, overwhelmed with emotion and weeping profusely. Mo Chen not only rescued the mother and daughter, granting them a stable life, but he has now transformed her completely, cleansing her of her past burdens. From this moment forth, Xiang Nai's loyalty to Mo Chen soared to the utmost level. With just a word from him, she would not hesitate for an instant, even if it meant sacrificing her life. Not far away, Xiang Lin was also wiping away the tears from her face. She had been quietly observing this scene, which was fully broadcasted to the members of the group. Chapter 080. Does Lord Mo Chen also possess the Whirlpool bloodline? Hinata Hyuga. That is wonderful, Xiang Lin. Yamanaka Ino. Mo Chen is truly warm-hearted. I adore him. Tian. He possesses strength, talent, and intellect, while also being considerate of others. It's hard to find anyone like Mo Chen, even among the younger generation, let alone in the entire ninja world. Sakura Haruno. Indeed, he is quite thoughtful. Mizuki Anko. No wonder he is my dear brother Mo Chen. In the chat group, the women were profoundly moved by Mo Chen's actions. Although Mo Chen merely transmitted a bit of energy to Xiang Nai, it was only their second meeting, yet he remembered what many would deem trivial. This was not merely about being considerate. For a ninja, preserving one's life opens infinite possibilities. A few bite marks are indeed minor issues. However, for a woman, a mother, numerous bite marks represent lifelong scars that cannot be erased. After a while, Xiang Nai's emotions gradually calmed, though her face still bore the signs of her excitement, radiating uncontainable joy. I apologize, Lord Mo Chen, for making you witness such a scene, she said, wiping the traces of tears from her face, feeling somewhat embarrassed. What was the important matter you mentioned earlier? Is there anything I can assist you with? Though Xiang Nai was a mother of a 12-year-old, her appearance, due to the characteristics of the Whirlpool clan, belied her age, making her look like she was in her 20s. Her earlier vulnerable demeanor left Mo Chen momentarily dazed. After several deep breaths, he managed to regain his composure. "Anseong Nai, I took the opportunity to visit you while on a mission," Mo Chen explained. "The money I left last time was limited, and since you have recently moved in, there must be many things you need to purchase. I assume the funds have been nearly exhausted by now, so I brought you some additional support." Saying this, he handed over the 500,000 ryo left to him by the third Hokage. He then added, "Please use this money for now. It should sustain you for quite some time. Later, I will also purchase this house, so even if I bring you to Konoha in the future, this will remain an asset outside the village." Lord Mo Chen, Seong Nai said as she received the sealing scroll from him, initially intending to refuse. But Mo Chen gently pressed it back into her hands. "Rest assured, I have no worries about food or drink in Konoha, and I will have income after completing my tasks. It is not suitable for you to show yourselves now, and since you currently lack income, please make use of my assistance for the time being." Mo Chen did not allow Seong Nai the opportunity to speak, instead stating, "By the way, in addition to these matters, I have come here to learn some sealing techniques and barrier arts from you. The last time I was besieged by the Root organization. Had I been knowledgeable in barrier arts, the situation would have been considerably more manageable, and I would not have had to wait for Hong Do and her team to come to my rescue, although I did not suffer any losses that time. However, it was also due to Danzo underestimating my strength and his reluctance to prolong the confrontation, which resulted in a tactical miscalculation. Otherwise, given Danzo's resources, I would have been in considerable peril." "Sealing techniques?" Seong Nai paused, feeling a bit troubled. "If Lord Mo Chen has a need, I shall certainly do my utmost to fulfill it. Yet, I have been adrift since my homeland fell, leaving me with only a fraction of my family's legacy. And I am not particularly proficient in these arts. That is of no concern. Just teach me whatever you know," Mo Chen replied. "I currently have no one around me who understands sealing and barrier techniques. If I encounter foes employing such skills, I would be at a distinct disadvantage. And at the very least, I cannot be utterly ignorant. If that is the case, then it is certainly manageable." Upon hearing this, Seong Nai felt a surge of confidence. While she was not exceptionally skilled, her knowledge from her family's legacy was sufficient for introducing someone to the basics. Thus, she began to explain the principles and nature of sealing techniques and barrier arts to Mo Chen, gradually delving deeper, and also presented him with the relevant scrolls passed down through her family. Mo Chen possesses an exceptional aptitude for learning. Within merely half a day, he comprehended the principles of the sealing barrier and mastered several fundamental techniques. Meanwhile, Xiang Lin diligently practiced the Vajra lock, gradually honing her skills to a commendable level. As Mo Chen took a moment to enjoy his snack, a sudden thought struck him, prompting him to inquire of Aunt Kanna. "What are the conditions for casting the diamond lock? Is it true that only those of the Uzumaki bloodline can master it, while outsiders are utterly incapable?" Kanna, noticing Mo Chen's intrigue in the diamond lock, hesitated before responding. "This is a secret technique unique to the Uzumaki clan. Ordinarily, without our bloodline, one cannot wield it, regardless of their innate talent. Have there been attempts in the past?" Mo Chen pondered silently. He lacked the Senju or Uchiha bloodlines, yet he had managed to manifest wood release in the Sharingan. The system had previously stated that logic must be adhered to, yet his submissions for the Sharingan and wood release had both passed scrutiny. Awakening a bloodline limit without a bloodline seemed at odds with the established logic of the ninja world. He had speculated on various possibilities, concluding that all chakra originates from the god tree, with all techniques being manifestations of chakra utilized by predecessors. The concept of inheritance merely facilitates the ease of chakra manipulation. It does not imply that one cannot harness it without such lineage, albeit with considerable difficulty. Simply put, if one employs the correct methodology, even a common ninja could wield chakra to manifest any ability. This might be the truth that Orochimaru seeks. If this hypothesis holds true, then awakening a bloodline limit without familial heritage becomes logically feasible. Regardless, Mo Chen's prior fabrication of a future in which he could utilize the diamond lock and had it approved by the system serves as evidence that, akin to the Sharingan and wood release, he too could successfully awaken it. "If you are determined, Lord Mo Chen, I can share the method with you. But do not harbor excessive hopes," Kanna remarked, observing Mo Chen's resolute demeanor. She was willing to let him try yet feared it might dampen his spirits. "Do not worry. I am merely testing this out without clinging too tightly to the outcome," Mo Chen replied with a smile. Having acquired a foundational understanding of sealing techniques, he knew that attempting the diamond lock would build upon that knowledge. Thus, after Kanna's explanation, Mo Chen swiftly grasped the principles behind the diamond lock and endeavored to channel his chakra for conversion. Whoosh! To his astonishment, during his initial experiment, several golden chains erupted behind him. They were not only thicker and longer than Kanna's, but also shone more brilliantly, moving with remarkable agility under Mo Chen's control. In comparison, it seemed as though Kanna's was a mere imitation, while Mo Chen's appeared authentic. Kanna was left utterly speechless, her mind blank with disbelief. How could this be possible? Could one truly perform the diamond lock without the Uzumaki bloodline? Or might it be that within Mo Chen resided a hidden Uzumaki lineage, binding them as kin? Sharon, having heard the commotion, turned her head. Unlike her mother, she had watched the future videos and was mentally prepared. Witnessing Mo Chen wield a more refined and powerful diamond lock than her own, her eyes sparkled with admiration. Mo Chen-kun, you are simply magnificent, Sharon exclaimed, dashing over. Her hands clasped before her chest, her face radiating adoration. Mother, did you not claim that without the Uzumaki bloodline, one could not use the diamond lock? What do you say now about Mo Chen-kun? Sharon disregarded Mo Chen's ongoing experimentation and rushed to embrace his arm, unwilling to let go. Mo Chen initially harbored concerns about harming Xiang Lin. However, he soon discovered that the golden chains responded to his will with remarkable precision, devoid of the chaotic risk that had once plagued Xiang Lin. Mother is unaware. Xiang Nai was so astonished that she remained in a state of disbelief for an extended period. Boldly, Xiang Lin speculated. Could this imply that Mo Chen possesses the bloodline of our Uzumaki clan? Therefore, Mo Chen, we might indeed be relatives. Upon hearing this, Xiang Nai nodded in agreement, stating, this seems to be the only plausible explanation. Perhaps Lord Mo Chen's maternal lineage is connected to the Uzumaki. After all, the land of whirlpools once shared a close relationship with Konoha, and the wife of the first Hokage was also a member of our Uzumaki clan. Lord Mo Chen, are you aware of your ancestry? Mo Chen shook his head and said, my parents passed away when I was very young, and I have grown up alone since then. I am not aware of who they were. Judging by the timeline, it can be inferred that his parents likely perished during the Nine Tails chaos. He spent his childhood in an orphanage until he became self-sufficient and began receiving welfare monthly to support himself. Of course, Mo Chen is dressed in a particular manner. These details merely serve as background context. What he knows is that he is of common birth, and his parents were not even ninjas, bearing little relation to the Uzumaki clan. His awakening of the diamond lock is entirely the result of the system's influence. However, at this moment, both Kanna and Kori have come to believe that Mo Chen possesses Uzumaki blood, and their gazes towards him have grown warmer. It is unexpected that Mo Chen had such a difficult past. Kori, feeling emotional, remarked, from now on, my mother and I will be your family. You are no longer alone. Kanna, also touched, approached and embraced the two children, gently saying, Kori is right. From now on, we are all family. No matter when. As long as you return, Mo Chen, this place will always be your home. Mo Chen opened his mouth, but ultimately decided that there was no need for a forced explanation. A misunderstanding is merely a misunderstanding. It is not of great significance. After awakening the Vajra seal, Mo Chen briefly tested the Kagura mind's eye, and to his surprise, it activated on the first attempt as well. However, the range of perception was limited to merely a few kilometers, requiring time for refinement, falling far short of the several dozen kilometers described in the original text. Your talent is truly astonishing, Master Mo Chen. I have never encountered anyone with such formidable learning abilities as yours. It is likely that no one in the entire history of the Uzumaki clan surpasses you in this regard, remarked Kanna, who was greatly impressed and further convinced of Mo Chen's Uzumaki lineage. Mo Chen casually perused the scroll that Xiang Nai had handed him, but upon encountering a particular incantation, his gaze sharpened with intensity. Xiang Nai swiftly intervened, raising her hand to obstruct his view, exclaiming urgently, my lord Mo Chen, you must never attempt to learn this technique. The execution of such an art demands a sacrifice of one's very soul, rendering it a far more merciless approach than perishing alongside one's adversary. How could she have overlooked this incantation? It should have been erased from the scroll long ago. Mo Chen smiled and said to Xiang Nai, rest assured, Aunt Xiang Nai, I have yet to exhaust my life. I will not act recklessly. The technique inscribed on the scroll is none other than the Reaper Death Seal utilized by the fourth Hokage, Minato Namikaze, to seal the Nine Tails. This is an S-rank sealing jutsu, wherein the practitioner sacrifices their own soul to summon the Shinigami to seal an adversary. Upon completion of the seal, the Shinigami claims the practitioner's soul, binding them eternally with the sealed entity within its belly. After sealing the Yin half of the Nine Tails, Minato reconciled within the Shinigami's stomach and mastered the Kurama mode. Theoretically, Minato could also achieve full-tailed beast transformation and enter the heightened mode, though the original work has not depicted him doing so. Upon witnessing the Reaper Death Seal, Mo Chen was reminded of a certain man who had exploited a bug related to the Shinigami. Furthermore, prior to his transmigration, he had contemplated another type of bug. If this bug could be triggered, the Uzumaki clan would possess a power rivaling that of Susanoo. Aunt Xiang Nai, I have a question for you. Mo Chen was suddenly intrigued and pulled Xiang Nai aside, asking, what if, and I emphasize if, I were to perform the corpse sealing technique, but succeeded in sealing nothing, and then lifted the spell? Would my soul still be claimed by the Grim Reaper? Xiang Nai furrowed her brows, realizing that Lord Mo Chen was indeed fascinated by the corpse sealing technique. She was inclined to refuse to answer his question, fearing that he might act impulsively and make a grave mistake. However, she also recognized that if she remained silent, he might conduct his own experiments during a moment of folly, leading to even worse consequences. Reluctantly, Xiang Nai replied, once the corpse sealing technique is employed, it becomes irreversible. There are only two outcomes, success or failure. Regardless of the outcome, the practitioner's soul cannot evade capture. Thus, I implore you, Lord Mo Chen, to refrain from attempting this technique, for the consequences of its execution could be far more dreadful than death itself. Mo Chen thoughtfully stroked his chin, pondering the irreversible nature of the technique. This implied that the move could not be undone in advance. Although he could not ascertain the extent of that bug's limitations, he was now hesitant to experiment recklessly. Lord Mo Chen. Kane grasped his arm tightly, her expression a mix of anxiety and seriousness. Promise me. You must absolutely refrain from learning the corpse sealing technique. Aunt Kane, I appreciate your concern, but there is no need for such excessive caution. Mo Chen replied with a hint of amusement. The existence of any technique holds its significance. I would never be foolish enough to gamble with my own soul. However, this technique does possess certain merits that intrigue me, and I intend to explore it, albeit only after ensuring my own safety. Furthermore, let me share something with you. There is indeed a method to break the corpse sealing technique. A method to break it? Kane exclaimed in astonishment, for she had never heard of such a thing before. Mo Chen shared all the methods he knew with her, primarily to reassure her. However, after listening, Xiang Nai resolutely declared, indeed, to unravel the seal of the corpse spirit also requires a soul as a sacrifice. If Master Mo Chen insists on researching the corpse spirit seal, and should misfortune befall him in the future, I shall willingly sacrifice myself to save you. It seemed to have an opposite effect. Mo Chen found himself in a perplexing situation, raising his hand in resignation and saying, all right. Even if it's to prevent Aunt Xiangnai from sacrificing your soul, I will not fall for it. After a moment of silence, Xiangnai, appearing defeated, sighed and said, in fact, there is a third possibility. Noticing Mo Chen's puzzled expression, she elaborated, after the casting of the corpse demon sealing, aside from the outcomes of successful or failed sealings, there exists a third scenario. Previously, someone had proposed the same hypothesis you just mentioned. Whether the soul would still be claimed by the Grim Reaper if the spell was voluntarily undone after casting. That individual conducted an experiment, and the answer was no. However, even so, his soul remained weakened for a considerable time before recovering, as it was said that a portion of his soul energy had been siphoned away by the Grim Reaper. After all, dealing with the Grim Reaper inevitably incurs some cost. To summon and then do nothing but undo the spell would only harm one's own soul. Such an act would be foolish. Realizing that persuasion was futile with Mo Chen, Xiangnai chose to disclose the truth, hoping to dissuade him from attempting it for himself. Chapter 082, The Traveler's Exclusive Pouch. Meanwhile, Kakashi's team, having departed from Konoha, soon encountered the Ghost Brothers intent on ambushing Dizuna. Two Chunin disguised as mist ninjas suddenly sprang from the roadside puddles, ensnaring the lagging Kakashi with serrated chains. First one, hooked. With sinister grins, the two yanked the chains, and Kakashi's body was instantly torn asunder. Kakashi. Kakashi-sensei. The three young members of Team 7 turned pale, with Sasuke grimly tightening his jaw while Naruto and Sakura displayed expressions of sheer terror. You were the second. In the next instant, the two mist ninjas had darted behind Naruto, dragging the chains in an attempt to repeat their previous attack. Paralyzed by fear, Naruto stood frozen, drenched in cold sweat. At a critical moment, Sasuke heroically intervened, skillfully pinning the chains to a tree with his shuriken technique. Balancing on the shoulders of one mist ninja with each foot, he effortlessly forced the two back. Yet, being Chunin, the adversaries quickly regained their footing. One circled around Sasuke while the other charged towards Naruto, aiming straight for Dizuna. Wah! Naruto, caught off guard once more, found himself in peril, utterly bewildered and shouting in panic. However, despite her own anxiety, Sakura did not forget to position herself in front of their mission's client. Old man, quickly retreat. Sakura, wielding a kunai, realized she could not match the speed of their opponents. Would this be the end? Where is Mo Chen? Surely, he will come to rescue me. Suddenly, someone rushed over and stood before Sakura, but it was not the expected Mo Chen, it was Sasuke, who had deemed this situation more critical than Naruto's and thus came to provide support. Sasuke-kun. Sakura's face instantly brightened, and she promptly cast Mo Chen aside. Bang. Two mist ninjas were swiftly dispatched by Kakashi's sudden appearance. It turned out that the Kakashi who had just been injured was merely a wooden substitute from his substitution technique. Naruto, I apologize for not rescuing you sooner and for your injuries. I did not anticipate that you would be immobilized, Kakashi remarked, holding the two mist ninjas. Turning to Sasuke, well done. And you too, Sakura. Naruto was struck by a wave of self-doubt, despite it being their first mission. He was the only one paralyzed by fear. Even Sakura had outshone him. Refusing to succumb to despair, Naruto drove a kunai into the back of his hand. Wounded by the poisoned chains of the mist ninja, vowing through the pain, from this day forth, he would no longer cower or evade, but charge forward with courage. Thus, the ninja world gained a new reckless youth, heedless of the consequences, charging ahead without regard for reason. This Uzumaki Naruto truly is quite amusing, concealed within the foliage. Tenzo chuckled at the sight of Naruto's oath followed by his cries of pain. However, he soon added, yet, as the Jinchuriki of the Nine Tails, his strength is rather lacking. Kakashi-senpai must find teaching such a problematic student quite troublesome. The wooden clone of Mo Chen, observing from the sidelines, chuckled softly. Naruto was at the bottom of his class in the Ninja Academy, regarded as the class clown. Do you share that sentiment? Tenzo inquired, casting a glance at Mo Chen. He was well aware of Naruto's background, but he was more curious about Mo Chen's perspective on him. Mo Chen fell silent for a moment, then self-deprecatingly remarked, "To be honest, I used to harbor quite a dislike for him. He relished in displaying bravado and authority, yet lacked the requisite strength to substantiate it. Consequently, he often engaged in grandiose proclamations and noisy disturbances that were rather irksome. This is the truth, and it mirrors my impressions while watching anime. The illustrious protagonist, instead of embodying strength, is either met with humiliation or treads the path towards it, resembling nothing more than a jester, making it utterly impossible for one to empathize with the protagonist's perspective. And what of now?" Tian Song continued to inquire. Mo Chen sighed softly, remarking, "If I were in his place, I could not possess the same fortitude and optimism. For this reason alone, he is truly admirable." "Indeed," Tian Song reflected. "Yet in this world, he is not the sole unfortunate soul. Mo Chen, do not belittle yourself. In my eyes, you are no less than he. After all, you two have traversed life alone since childhood. Not only Naruto and Mo Chen, but he too shares this plight. Perhaps it is the tragedy of our era. Or perhaps this world has always been so." Mo Chen cast a sidelong glance at him, pondering what fantastical notions had suddenly taken root in Tian Song's mind. "Teacher Tian Song, a C-rank mission has encountered 2 mist-hidden Chunin, seemingly mere vanguard troops. Do you not perceive a substantial issue with this task?" Mo Chen cautioned, aiming to prevent any further flights of fancy from Tian Song. Tian Song snapped back to attention and replied earnestly, "Indeed, there is a concern, but it is not grave. After all, it involves Senior Kakashi. The fact that he chose to proceed with the mission after thorough consideration indicates he has weighed the risks adequately. Our sole responsibility is to prevent the Nine-Tails' power from going berserk. Other matters do not fall within our purview." His trust in Kakashi was palpable, yet it was understandable, considering Kakashi had once been his captain. However, what Mo Chen truly wished to address was the oversight regarding the mission's rank assessment by Konoha. Yet, upon further reflection, he realized this bore little consequence for him. He had no intention of undertaking such assignments. Ultimately, it was a matter of idle concern should the mission falter. The repercussions would not befall him. "By the way, where is your true self?" Tian Song's sudden inquiry caused Mo Chen to stumble, nearly tumbling from the tree. He had believed his concealment was flawless, only to discover he had been unmasked. Tian Song chuckled, "There is no need for alarm. After all, your technique is one I taught you. If I cannot discern it, what kind of teacher would I be?" The wood clone technique is far more deceptive than the shadow clone, and discerning such a clone necessitates special methods, specifically sensing the chakra within the clone to ascertain its authenticity. Generally, a clone's chakra is a fraction of that of the original. Thus it would be considerably diminished in comparison. However, in Mo Chen's case, where chakra was abundant, unless he disclosed it himself, few could recognize him as a clone. Tian Song's realization was more a matter of experience blended with conjecture, merely probing Mo Chen rather than having truly identified him. Ultimately, it was a reflection of Mo Chen's relative inexperience. Mo Chen, unaware of the situation, was fortunate to have prepared his words in advance. The significance of the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki to the village had already been imparted to me by the third Hokage, and I believe that no amount of caution can be deemed excessive. Mo Chen stated earnestly, "Therefore, my true form has ventured ahead to scout the path. Those 2 mist shinobi from earlier have likely been detected by my true form, which may lead to a more in-depth investigation to prevent any incidents beyond our control. At that time, my true form should be waiting for us in the land of waves." Tian Song paused momentarily, then patted Mo Chen on the shoulder, saying, "This should have been my consideration, but due to the nature of this C-rank mission and the presence of Senior Kakashi, I did not take this task seriously. This is my oversight." Mo Chen smiled shyly, saying, "No, I have merely undertaken similar tasks twice before, gaining some experience. I cannot possibly compare myself to teacher Tian Zong." "Do not be so modest," Tian Zong replied with a smile. "Having an outstanding disciple like you indeed places considerable pressure on me. But witnessing your growth fills me with joy and pride." In truth, after Mo Chen completed his studies in sealing techniques with Xiong Nai, he had indeed made his way to the land of waves ahead of schedule. His primary objective, of course, was not merely investigation, but rather that special pouch reserved for travelers. How could Mo Chen let such an opportunity slip by? Chapter 083, an additional long-term meal ticket in the land of waves. At the treehouse arranged for Zai Bujan by Kato, they had failed. Kato, accompanied by a bodyguard, stormed in with an imposing demeanor, demanding, "I heard that you possess remarkable skills. Hence, I paid a handsome sum to engage your services." With a swift motion, Zai Bujan lounged on the sofa, his 40-meter-long blade sweeping forward, the tip halting mere centimeters from Kato's throat, leaving the latter pale and drenched in cold sweat. "Enough of your nonsense," Zai Bujan declared in a low voice. "This time, I shall personally take action and sever the heads of those scoundrels. There shall be no further blunders this time, right?" Kato's bravado faltered, and he adopted a more conciliatory tone. The ninjas over there seemed quite formidable, and the failure of the Ghost brothers might render them more vigilant. "Do you think you are speaking to whom?" Zai Bujan scoffed. "I am the esteemed Huo Ying Ghost Man, Zai Bujan." Before long, Kato left, his expression a mix of frustration and anger. "Damn Zai Bujan. Has he forgotten who the employer truly is? Kato muttered to himself as he walked away. I paid for your services, expecting assistance. Yet you dare to ride roughshod over me. It's infuriating. The bodyguard spoke up. After all, he is a rogue ninja from a great nation. He is accustomed to behaving lawlessly. As long as he can fulfill the task, my lord stands to gain even more. Indeed, Kato grinned, his thoughts becoming clearer. However, the calmness of the ninja was merely a temporary facade, and the more he contemplated, the angrier he became. No, although it is to deal with those troublesome citizens, I cannot set such a precedent. Otherwise, those around me may exploit their ability to assist me and turn it into a threat. What authority would I have then? The bodyguard pondered before suggesting, if that is the case, I have an idea. Speak. Kato shot him a glance. The bodyguard deliberated. Zaibu Zhan is, after all, a rogue ninja. Even if my lord were to kill him, no one would come to his aid. Furthermore, with his corpse in hand, we could claim a bounty from Huo Ying village. We could publicly state that he disrespected his employer, and it would not tarnish my lord's reputation. Well said. Kato's eyes brightened. But he quickly hesitated. Yet, he is renowned and possesses formidable strength. Otherwise, I would not have hired him. It would not be so simple to eliminate Zaibu Zhan. Ninjas are merely tools. The bodyguard sneered. If a tool is unwieldy, one must replace it with a more suitable one. If nothing sharper is available, one compensates with numbers. No matter how strong Zaibu Zhan is, he is ultimately isolated. My lord could employ more individuals, and a flurry of blades would suffice to dispatch him. When the time comes, I would be willing to lead the charge. Precisely. That is the way, Kato exclaimed with delight, leaping to pat the bodyguard on the chest. His face filled with joy. You truly are loyal to me. I assure you that I shall reward you handsomely once this is accomplished. Thank you, my lord. The bodyguard grinned, saying, It is my honor to relieve my lord of burdens. As the distinguished owner of a shipping company engaged in nefarious dealings, it was no wonder he could monopolize an entire nation's maritime trade. Indeed, there is no business without deception. At that moment, a voice echoed in the air. Ethereal and elusive. Who goes there? Kato immediately became alert, and the bodyguard swiftly shielded him. From the woods emerged a figure clad in a mask. Casting a cold glance at the bodyguard, without a moment's resistance, the bodyguard slumped to the ground. What? Kato's face paled as he turned and fled without hesitation. The newcomer bore ill intent. Regardless of who they were or what their purpose, Kato had no intention of placing himself in peril. The best course of action was to return swiftly to the treehouse, where he could rely on Zaibu Zhan for protection. No wonder his company had grown so vast. His instinct for self-preservation was indeed exceptional. The newcomer smiled faintly, unhurried, and waited until Kato had put a considerable distance between them before suddenly appearing in his path. Kato, terrified, fell to the ground, his face a mask of fear, pleading, Do not kill me. I can give you money, lots and lots of money. Just spare my life. When did I say I intended to kill you? The newcomer replied, his tone somewhat peculiar. It was none other than Mo Chen's true form, who had arrived not with the intent to kill Kato, for the latter was a pouch reserved for travelers. How could Mo Chen afford to squander such an opportunity? Retaining Kato would allow wealth to multiply. In the world of ninjas, strength held paramount importance, yet money remained an essential commodity. This was true in any realm. Wealth could elevate one's quality of life, and as a traveler, Mo Chen was determined not to shortchange himself. Not going to kill me? Kato blinked in surprise, exhaling a sigh of relief. As long as his life was spared, everything else could be negotiated. The recent appearance of Mo Chen had instilled in him immense pressure. Feeling more formidable than the so-called ghost man, Zaibu Zhan, Kato, lacking the discerning eye of a ninja, could not gauge strength through the oppressive aura. He instinctively believed Mo Chen to surpass Zaibu Zhan in prowess. With a glimmer of hope in his eyes, Kato exclaimed, Hero, I can see right away that you are no ordinary person. You are destined for greatness. Why not join me, Kato? If you work for me, I can offer you everything. Oh, this Kato may not be much to look at, but his aspirations are quite grand. However, based solely on his vision. Mo Chen quietly commended him. He had no desire to waste further time on such a person. Look at me, hidden behind his sunglasses. Mo Chen's pupils had transformed into the blood-red, three-tomo Sharingan, the tomo spinning rapidly. Genjutsu, Sharingan. With a mere glance, Cardo instantly became entranced. As long as one's mental power surpasses that of the opponent or the opponent is unguarded, the Sharingan is capable of rewriting the opponent's consciousness. This, of course, presupposes that Mo Chen had grasped the principles of illusion techniques. Cardo, an ordinary person devoid of any ninja prowess, stood defenseless before the three-tomo Sharingan, akin to a naked beauty exposed before a bandit. Thus, Mo Chen swiftly implanted the subconscious notion within Cardo's mind that he was the master. Everything belonging to Cardo was now Mo Chen's, and his commands were absolute. Unless a skilled illusionist or an experienced strongman discerned the ruse and assisted in breaking the spell, Cardo would remain forever devoted to serving Mo Chen. Yet, in a tiny nation devoid of ninjas, which formidable individual would care? Such an occurrence was unlikely. Subsequently, Mo Chen masqueraded as Cardo's bodyguard, accompanying him home and utilizing sealing scrolls to abscond with nearly all the cash and valuables from Cardo's residence. He sealed away over a dozen scrolls, with a total worth exceeding 100 billion Rio. As for the mission in the Land of Waves, Mo Chen would refrain from excessive interference. However, he intended to preserve the lives of Zabuza and Haku, as they might prove useful to him in the future. Moreover, with Zabuza alive, Cardo could also live, granting Mo Chen a long-term source of sustenance. That said, Cardo's business acumen was exceedingly inept. While monopolization is commendable, overexploitation is the mark of a fool. A slight adjustment in this regard would prevent significant conflict during the expedition to the Land of Waves, leading to a mutually beneficial outcome. Chapter 084, Group Member Quota 1. Tsunade joins the group. Ding. Group Member Quota 1. Randomly selecting a new member. Please wait. At this moment, Mo Chen was awaiting the arrival of the 7th team at Cardo's estate when a sudden notification from the system sparked his attention. Another newcomer was on the way? It seemed that some time had passed since the last edition. He wondered who it could be. The process of adding new members to the chat group appeared remarkably casual, with no specific triggers for timing or selection, entirely at the system's whim. The identity of the incoming members felt like a lottery to Mo Chen. If he were to choose someone he particularly wished to see join, it would undoubtedly be Kaguya Otsutsuki. After all, she possessed unparalleled strength, and her beauty and grace were exceptional. The advantages Mo Chen could garner from fabricating a future involving her would be substantial. However, he harbored concerns that if Kaguya were indeed to join, she might lead the other women in the group astray. Ding. Selection complete. The new member is Tsunade, currently being added to the group. Tsunade? Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback. How should one put it? He could indeed be considered a commendable candidate. After all, the Chunin exams were just around the corner. The 3rd Hokage was nearing his demise, and the 5th would soon ascend to power. The era of Tsunade in Konoha was imminent. With her joining the group early, the 3rd's death might bring about unforeseen changes. Yet Mo Chen could also grasp a more substantial alliance within the village. With what release at his disposal, he was confident that Tsunade would not overlook him. Recently, a plump sheep, indulging in the gambling dens of the Land of Fire, had transformed into a young golden-haired girl using transformation jutsu, stealthily evading her creditors in a narrow alley. Hiki, what a bunch of fools. The golden-haired girl nimbly scaled a wall, turned to make a face at her pursuers, and exclaimed with laughter, "Catch me? Perhaps in your next life." Just as she strutted forward, preparing to find a place to continue her frivolity, she suddenly experienced a moment of disorientation, causing her to stumble and fall flat on the ground. Ouch, that hurts. The little girl clutched her nose as she got up, then patted down her attire, muttering, "Damn it. I'm not quite accustomed to there being nothing in front of me." Ding. Tsunade has successfully joined Mo Chen's main group. Congratulations on becoming a member of Mo Chen's entourage. Please adhere to the following rules. 1. Mo Chen is the group leader. His interests supersede all else. Group members are strictly prohibited from engaging in any actions detrimental to the leader. What on earth? Have I hit my head and started hearing things? The golden-haired girl was utterly bewildered by the notifications echoing in her mind. As for Genjutsu? Nonsense. Did they not realize who she was? How could anyone silently ensnare her in a Genjutsu? Ding. Tsunade has joined the chat group. Simultaneously, the other members of the group received a notification. Tian, Tsunade? Is that the Tsunade I know? No way. The Lady Tsunade has joined the group? Sakura Haruno. Who is Tsunade? Why are you so excited, Tian? Ino Yamanaka. Forehead girl. You don't even know who Lady Tsunade is? What a shame considering you excel in your studies. Sakura Haruno. Did we learn about her in school? Ino Yamanaka. Didn't we? Enko Mitarashi. Lady Tsunade. Tsunade. Oh? Is this a place where one can converse? Can someone explain to me what is going on? And, Enko? Enko Mitarashi. It's me. Long time no see, Lady Tsunade. I can't believe you've joined the group too. Tsunade? Group? Is it the Mo Chen main group I just heard about? Who is Mo Chen? Did he create this group? How amusing. Someone dares to include me as one of his entourage. They must be quite bold. At that moment, Mo Chen, who had been eavesdropping, felt a chill run down his spine. He never anticipated that the first piece of gossip would land on his head. Tsunade? He could not afford to provoke her. Indeed, not only Mo Chen, but all members who saw Tsunade's message felt an unsettling chill. Enko Mitarashi. Ahem, Lady Tsunade. You might want to check out a few videos and the documents first, and then I'll tell you everything you wish to know. Tsunade. Documents? Videos? Are there any special contents? Enko Mitarashi. You'll see for yourself. Tsunade. All right. I shall take a look. In reality, while Tsunade harbored suspicions of possible traps or schemes, she was indifferent. After all, who was she? She was one of the legendary Sannin, the princess of slugs. Anyone who dared to deceive her would only meet a tragic end. Lady Tsunade. Finally found you. What are you doing here? Suddenly, Shizen, clutching a pink pig, dashed around the corner. Upon seeing the unharmed golden-haired girl, she let out a sigh of relief, slightly complaining, "Seriously, Lady Tsunade. Can you please stop running off without a word? I almost got cornered by them." Puff, puff. The pink piglet also joined in the complaints. Nearly being caught for a stew. Haha. The little girl chuckled heartily. She formed a hand seal, and with a puff of smoke, transformed from a flat-chested little girl into a curvaceous woman. That was just a moment of urgency. Tsunade chuckled awkwardly, quickly changing the subject. Speaking of which, I just encountered something quite peculiar. Tsunade opened her mouth to share the details of the chat group and seek Shizen's insights, but the words got lodged in her throat, rendering her unable to speak. Tsunade furrowed her brows. Was it some form of sealing technique? What strange occurrence was this? Shizen wondered. Forget it. It's nothing. Let us find a place to rest. Tsunade waved her hand and strode forward. Lady Tsunade, you are too sly. Don't think you can change the topic. Shizen thought Tsunade was intentionally diverting her attention and immediately called out to catch up. However, Tsunade was too preoccupied to pay Shizen any mind, silently opening the group files to watch several future videos. How strange. These things seemed to be implanted directly in her mind, invisible to outsiders, and she could not articulate their existence. Yet, Tsunade could not recall when she had fallen under someone else's trick. Moreover, the names that had appeared in the chat, aside from Anko, were all unfamiliar to her, suggesting they were all from Konoha, seemingly well acquainted with Anko. Could they be real individuals, or mere impersonations, like the other newcomers to the group? Tsunade was initially filled with questions. However, her attention was swiftly captured by the visuals in the videos. Would release. Tsunade's pupils dilated. She witnessed Mo Chen and Tian sparring in the training ground, utilizing authentic would release techniques. Impossible. This simply could not be. Tsunade nearly shouted in disbelief. Aside from her grandfather Hashirama, how could anyone else wield would release in this world? Let alone a child who had just graduated from the Ninja Academy. Intending to inquire further from Anko in the group, Tsunade hesitated upon seeing that the video was not yet finished and new footage was forthcoming. She resolved to wait until all was revealed before deciding what to do next. Chapter 085, Arrival in the Land of Waves, Zabuza Strikes. Tsunade, Anko. Were the events depicted in those videos real occurrences? Anko Mitarashi, did you finish watching, Lady Tsunade? Actually, these are future videos, all released prior to the events. The last video was available 3 days ago, but the incident only transpired yesterday. Anko Mitarashi, what I can confirm is that these clips have indeed happened. And there is no discrepancy between reality and the content of the videos. Tsunade, I see. So, Mo Chen's would release is genuine? Have you verified it personally? Anko Mitarashi, it is indeed real. While I have not witnessed him perform would release myself, I have seen the aftermath of his techniques. Furthermore, just yesterday, he utilized wood release, binding technique, disguised as a magical binding kill against red. Tsunade, then what is the nature of this group? Anko Mitarashi, actually, I only joined a few days ago, making me the last addition among these members, aside from you. Tsunade, is there truly such a miraculous phenomenon in this world? I remain skeptical. Anko Mitarashi, but it is indeed true. I am currently at LV3, possessing a 300 enhancement effect, with all attributes elevated to triple their original state. I was previously a special Jonin, and just a few days ago, I breezed through the Jonin examination thanks to the enhancement effects. Mitarashi Anko, if Lady Tsunade still harbors doubts, I can provide you with direct evidence. Tsunade, that is acceptable, but prior to that, I would appreciate your discreet investigation into Mo Chen's origins. I need to ascertain his connections to the Senju, Uchiha, and Uzumaki clans. Mitarashi Anko, would it not be more prudent to directly consult Lord Third regarding this matter? After all, it pertains to would release, and should I conduct a private inquiry? Tsunade, should any complications arise, the blame shall fall upon me. Once the truth is revealed, I will seek you out. But do ensure that no one else is privy to this, or I shall remain hidden. Mitarashi Anko, Lady Tsunade, are you still unwilling to return to the village? Even with Mo Chen as your brother now? Tsunade, let us discuss that once you have clarified his identity. Mitarashi Anko, very well. Who am I to question, Lady Tsunade? Perhaps it is Tsunade's inherent aura that instills a sense of pressure, even through the screen. Thus, while she and Anko engaged in serious discourse, none dared to interject. It was only after their conversation concluded that others began to emerge. First, Tintin expressed her admiration for Tsunade, who happens to be her idol. Then, Ino conveyed her respect, recognizing her as the legendary ninja. Subsequently, Tsunade took the initiative to converse with Karen at length, expressing her desire to visit her and her mother. Interestingly, they could be considered distant relatives, as Tsunade's grandmother also hailed from the Uzumaki clan. Upon witnessing Tsunade engaged in conversation with Karen, Mo Chen's heart stirred with intrigue. If he could persuade Karen to take Tsunade as her mentor, it would naturally lead to her integration into Konoha. Even if the Sunagakure became aware of this, they would hesitate to demand her return, likely retreating into their shells, fearing Tsunade's wrath. Thus, Mo Chen would find himself relieved of any burdensome concerns. Furthermore, with Karen's unique constitution and innate talents, she might excel in the medical ninjutsu realm, perhaps even surpassing Sakura in her capability to inherit Tsunade's legacy. Meanwhile, Team 7 hurriedly made their way to the maritime region connecting the Land of Fire and the Land of Waves. There, they were met by individuals arranged by Tazuna, who assisted them in boarding a small boat that glided across the sea with the aid of bamboo poles. Although separated by ocean, the distance was not great. Otherwise, Tazuna, no matter how adept, could not have single-handedly constructed a bridge linking the two nations. As they set sail, Tianzong arrived at the shore. Watching the small boat drift away, he clasped his hands together and, utilizing wood release, conjured a small vessel to pursue Mo Chen's wooden clone. The waters between the two nations were shrouded in mist, making it easy to lose sight of their target. However, they had to maintain a safe distance. For their covert operation had not even been disclosed to Kakashi. Fear not, Mo Chen stated with a smile. My true self has already discerned the identity of the one awaiting us and discreetly left plant seeds aboard that vessel, which teacher Tianzong can also sense. Upon attuning his senses, Tianzong confirmed this, immediately giving Mo Chen a thumbs up, exclaiming, "Your meticulousness in your endeavors is commendable. You are increasingly embodying the qualities of an exceptional ninja. It seems I will soon be able to entrust you with responsibilities independently," Mo Chen humbly remarked. "It is all thanks to Master Tianzong's guidance. Without your meticulous instruction, I would not have been able to progress so swiftly." Though this statement was modest, it held a kernel of truth. Tianzong had indeed devoted himself wholeheartedly to imparting knowledge to him, sharing every conceivable piece of wisdom. 3 hours later, Tianzong and Mo Chen arrived at the shores of the Land of Waves. The sea was shrouded in thick mist, yet upon entering the Land of Waves, their visibility remarkably improved. They left their vessel by the shore, though its exact location was now indiscernible, and they would need to search for it. Tianzong glanced at the small boat anchored on the shore and began to analyze the situation. Fortunately, the Land of Waves was merely a small island, making it relatively easy to locate a few foreign ninjas. Subsequently, Tianzong turned to Mo Chen and inquired, "Where is your original form currently located? Can you sense it? At what point shall we convene?" Before Mo Chen could utter a word, both individuals heard the distinct sound of kunai clashing ahead. A situation had arisen. Exchanging a glance, they stealthily advanced. Soon, they beheld a dense fog enveloping the nearby woods, within which the sporadic sounds of kunai clashing indicated that a battle was underway among ninjas. This was the hidden mist technique of the Mist Village. Tianzong assessed the situation, his expression growing grave as he remarked, "It appears that our esteemed Kakashi-senpai has fallen into an ambush. From the sounds, it is likely that the adversaries are highly skilled, and it is Kakashi-senpai who is engaged in combat with them." Mo Chen feigned surprise and pretentiously inquired, "What shall we do now? Naruto might be in peril. Should we charge in?" However, the precise circumstances shrouded in the mist remained unknown to us. Rushing in recklessly would not be prudent. It would be wiser to wait and observe. I place my faith in Kakashi-senpai. After some contemplation, Tianzong ultimately resolved to trust Kakashi. Mo Chen unpaused for a moment, his body suddenly transforming into a piece of wood, only to subsequently dissolve into a puddle of soft mud upon the ground. Tianzong was momentarily taken aback. Yet in the next instant, another Mo Chen emerged from the forest, revealing his true form. "Teacher Tianzong." Mo Chen greeted him with a smile, stating, "I sensed the plant seeds I had previously left behind drawing near, so I hurried over in advance, and indeed, I found you here." With that, Tianzong immediately grasped the implications of his words. Mo Chen nodded and said, "It is the rogue ninja from the mist, one of the legendary 7 ninja swordsmen. The wielder of the decapitating sword, Momochi Zabuza. He has been hired by the Mafia shipping company owner, Kato, to take the life of Tizuna, thus placing him in opposition to Naruto and his companions." "Zabuza? This could be troublesome." Tianzong frowned. "If Kakashi were to encounter Zabuza alone, I would not be overly concerned. However, the presence of several burdensome companions may leave him at a disadvantage." Chapter 86, The Rescue of Kakashi, Naruto's Moment of Glory. Bang. Suddenly, a muffled sound echoed as a figure burst forth at an astonishing speed from the mist, crashing onto the surface of the river nearby. "Kakashi-senpai," Tianzong gasped. Taken aback to see Kakashi in such a disheveled state, prompted by Mo Chen's warning, the two quickly sought refuge in a concealed spot. In the next moment, another figure erupted from the water, appearing behind Kakashi, hands forming seals aimed directly at him. "Fool. Water prison jutsu." The sudden apparition was none other than Kakashi's adversary in battle, Momochi Zabuza. A water prison jutsu ensnared Kakashi, trapping him within a large bubble of water. "This is bad. I intended to hide in the water first. This was a grave miscalculation." Kakashi struggled, realizing the water within the bubble was exceedingly heavy, impeding his movements and making it nearly impossible to break free from within. "Heh heh," Zabuza sneered with delight. "You've fallen for my trap. There is no escape from here. I must first subdue you before I can proceed." With that, Zabuza utilized the water cloning technique, dispatching a clone to eliminate the target, Tizuna. As Kakashi remained ensnared, the effects of the mist technique faded, revealing a clearer line of sight. "Kakashi-senpai has been bested," Tianzong remarked, somewhat astonished. It appears that Zabuza truly lives up to his reputation as one of the 7 ninja swordsmen, having gained the upper hand over Kakashi-senpai. This puts Naruto and the others in jeopardy. Mo Chen, stay vigilant and be prepared to act. In this situation, even if Naruto does not lose control, it may be necessary to intervene for his safety, Tianzong advised. Merely a water clone, possessing only a fraction of the original strength, Mo Chen replied nonchalantly. If Naruto and Sasuke can harness their true power, they may yet defeat Zabuza's clone. Even in a direct confrontation, they could have a chance of victory. Yet, This was their first encounter with an enemy, and their lack of experience would likely limit their abilities to just half. Ultimately relying on teamwork to rescue Kakashi and achieve their own survival. You seem quite confident in them. Tianzong expressed surprise, unable to perceive any opportunity for Naruto and Sasuke. After all, they are my old classmates, Mo Chen smiled. Though Naruto may be considered the underdog, his indomitable spirit and remarkable physical prowess shine through. As for Sasuke, not only is he the top of his class, but he also bears the Uchiha name. Tianzong paused, contemplating Mo Chen's words. Given those attributes, Zabuza's water clone indeed seemed less formidable. After all, a clone is merely a clone, unable to utilize many powerful techniques, vulnerable to defeat upon sustaining damage. By capitalizing on these weaknesses, even a low-ranking ninja could prevail. Moreover, Tianzong held great trust in Mo Chen. Witnessing his calm demeanor allowed him to relax as well. While they spoke, Naruto exemplified the essence of resilience and tenacity. Utilizing a myriad of shadow clones to obscure his movements, Naruto, despite being battered and bruised, managed to reclaim the ninja headband that Zabuza had seized. Soon after, he proposed a plan that required Sasuke's cooperation. This sudden sense of reliability instilled a semblance of reassurance in Sakura, who had thus far felt somewhat invisible. She resolved to protect their mission's client, regardless of the odds. To defeat him, this is the only way. After enduring a severe beating, Naruto produced a wind shuriken from his pack and tossed it to Sasuke. Sasuke, catch. Ah, I see now. As Sasuke caught the shuriken, he instantly understood Naruto's intent, silently praising him. Such performance is commendable for you. Wind shuriken, shadow windmill. Sasuke hurled the wind shuriken towards Zabuza. Such a trivial weapon is ineffective against me. Zabuza scoffed. Yet the wind shuriken traced an arc in the air, bypassing the water clone and heading straight for Zabuza's true form. I see now. It's aimed at the original. But you were too naive. Zabuza reached out and caught the wind shuriken with ease. However, unbeknownst to him, another wind shuriken lurked within the shadows below. Well played. But still quite naive. Though slightly surprised, Zabuza merely leapt to evade the attack, gaining newfound respect for the two youngsters. Given their level, such performance was indeed remarkable. Yet they were still up against an extraordinary opponent. Tianzong sighed inwardly. Mo Chen wore a subtle smile, neither confirming nor denying the situation. When he first encountered this segment of the story, he was profoundly captivated, and now, experiencing it firsthand, he felt an inexplicable thrill, drawing him to gaze expectantly. Suddenly, the shuriken wielded by Zabuza transformed into a cloud of smoke, revealing Naruto's likeness. It turned out that the shuriken had been transformed by Naruto's transformation technique. At that moment, Zabuza had just leapt into the air and had yet to touch the ground, his hand still controlling the water prison technique while facing away from Naruto. With the water clone still stationed at a distance. Under such circumstances, Naruto merely tossed a kunai towards him, and Zabuza found himself incapable of evading. Not wanting to be struck in the heart, Zabuza reluctantly withdrew his hand from the water prison and turned to face Naruto. You damn little brat! Zabuza roared, his anger boiling as he realized he had been outmaneuvered by a mere child, causing any flicker of goodwill he had felt to evaporate instantly. Die! Zabuza pivoted, wielding the seized shuriken to strike at Naruto. At this moment, Naruto was suspended in midair, and given his current abilities, he was ill-equipped to confront Zabuza's true form. With a resounding clash, one hand managed to block the shuriken, revealing Kakashi, who had escaped the water prison. Naruto, what a splendid plan! Kakashi gasped, drenched yet grinning. You both have grown so much. Upon witnessing the success of their plan, Naruto was overwhelmed with exhilaration. It was his first opportunity to contribute. And there was no feeling quite as exhilarating as this. Everyone present was astonished. This seemingly unreliable child had indeed devised a flawless strategy and successfully rescued Kakashi. I underestimated him, Tenzo conceded, regarding Naruto with newfound respect, while he still paled in comparison to his disciple Mo Chen. Achieving this level of skill marked Naruto as a competent ninja. Humph. Zabuza, feeling sour, refrained from fixating on Naruto and instead directed his attention to Kakashi. I was distracted by you while maintaining the jutsu. No. Kakashi interjected promptly. I am the one who will dispel the water prison, not you. Naruto had merely drawn Zabuza's attention away, allowing him to loosen his grip on the water prison, but the technique itself remained intact. While it appeared as though Kakashi had done nothing, he had been quietly accumulating strength, ready to break free from the water prison's constraints at the first opportunity. The two then separated, readied themselves, and prepared to re-enter the fray. Chapter 087. The more seals, the greater the technique's power. Well done, young one. Is this the famed Naruto? Tsunade inquired. Indeed, that is he, replied Yuhi Kurenai. Huh? How does Lady Tsunade know Naruto? Hasn't she been away from the village for many years? Asked Hinata. Some matters are better left for children not to inquire about. Tsunade retorted. That said, Sakura, you're rather unhelpful, providing no assistance whatsoever. Stop it. Did you not hear what Kakashi-sensei just said? Our opponent has slain all his classmates right after graduation. How can we, as mere genin, possibly contend with such a foe? Sakura shot back. Rather than criticizing Sakura, it seems more appropriate to question Kakashi, who is struggling against the likes of the 7 ninja swordsmen. It appears he has grown complacent over the years, Tsunade remarked. The 7 ninja swordsmen? Exclaimed Hinata. In Lady Tsunade's eyes, is Kakashi-sensei truly that formidable? Kurenai added, Kakashi is a prodigy, the disciple of the 4th Hokage, who became a jounin at the age of 12 and independently developed an A-rank technique. Zabuza pales in comparison. It seems we have become a burden to Kakashi-sensei, Sakura concluded. Wait a moment, what are they doing? Tsunade asked. The more seals they form, the stronger the technique becomes. They've already formed dozens. Are they insane? Are they about to unleash a forbidden technique? In the Land of Waves, Kakashi and Zabuza exchanged a few brief blows before separating to opposite sides, each executing seals with a speed honed over 2 decades. Oni, Ushi, Tora, I, Na, Itsuji, Inoshishi, Sara, Yu, Tatsu, Natsu, Yu, Na, Tora, Matsu, Yu, Na, Sara, Yu, Inoshishi, I, Tatsu, Yu, Matsu, Yu, Na, Tora. Retreat, retreat. Naruto. Sakura cried out in terror, as if Naruto were on the brink of demise. Sister Kurenai said this could very well be a forbidden technique. What does a forbidden technique even entail? With the knowledge of a mere genin, it was unfathomable. Surely something earth-shattering. Not only did Sakura call out to Naruto, but she also warned Sasuke, dragging Tazuna along as they fled without looking back. What technique is this? Tenzo, concealed in the shadows, felt beads of cold sweat trickling down his forehead. Is it really necessary, Kakashi-sensei? The opponent is merely one of the 7 ninja swordsmen. One might think you were preparing to confront all 7. Knowing the truth, Mo Chen could hardly contain his laughter. It seemed they had fallen victim to the early narrative setup, initially believing that anime was one realm and reality another. Mo Chen was utterly astonished that Kakashi had indeed managed to execute all 44 hand seals flawlessly. Meanwhile, Kakashi's mind was also filled with a multitude of questions. He had merely copied his opponent's techniques through his Sharingan, initially unaware of what his adversary intended to perform. As the series of seals concluded, his hands felt as though they might cramp. However, according to the chakra circulating within him, he sensed that he would soon be transformed into a fool. With a final flourish of the last seal, the water beneath Kakashi and Zabuza erupted violently, sending a cascade of water soaring into the air, coalescing into the shape of a dragon. Water release, water dragon bullet technique. The 2 water dragons, each bearing fierce visages, surged forward aggressively toward their foe. Wow, incredible! Kakashi-sensei is truly amazing, Naruto exclaimed, splashing through the waves, shouting in admiration while desperately swimming towards the shore. His body felt somewhat uncontrollable. Yet it seemed there was no real danger. This is indeed impressive. Is this ninjutsu? Sakura scratched her head, awkwardly coming to a halt, standing on the riverbank. The force of the expanding wind was noticeable, but they had already swum several dozen meters away, feeling no adverse effects. However, the scene before them was not quite as cataclysmic as they had envisioned. With a scowl, Sasuke turned to observe the spectacle of the 2 water dragons colliding, his heart undeniably shaken. The rapid completion of such a complex series of seals, along with Kakashi's flawless imitation of his opponent's technique, was a testament to the prowess of a Jonin-level battle. So it was indeed the water dragon bullet. Tensai was already drenched in cold sweat, his hands forming seals, poised to unleash his most powerful wood wall technique. And this was the result? Just this? Tensai-sensei. Mo Chen stifled a laugh as he inquired. Has Kakashi-senpai ever used the water dragon bullet before? Don't bother me, I'm busy. Tensai pouted. Kushina exclaimed, what a magnificent ninjutsu. Is this classified as a forbidden technique? Tion remarked, clearly, it is not. Tsunade commented, what on earth are these 2 doing? Amusing me, are they? Well, I concede they have succeeded. Yumiko giggled. I'm already rolling on the ground with laughter. The water dragon bullet technique, they actually executed the water dragon bullet technique. They managed to complete a full 44 seals. I'm going to die from laughing. Inuzuka Kiba said, wait a moment, is this technique truly called the water dragon bullet? Didn't Mo Chen use this technique before? Though it wasn't he executed on such a grand scale. Hinata added, yes, during our training session, he used it against us, and he only performed 3 seals. Tion remarked, this isn't exactly a fond memory. Yumiko exclaimed, oh, do tell. Inuzuka Kiba replied, there's not much to tell. It was just the 3 of us against Mo Chen, and we got soaked from his water dragon bullet, fleeing in disarray. Yumiko laughed. Oh, so you got drenched. On the river's surface, a large bead of sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead, yet it was concealed by the torrent created by the collision of the 2 water dragons. Goodness, after completing so many seals, he managed to conjure a B-rank water dragon bullet technique. This Zabuza must be quite the menace. Yet Zabuza remained oblivious to the gravity of the situation, as his technique had been flawlessly replicated, his expression now grave. To ascertain whether the Sharingan could truly replicate techniques or if Kakashi was merely toying with him, Zabuza performed some extraneous actions. Regardless of what he did, Kakashi perfectly mirrored him. In an effort to impose immense psychological pressure on Zabuza, Kakashi even mimicked minor gestures, such as scratching his rear. Ultimately, he articulated Zabuza's own thoughts aloud. How could this guy replicate my every move so precisely? What? How does he know what I intend to say? Damn it. This scoundrel. Zabuza was thrown into disarray, stubbornly retorting, whatever you say, you're merely imitating me. Kakashi's Sharingan narrowed as he synchronized with Zabuza's declaration. I will not be defeated by you, you fool. Zabuza saw his own reflection in Kakashi, as if he were battling himself. Seizing the moment of Zabuza's distraction, Kakashi swiftly completed the seals. In the next instant, a torrential wave surged from the river's surface. Water release, great waterfall technique. Wah, what? Isn't this the technique I intended to use against him? Zabuza's expression shifted dramatically as he was swept away by the colossal waterfall. Chapter 088, Sakura's Determination. Going all out. In a manner akin to the original narrative, Zabuza was ultimately defeated and rescued by Haku, who had disguised himself as a member of the Mist-S assassination team, while Kakashi succumbed to exhaustion and fell unconscious. Consequently, Team 7 had no choice but to escort Kakashi to Dazna's home for recuperation. What do you make of this? Tensai gazed in the direction of Haku's departure, seemingly discerning a deeper issue. They're in cahoots. Mo Chen replied without hesitation, I previously investigated. This mission is not as convoluted as it seems. The crux lies in Kato's desire to monopolize the maritime trade of the Land of Waves, while Dazna aims to construct a bridge to disrupt that monopoly, leading to irreconcilable conflicts between the two parties. The individual claiming to be part of the Mist assassination team is, in fact, Zabuza's subordinate, who has been lurking in the shadows to rescue him at a critical moment. Tensai nodded in agreement, his thoughts aligning with Mo Chen's estimation. He then sighed. It appears Kakashi-senpai failed to perceive the issue with that Umbu member. It seems the burden of the Sharingan weighs heavily upon him. Even if he had recognized the problem, he would not dare to expose it. Mo Chen interjected. After all, he is already at the end of his rope. Relying on Naruto and the others would not suffice to contend with Zabuza's subordinates. This outcome is optimal for both parties. That is true. Tensai pondered briefly before continuing. For the time being, Zabuza is unlikely to return, but as for Kato, he has an array of henchmen. I cannot guarantee they won't take advantage of this situation. Mo Chen contemplated and replied, Tensai-sensei, I will keep a watchful eye on Kato, and will inform you of any developments. Please keep an eye on Naruto. Tensai considered this and nodded. Very well, you are more familiar with them than I am. So I shall leave Kato in your capable hands. After Mo Chen made an agreement with Tian Zong, he hurriedly pursued the direction in which Bai had departed. In the chat group, Tsunade and Hong Do, as keen observers, discerned Bai's predicament. Tsunade lamented that Kakashi was in such a weakened state that he could only perform 2 jutsu before collapsing. Otherwise, given his strength, he could have easily dispatched all foes in one go, thereby averting any lingering concerns. Meanwhile, Hong Do cautioned Sakura to remain vigilant, but under the sarcastic remarks of Ino, Sakura's feelings of resentment and urgency reached a boiling point. Currently, there are 7 individuals in the chat group, excluding Tsunade, who had just entered and had yet to interact with Mo Chen. Sakura remains at level 0. Throughout this mission, she had merely been a bystander, accomplishing nothing substantial. While she claimed to be protecting the mission's client, her actual contribution was negligible. In comparison to her peers, particularly the other members of Team 7, she was rendered utterly insignificant. The once burdensome Kankuro was now growing increasingly formidable, and Tsunade harbored intentions of nurturing her potential. Compared to Hongdo and Tsunade, Sakura found herself at the bottom of the hierarchy. Frustrated, she chastised herself for her earlier petulance. If only she had tempered her temperament during her visit to Mo Chen's home. Perhaps she would have garnered some benefits and not found herself in such an embarrassing situation now. However, regretting her past actions proved futile. She must devise a remedy swiftly. The longer she lingered in her inadequacy, the greater the chasm between her and her companions would grow. Sakura, known for her tenacity, was unwilling to resign herself to being the least capable among such talented individuals. The decision of whether to leave the group could wait, for now. Her priority was to secure a prominent position within the group, at the very least ensuring that Ino did not surpass her. What should she do? Sakura had turned off the live stream and, while tending to Kakashi, pondered deeply. She had previously resolved to lower her guard and befriend Mo Chen, but regrettably, he had moved away, and they had not met since. In contrast, Hinata, guided by Mo Chen, had mastered a formidable technique, which filled Sakura with envy. Though Ino and Tenten had not received direct assistance from Mo Chen, they had experienced significant enhancements in their innate abilities and understanding, leading to remarkable progress in their skills. If Sakura wished to surpass them, she would need to elevate her group level above all others in the shortest time possible, leveraging the subsequent boosts in talent and comprehension. It was certain that Mo Chen's departure coincided with that of Team 7, with a brief stop at Kankuro's residence. Whether he truly followed them to the Land of Waves remained uncertain, but Sakura felt there was a strong likelihood. She needed to seize an opportunity to probe this. If Mo Chen was indeed accompanying them for protection, she would seek him out and cultivate a rapport during their time in the Land of Waves, thereby enhancing the group's standing. Determined, Sakura formulated a rough plan in her mind. In order to avoid being the weakest link in the chat group and to escape Ino's biting sarcasm, she had to take the initiative. Meanwhile, Mo Chen swiftly caught up to Bai, who had set Zabuza down in an open area. Before Zabuza could take any action, he had already revived himself, forcefully extracting the steel needle embedded in his neck. "Ah," I exclaimed, "Zabuza-san, you really might die like this. I fear I won't be able to move for a week now." Zabuza, unfazed, instructed Bai to remove his mask. Upon doing so, Bai revealed a sweet smile and remarked, "For you, Zabuza-san, you'll be moving again in no time." As he spoke, the mist dissipated. Rising, Bai paused momentarily and inquired, "Next time, will it definitely work?" Zabuza, with a cold expression and a glint of menace in his eyes, replied, "I have already seen through the Sharingan." "No, you know nothing of the Sharingan." As the words echoed, a figure emerged from the forest. Who? Bai immediately became alert, gripping several steel needles in each hand, positioning himself in front of Zabuza. "The Umbu of Konoha?" Zabuza observed the newcomer's attire and coldly remarked, "I didn't expect you to have hidden reinforcements. It seems I have miscalculated this time." Renowned for their tenacity, it was uncertain whether Bai could contend with this opponent. But Zabuza knew that Bai would not be able to defeat them while he was under protection, even if it cost me my life. "I will not allow Zabuza-san to be harmed," Bai declared resolutely. Mo Chen cast a fleeting glance at the two and let out a soft chuckle, stating nonchalantly, "If I wished to harm you, Bai, you would be utterly powerless to stop me." In an instant, Mo Chen darted past Bai, his movements appearing leisurely yet deceptively swift. Throughout the entire exchange, Bai exhibited no reaction. Instead, beads of cold sweat cascaded down his forehead. Such astonishing speed, such terrifying presence. Bai tightened his grip on the 1,000 books in his hands, his knuckles turning pale from the strain. A formidable aura of pressure descended upon Mo Chen, rendering him immobile. Had it not been for Mo Chen's lack of murderous intent, this overwhelming force alone could have severely injured him. Zai Bujan's pupils constricted as an instinctive warning surged within him, signaling that this individual was perilously dangerous. Suddenly, the sound of steel-piercing flesh echoed, accompanied by a wave of metallic scent permeating the air. Bai, in a desperate bid, plunged 1,000 needles into his own body, forcibly liberating himself from Mo Chen's grasp. Swiftly, Bai dragged Zai Bujan away from their original position, forming hand seals with one hand. Mirrors made of ice, conjured through the art of ice release, began to coalesce in the air. Chapter 089. Your ignorance of the Sharingan ice release. Mirror ice crystal. Those mirrors, formed from the ice release technique, created a barrier-like formation, ensnaring Mo Chen within their confines. Mo Chen stood silently in place, observing with a hint of curiosity. Is this truly the ice release? It is said to be a bloodline limit that even the Sharingan cannot replicate. Is that really the case? Mo Chen had replicated Bai's technique using a Sharingan, now mimicking his hand signs. Unfortunately, the technique failed, and a surge of mist quickly dissipated. Was it due to my insufficient mastery of the transformation of wind properties? Or was there a particular activation method for the bloodline limit that I had yet to comprehend? Mo Chen murmured softly. Although it is said that bloodline limits are passed down through lineage, many individuals have independently developed their own. Take the wood release of Hashirama, Terumi Mei's liquid and boil release, and the dust release of Noki. Thus, the assertion that the Sharingan cannot replicate bloodline limits seems not absolute to Mo Chen. It merely indicates that he had yet to grasp the correct approach. Bai is my most esteemed tool. Zabuza, lying outside the mirror ice crystal, remarked with a hint of pride, I imparted my combat techniques to him when he was still very young. Even when faced with unimaginable adversity, he performs remarkably well. He is, after all, a combat machine. He can forsake even the concept of life, let alone emotion. Furthermore, his ninjutsu surpasses mine, augmented by a terrifying bloodline limit. I truly have found an exceptionally useful tool. Since Bai had already utilized this technique, it was likely that the battle would conclude in an instant. Let me witness what means you, a member of Konoha Zumbu, possess. Zabuza's gaze fixated intensely on the interior of the ice crystal. Feeling a pressure from Mo Chen stronger than that from Kakashi. We bear no enmity. I do not wish to kill you. Bai stood within the mirror, fingers gripping several steel needles, his gaze indifferent, his tone calm. However, I apologize. If it is for Mr. Zabuza, I can become a heartless killing machine. Is that so? Mo Chen cast a glance at Bai and Zabuza, lightly brushing his fingers across his eye sockets before raising his head to reveal a pair of crimson three-tomo Sharingan. But as I mentioned earlier, you know nothing about the Sharingan. Sharingan, Zabuza and Bai exclaimed in unison. Unlike Kakashi's 1-3-tomo, Mo Chen possessed a complete pair of Sharingan. Even if they were unaware that the full power of the Sharingan could only be realized with two eyes, they understood that having one was vastly different from having two. Bai dared not hesitate. He immediately utilized the unique ability of the mirror ice crystal to refract his image across dozens of mirrors, launching simultaneous attacks from all directions against Mo Chen. In an instant, countless steel needles rained down upon Mo Chen like a torrential downpour. By employing the principle of mirror refraction, Bai could traverse from one ice mirror to another in a heartbeat, creating the illusion of multiple simultaneous figures, reminiscent of the afterimages from the Dragon Ball universe. Each figure could be real or merely a phantom. Even without perusing the original text, Mo Chen, equipped with the Sharingan, could discern the underlying clues. No matter how swift Bai may be, his movements leave traces. Even Sasuke, with merely 3 tomo across both eyes, could perceive his silhouette, let alone Mo Chen, who possesses a complete pair of 3 tomo. Alas, it remains true that your understanding of the Sharingan is utterly lacking. In the blink of an eye, Mo Chen transformed into numerous phantoms, each wielding shuriken, effortlessly knocking the falling Saban to the ground. The Sharingan grants dynamic vision, akin to decelerating the flow of time in one's surroundings, enabling the execution of myriad feats. Mo Chen is certainly not Sasuke. Upon awakening the wood release and accumulating various buffs, his physical prowess even surpasses that of Naruto, eliminating the disparity where one's vision outpaces their body. Presently, he employs a technique akin to Shirsue's body flicker technique, generating a multitude of illusions throughout the battlefield. Each of these phantoms could be either real or mere facsimiles. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen shurikens thrown by Bai were either evaded or deftly deflected by Mo Chen, leaving only those that had missed their targets due to blind spots. How is this even possible? Bai's eyes widened in disbelief. On the sidelines, Zabuza was equally astonished. This was an unprecedented encounter for them, bordering on the miraculous. Is this the true power of the Sharingan? Zabuza gasped. Having heard that Kakashi's Sharingan was not his own and thus lacked its full potential, yet he was unprepared for the true terror it could unleash. No. Zabuza suddenly realized, exclaiming, the Uchiha clan has been annihilated. It is said that apart from the traitorous Itachi Uchiha, Konoha has only one remaining sapling yet to grow. Could it be that you are Itachi Uchiha? No, that cannot be right. Itachi had long since defected from Konoha. How could he appear here as a member of the Umbu, pursuing them on Konoha's behalf? Moreover, judging by his physique, it simply did not align. Could it be that this individual before him is the unripe Uchiha sapling? Yet, that conclusion is even more absurd. Genjutsu, Sharingan. In that moment, Mo Chen suddenly appeared before Bai's true form, his Sharingan glaring intensely as their eyes locked. The next instant, Bai's body became rigid, and the reflections in the mirrors vanished without a trace. Simultaneously, the ice crystal of the magic mirror began to melt away due to the loss of chakra, leaving only Bai standing there, dazed. Is this truly the Sharingan? The same words uttered from Zabuza's lips carried a vastly different weight as he slumped to the ground in resignation. That inept Kakashi had boasted for so long about the Sharingan, yet had only managed to unleash a fraction of its power. He had foolishly believed he understood the Sharingan, thinking it was nothing remarkable. Just kill me. Zabuza no longer cared to inquire about Mo Chen's identity or intentions. Resigned to the fact that their ultimate fate was sealed in death, Mo Chen approached him slowly, extending his hand toward his neck, and Zabuza resignedly closed his eyes, prepared for the inevitable end. However, he soon opened his eyes wide in disbelief. The anticipated death did not come. Instead, a surge of life-infused chakra flowed from Mo Chen's hand, permeating his entire body through the spot previously pierced by Bai's steel needle. In no time, the paralysis from his grievous injuries dissipated, replaced by a warming comfort as his strength was swiftly replenished. With a swift movement, Zabuza regained his mobility. As Mo Chen's hand withdrew from his neck, he leaped up, grasping his decapitating blade and jumping backward. Yet, he quickly lowered his guard, a complex expression crossing his face as he inquired, "What do you mean by this?" The ability to subdue Bai with merely a glance and effortlessly restore his mobility made Zabuza realize that such a person was not worthy of being considered an opponent. Vigilance seemed futile. "Follow me, let's find a place to rest." Mo Chen casually waved his hand, dispelling Bai's illusion, and promptly set off in a specific direction. Chapter 090, Mo Chen's ancestry manipulated. So, you were the mastermind behind it all? Observing Cardo standing respectfully behind Mo Chen, Jean's expression was one of utter bewilderment. The Leaf Village's Umbu, Uchiha, could it truly be that Cardo is the one pulling the strings? Does this even make sense? Mo Chen paid no heed to Zabuza's thoughts on the matter. He casually tossed a few bundles of cash in his direction. A cursory glance revealed at least 1,000,000 taels, equivalent to the remuneration for an S-rank mission. What does this mean? Zabuza furrowed his brow. Even as a rogue ninja, he adhered to a code of ethics. Until a task was completed, he would not accept a single extra coin. There needs to be an adjustment to the previous mission. Mo Chen took a sip of coffee, speaking with unhurried calmness. Once a ninja accepts a mission, regardless of the circumstances that may arise, they are bound to see it through to the end. Therefore, this is a form of compensation for you. Zabuza's expression turned icy. Had it been Kato making such a statement, the executioner's blade would have already cleaved through the air. Yet, facing Mo Chen, should he strike, it might very well be his own demise. As a ninja, you should understand that this is a fundamental principle. Once a mission is issued, it cannot simply be retracted. Zabuza refrained from taking the money, his gaze fixed intently on Mo Chen, seeking a reasonable explanation. Do not be anxious. Mo Chen chuckled lightly. We are merely adjusting the action plan within a reasonable scope, and the difficulty of the task may be somewhat reduced. This will not affect your mission dossier, and ultimately, the payment you are due will remain unchanged. If that is all, you could have stated it plainly. There was no need to offer me more money. Zabuza remained skeptical. As a rogue ninja, a lack of vigilance could lead to grave consequences. Of course, if no additional funds are forthcoming, that is acceptable as well. Mo Chen maintained a serene smile and calmly remarked, however, you are indeed a talented individual. I believe we will have opportunities for collaboration in the future. I do not wish for this incident to sow discord between us. This money is intended to alleviate any discontent you may harbor. Moreover, I am not lacking in financial resources. Any issue solvable by money is not truly a problem. Most importantly, I wish for you and your companions to work for me. Yet I understand that should I propose this directly, you would certainly refuse. Nevertheless, this is merely a demonstration of my sincerity. We have ample time ahead of us. Zai Buzhan's gaze remained fixed on Mo Chen, who did not flinch in the slightest. Ah, you are indeed forthright. Zai Buzhan chuckled, lowering his internal defenses and accepting the money Mo Chen offered. He then added, let me clarify. I will not remain in your service simply because you have generously tipped me. I have my own aspirations and ambitions. Perhaps Mo Chen's words held truth. Aligning with such a formidable ally could be a wise choice. However, deep within, Zai Buzhan had never truly betrayed the hidden mist village. Born of mist. He would remain loyal even in death. I believe there will come a day when you reconsider your stance. Mo Chen lifted his coffee cup and took a hearty sip. Initially, he showcased his capabilities, then revealed his connection to Kato, and now, he was employing wealth to convey his open-heartedness while stating his intentions. Even so, he did not expect to win Zai Buzhan over in one fell swoop. True ninjas possess their own ideals and beliefs. If Zai Buzhan were someone who could easily forsake these, he would not be worthy of Mo Chen's regard. Now, what is the current task? Zai Buzhan inquired, furrowing his brow as he took a sip of coffee, nearly spitting it out. He had little affection for coffee, yet one must endure when accepting favors. First, let's take a few days to regroup. Mo Chen replied without hesitation, I estimate that Kakashi's recovery will be sufficient soon, and we shall engage them in battle once more. Though this time, our target is not Dasna. By the way, your name is Bai, correct? Mo Chen turned to Bai, casting a sidelong glance at Zai Buzhan, who appeared somewhat anxious. He chuckled lightly, I hear you can form hand seals with one hand. Would you be willing to teach me? I can pay for it. In Konoha, at an izakaya, Hongdo observed the golden-haired lady across from her, who was already half-drunk, and remarked with a tone of exasperation, is this really necessary? Lady Tsunade, returning to your village, and yet you resort to transformation techniques. This would only draw more attention, wouldn't it? With you here, what is there to fear? The golden-haired lady downed another glass, her hazy eyes questioning. Now, let us discuss the matter at hand. This golden-haired lady was none other than Tsunade, who had secretly infiltrated Konoha to hear Hongdo's findings regarding Mo Chen's lineage. She had not even disclosed this matter to Shizun. Inside, Tsunade felt both anxious and hopeful, yearning to hear what she desired while simultaneously fearing the revelation. Thus, she resorted to a bit of alcohol to muster her courage. Hongdo adjusted her expression, adopting a serious tone. Based on my investigation, Mo Chen indeed possesses the Senju bloodline, though the specifics are somewhat ambiguous, with two conflicting versions. Two versions? What do you mean? Tsunade tightened her grip on her glass, a flicker of astonishment crossing her face. It appears that the truth has been deliberately obscured. One version claims that his father is a descendant of the Senju branch, while the other asserts that his mother hails from the main Senju line. Could it be the old man's doing? Tsunade quickly connected the dots. Very likely, Hongdo confirmed. During my inquiries, I detected signs of the Umbu. But I dared not delve any deeper. What I can assure you is that one of Mo Chen's parents must surely be a member of the Senju clan. To learn more specifics, you may need to consult the third Hokage directly. Tsunade's expression darkened slightly. She understood this was a protective measure for Mo Chen and found it difficult to voice her displeasure. You want me to bow my head to that old man? It's infuriating. By the way, there is something I must inform you. Hongdo suddenly recalled an incident and whispered to Tsunade about the attack Mo Chen faced outside the village. What? How dare he? Tsunade slammed her hand on the table, her face ablaze with anger. Regardless of which of Hongdo's versions was true, one fact was certain. Mo Chen was indeed Tsunade's nephew. Whether a direct nephew or a cousin made little difference. Mo Chen awakened the wood release. And even if it were merely superficial, he was entirely qualified to enter the Senju clan and inherit the illustrious name of Senju. To provoke Mo Chen was to challenge the Senju lineage, disregarding Tsunade's authority. In the tavern, several patrons were startled by Tsunade's sudden outburst, turning their heads with scrutinizing gazes. Hongdo tugged at Tsunade's arm, cautioning her to temper her display. Get lost. Yet, Tsunade was not one to shrink in the face of adversity. She vociferously reprimanded those who dared to stare, sending some fleeing in terror from the tavern. There were, however, a few intoxicated souls who, undeterred by the commotion, found Tsunade's transformed appearance captivating and sought to approach her, perhaps with mischievous intentions. Regrettably, Tsunade was in no mood for jest. She swiftly dealt them a sound thrashing. Subsequently, with her spirits slightly lifted, she seized Hongdo and made a hasty exit, neglecting to settle their tab. Chapter 091. Sakura, do you have a girl you like? After Mo Chen and Zai Buzhan finalized their subsequent plans, he quickly mastered the technique of forming hand seals with one hand. With some spare time at hand, He ambled over to the 7th squad for a glance. As in the original narrative, Kakashi, during his recuperation, assigned the 7th squad the task of tree climbing training. Naruto and Sasuke were still engaged in their rivalry, while Sakura, having succeeded once, had become quite adept in a short span of time and thus found herself at leisure. At the moment Mo Chen arrived, he chanced upon Sakura stealthily slipping away, heading towards a secluded area of the forest, away from the throng. What could she be up to? His curiosity piqued. He decided to follow her discreetly. After all, as a member of the chat group, he had no intention of entirely disregarding her. In her earlier days, Sakura had indeed displayed a rather self-assured demeanor. However, as she encountered the harsh realities of life, she gradually matured. The more evolved version of Sakura was undeniably impressive. Indeed, recent adversities had tempered her spirit considerably. Within the chat group, it was often Ino who sought to tease her. Yet, it was evident that Ino's intentions were primarily to encourage Sakura to be more lively, which served as a unique form of communication between the two friends. Mo Chen, are you there? Sakura found herself in an open area, where she softly called out. Mo Chen, taken aback by the unexpected summons, realized she was actively seeking him. Was she truly this forthright? The surprise was palpable. Mo Chen, I know you've come to the land of waves. I have something to discuss with you. Could you come out for a moment? Sakura continued to call, her expression tinged with urgency and concern. Mo Chen stroked his chin in contemplation. Huo Ying's antics truly left him at a loss. It was evident that her intentions were aimed at the group's system enhancement effects, and he was genuinely curious about her plans. However, simply stepping out felt somewhat beneath him. With someone like Huo Ying, he could not afford to engage in actions that might lead her to misconstrue him as overly submissive. As the treatment Naruto received was a vivid reminder. Mo Chen, come out. I know you're here. I have something important to share with you. Very important. Huo Ying's urgency became palpable as her voice gradually escalated in volume. Mo Chen remained indoors, leaving her in solitude. Huo Ying called out for nearly 2 hours. Her voice hoarse, yet there was no response, leaving her disheartened. Before turning to leave, she softly declared, Mo Chen, regardless of whether you hear me or not, I shall return to this spot at the same time every day until you make your appearance. Mo Chen raised an eyebrow, realizing that this was not the first time after all. 3 days had elapsed since Kakashi's battle with Zabuza, which meant that this was at least the second, if not the third, time Sakura had come. In that case, let me see what you wish to accomplish. With a firm step, Mo Chen leaped forward. Given Sakura's persistence, to leave her waiting would be rather ungentlemanly. In an instant, Mo Chen appeared atop a tree branch before Sakura, startling her. Are you looking for me? He inquired, removing his mask to reveal his true face. Upon recognizing him, Sakura's joy was palpable. She exuberantly waved her fists, almost performing a series of backflips in her delight. Mo Chen, you truly came to the land of waves, she exclaimed, scampering to the base of the tree. Noticing that Mo Chen had no intention of descending, she swiftly employed her newly acquired tree climbing skills to ascend directly to his side. Mo Chen's lips twitched slightly. How long had she been holding this in? It felt as though if he did not appear soon, she might indeed succumb to a fit of rage. Hey, Mo Chen, I have something to tell you, Sakura said, suppressing her excitement, although a smile still danced at the corners of her mouth. Mo Chen adjusted his emotions and inquired, how did you know I arrived in the land of waves and came all the way here to summon me? What if I were not present? Sakura chuckled. I heard from Ino and Hinata that you joined the Umbu. While they were away on missions, you were secretly protecting them, which is your duty, right? So I thought, since there are only 3 classes in our year, if you were tasked with protecting them, you would certainly look after us as well. Although I cannot be entirely certain. The odds seemed favorable, so I decided to take a chance. As it turns out, my gamble was correct. Saying this, Sakura flashed a peace sign at him, brimming with pride. Though her reasoning was somewhat tenuous, Mo Chen chose not to dwell on it, accepting it as truth. All right then, he shrugged. What is it that you wish to discuss? This is your Team 7's mission, and my role is merely to avert danger while accruing some experience. If it pertains to the mission itself, I am unable to assist. Not that. Sakura quickly waved her hand, suddenly becoming a bit bashful before asking, before we proceed, may I ask you a question? What question? Mo Chen paused momentarily. With a flushed face, Sakura stammered, is there a girl you like? Hinata, Ino. Or perhaps Senior Tion. Mo Chen stumbled slightly, a frown etched on his face as he queried, why do you ask that? Sakura, emboldened by the inquiry, adopted a gossiping demeanor and pressed, which one do you truly favor? Share it with me, and I assure you I shall keep it a secret. Mo Chen, with a look of exasperation, remarked, this is my personal affair. There is no necessity for me to divulge it to you, is there? If your sole intention is to inquire about this, I shall take my leave at once. Which one do you prefer? Only children make choices. Wait, don't go. Sakura hastily grasped Mo Chen's arm. Noticing his growing impatience, she quickly added, I wish to propose a trade. A trade? What do you mean? Mo Chen queried, somewhat perplexed, yet pondering whether this girl intended to barter Hinata and the others for some advantageous gain. Such a notion, one might say, is audacious yet somewhat naive. At this moment, Sakura displayed an endearing, pitiful demeanor and said, "If you have accompanied us to the land of waves, you must have noticed that within Team 7, I am the least capable. I had always taken pride in being the top in theoretical knowledge, but after embarking on this mission, I realized that theoretical excellence does not translate into practical assistance. I feel like a mere wooden puppet, watching others exert themselves. And I do not wish to remain in such a state." Mo Chen inquired with curiosity, "What does this have to do with the question you asked earlier?" "I have heard about it from Hinata." Sakura elucidated, "With your assistance, she has mastered some remarkable techniques, and your own prowess is formidable. Therefore, could you also lend me your guidance to enhance my strength? When you have the time, please aid me in training. In return, no matter which of Hinata or the others you prefer, I shall wholeheartedly support you." This revelation enlightened Mo Chen. It was, after all, a form of barter. One must admit, from an outsider's perspective, that Sakura's proposition is indeed commendable. It was a solution she had pondered for quite some time. She could not forsake Sasuke merely for the sake of gaining power. However, witnessing the growing closeness between the other women and Mo Chen, along with the escalating buffs, Sakura felt both anxious and observant. After much contemplation and deliberation, she finally discovered her own path. By serving as Mo Chen's aide, she could indeed foster a closer relationship with him. If she could genuinely assist Mo Chen, he would surely appreciate her, and consequently, the group S level would rise. The request for Mo Chen to bolster her strength became a mere facade. She did not harbor high expectations regarding it. In Chapter 092, Sakura's group level ascended to LV2. The other women's proximity to Mo Chen was certainly influenced by the desire for enhanced abilities. However, after interacting with him, they all concluded that he was worthy of deeper connections, thus engaging with him as friends, or even close companions. As for romantic feelings, they had not given it much thought. Yet for Sakura, her mind was consumed with thoughts of Sasuke. Actively approaching Mo Chen felt akin to betraying Sasuke, especially since the chat group had initially rallied under the banner of Mo Chen's female protagonist faction, a notion that Sakura, enamored with romance, could not easily disregard. Thus, by establishing a reciprocal arrangement with Mo Chen, both parties could benefit, strengthen their bond, and she could comfortably relish the perks of the chat group. Truly a perfect plan. Mo Chen suddenly comprehended Sakura's intentions. For him, it was not a disadvantage, and it appeared rather intriguing. Naturally, he could not readily acquiesce, instead feigning confusion. "If you aspire to enhance your abilities, should you not seek guidance from your team leader? To my knowledge, Kakashi-senpai is a prodigious ninja who attained the rank of Jonin at the tender age of 12. You ought to make the most of this invaluable resource." "Don't even mention it," Sakura interjected, her irritation evident as she waved her hand dismissively. "He is hardly a competent and reliable teacher. He spends his days indulging in frivolities, completely disregarding our training. When he finally finds some time to offer us guidance, it amounts to nothing more than the most rudimentary skills, which are utterly unhelpful to me. If I were to depend on him, I might as well resign myself to stagnation for the rest of my life." Mo Chen was somewhat taken aback, surprised that Sakura could perceive things so profoundly. At this juncture, Kakashi had not yet emerged from the shadows of his past. He himself was engulfed in confusion, and the task of mentoring students was a burden thrust upon him by the third Hokage. Moreover, throughout the entirety of their interactions, Kakashi's attention had not been directed towards Sakura. To him, she might merely be an encumbrance. In the original narrative, Kakashi's feelings for Sakura could at best be characterized as a gradual affection, devoid of any deeper emotions or expectations. "Hey, Mo Chen, I've laid everything bare for you." Sakura grasped Mo Chen's arm, her eyes alight with anticipation as she implored, "Please help me. I do not wish to be a hindrance any longer. I promise to be equally devoted to your endeavors. Whatever your needs may be, I will strive to meet them wholeheartedly." Mo Chen merely took a moment to weigh his options before making a decision. "All right, but I cannot guarantee the extent of my assistance. I can only promise to do my utmost." Sakura's face lit up with joy as she clapped her hands together. "Rest assured, I will not let you down." Curiously, she inquired, "By the way, who exactly is your target? Can you tell me now?" "I haven't given it much thought." Mo Chen could hardly provide a concrete answer. Instead, he vaguely replied, "They are all quite charming and exceptional. I may not be worthy of them. We are still young, and such matters can be discussed later." "That's not acceptable." Sakura grew a tad anxious. She needed to showcase her worth to elevate the group's rank. She proceeded to enumerate the various virtues of Hinata, Ino, and Tenten, but Mo Chen responded with vague acknowledgments. After a moment of determination, she declared, "Since we cannot determine anything for now, let us try to interact with all of them. Gradually, we will know whom to choose. Don't worry, I will create opportunities for you." Ding. Congratulations to group member Haruno Sakura. Group level has risen from LV0 to LV2, granting an all-attribute bonus of 250. The sudden notification filled Sakura with elation, and she immediately experienced the sensation of feeling like she might ascend to the heavens, as Ino had once described. Indeed, her gamble had paid off. Now, her level surpassed that of Hinata, Ino, and Tenten, allowing her to bask in her newfound superiority. However, Having faced setbacks in the past, Sakura refrained from becoming overly complacent. She understood that her bond with Mo Chen was still fragile, easily overshadowed by the others. Hence, this period during the mission in the Land of Waves was crucial. She had to seize the opportunity. Meanwhile, Mo Chen appeared contemplative. After witnessing several level advancements among group members, he began to discern the underlying patterns. Firstly, it was essential for group members to genuinely support him. As Akamichi stated, it's not about the intent, but the actions which held some truth. However, a vital prerequisite was that the actions must earn his acknowledgement. If you treat me kindly, yet I do not accept it, then such kindness cannot be deemed genuine. Rather, it may cause distress. When Sakura accompanied Ino and the others to Mo Chen's home, the others' levels increased, yet hers did not. This was due to Sakura's reluctance at the time. She felt as though she was bestowing a favor upon Mo Chen, thereby granting him a benefit. If she were to receive an elevation in group level under such circumstances, it would render Mo Chen a mere sycophant. Some might argue that this contradicts the notion of not focusing on intent. This can be seen as both correct and incorrect. Not focusing on intent suggests that it is not necessary to invest true feelings. One can aim to please Mo Chen with ulterior motives, provided he accepts it. However, malice cannot be tolerated. One cannot feast at the table and then attempt to smash the dishes. The system would not support ungratefulness. In the midst of this, Ino remarked, "What is happening? Haruno Sakura, you actually leveled up? This is monumental news, shocking enough to astonish me for a century." Tintin added, "What is going on? Did you meet Mo Chen? What did you do to him?" Hinata exclaimed, "This is quite unexpected." Tsunade inquired, "Is leveling up really that hard? Wasn't it said that simply being good to Mo Chen suffices?" Ino chimed in, "But this broad forehead, feasting at one table while eyeing another, suddenly levels up. It gives me a sense of wanting to ride two boats." Sakura retorted, "Nonsense. Who's feasting at one table while eyeing another? Who's riding two boats? I have always adhered to my principles." Ino pressed, "Then how do you explain your sudden level increase? Are you saying you have abandoned Sasuke and shifted your affections to Mo Chen?" Tintin expressed her skepticism. "I find that hard to believe." Hinata echoed, "I too am unconvinced." Karen, a member of the Uzumaki clan, chimed in, "Though I don't know Sakura well, I too harbor doubts." Sakura huffed, "You simply don't understand. Being good to Mo Chen doesn't necessarily mean I've shifted my affections. I have my own ways, you cannot replicate them." Ino insisted, "You're not being forthright. There is definitely a scheme at play." Tsunade warned, "I don't care how you go about it, but if anyone harms Mo Chen, they shall face my wrath." Sakura and Akamichi warned, "Don't say we didn't warn you. Mo Chen has confirmed his lineage as a member of the Center clan, and Lady Tsunade is his aunt. So if any of you harbor ill intentions, take heed." Sakura added, "I wouldn't dare," shivering. Ino and Tintin echoed, shivering. In reality, Sakura seized the moment to request Mo Chen's guidance on her training direction. Initially, she had modest expectations, merely seeking a topic to foster further development in her relationship with him. To her surprise, after a moment of contemplation, Mo Chen indeed offered her advice. Before she could apprentice under Tsunade, her best options were to either learn some basic medical skills at the hospital or to delve into introductory genjutsu. Mo Chen was not proficient in medical techniques at present, so they would have to wait until Sakura returned to Konoha. However, he had mastered a considerable amount of genjutsu, so he began by teaching her some theoretical concepts and provided a few direct genjutsu for her to practice. Chapter 093, Danzo. Like a scruffy stray dog fleeing in disarray outside of Konoha, Danzo leaned on his cane, trailing behind Akamichi with a cautious gait. "Is it far yet? How much longer?" Danzo's face bore a look of impatience as he tapped his cane against the ground. Just moments ago, Akamichi had approached him, informing him that a certain esteemed individual wished to meet him, requesting that Danzo come alone. Given Danzo's duplicitous nature, he should have dismissed Akamichi on the spot. However, she had brought along a piece of wood, an artifact from the ambush Danzo had orchestrated against Mo Chen, severed from the wrist of his swordsman bodyguard. This compelled Danzo to reconsider. Few were privy to that incident, and the third Hokage had already issued a gag order. Now, who would dare to bring it up? The number of individuals esteemed enough to be referred to as the esteemed one by Akamichi was exceedingly limited. Danzo immediately thought of Orochimaru, considering that Akamichi was his disciple, albeit one who had been abandoned. It was not beyond possibility that they had re-established contact over the wood release techniques. If Orochimaru had learned of someone awakening wood release and sought Danzo for inquiries, it would be entirely reasonable. Yet, why would Akamichi come to fetch him? That aspect remained perplexing. Though Danzo appeared to be following Akamichi alone, he had discreetly arranged for numerous others to trail behind. Almost there. Up ahead is the entrance. Akamichi was unfazed by Danzo's demeanor, gesturing towards a dense thicket. Danzo squinted at the sight, his eyes narrowing. That location seemed to be where he had initially ambushed Mo Chen. Indeed, was someone plotting against him? Danzo subtly signaled as he continued to follow Akamichi. Soon, he found himself at the site of the ambush against Mo Chen, which had been thoroughly cleared by the third Hokage's men, leaving no trace of its former state. Just as Danzo was about to confront Akamichi, he noticed she had suddenly moved from her spot. In an instant, barriers manifested all around them, revealing that they were surrounded by 4 ceiling barriers. Tuanzang's expression shifted slightly as his gaze swept across the scene. The barrier was being maintained by 4 women. Among them was Hongdo, alongside Konoha's Jonin, Yuhi Kurenai, and another with flowing purple hair, a member of the Umbu. The last individual, initially unrecognizable to Tuanzang, suddenly clicked into place after a moment's scrutiny. Tsunade. Tuanzang jolted to attention. Yet, before he could make any further moves, a tremendous force accompanied by a fierce gust of wind plummeted from above. Painful heaven's foot. With a sharp cry, a beautiful leg descended, striking with the force of a dragon's fury. Boom. A thunderous sound erupted, shaking the ground within a radius of several dozen meters, as if it had been struck by a meteor. The earth shattered into countless fragments before collapsing dramatically, reducing everything to dust. In an instant, dust filled the air, obscuring vision within the barrier. Not good. Lord Tuanzang is in danger. Quick, save him. The members of the root organization, who had been stealthily following, felt the tremors of the earth, and their expressions changed in an instant as they rushed towards the barrier. However, upon launching their attacks against it, every strike rebounded violently. These were desperate assaults. Even if they had braced themselves, they might not have emerged unscathed, let alone in such an unprepared state. Many suffered serious injuries. Those with quicker reflexes and better luck were not entirely unharmed either. In a mere encounter, over half of the 8 root members had sustained losses. The group exchanged glances, utterly at a loss. The 4 women maintaining the barrier were equally affected, though uninjured, their faces drained of color, having experienced significant internal shock. Damn it! How could it be Lord Tuanzang? Hong, you deceived me. The purple-haired Umbu member exclaimed in frustration. It's not my fault. I was deceived too. Kurenai shouted back at Hongdo, her voice laced with anger. You scoundrel, Hongdo. Is this how you repay me? What are you planning? This has nothing to do with me. With an innocent expression, Hongdo replied, I was forced into this too, at least if the sky falls. We have someone tall to hold it up, so don't worry. Don't worry. The purple-haired Umbu member nearly shouted, but realizing the imprudence of her words, she swallowed the last syllable, still fuming. How had their mission to capture the spy who had stolen confidential village documents turned into an attack on Tuanzang? Anyone who got entangled with someone like Tuanzang would be doomed to a life of instability. Hong turned to the last member of the group, raising her voice. Shizun. You're Shizun, right? So, the one inside is Lady Tsunade? What in the world? Shizun was equally bewildered, completely unaware of the unfolding events. Among the 4, only Hongdo was aware of the situation. The others had been brought in to assist without knowledge of the circumstances. Before this, they had been positioned to remain hidden, waiting for Hongdo's signal to activate the barrier. But now, the barrier had manifested as a gaping pit. What could they do now? They were already on this perilous ship. If they withdrew the barrier, they would be left with no allies and face dire consequences. Hongdo, you've led us to our doom. She nearly shouted in exasperation. The purple-haired Umbu member added angrily. Knowing you has brought me nothing but misfortune. I'm cutting ties with you. Let us not get hung up on the details. After all, someone is backing us, so what is there to fear? Hongdo laughed lightly. So what exactly is happening? Shizun was still in a fog. Inside the barrier, the swirling dust began to settle, revealing a massive crater. Tsunade stood with one hand on her hip, scoffing. You managed to dodge. Tuanzang, after all, was a seasoned elder of Konoha, having faced countless battles. Though caught off guard, he had remained vigilant and evaded Tsunade's attack using the body replacement technique. Even so, he was not unscathed. Blood trickled from his lips as he crawled out of a nearby pit, looking disheveled. Tsunade, have you lost your mind? How dare you openly assault a Konoha elder? Are you betraying the village? Tuanzang shouted in a fit of rage. This was utterly humiliating. He had been outwitted by a younger member of the village. Once he escaped, he would ensure that none of them got away unpunished. Betraying Konoha? What a convenient excuse. Tsunade retorted with a cold laugh. Her fists clenched as she charged forward, yelling, Let us see if the old man dares to issue a bounty on me. Tuanzang had initially meant to assert his authority, but as soon as the words left his mouth, he realized the adversary before him would show him no respect. Did not act recklessly. Tuanzang turned and fled, terrified of Tsunade's fists. He had no idea what had driven her to this madness, but fighting this woman? It was a joke. Winning would bring no rewards, while losing could cost him his life. Yet Tsunade had no intention of holding back. Relentlessly pummeling Tuanzang with blow after blow, he evaded her attacks like a desperate, cornered animal, weaving through the onslaught. Boom, boom, boom. The barrier reverberated with each of Tsunade's punches, resembling a series of explosive tags detonating. The overwhelming force sent shivers down the spines of the 4 women maintaining the barrier, and the members of the root organization outside were left in utter shock. Chapter 94. This is murder. She is rebelling. In the land of waves, the unfinished cross-sea bridge lay enveloped in thick white mist, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. Within this fog, Kakashi and Zabuza were once again locked in fierce combat. However, unlike their previous encounter, Kakashi found himself entirely on the defensive. struggling to withstand Zabuza's relentless assaults. Meanwhile, Naruto and Sasuke were trapped within the crystalline confines of the White's magic mirror, enduring a relentless barrage of steel needles with no means of resistance. Even Sakura, tasked with protecting Dazuna, was engaged with Kato's two warrior subordinates, Tariki and Waraji, the very same who had bullied Tsunami and Inari in the original story. The situation was looking grim. Outside the white mist, Tenzo could not see the unfolding events. But from the sounds echoing within, he surmised that Team 7 was decidedly at a disadvantage. Mo Chen had returned to Tian Zhang's side, stroking his chin thoughtfully. The nature of this task has long surpassed the capabilities of the 7th squad. If we intervene at this juncture, it shouldn't be considered a breach of protocol. Should it? Indeed not. Tian Zhang nodded, then shook his head, adding, "Yet, I remain uncertain of Kakashi-senpai's intentions. He may wish to seize this opportunity to enhance Naruto and the others' practical combat skills. They have not yet reached a life-or-death crisis. Our reckless interference might provoke resentment. In that case, perhaps I should discreetly infiltrate the situation to observe and protect them from a closer vantage point," proposed Mo Chen. Tian Zhang pondered for a moment before nodding in agreement. "Exercise caution. If all else fails, revealing your identity may be acceptable." Mo Chen signaled him with a gesture of reassurance, then immediately concealed his presence and plunged into the mist. However, what Tian Zhang remained unaware of was that Mo Chen had no intention of intervening. His sole desire was to observe the battle up close. Moreover, now that he had taken action, Tian Zhang would refrain from arbitrary interference, allowing this performance to unfold uninterrupted. Mo Chen did not make extensive arrangements. He simply allowed Bujan and Bai to continue their actions as depicted in the original narrative, merely shifting their focus away from the target of Dazuna. Mo Chen assigned them the task of wholeheartedly engaging in a spar with Team 7, led by Kakashi. As for Sakura, it was purely to provide her with some practical combat experience. Over the past few days, Mo Chen has devoted 2 or 3 hours to guiding her training. Sakura's control over chakra is already commendable. She has mastered the water-walking technique and learned several D-rank genjutsu along with one C-rank illusion, all of which she accomplished quietly during her personal time. However, Mo Chen's focus in her training has been on close combat techniques. Although significant progress in taijutsu within such a short span is a formidable challenge, at the very least, she is no longer a complete burden as she once was. Mo Chen had exerted considerable effort, and naturally, he needed to assess the fruits of his labor. Zhuo Li and Viraji were not ninjas. They were merely warriors capable of utilizing chakra, and their strength was rather limited, making them ideal for honing Sakura's skills. As Mo Chen entered the mist, both the Sharingan and the Kagura Heart Eye activated simultaneously. Although he could not penetrate the hidden mist technique like the Byakugan, his perceptive abilities were significantly enhanced, allowing him to discern details without needing to approach closely. In the 3 battlefields, Naruto and Sasuke faced off against Bai, while Kakashi confronted Zabuza. There was little to remark upon, as these encounters closely mirrored the original narrative. However, Sakura's performance took Mo Chen by surprise. Confronting the fierce Zhuo Li and Viraji, she boldly charged at them, kunai in hand. Given her taijutsu skills, she would typically have been no match for them. Yet, with a 250 enhancement effect, she managed to gain the upper hand in a 1-on-2 scenario. Yamanaka Ino exclaimed, "Wait, this isn't right. When did Sakura's skills improve so drastically?" Tendon interjected, "Is this really impressive? It's rather mediocre. Her opponents are simply too weak, and let us not forget Sakura's enhancement." Yamanaka Ino countered, "No, I meant her combat techniques. In my memory, she has never trained in taijutsu." Hinata Hyuga suggested, "Perhaps she learned from Mo Chen. Didn't she receive an enhancement?" Tenten acknowledged, "There is indeed a semblance of Mo Chen in her. It appears that Sakura has been quite persistent in seeking his guidance recently." Karen Uzumaki lamented, "I haven't seen Mo Chen for 8 days. How could Sakura not go live when she saw him? How infuriating." Yamanaka Ino concurred, "Indeed, that despicable wide forehead is truly contemptible." Hinata added, "However, I can't shake the feeling that something is amiss with Team 7, especially concerning Naruto and the others." Tenten reassured them, "Do not worry. Mo Chen is here, after all. These enemies are no match for him." Karen Uzumaki expressed her eagerness, "I want to see Mo Chen. Hurry and let him appear." Meanwhile, in the Hokage's office in Konoha, the door was violently thrust open, startling the 3rd Hokage, who was immersed in paperwork. Upon looking up, he was bewildered to see Danzo Shimura, his old comrade, limping into the room with a broken cane in hand, his clothes tattered and bloodied, revealing swollen flesh and wounds that oozed blood. His face resembled that of a pig, with both eyes swollen and only his left eye barely able to open, maintaining a semblance of vision. Bang! Danzo slammed the broken cane onto the desk, seething with rage. "Sarutobi, you must give me an explanation for today's events. What on earth happened?" The 3rd's expression turned serious. He had never witnessed Danzo in such a state. During the war that claimed the 2nd Hokage, Danzo had never appeared so disheveled. Danzo bellowed, "This is all the doing of your precious disciple." "Disciple? Jiraiya?" The 3rd was momentarily taken aback, realizing that only Jiraiya could create such chaos. However, his expression soon shifted to one of grave concern. Could it be Orochimaru? Has he returned and attacked you? It was Tsunade. Tsunade. Danzo slammed the desk again. Spitting in fury, she had Yukumo lure me outside the village and ensnared me with a sealing technique. Her monstrous strength caught me completely off guard. This is attempted murder and outright rebellion. The last words were nearly a scream, revealing the depth of his indignation. Tsunade? How could this be? The third was even more bewildered, scrutinizing Danzo's ghastly appearance, pondering, why would Tsunade do this? There was no conflict between you two, was there? Also, have you forgotten? She suffers from hemophobia, which is why she left the village. Are you saying that this bloodied state is a result of an attack by someone afflicted by such a phobia? Do you think I would lie? Danzo continued to pound the table, shouting, I care not for the reasons. The fact remains that your disciple Tsunade secretly returned to the village, allied with several Nin, and conspired against me. Will you take action or not? The third Hokage rubbed his temples, suppressing the frustration from Danzo's spittle on his face, and sighed. You should return to recover. I will investigate this matter thoroughly. Once I ascertain the truth, I will certainly provide you with an explanation. What in the world is happening? Tsunade, could it be related to Mo Chen? Has she learned of his involvement? Chapter 095. Dasna must not be allowed to complete the bridge in the land of waves. At the fishing village, Inari persistently knocked on the doors of the fishermen's homes. Open up, Grandpa Kichi. Hurry, let us go to the bridge. If we all work together, we can defeat Kaido. Yet, regardless of how Inari called out, he was met with rejection. The citizens of the land of waves had long been broken by Kaido, reduced to begging on their knees. I love my mother, grandfather, Grandpa Kichi, and everyone in the village. Inari understood that being a perpetual crybaby would not protect anyone. Influenced by Naruto, he had undergone a profound transformation. After expressing these thoughts, he ran home, donned his full gear, and resolved to assist at the bridge alone. Inari had become a remarkable young man. The elder of the Kichi family remarked, is it truly wise to let him go alone? Kichi, once a close friend of Dasna, had abandoned the bridge project out of fear of Kaido. Nevertheless, he could not bear to watch Inari recklessly venture out alone. Since we are doing this, let us go big. Kichi quickly gathered all the men from the village. His rallying power far surpassed that of Inari. Armed with various fishing tools and makeshift crossbows, they headed toward the bridge in a throng. However, before they could leave the village, they were soon blocked by a larger group. The leader was none other than the fearsome Kaido, clad in a black suit, wearing sunglasses, and leaning on a cane. He coldly surveyed them. Behind him loomed hundreds of henchmen, all bearing weapons and wearing menacing expressions. Though they may not compare to ninjas, against a crowd of ordinary people, they were as fierce as wolves. Clang. The sight of Kaido and his men waiting at the village entrance caused the fishermen to drop their weapons in fear. Many silently crouched down, instinctively retreating, signaling that they were merely following the crowd. Everyone, do not be afraid. Inari trembled, his legs shaking. But he still mustered the courage to aim a crude crossbow at Kaido, shouting, as long as we unite, there is nothing to fear. A knife suddenly plunged into the ground before him, embedding itself deep into the hard cement. Don't kill me. Please, don't kill me. In the blink of an eye, the once imposing Inari was reduced to a quivering mass of fear. Tears and snot streaming down his face as he wailed and rolled on the ground. Ultimately, he was merely a child of 7 or 8 years. His heroic dreams ignited by Naruto, leading him to rashly seek to transform fantasy into reality. Had the journey proceeded smoothly, he would undoubtedly have grown stronger. Yet, if he faced obstacles from the outset, plunging him into the depths of despair, he would find himself even more disheartened than before. Kaido's arrival shattered the fragile spirit that the people of the land of waves had painstakingly gathered. There was no need for his henchmen to intervene. The disarray had already unraveled completely. Do you dare to defy me? Kaido intoned ominously. Behind him, his henchmen wore mocking expressions, emitting bizarre howls that sent chills down the spines of the fishermen across from them. And no, that's not it. Kichi stammered, trembling as he spoke. We were just planning to go fishing. Yes, fishing. Your demeanor hardly resembles that of fishermen, especially with a child among you, Kaido remarked, casting a glance at the terrified Inari, who lay sprawled on the ground, eyes rolling back. Kichi's legs buckled, and he fell to his knees, repeatedly bowing to Kaido. Please, spare us. We truly intend to fish and bring back plenty to honor you, Lord Kaido. Indeed, just as I said, we will fetch an abundance of fish to pay our respects to you. The other fishermen, realizing the potential for mercy, echoed Kichi's plea in trembling voices. Oh, is that so? Kaido feigned disbelief, yet chose not to press the matter further. He approached Kichi, patting him on the shoulder with a grave expression. I appreciate your attitude. Maintain it moving forward. Why yes. Kichi wiped the cold sweat from his brow, feeling a wave of relief. Excellent. Kaido nodded in satisfaction. In that case, I shall overlook the earlier incident. Furthermore, I am here to inform you that from now on, I will purchase all the fish you catch at 3 times the original price. Upon seeing Kaido raise 3 fingers, the fishermen fell into stunned silence. Had they been overwhelmed by fear, leading to hallucinations? 3 times? Kichi rubbed his eyes, fearing he had been struck with delusions. Are you certain it's 3 times? Not reduced to 30%? Indeed, 3 times. Kato replied with a smile. For rare aquatic treasures, the price may soar even to 10 times. Once the fishermen confirmed that Kato was not jesting at their expense, they erupted into a cacophony of jubilant cheers. Marvelous. We have a lifeline. Long live Lord Kato. Long live Lord Kato. Anyone who dares oppose him again, I shall be the first to show no mercy. In an instant, Kato's reputation among the fishermen underwent a complete transformation, their gazes now reverent, as if beholding a deity. Originally, Kato had merely been acting on Mo Chen's orders, begrudgingly so. He, a creature of the Qilin, sought to gain even the tiniest morsel. This was the very reason he had relentlessly exploited the fishermen, leaving them gaunt and on the brink of despair. Yet now, witnessing their renewed vigor, Kato found a strange satisfaction in his decision. The original price, even tripled, still fell short of market value. However, the fishermen's newfound spirit would undoubtedly lead to a surge in their fishing endeavors. In comparison, Kato might earn even more than before, gaining the respect of the local fishermen. That fool Dasna thought to build a bridge to defy Lord Kato. He was mistaken. We must intervene to thwart him, otherwise, the tripled price will vanish. Yes, we cannot allow him to complete the bridge. Let us unite to stop him. Thus, the fishermen, initially poised to confront Kato, found themselves banding together under the allure of tripled prices, determined to prevent Dasna from constructing the bridge. Kato, taken aback by this unforeseen turn of events, was left speechless. That divine dragon truly was something extraordinary. Meanwhile, on the cross-sea bridge, the battle had reached a fervent climax. After engaging in close combat with Sakura, Zaku, and Waraji, they realized they had gained the upper hand. With a swift D-rank illusion, they rendered the two opponents dazed, easily knocking them unconscious. Within the icy confines of the magical mirror, Sasuke lay gravely injured, feigning death, while Naruto, fueled by a surge of emotion, conjured the visage of a fox's head from the Nine-Tails chakra for the first time. The sheer potency of that chakra effortlessly shattered the magical mirror's icy prison. Chapter 096. Dasna, do not persist in your folly. Was that just Zabuza? No. This chakra, fraught with calamity, could it be? Naruto. Kakashi, still engaged in a tug-of-war with Zabuza, felt the overwhelming chakra erupting from Naruto, and his expression shifted dramatically. Has Naruto's seal been released? A bead of cold sweat trickled down Kakashi's forehead as worry creased his brow. This aura feels off. The seal is not completely undone. Thank goodness. Yet, the chakra of the Nine-Tails indeed seeped through the fissures of the seal. It seemed there was still time. Kakashi retrieved a summoning scroll from his pocket, smearing the blood from his own wounds across his thumb as he traced the scroll. Listen, Zabuza, we are running out of time, Kakashi declared with a grave face. This may not align with your desires, but I refuse to continue this charade. Let us settle this once and for all, shall we? From within the mist, Zabuza's cold laughter echoed back. Humph. How intriguing. I am eager to see what you can do in such circumstances, Kakashi. Yet, it wasn't long before Zabuza found himself besieged by a pack of dogs. What? The sight of 8 different breeds of dogs clinging to him rendered him nearly immobile. If his eyes and ears were of no use, he would have to rely solely on his sense of smell. Following the chorus of barking, Kakashi approached Zabuza, glaring with his Sharingan as he coldly stated, the fog will soon disperse, and your future only holds death. My future only holds death? Spare me your bravado. Zabuza was not made of such fragile stuff. A mere handful of dogs will soon be stewed for Lord Dragon's hot pot. Perhaps I will even receive an S-rank mission reward. Enough with the bravado. You are utterly powerless now. Kakashi advanced slowly, declaring, Zabuza, you have gone too far. The Leaf Village has long been aware of your defection from the Land of Water, becoming a rogue ninja. Your ambition to assassinate the Mizukage and your failed coup have left you with but a few remaining subordinates. In your desperation to gather funds for revenge and evade pursuers, you have allied yourself with a scoundrel like Kato. You are perilously misguided. The man you seek to kill, Dasna, embodies the courage of this nation. The bridge he seeks to build represents hope for this land. Countless lives have been lost due to your ambition. This is not the way of a ninja. As Kakashi spoke, he formed hand seals, swiftly transforming into a man wielding lightning. What? You can clearly see the chakra gathering in your palm? Zai Bujan, though taken aback, stubbornly retorted, I care not for such matters. I fight for my ideals, and there shall be no change in that resolve. He reiterated, I implore you to surrender. Kakashi, with a stern countenance, declared, your future holds only death. Meanwhile, Sakura harbored deep concerns for Sasuke and Naruto's predicament and yearned to assist them. Yet her duty to protect Dasna remained paramount. The live stream within the chat group was a canvas of white, obscured solely by mist. However, as Zai Bujan fell under control, the fog began to dissipate, gradually revealing the silhouettes of others concealed nearby. Mo Chen assessed the situation and found it still within manageable bounds, prompting him to return to Tian Zhang's side. What is the situation? He inquired. I sensed the chakra of the Nine-Tails. Tian Zhang had initially intended to investigate personally, but Mo Chen's timely return afforded him a moment of relief. And Mo Chen explained simply, "It is nothing serious. Only a slight leakage of Nine-Tails chakra occurred, and it did not affect Naruto at all. The seal remains intact. Furthermore, this battle is nearing its conclusion. That is reassuring." Tianzong naturally trusted Mo Chen and relaxed completely upon hearing his words. Meanwhile, after unleashing the Nine-Tails chakra, Naruto seized the opportunity to unleash a fierce assault on Bai. Bai quickly realized he was no match for Naruto and thus surrendered. Having lost to Naruto, he felt he had lost his value as a tool for Zabuza and pleaded with Naruto to end his life. "Please, act swiftly, Naruto," Bai urged, maintaining a calm demeanor. "What are you hesitating for? I killed your companion. Do you not desire vengeance for him? Sasuke also has his own dreams." Naruto, feeling dejected, replied, "If circumstances were different, perhaps we could have been friends." Though he was reluctant to act, he knew he must kill Bai, if only for Sasuke's sake. At that moment, the mist began to dissipate, gradually revealing the surroundings. Kakashi, wielding Raikiri, stood before a completely subdued Zabuza. Naruto held a shuriken, facing Bai, who had surrendered. Sakura and Tazuna were unharmed, while two unconscious figures lay on the ground. In another clearing, Sasuke lay covered in steel needles, resembling a hedgehog. Just then, a throng of villagers armed with fishing gear surged onto the bridge. "Tazuna, stop," they cried. "Do not cling to your delusions. Your actions endanger us all. If you continue to oppose Lord Kato, do not blame us for severing ties with you. And as for the ninjas from Konoha, the affairs of the Land of Waves do not concern you. Cease your actions immediately." This sudden reversal left those engaged in battle bewildered, causing them to instinctively withdraw. "What are you all saying? Have you lost your minds?" Tazuna exclaimed, panic rising within him. "How can you speak for someone like Kato? Hasn't he caused enough suffering for everyone? Kichi, I do not insist you assist me in building the bridge, but now that it is nearly complete, how can you rally everyone to obstruct me? This bridge embodies the dreams and hopes of us all." Kichi, though guilt-ridden, firmly responded, "I am sorry, Tazuna, but we cannot allow you to complete this bridge." "Why is that?" Tazuna felt his frustration boiling over, realizing that Kakashi and the others were poised to win. He thought that defeating Kato's minions would allow them to construct the bridge without further hindrance. Soon, the bridge would connect the Land of Waves to the Land of Fire, enabling the villagers to sell their catch in the Land of Fire, freeing them from Kato's control. However, Kichi, a longtime friend of Tazuna, earnestly advised, "Lord Kato has promised us he will purchase our fish at 3 times the previous price. The days of hardship are behind us. Soon, we will prosper. But if you insist on building the bridge, it will only provoke Lord Kato, and if he retracts his offer, it will be a death sentence for us all. Tazuna, please reconsider, for the sake of everyone. 3 times the price." Kakashi immediately grasped the situation and internally lamented Kato's cunning. If Tazuna persisted in building the bridge, he would be opposing the interests of the entire village, making him a public enemy and rendering the bridge's completion impossible. In such a scenario, Kakashi and his companion's mission would lose its significance. He could not possibly confront an entire nation for the sake of a single task. Chapter 97. How did this kid graduate? Zabuza, adorned with 8 dogs, found amusement in the sudden turn of events, initially chuckling softly before erupting into boisterous laughter, nearly laughing himself into a frenzy. What a splendid performance. He finally understood why Mo Chen had adjusted the plan, instructing him to abandon the assassination of Tazuna. Tazuna had lost all value as a target. "What are you laughing at?" Kakashi frowned. Zabuza reined in his aura and chuckled. "Kakashi, I concede that you have won this battle. Alas, the one who will ultimately fulfill the mission is I. A ninja's ultimate objective must be the completion of the task. Would you not agree?" Kakashi sighed softly, dispelling the summoning beast from Zabuza, his expression one of resignation. You are correct. Our mission has failed. What is going on?" Naruto exclaimed upon hearing Kakashi admit defeat. Momentarily disregarding Bai, "We have clearly defeated them. If we eliminate them completely, Uncle Tazuna can build the bridge in peace. And why are you all trying to stop him? If the bridge is completed, you can sell fish in the Land of Fire instead of to Kato. I do not understand." Naruto was beside himself, unable to accept such an outcome or comprehend it. They had won. Why was the mission considered a failure? They could complete the bridge. Why should they abandon it? Kato was the oppressor. Why were they speaking on his behalf? "Kid, you are still too inexperienced. Ninjas are not suited for children playing house." Zabuza, in high spirits, patiently explained, "Your mission was to protect that old man while he built the bridge, not to defeat us. If you cannot discern such priorities, I suggest you return to the Ninja Academy for a refresher. So, if we defeat you, Uncle Tazuna can build the bridge in peace, right?" Naruto failed to grasp the distinction. Zabuza regarded Kakashi with a peculiar expression, muttering, "How did this child graduate from the Ninja Academy? If all Konoha's lower ninjas are of such caliber, I truly doubt Konoha's strength. This is merely a special case." Kakashi's lips twitched, turning to Naruto with a resigned expression. "The people of the Land of Waves do not allow Tazuna to continue building the bridge. In other words, Zabuza's role is now unnecessary. Their goal was always to prevent Tazuna from constructing it. Even if we defeat Zabuza now, it will not change the people's minds, rendering our battle meaningless. Since Tazuna cannot build the bridge, our mission cannot proceed, and we must consider it a failure. But, Naruto stammered, struggling to articulate his confusion. He sensed that this logic was flawed, yet he could not untangle the thoughts in his mind. Kakashi patted Naruto's shoulder, softly sighing, at a loss for comforting words. For he too felt a sense of frustration. He had experienced battle failures and task failures, but this was the first time he had lost due to external manipulation. Mr. Zabuza. At that moment, Bai had recovered from his earlier defeat by Naruto. Although he felt unworthy to be Zabuza's tool, seeing Zabuza in such a state compelled him to protect him first. Meanwhile, Tazuna had begun arguing with Kichi. 3 times the price. What does that matter? Dazna exclaimed with great indignation. Even at triple the price, it is still far better than selling our goods to the land of fire ourselves. Do you really wish to live your lives forever confined in the land of waves, perpetually trampled upon by others, devoid of dignity? Indeed, that's precisely it. Naruto's eyes sparkled upon hearing Dazna's words. This was exactly what he had been thinking, though he struggled to articulate it, feeling somewhat at a loss for expression. Perhaps you should just keep quiet. Is it not chaotic enough already? Kakashi chided, placing a hand on Naruto's head, unsure how to get through to this troublesome child. However, Kichi's subsequent remarks seemed to address Naruto's confusion. I understand your point, and I believe everyone else does too. Kichi lamented, tears streaming down his face. But we must survive. Before, with no prospects, building the bridge was our last hope. Yet, Dazna, have you considered what happens even if we complete the bridge? Kado can send people to destroy it at any moment, or he could send raiders along the sea route to seize all our goods. What then shall we do? Kado is willing to buy at triple the price, which is sufficient for everyone to live securely. Continuing to resist will only lead to more casualties. We do not wish to die. We all want to live. Do you understand? Faced with Kichi's impassioned inquiry, Dazna found himself at a loss for words. Yes, with Kakashi and the others by his side, he could devise every possible method to construct the bridge. But what would happen afterward? Kakashi and the others would return to Konoha, and Kado would make his return. What then? In the original tale, Kado met his demise at the hands of Zabuza, suffering heavy losses among his subordinates, leading to eventual disintegration. Yet here, Kado remained comfortably ensconced in his position of power. Kakashi, with his vast experience, recognized that under such circumstances, Dazna had no choice but to compromise, which is why he had declared the mission a failure in advance. Kakashi, we must take our leave. Zabuza, having hung his body on Haku, bid farewell with a smile, saying, I thoroughly enjoyed our 2 battles and hope for another opportunity to face you. But next time, I shall not be defeated. I would prefer that our next encounter is not as adversaries. Perhaps we could sit down for a drink together. Kakashi waved him off. Zabuza smirked and replied, that may disappoint you. I am not one to sit still for long. With that, he did not wait for Kakashi's response and allowed Haku to escort him away. Naruto, whose mind was already in disarray, was further bewildered by their exchange. Wait, Kakashi-sensei, aren't we enemies? He shouted. Why can you greet him so casually and talk about having drinks together? If that is the case, what was the purpose of our struggle and battle? Life is not easy, Kakashi sighed. This is something the Ninja Academy should have taught you. Different factions of ninjas may become enemies due to mission conflicts, yet ninjas must execute their tasks without personal emotions. In simple terms, during the mission, we are enemies. But once the mission concludes, that enmity also dissipates. But what if during the mission, the other side kills our comrades? Naruto suddenly remembered the man he had forgotten and gasped, racing towards Sasuke's lifeless form, leaving little room to ponder these troubling questions. Comrades. Kakashi looked skyward, sighing internally. This is why the world of ninjas is fraught with tragedy and suffering. Ninjas are tools devoid of emotions. Yet as humans, who can truly be devoid of feelings? Chapter 098. We were all deceived to his surprise. Things concluded in such a dramatic fashion. Tenzin, seeing that matters had settled, quietly retreated with Mo Chen, feeling somewhat reflective. Tasks that are not under the control of a ninja's subjective consciousness are always the most troublesome, as fate is entirely in the hands of others, leaving one feeling powerless and ineffective. Regardless, Team 7 gained valuable experience from this mission, which would undoubtedly benefit them in the future. Mo Chen smiled and replied, Tenzin-sensei, I will keep an eye on Zabuza and Kado to prevent any further complications. You can handle things here. Tenzin agreed, recognizing that now was the moment when everyone felt most at ease. If Zabuza were to launch a surprise attack, it would likely be even more perilous than before. Although the likelihood was slim, it could not be ignored. Go ahead. Tenzin smiled, compared to Naruto and the others. I look forward to your future even more. He believed Mo Chen would always find the missing pieces and address areas he overlooked. Yet, in truth, Mo Chen merely aimed to wrap things up. Sakura, our mission has failed, but thankfully Sasuke is alright. You scared me to death. Tintin, I never imagined that a mere C-rank mission would escalate to this extent. Hinata, if our team had undertaken this mission, I feel we might have been in danger. Ino, Kakashi-sensei is incredibly strong. He actually defeated Zabuza. It's a pity Mo Chen didn't get a chance to intervene. Sakura, is no one concerned about me? Sasuke almost died. Ino, didn't you take care of 2 small-time thugs? You were merely a bystander. What is there to discuss? Besides, Sasuke is not dead. Sakura, Tsunade, that blonde's performance is nothing like that person's child. Just as Zabuza questioned, I too am perplexed at how such a character graduated from the Ninja Academy. Surely the old man must have pulled some strings? Anko, to my knowledge, he failed his graduation assessment, but then something occurred, and the third Hokage personally approved him. Tsunade, so it seems he indeed took the back door? Anko, I can't say for certain. Sakura, who is that person's child you referred to? Naruto's parents? Tsunade, little one. Refrain from prying into such matters. Instead of gossiping, you should focus on enhancing your combat skills. Sakura, Anko, Tsunade-sama, the third Hokage has sent someone to find us. Tsunade, what is there to panic about? Just follow my earlier instructions. He won't do anything to you. Anko, but I've gotten Red and Yuin into trouble. They are quite displeased with me now. Tsunade-sama, you must soothe my wounded heart. Tsunade, I'll teach you a beauty regimen later. Anko, love you, Tsunade-sama. Ino, I want that too. Tenten, I want it as well. Sakura, count me in. Karen, oh, Hinata, me too. Tsunade, go away, you bunch of children. Wait until you all grow up before causing a ruckus. Mitarashi Anko, sigh? In the Hokage office of Konoha, Hondo, Hong, and Shien gathered together. Standing there with lowered gazes and obedient demeanor. They were all youthful and beautiful women, each with her distinct style. Under ordinary circumstances, even the third Hokage might entertain some impure thoughts. However, at this moment, he was preoccupied, unable to spare a thought for such trivialities. Now, what exactly is going on? The third Hokage rubbed his forehead, having expended considerable effort to ascertain the identities of the Konoha Jonin that Danzo had mentioned. Hong and Shien stepped back in unison, allowing Hondo to take the forefront. With a twitch of her lips, Hondo replied honestly, "This has nothing to do with us, Lord Third. We were coerced." Hong and Shien nodded in agreement, insisting that they were entirely unaware of the situation beforehand. "Tsunade, is it?" The third Hokage said, "You must lay out the entire situation. Otherwise, it will be difficult for me to advocate on your behalf." The third Hokage had already begun to suspect that managing this situation would be a tricky endeavor, and ultimately he would likely have to find a way to smooth things over. "Lord Third." Hondo's eyes immediately brimmed with tears, her voice quavering with grievance. "You don't understand. Tsunade's punch is terrifying. One blow could bring down a mountain. How could I dare to disobey her commands? Following her orders, I brought Lord Danzo to see her. It was preferable to facing her wrath myself. Anyone in my position would have made the same choice, wouldn't they? And you too?" The third Hokage turned his gaze to Hong and Shien. "We were both deceived into this," they replied in unison. Shien pointed to Hong, saying, "Hong asked for my help to capture someone, but she did not disclose any further details." Hong then pointed to Hondo, asserting. Hondo claimed that a spy who had stolen confidential documents from the village would pass through here, asking us to help set up a barrier to trap him. I had no idea it would be Lord Danzo. The three women exchanged accusations, displaying a talent for evading responsibility that rivaled even Konoha's F4. The third Hokage rubbed his forehead once more, sighing. "So, Hondo, you are the only one who has seen Tsunade? When did she return, and where is she now?" "Oh dear," Hondo exclaimed, her expression innocent. "I was patrolling the outskirts of the village when Tsunade suddenly approached me using a transformation technique and began to threaten me. After the situation was resolved, she left with Shizune. I am just as confused as you are now. Do you have any idea why she attacked Danzo?" The third Hokage continued to inquire, as this behavior did indeed align with Tsunade's character. "It seems to be connected to Mo Chen," Hondo speculated, stroking her chin. "Before threatening me, Tsunade inquired about Mo Chen. She seemed to already know about his would-release abilities, as Hong had witnessed Mo Chen perform would-release, and Shien, as part of the Hokage's direct umbu, had heard whispers of it. No one in the room exhibited surprise. "Is that so?" The third Hokage sighed again. "One last question. Did Tsunade confront Danzo alone? Did you witness it firsthand? Is there any possibility of someone impersonating her? Please describe in detail what you observed." The women did not understand the reason behind the third Hokage's inquiry, but they recounted the events as they had unfolded. They reported that Tsunade had not employed anyone else, confronting Danzo directly with unrelenting ferocity, driving him to the brink of despair, as if he had nowhere to escape. It was only later that members of Root managed to dispel the barrier, rescuing Danzo. Otherwise, he might have perished at Tsunade's hands. Of course, this was merely the perspective of those present. Danzo simply did not wish to reveal his trump card, but when his life was genuinely at stake, such considerations were hardly paramount. "Very well, you may leave," the third Hokage gestured wearily. "Apologize sincerely to Danzo when you see him. This matter is not your fault, and I will not pursue it further. However, let this serve as a warning." With a dismissive wave, he expressed his exhaustion. True to his nature as a good-natured leader, he found it difficult to blame Hondo and the others. With Tsunade temporarily untraceable, he would need to assuage Danzo's feelings, perhaps even offering him some concessions to ensure a quiet resolution. Yet, wasn't Tsunade afflicted with hemophobia? Had she already recovered? Chapter 099. The first encounter with Team 7 in the Land of Waves. Dazna ultimately relented. If he wished to continue residing with his family, He had to acquiesce to the opinions of others. One individual could not stand against the collective. His grandson, Inari, had met an untimely fate before his journey could even begin, and the flicker of enthusiasm ignited by Naruto was swiftly extinguished by the harshness of reality, transforming him into a reclusive child. Naruto considered dragging him out for a thorough thrashing, but alas, Inari was beyond saving, and Kakashi would not permit Naruto to act recklessly. Thus concluded their hasty mission, leaving Team 7 feeling rather despondent. After a brief adjustment period, they soon set off back to Konoha. Mo Chen visited Zaibu-Zhan and Bai, cautiously extending an invitation for them to join his ranks. Zaibu-Zhan did not acquiesce. Yet he resolved to remain for a while as Mo Chen's temporary subordinate, akin to a guest elder. Naturally, Mo Chen would provide remuneration, with additional compensation for specific tasks undertaken. After much contemplation, Mo Chen decided to provide Zaibu-Zhan with a sum of money to discreetly establish a ninja village in the Land of Waves. However, Zaibu-Zhan harbored thoughts of returning to Periodically one day, so he merely agreed to assist in the establishment without intending to join. Mo Chen merely smiled in acquiescence. After all, could one truly abandon a child they had nurtured? Having tidied up Kato's enterprises and eliminated those ventures that could invite peril, Mo Chen then met with Tianzong and followed Kakashi back to Konohagakure. Come on out, you've been tailing us all along, Kakashi suddenly remarked during a rest in a forest in the Land of Fire. The mission is over, and you need not continue hiding. Tianzong exchanged glances with Mo Chen, realizing that Kakashi was addressing them. They were not overly surprised and swiftly appeared before Team 7. Whoa, Naruto exclaimed, startled enough to leap up, nearly drawing his kunai in defense. Calm down, they are our allies, Kakashi reassured, restraining Naruto. The Umbu? Sasuke inquired, furrowing his brow as he scrutinized Mo Chen and Tianzong, his face a mask of confusion as he turned to Kakashi. Why are Umbu following us? Does that mean they were also in the Land of Waves? If I am not mistaken, they have been tailing us since we departed from the village, Kakashi replied nonchalantly, harboring his own suspicions but refraining from voicing them in front of the younger members of Team 7. Mo Chen, Sakura greeted happily, undeterred by the mission's failure. She had learned much from Mo Chen during this journey, significantly enhancing her strength and even dispatching 2 samurai on her own, leaving her in high spirits. What? Mo Chen? Both Naruto and Sasuke expressed surprise, recognizing the name from their past. Honestly, when I wear a mask, please don't reveal my identity so readily. Mo Chen sighed, removing his mask and bowing to Kakashi. Greetings, Kakashi-senpai. It is a pleasure to meet you. My name is Mo Chen, codenamed Dragon in the Umbu. He then turned to the other two, exclaiming, and Naruto, Sasuke, it has been a while. I have a vague recollection of you, Naruto shouted, though his expression reflected confusion, clearly indicating a lack of strong memory. Sasuke, however, retained a decent memory, observing Mo Chen with a serious gaze. Umbu. Among our graduating class. Someone actually joined the Umbu. Does this imply that this previously inconspicuous individual from our class now possesses greater strength than I? Sakura. How did you know he was Mo Chen? Sasuke asked her with a hint of interrogation. Sakura felt a surge of anxiety, hastily waving her hands. Sasuke-kun, don't misunderstand. I have nothing going on with Mo Chen. I'm not interested in that. Sasuke cut her off, his tone icy. Did you already know that the Umbu were following us, and that you had met him before? Sakura, used to Sasuke's cold demeanor, still felt somewhat disheartened. Mo Chen, is it? Kakashi seemed to recognize the name, raising an eyebrow as he glanced sideways. Then you must be Tianzong, right? It has been a while, Kakashi-senpai. Tianzong, having had his identity revealed, also removed his mask, teasing, by the way, you seem to have had quite the difficult time on this mission. What can I say? After all, my opponents were the 7 ninja swordsmen of the mist, Kakashi shrugged nonchalantly. He then answered Sasuke's earlier question, saying, if I'm not mistaken, Sakura has been secretly training with Mo Chen during those days, right? Your taijutsu and jinjutsu were taught to you by him? You figured it out? Sakura stuck out her tongue playfully, grinning. What could I do? Kakashi-sensei wouldn't teach me, and I didn't want to be of no help. So I had to find a way myself. What? Naruto leaped up again, pointing at Mo Chen and exclaiming, Sakura, are you foolish? You sought out someone weaker than me for training? You could have just come to me. Idiot. Sakura punched Naruto on the head, unreservedly retorting. You cannot speak of Mo Chen like that. Besides, he is far superior to you, Baka. Impossible. Naruto protested vehemently. Someone like him? I could take on 10 of him. The Umbu are not simply anyone who can join. Sasuke scrutinized Mo Chen, his eyes alight with fighting spirit. The Umbu? Aren't they akin to Bai? Naruto instinctively recalled Bai, but soon shook his head, declaring, no, Bai was a fake. Mo Chen initially believed that his first encounter with Class 7 would be rather entertaining. However, he now found the atmosphere overwhelmingly noisy, leaving him unable to interject. Noticing that Sasuke seemed inclined to confront him, Mo Chen promptly decided to make his exit. I just remembered something I need to attend to, so I shall take my leave. Without waiting for anyone's reaction, he vanished in an instant. Sasuke, taken aback by Mo Chen's speed, momentarily abandoned his intention to challenge him. The swiftness Mo Chen displayed made it evident to Sasuke that he was not a match for him. Fortunately, he had not yet become obstinate enough to let Mo Chen's superior strength affect his mindset negatively. All your fault, Sakura exclaimed, delivering a punch to Naruto's head. Ouch. Naruto protested, cradling his head. Sakura-chan, why do you keep hitting me? It's because you're so loud. Mo Chen despises noise, Sakura retorted, her frustration evident. I wanted to ask him to teach me a few more techniques, but you've ruined that. What? Why does it feel like Sakura-chan knows him so well? Naruto pondered, opening his mouth to speak but hesitating to argue with Sakura. Sasuke, perplexed, inquired, what exactly is Mo Chen's background? What background? To be honest, Sakura was uncertain about the specifics. The parts she knew were not to be casually shared. Yet, with Sasuke asking, she felt compelled to respond, albeit vaguely. In any case, Mo Chen possesses remarkable talent and strength. You must no longer regard him through the lens of our past experiences at the Ninja Academy. Kakashi shook his head, irritated by their noise, and led Tenzo away to converse privately. There were matters he needed to clarify, but he couldn't allow the young ones to overhear. Xiaoningzi, number 1, the gift leaderboard has been refreshed. You all understand? Chapter 100. Yuhi Kurenai joins the group, rising 3 levels. Ding. Group member quota increased by 1. Randomly selecting a new member, please wait. Ding. Selection completed. The new member is Yuhi Kurenai, and they are being added to the group. Mo Chen bid farewell to Class 7 not long ago when he received a system notification. Could it be Teacher Hong this time? Mo Chen was not particularly surprised. It was only a matter of time before such an intriguing woman as Hong Yuhi joined the group. However, upon seeing her name, Mo Chen was reminded of a promise he made to help her resolve the issue with Yakumo. After returning to the village, he would have some free time, which would be perfect for that endeavor. The ability to manipulate the 5 senses was one of the few powers that Mo Chen coveted. The timing of Hong's entry into the group was impeccable. Through her, he could fabricate a future and then acquire the 5 senses manipulation for himself. With that thought, Mo Chen found a quiet spot and began to devise the future narrative. Due to the troublesome antics of Akamichi or Jie, both Hong and Yuang were compelled to apologize to Danzo, which inevitably subjected them to his cold demeanor and disapproving glares. The 2 women, unable to contain their frustration, decided to vent their anger on RGA at the snack street, temporarily alleviating their ire. Throughout this, RGA maintained a cheerful demeanor, refraining from his usual jesting. Fortunately, Tsunade had promised to compensate him, so RGA wasn't at a total loss. At a dessert shop, the trio had just settled down when Hong suddenly experienced a moment of disorientation, her mind filled with an odd sound. Ding. Yuhi successfully joined Mo Chen's female protagonist group. Congratulations on becoming a member of Mo Chen's female ensemble. Please adhere to the following rules. 1. Mo Chen is the group leader. His interests supersede all else. Members must not engage in any actions detrimental to the leader. 2. Mo Chen, what is happening? Hong shook her head. As a skilled illusionist, she knew she had not been ensnared by any genjutsu, and thought perhaps it was just a fleeting illusion. However, at that moment, RGA, seated beside her, also received the notification of Yuhi's entry into the group, his expression turning peculiar. Hong, indeed you have joined the group, RGA reassured her. No need to be anxious. This chat group allows for direct mental communication. Feel free to ask me anything here. However, this group remains absolutely confidential in reality. RGA promptly sent a message in the group while simultaneously making a shushing gesture towards Hong. Being AJ Nin, Hong was not easily flustered by the unknown. She nodded in understanding. Hinata Hyuga, huh? Teacher Hong? Inazuka Kiba, another new member joining every now and then. Is there no limit to the number of people in this group? Will it eventually include everyone in the ninja world? Tintin, that's impossible, at the very least. Men cannot join. Don't forget, this is Mo Chen's female protagonist group. Inazuka Kiba, so what you're saying is, everyone who joins here will be Mo Chen's women in the future? Tintin, wasn't that concluded from the very beginning? Otherwise, why must we win Mo Chen's favor to gain any enhancement? Kushina Uzumaki, regardless of your thoughts, I am determined to always follow Mo Chen. Tsunade, I think it would be a splendid idea if all of you married Mo Chen. RGA, indeed, after all, the Senju clan needs to expand. And that heavy burden will fall on Mo Chen alone. But Tsunade, do not forget that you are also a member of Mo Chen's female ensemble. Tsunade, do you think such trivial matters could intimidate me? If Mo Chen can revive the Senju clan, why would I hesitate to join? Of course, if that happens, you all will have to answer to me. Inazuka Kiba, Tsunade, you are formidable, but the young ones like me are not considering such matters for now. Tintin, though Tsunade is my idol, such things cannot be decided by mere words, right? Sakura Haruno, Higi, this matter does not concern me. I have my own plans. Yuhi, is it truly possible to communicate through thought from different locations? Tsunade, you are here too. So, what exactly is this? Ding. Congratulations to group member Yuhi. Group level upgraded from LV0 to LV3, receiving a total attribute enhancement of 300. The ladies, No one anticipated that Hong would make her debut in the group and immediately gain enhancement, mirroring Arga's initial experience of jumping from level 0 to level 3. Hong herself was taken aback. At that moment, she felt a surge of energy within her, significantly boosting her attributes, as if she had received sudden enlightenment. Tsunade, for questions regarding the chat group, you can consult Arga. But who knows what is going on with Hong? Didn't you all say that to gain enhancements, one must rely on Mo Chen? Tintin, joining the group and leveling up right away is unprecedented. Could it be related to what teacher Hong taught Mo Chen about illusions? Inazuka Kiba, it must be so. Do you all remember why my level increased? I wasn't even near Mo Chen then. RGA, if that's the case, Tsunade should also have leveled up. For she has truly avenged Mo Chen, although he is still unaware. Tintin, perhaps it's because Mo Chen remains oblivious? It might simply be that Tsunade has teamed him yet. Inazuka Kiba, so what exactly did Tsunade do? I heard you two speaking oddly a couple of days ago. But you want to tell us. Tsunade, a lady's affairs are not for children to pry into. Tintin, if you won't tell us, that's fine. But it feels like leveling up is too easy for you all. Teacher Hong, I can accept, but RGA. You only recognized Mo Chen as a brother and leveled up to 3. And Kushina, she hasn't done anything for Mo Chen at all, has she? Inazuka Kiba, exactly. We are still at level 1. It's utterly unfair. RGA, what do you mean only recognized Mo Chen as a brother? I genuinely regard him as my brother. Right now, in Mo Chen's heart, I am his only family. Can any of you compare? Kushina Izumaki, ahem, my mother and I are also Mo Chen's family. Though I haven't done anything for him yet, I would gladly make sacrifices for him should he ever need. Tsunade, understood. So for those of you with lower levels, you should reflect on your own issues and ask yourselves if you truly hold Mo Chen in your heart. If you sincerely wish to help the Sinja clan thrive, your levels will surely rise swiftly. Tintin, Inazuka Kiba, the submission was denied? Mo Chen frowned, somewhat taken aback. After much contemplation, the future he meticulously crafted was met with a rejection notice from the system. Initially, the system had only one requirement. It had to be logical. In other words, this segment of the future was deemed illogical? But why? Mo Chen could not comprehend. The first time he activated his Sharingan and Awaken would release. Such an outrageous event had breezed through the approval. Previously, when he awakened the Diamond Lock and learned the Kagura Hard Eye, that too had been approved. Yet this time, he merely sought to obtain the 5 senses manipulation for himself, and it was denied? The privilege system was utterly absurd, with no explanation forthcoming. It seemed that the 5 senses manipulation was beyond his reach. Mo Chen sighed. It was indeed a pity, but it was not an absolute necessity. Perhaps he could test the ability of the God Bug through the future crafting instead? However, after some thought, he abandoned the idea. That ability was not urgent, and he did not wish to reveal it in future recordings. Well then, he decided to return home first. Sharingan, we VE reached 100 chapters. Just in time for the first unit to conclude. Let us celebrate. Chapter 101, the promised medical sage of the ninja world beneath the azure sky and cotton white clouds. On a balmy summer afternoon, in the village of Konoha, at the Hokage Rock, a young boy clad in casual attire reclined against the head of the first Hokage. A twig dangled from his mouth, and a look of bliss adorned his face. Although the sun blazed overhead, causing most to turn into charcoal under its rays, the boy's skin shimmered with a radiant blue aura, seemingly repelling all ultraviolet light. This was water-style chakra, which also augmented his control. He lay there for an entire afternoon, until the sun gradually dipped below the horizon, casting shadows across the landscape. How delightful! The boy stretched languidly and mused to himself. No wonder so many people relish lying flat, emptying their minds, doing nothing and thinking of nothing. Truly, it is a pleasure. According to plan, he could return home tonight. He wondered how his teacher, Tins, had fared in renovating his residence. As he gazed into the distance, a smile crept onto his lips, and a flicker of anticipation glimmered in his eyes. He was Mo Chen, and it had already been 3 days since he returned from the Land of Waves. After the mission handover, Mo Chen took a brief respite. He initially intended to rest well, but Tins had insisted he vacate his home. Seizing the opportunity of these few days, Tins endeavored to refurbish Mo Chen's abode, leaving him to spend the nights in an old house. Mo Chen sought to find Hong to resolve the issues concerning Yuyun. However, Asma joined Hong in undertaking a joint mission, leading both teams to depart from the village for their assignment. Their task was to escort a merchant convoy while also delivering an invitation for the Chunin exams to Takigakure, a journey that would take several days. Given that they were traveling along the main road, the mission posed minimal risk of combat. On Sakura's end, Mo Chen cast several C-rank illusions for her, allowing her ample time to intern at the hospital without much concern. Only in the evenings did Tintin come by to share meals with him, assist with household chores, and engage in practice at the training grounds together. During these days, Mo Chen found himself thoroughly at leisure, enjoying a relaxed existence. In his solitary moments, he merely simulated the illusions taught by Hong, as well as the sealing and barrier techniques provided by Kanai, and without the need for practical training, he had nearly mastered them. After this period of accumulation, Mo Chen felt that he had cultivated the essence of an elite jonin, possessing a formidable strength that could rival the 5 Kage. Mo Chen possesses numerous formidable abilities, yet his practical experience cannot possibly be compared to that of the seasoned veterans. In the ebb and flow of combat, the outcome remains uncertain. Nevertheless, Mo Chen feels a sense of contentment, after all. It has only been a little over a month since he emerged from complete obscurity, as another day slips by in tranquility. He ponders how delightful it would be if life could continue in this manner indefinitely. Mo Chen stretched lazily once more, oriented himself, and swiftly made his way towards his residence. He had already informed Tian the previous night that she need not wait for him today. Once the house was entirely arranged, he intended to invite his friends over to host a banquet, celebrating his joyous relocation. Before long, Mo Chen arrived at his new abode and was utterly astounded. The entire residence bore no resemblance to the dilapidated state he had encountered upon his arrival. It was now a splendid new home. The previous divisions of the eastern and western courtyards had vanished, replaced by a magnificent three-story villa surrounded by exquisite gardens, open spaces, and training grounds, exuding an air of sophistication and grandeur. Mo Chen arrived at the villa, only to find Tian, gaunt and breathless, sprawled on the ground, resembling someone on the brink of demise. Witnessing this scene, Mo Chen felt a wave of exasperation. He had advised Tian numerous times to no avail. It seemed Tian was indeed born with a sacred physique akin to that of a beast of burden. Nevertheless, he thought to himself, one cannot comprehend the joy of a fish if one is not a fish. If Tian found happiness in his state, that was sufficient. After transferring some chakra, Tian quickly regained his vigor, becoming as spirited as a dragon and as fierce as a tiger. Eagerly, Tian pulled Mo Chen into the villa, embarking on an enthusiastic tour. The first floor comprised the living room, dining room, tea room, and study, while the second floor housed the bedrooms. And the third floor offered entertainment facilities. In truth, there was no need for extensive explanation. The villa was crafted almost to perfection according to the blueprints provided by Mo Chen. The furniture had been predominantly replaced with exquisite postmodern designs, some custom-made and others handcrafted by Tian. Overall, after completing the tour, Mo Chen was utterly satisfied. By the way, teacher Tian, which room is yours? Mo Chen suddenly recalled that Tian had not mentioned his own quarters during the introduction. Tian patted Mo Chen on the shoulder and replied, I have considered this. As your strength grows, so too will your stature within the village, necessitating a private space for you. Though this residence is quite spacious, it may feel small for a true powerhouse. Therefore, I purchased the adjacent house. I will reside there, ensuring I do not disturb you, while still being readily available should you require my assistance. Seemingly anticipating Mo Chen's attempt to dissuade him, Tian promptly produced the property deed from his pocket, stating, I have already acquired the house, with approval from the 3 generations of elders. It would be a shame for it to remain unoccupied. Teacher Tian, Mo Chen exclaimed. Touched by his thoughtfulness, Tian had indeed left no stone unturned in considering every detail, surpassing even the meticulousness of a father. He silently vowed that in this world, he would never betray Tian. Come, let us head downstairs. I have prepared a feast to celebrate your new home, Tian insisted, guiding him downwards. However, to their astonishment, they discovered that the table was already laden with food, yet someone had beaten them to it. A blonde beauty with voluminous waves sat there, unabashedly devouring the meal. Beside her stood a dark-haired girl, clutching a small pink pig, her expression one of embarrassment as she attempted to dissuade the blonde. Lady Tsunade, please stop. This is someone else's food. How can you behave this way? If discovered, your reputation will be ruined. The pink pig covered its face with its tiny hooves, appearing thoroughly mortified. The blonde beauty waved her hand dismissively, her mouth full as she mumbled, It's fine. It's fine. Shizen, stop fussing. Either sit down and eat with us or remain silent and stand there quietly. Honestly, living on the road, with meals scarce, it has been ages since I enjoyed a proper feast. I must say, the food here is exquisite. The dark-haired girl stood speechless, questioning how the blonde could be so oblivious to the implications of their nomadic lifestyle. Can you truly blame me for this predicament? She thought, feeling a growing sense of urgency as she noticed someone approaching, her expression shifting dramatically. She tried to pull the blonde away but to no avail, leaving her in a state of anxious frustration. As Mo Chen and Tian stepped into the restaurant, they were greeted by a rather astonishing sight. Nearly dropping their jaws in disbelief, Lady Tsunade? Tian exclaimed, utterly flabbergasted. He had heard that Tsunade had recently returned to the village and caused quite a stir, with the third Hokage even requesting him to keep an eye on her whereabouts. Little did he expect her to sneak in and indulge in the food he had prepared. The renowned medical expert of the ninja world, one of the legendary Sannin, this was simply too disheartening. Ah, you've arrived. Don't be shy, come join me. Tsunade called without lifting her head, merely gesturing with a hand while continuing her earnest work. It was evident that she had not eaten for quite some time. Resembling a starving ghost returned to life. Ahem, I sincerely apologize. Ino wished for nothing more than a crevice to hide in. Utterly at a loss for words to defend Tsunade, she could only bow repeatedly to Tian and Mo Chen, offering her apologies. Chapter 102, Tsunade, I am your aunt. Long before Tsunade entered the group, Mo Chen had envisioned their first encounter. He had anticipated that she would seek him out, Yet he never imagined that their inaugural meeting would unfold in such a manner. Not only was her image shattered in Tianzang's eyes, but even Mo Chen felt a sense of disillusionment. It has been ages since I've eaten so heartily. At last. As Ino fervently apologized to Tianzang and Mo Chen, Tsunade set down her chopsticks and exhaled deeply. All right. Ino, no need to make such a fuss. Tsunade rose, pulling Ino behind her, and then, with her high heels clicking assertively, she strode confidently towards Mo Chen. Tsunade-sama. Tianzang stammered, feeling a twinge of anxiety as he swallowed hard. Instinctively, he wanted to shield Mo Chen, yet he found himself rooted in place before the formidable Tsunade. Consequently, with a gentle nudge, Tsunade effortlessly pushed Tianzang aside. Young man, do you know who I am? She inquired, her arms crossed beneath her chest, towering over Mo Chen with an authoritative gaze. Despite standing only a few centimeters taller than Mo Chen, the height of her high heels added an extra 10 centimeters, making her appear a head taller than him. Mo Chen could only see Tsunade's chin when he looked up, but at that moment, she was so close that her snow-white hair nearly brushed against his neck, and a warm, uniquely fragrant breath wafted into his nostrils. Even someone as seasoned as Mo Chen couldn't help but feel a tinge of nervousness. Unfamiliar. He swallowed hard, his gaze wandering. Mo Chen, this is Lady Tsunade. Tianzang quickly reminded him, she is the disciple of the third Hokage, one of the legendary Sannin, the strongest medical ninja in the ninja world, and most importantly, she is the granddaughter of the first Hokage. No. Tsunade placed a hand firmly on Mo Chen's shoulder, her expression earnest as she said, at this moment, I hold only one title. I am your aunt. Tianzang and the still uninformed Shizen gasped, their eyes widening in astonishment. Poo-Poo the pig also wore a bewildered expression. Tsunade snorted, the Senju clan obeyed the orders of my great-uncle and second uncle, concealing our surname and dispersing among the common people. Even I have no authority to investigate. However, after all these years of war, most of the main and branch families have suffered heavy casualties, leaving behind only those who could not become ninjas and have lost their family records. But Mo Chen, you have awakened would release. This was once a bloodline limit exclusive to my great-uncle. Therefore, despite defying the wishes of our ancestors, I quietly investigated your lineage. It is certain that one of your parents is from the Senju clan, my siblings. So, in terms of kinship, I am your aunt. Tsunade had no right to question the decisions of her two grandfathers. Yet, due to the ravages of war, she had lost all known family. One by one, they departed from her sight. In this world, she had no true family left. Thus, when the last significant person fell on the battlefield, she developed a fear of blood. Losing all hope in this morbid world, she took in Kato Dan's niece, Shizen, as her disciple and wandered aimlessly, adopting a carefree demeanor to numb herself. Tsunade believed her life would continue like this until her final breath. That was until she joined a chat group and learned of Mo Chen's existence. Perhaps he represented the last vestige of the Senju bloodline, and only a blood relative could awaken the spark within Tsunade's heart. Thus, upon discovering that Danzo had bullied Mo Chen, she did not hesitate to orchestrate that scene. As for her fear of blood, it meant nothing in the presence of a blood relative. And Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback. This was something he had never anticipated. Although he could sense Tsunade's special regard for him in the chat group, he had always assumed it was due to his would release. So, did he truly possess the bloodline of the Senju clan? Oh no, wait, this was a background setting. Mo Chen had traversed into this body. Lady Tsunade, are you certain? Shizen was visibly shaken. If this were true, she would be happy for Tsunade, but she feared it might be a misunderstanding. Tsunade cast a sidelong glance at Tianzang beside her and said, you are the captain of the Umbu. You should know the truth behind this, right? Mo Chen is indeed from my second grandfather's line, correct? Tianzang smiled wryly. The third Hokage did not divulge anything to me. This is all based on my own conjecture. The ability to awaken would release is unique to the Senju clan and cannot belong to anyone else. Moreover, this residence was once my second grandfather's home. Tsunade turned back to Mo Chen, her gaze softening with a hint of affection as she spoke gently, my second grandfather. The second Hokage, Tobirama Senju. Since he left you this house, it is already proof that you are his descendant. When I was little, I had heard that my second grandfather had married a woman from the Uzumaki clan under pressure from Mito. However, it seemed he did not care for her and kept her outside without bringing her back. I never imagined he would leave behind his bloodline. If I had known earlier, no. Had I known earlier, perhaps you wouldn't have even had the chance to be born. Tsunade's tone was complex, filled with joy, regret, hatred, and relief. No. Suddenly, another voice rang out. The third Hokage, holding a pipe, stepped slowly through the door. His eyes fixed on Mo Chen, he declared resolutely. Had I known that Tobirama Sensei's bloodline would persist, I would have done everything in my power to nurture them, even at the cost of my own life. To ensure that Mo Chen would not become an orphan at such a young age. Tsunade's pupils constricted, her body trembling. Mo Chen, indeed a descendant of the second elder. She had spoken with unwavering conviction earlier, yet it remained unverified. However, the words of the third Hokage now served to validate Mo Chen's lineage. After the initial surge of excitement, a flicker of scorn crossed Tsunade's face, as if mocking the third, or perhaps lamenting the state of the world. To nurture talents only to send them to the battlefield to meet their demise, what distinction does that yield? No, there is a difference, for in such a scenario, Mo Chen might never have been afforded the chance to be born at all. Tears streamed down her cheeks, tracing a path from her eyes. She recalled the countless figures who had departed from her life, including her younger brother, Ju, who had once boisterously declared his aspiration to become Hokage, yet fell in battle the day after she gifted him a birthday present, stepping into a trap of explosive tags, never to return. Now, Mo Chen is of a similar age as her brother was at that tragic time. However, Tsunade vowed that such a fate would not befall Mo Chen. It would not happen, not on her watch. You know, Tsunade, back then I had no choice. The third Hokage, touched by his own wounds, wept freely, as Hokage. Each command bears the weight of countless lives. Their deaths are a burden I cannot escape. Yet, because of their sacrifice, more lives may be saved. I must steel my heart and issue those relentless orders. Witnessing the third's distress, Tsunade felt a pang of sympathy. She opened her mouth, but ultimately sighed. I have never blamed you. I simply cannot accept such a cruel reality. Tsunade remains unaware which of Mo Chen's parents belongs to the Senju clan. If it is his mother, Tsunade would indeed be his aunt. However, the Senju clan is a prominent lineage, and even if it is through the female line, they would still hold dominance, akin to a matrilocal marriage. Moreover, with Mo Chen awakening the wood release, he could be recorded as a legitimate heir in the clan's genealogy, thus still allowing Tsunade to be referred to as his aunt. Chapter 103, Mo Chen is my bottom line. Those who touch him shall perish. The group composed themselves and transitioned to the tea room, where Tianzong and Jing Yin took the opportunity to salute the third Hokage. As juniors, the task of serving tea should have fallen to Mo Chen. Yet, under Tsunade's piercing gaze, Mo Chen complied and sat quietly, leaving the task to Jing Yin. Old man, your sources are quite remarkable. I've just met Mo Chen. Exchanged barely a few words, and here you are truly befitting of the Hokage. As soon as she was seated, Tsunade could not help but offer a jibe. She had genuinely wished to avoid encountering the third at this moment. Otherwise, she would not have concealed herself and used transformation jutsu to blend in. The reasoning was simple. As the third aged, he had sought assistance in managing the affairs of the village. If Tsunade were to return openly, she would be unable to evade responsibility. Yet now, she simply wished to ascertain the specifics of Mo Chen's lineage and dedicate herself to nurturing him, wishing to avoid any other distractions. Since you are already aware of Mo Chen's situation, you will undoubtedly seek him out. The third dismissed Tsunade's sarcasm, responding calmly, thus, all I must do is keep an eye on Mo Chen's movements, and I shall await your appearance. In truth, even if you did not return, I intended to summon you back to the village to oversee Mo Chen personally. However, given your erratic whereabouts over the years, even if I wished to convey information to you, I found myself powerless. Such pleasantries are unnecessary. Tsunade interjected. What I wish to know is the true nature of Mo Chen's lineage. Mo Chen, too, was intrigued by this matter. He had always believed himself to be an inconspicuous individual of humble origins, yet it was clear that this was far from the truth. Beyond the Senju bloodline, there seemed to be traces of the Uzumaki clan as well. Could there be a connection to the Uchiha as well? Perhaps that was why he possessed the ability to awaken would release in the Sharingan, mastering techniques such as the Diamond Lock and the Kagura Mind's Eye. The third fell silent for a moment but ultimately chose not to conceal the truth, revealing Mo Chen's lineage in detail before all present. Prior to meeting with Tsunade, he had already been aware that she would not rest until she had clarity on the matter. Mo Chen has now acquired the strength for self-preservation, and with Tsunade's protection, even if his lineage were to be revealed, it would not pose significant issues. Rather, it could serve to intimidate any nefarious individuals, thus yielding more benefits than drawbacks. However, upon learning that Mo Chen's mother is actually a cousin of Uchiha Fugaku, the gathered crowd began to feel uneasy. The main family is of the Senju direct line. The maternal lineage is of the legitimate Uchiha line, and the great-grandmother belongs to the prestigious Uzumaki clan. Had this identity existed during the Warring States period, or the founding of Konoha, one could have traversed the ninja world with unparalleled ease. Uchiha Madara himself might have been compelled to reverently address him as little ancestor, albeit lamenting the absence of Hashirama's bloodline. Upon hearing this, Tsunade beamed with delight, immediately enveloping Mo Chen in her embrace and playfully tormenting him. The Senju clan has a promising future. To be candid, Mo Chen was equally astonished. Could it be that he might, by sheer will, amalgamate the Tsutsuki bloodline? Thus, he eagerly turned to the third Hokage, inquiring, who is my grandmother? The Hyuga clan? The Kagaya clan? Or perhaps a mix of Hyuga and Kagaya? The likelihood seemed substantial. Just as the third Hokage took a sip of tea, he unexpectedly spat it out. Fortunately, he turned his head swiftly. Otherwise, if he had sprayed it on Tsunade, he might have found himself in the hospital for several days, if not worse, lying in a grave. Tsunade playfully pinched Mo Chen's cheek and remarked, I can understand the Hyuga clan, but what does Kagaya have to do with this? The Kagaya you refer to must be the Take-Thorai clan of the Mist, right? What connection does Kagaya have? Clearly, it pertains to the amalgamation of Tsutsuki. Senju Uchiha Uzumaki Tsutsuki Yui, Hyuga Kagaya Tsutsuki Himura, Yui Himura Tsutsuki Kagaya. Mo Chen believed that if he were to gather these bloodlines and develop all the bloodline limits to a certain extent, he could potentially manifest the six paths. Even without the 10 tails or the divine tree, perhaps a more formidable version of it. Naturally, such thoughts were best kept to oneself. Consider this, my esteemed aunt. Mo Chen said earnestly, the Uzumaki clan is a distant relative of the Senju, which explains their formidable strength. Kagaya and the Hyuga are also distant kin. And they are not lacking in power either. If my grandmother were not of the Hyuga clan, I would find it acceptable to settle for some bloodlines from Kagaya. Even Shizen couldn't help but burst into laughter. That's quite the idea. Tsunade nodded in agreement, then chuckled softly, but don't you think you are being a tad greedy? Having seen glimpses of the future through video, she knew that Mo Chen was concealing a pair of Sharingan that remained undisclosed. Now, he was also eyeing the Byakugan and the Shikatsu Miyaku? Nonetheless, this ambitious side of Mo Chen was utterly endearing. In a moment of nostalgia, Tsunade saw reflected in him the image of her younger brother, who had always yearned to become Hokage. Dreams are essential to a person, otherwise. What difference is there from being a mere fish out of water? Mo Chen grinned, relishing Tsunade's affectionate gaze. Ding. Congratulations to group member Tsunade. Your group level has risen from LV0 to LV5, gaining an all-attribute enhancement of 400. The belated reward took Mo Chen by surprise. He had thought the system had overlooked him, yet it had delivered a significant boon. Tsunade paused momentarily, a smile gracing her lips as she affectionately ruffled Mo Chen's hair. Was this the sensation of receiving an enhancement? 400. In that instant, Tsunade felt as though she could shatter half of Konoha with a single punch. Simultaneously, the group members erupted upon receiving the news of Tsunade's 5-level ascent. The fearsome nature of this enhancement was undeniable. After all, the one receiving such a substantial boost was none other than Lady Tsunade, a legendary figure renowned in the ninja world for over 3 decades. Multiplying her already formidable power by 4 was an incomprehensible concept. At least, no one in the group dared to envision the aftermath of Tsunade unleashing her full strength. Even Mo Chen couldn't suppress a shiver. With such monstrous strength, could Madara Susanoo withstand it on the battlefield of the 4th Great Ninja War? Such thoughts were too daunting to entertain. While the group buzzed with excitement, the subject of their discussion was too preoccupied to pay them any mind. Tsunade, in high spirits, cast a sidelong glance at the 3rd Hokage and declared, if you can ascertain the identity of Mo Chen's grandmother, I shall take charge of Konoha Hospital. The 3rd, upon hearing Tsunade's concession, was inclined to agree, yet he understood the complexity of the task at hand. Nevertheless, he refrained from voicing the challenges, knowing that Tsunade was well aware of them. Instead, he could only sigh, I shall do my utmost. There is one more matter. Tsunade raised her fist, her gaze turning steely. To those shadowy figures hiding in the filth, should they dare to reach out recklessly again, I will not concern myself with their identities. I will hunt them down relentlessly. The 3rd opened his mouth, yet found himself at a loss for words. Indeed, the situation had escalated to this extent. Danzo had always acted for the sake of the village. He respected Tobirama-sensei, and with Mo Chen being Tobirama's descendant, the 3rd hoped Tsunade would temper her animosity towards Danzo. However, before he could finish his thought, Tsunade interrupted, I care not for such matters. Mo Chen is my bottom line, and whoever touches him shall face death. By the end of her declaration, Tsunade exuded an overwhelming aura. The 3rd was taken aback, his pipe slipping from his mouth. Had Tsunade truly grown this powerful after resolving her inner turmoil? Chapter 104, The Future of the Senju, A Blossoming Dream After the 3rd Departed. Danzo discreetly took his leave as well. Tsunade engaged Mo Chen in a lengthy conversation, first inquiring about his well-being over the years, reminiscing about the past, and ultimately expressing her resolve to protect him, hoping to make amends for the years lost. Following their reunion, Tsunade had decided to return to Konoha, intending to move in with Shizen at Mo Chen's residence. However, she would refrain from involving herself in any village affairs until the 3rd clarified the identity of Mo Chen's grandmother. Tsunade's premature return signaled potential changes in the plans for Konoha's collapse. Yet, what did it matter? The one who would truly bear the burden was Orochimaru. After the collapse, Konoha would be reborn, and that was inevitable. All she needed to focus on was safeguarding those dear to her. Perhaps she could even take advantage of the chaos to eliminate that old schemer and pave the way for Tsunade's future as Hokage. Mo Chen lay on his bed, a peculiar sensation stirring within him. The sudden presence of an elder in his home, who was to become his guardian, left him feeling somewhat disoriented. Yet, this elder cared for him deeply. Her gaze alone revealed that Tsunade had nearly entrusted everything to him. It was a bewildering mix of being cherished and warmth, accompanied by an instinctive fear of failing to live up to this affection. What were you lost in thought about? I've been here for quite a while, and you didn't even notice me. Suddenly, Tsunade's voice pierced through the silence, jolting Mo Chen back to reality. Mo Chen turned his head and was instantly taken aback. Tsunade had just emerged from her bath, clad in a loose-fitting robe, standing by the bed while drying her damp hair with a towel. The beauty after a bath radiated a subtle fragrance of soap, a scene that could stir the heart of any youthful lad. It seemed that Tsunade's move would bring about another dilemma. She appeared oblivious to the decorum expected in such situations. With a chuckle, Tsunade, being a medical ninja, noticed the slight change in Mo Chen's expression despite his efforts to conceal it. She couldn't help but smile. Her delicate fingers gently tapped his forehead as she remarked, Little Mo Chen has truly grown up, reaching the age where he can respond to women. Now I can rest easy. Please take it easy. Mo Chen forcibly suppressed the turmoil in his heart, averting his gaze and shifting the topic. Isn't it rather late for you to still be awake? I came over precisely because I was about to rest, Tsunade said as she drew closer to him. Aunt will sleep beside you. Mo Chen was utterly dumbfounded. Are you truly disregarding your femininity, or simply overlooking my masculinity? Look at your foolish expression. Tsunade playfully tapped his head and nudged him toward the bed. Before slipping under the covers herself, lying on her side, she gazed at Mo Chen with a smile, saying, even now, I can hardly believe it feels like a dream. I never expected the Sinja lineage to endure, and that I would have family. Yet, I fear waking up to find it all a mere illusion. Which is why I want to stay by your side. This sentiment embodies the essence of yearning and trepidation. Mo Chen could indeed comprehend the situation. Yet could you not consider my feelings for a moment? Why the silence? Tsunade paused briefly, quickly regaining her composure, and chuckled softly, are you perhaps indulging in fanciful thoughts? It is perfectly natural to have physiological reactions, but do you truly harbor such feelings for an older woman like me? Please. Mo Chen recoiled slightly, exclaiming helplessly, Aunt, your appearance is entirely that of a youthful maiden. I do not wish to indulge in wild imaginings. Yet how could I possibly restrain myself when such a stunning beauty lies beside me in this manner? As a medical ninja, Tsunade possessed a profound understanding of both physiological and psychological changes, leaving Mo Chen with no need to conceal his thoughts. It seemed that Aunt's allure had not diminished over the years. A mischievous glint sparkled in Tsunade's eyes as she deliberately leaned closer to Mo Chen, allowing him to more acutely perceive her figure. She whispered gently in his ear, what would you do if you found yourself unable to control it? Was this a form of seduction? Surely, it must be. Mo Chen's eyes were nearly bloodshot, yet before he could make a move, Tsunade suddenly giggled and retreated playfully. Little Mo Chen, you are simply too adorable. I cannot help but want to tease you a bit. With that, Tsunade performed a hand seal and transformed into a burly, unkempt man. Can you manage this version of me? He boomed. Now, will you choose me or your aunt? Make your choice. Mo Chen nearly kicked the man off his feet. Aunt, please cease this sorcery. He knelt on the bed, bowing repeatedly in supplication. He was perplexed by Tsunade's antics. Was it merely for amusement, or had she suddenly let loose due to newfound emotional attachments? Regardless, all Mo Chen desired was a moment of peace to lie quietly. All right, I won't tease you anymore. Tsunade reverted to her original form, adjusting her attire which had become askew from her earlier movements. Then, she unexpectedly leaned down and planted a light kiss on Mo Chen's forehead. With a blush gracing her cheeks, she waved at him, saying, it won't trouble you. Go back to your room and sleep. It was not until Tsunade had departed for quite some time that Mo Chen regained his composure. However, his mind remained tumultuous, tossing and turning until he finally succumbed to slumber in the early hours of the morning. Unbeknownst to him, Tsunade, having left his room, felt her entire face flush crimson. Her orientation was normal, physiological functions intact, and psychologically sound. As she curled her fingers into a circle, she noted that to close them, her fingers would need to extend by half an inch, causing her to draw a sharp breath. Everything was normal, even surpassing expectations. Indeed, the future of the Sinja clan branching out was no mere fantasy. Although still young, with a couple more years of nurturing, they would be fully matured. At that point, she intended to secure both Hong and Hongdo, and Shi Yin was also an appealing option. She resolved to keep a close watch on them, ensuring that no one else could lay claim to them. Having already joined Mo Chen's harem, their fates were entwined, and Tsunade would not let them slip away. As for the other budding blossoms in the group, they needed more time to develop. Were their thoughts significant? Not in the slightest. What Lady Tsunade decreed was paramount. Who would dare oppose her? The following day, Mo Chen, sporting dark circles under his eyes, was forcibly awakened by Tsunade. In a daze, he was attended to by the prepared servants who assisted him with his morning routine before being seated at the dining table. The breakfast spread was even more lavish than what Tenzo had brought. It was personally prepared by Tsunade herself. Allegedly a nutritious meal crafted by medical ninjas to promote his physical growth, Mo Chen didn't retain much of what Tsunade had said. Only that the food was quite delectable, albeit he was compelled to eat until he was stuffed. Digest for a moment, then come to the backyard. We shall train. Tsunade commanded, her demeanor brisk and decisive as she filled Mo Chen's schedule to the brim. He was to refrain from visiting the Umbu for the time being, as Tsunade had secured him a long leave, stating that they would engage in secret training for a while to further enhance his strength. Mo Chen, however, remained somewhat indifferent. Tsunade, being a medical ninja, could only be considered average in combat prowess among the elite. Even the legendary strength passed down through the Sinja clan did not particularly entice Mo Chen. He found it too brutish and preferred a more graceful approach to battle. For instance, summoning a towering creature that would instantly demoralize the opponent seemed far more elegant than resorting to violent intimidation. Yet, to his surprise, Tsunade was indeed intent on teaching him this raw power, and through her explanations, she shattered Mo Chen's preconceived notions about it. This strength was not merely a tool for brute force against enemies. Chapter 105. To learn how to strike, one must first learn how to endure with a resounding crash. A tree large enough for two to embrace was effortlessly snapped in half by Tsunade's fist. Mo Chen was utterly oblivious to Tsunade's gathering strength as he stood there, delivering a punch. With a 400 enhancement, Tsunade was a terrifying force to behold. This extraordinary strength is what the outside world refers to as brute force. Tsunade, with a serious expression, explained, however, in our Senja clan, we call it chakra burst, which is one of our family's inherited abilities. A chakra burst involves using special techniques to condense and compress chakra, then releasing it all at once, requiring a remarkably high level of chakra control. If you possess sufficient skill, you can unleash chakra from your hands, feet, or any part of your body. You can even center yourself and let the power radiate outward in all directions. Upon hearing this, Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't this akin to the repulsive force of the Rinnegan? However, while the Rinnegan's ability is merely a matter of eye technique, achieving a chakra burst would be far more challenging than mastering S-rank ninjutsu. Throughout the original work, only the Hyuga clan could release chakra from their entire bodies. And even they merely utilized it after releasing it. The chakra burst was significantly more complex than simple release. Then, aside from your hands and feet, is there any other part of your body that can unleash chakra? Mo Chen inquired with curiosity. The path of power values precision over abundance. Tsunade replied solemnly. Focus on one aspect, elevate it to its utmost peak, and attain a level of strength unmatched by others. That is the mark of a true powerhouse. If you attempt to learn everything but master nothing, you will merely be a half-filled vessel. Even if your abilities are evenly balanced, without a weakness, you will never reach the highest summit. Your physique is strong, and your chakra is immense. You must make the most of this. In terms of mastery over chakra burst, your future potential will far surpass mine. What Tsunade said might apply to others, but unfortunately for Mo Chen, he possessed a unique advantage and was not deterred by the fear of overextending himself. Therefore, after listening to Tsunade's words, he grinned and pressed on. So, aside from your hands and feet, where else can you unleash chakra? Tsunade paused, slightly taken aback, and retorted, only from my hands and feet. There are no other areas. Suddenly, she noticed Mo Chen's gaze inadvertently drifting toward her well-rounded posterior, which caused her face to flush crimson, and she swung a fist towards his head. Whoa, no. Absolutely not. Mo Chen hurriedly denied, swiftly retreating. Boom. Tsunade's punch struck the air, producing a sonic boom that startled Mo Chen. Such violence. If he were to be hit even once, he would likely be lying on the ground weeping for quite some time. To learn how to strike others, one must first learn to endure strikes. With a sinister smile, Tsunade declared, so today's training consists of not leaving this training ground and surviving my attacks. This training ground, merely over 100 square meters, was originally intended for basic physical training. Yet now, Tsunade was asking him to engage in a life or death escape? Wouldn't that mean he could perish with just one skill? Do not worry, I will not limit the terrain, nor will I use area attacks. Tsunade seemed to sense Mo Chen's concerns, assuring him that whether she punched or kicked, none would strike the ground. Mo Chen, with a pitiful expression, implored, Aunt, you are my only relative. Can you truly bear to strike me? I believe it would suffice for you to simply teach me the technique of chakra explosion, and I shall learn it swiftly. I am aware of your remarkable talent and have faith that you can master the technique in a short span of time. However, Tsunade remained unmoved and replied, yet, I must reiterate, if you wish to learn how to strike, you must first learn how to endure blows. If you do not wish to be struck, then strive to evade my attacks. No matter how powerful one may be, there will always be someone stronger. Therefore, before launching an attack, one must first comprehend the principles of defense and evasion. Tsunade preferred that Mo Chen endure a little hardship rather than allow the tragic fate of Shinjiro to befall him. For this reason, she would not hesitate to leave him battered and bruised if it meant safeguarding him from a similar destiny. Mo Chen realized her seriousness and could only grimace as he evaded her attacks. Initially, it was manageable. Tsunade, uncertain of Mo Chen's precise capabilities, was merely in a phase of testing and, consequently, did not exert her full strength. However, after Mo Chen effortlessly dodged her strikes time and again, Tsunade began to adjust, gradually increasing her speed. It didn't take long for Mo Chen to discover that chakra explosion could serve not only as a means of offense but also as a method of acceleration. Tsunade concentrated chakra beneath her feet, and upon its eruption, she surged forward like a cannon of air, her speed instantaneously enhancing, akin to an upgraded version of the body flicker technique. No. Mo Chen felt that this was not the level that Tsunade originally possessed. If she could balance both speed and strength, she would not have lost to the fourth Raikage in an arm wrestling match. Nor would she have been so passive in her battle against Uchiha Madara. So, has she already employed some form of enhancement? Mo Chen suddenly felt an overwhelming urge to weep. Surely, this was a reward accompanying his golden finger? Why then did it seem to complicate his situation instead? With her chakra unleashed to enhance her speed, Tsunade relentlessly pressed Mo Chen, leaving him flustered and in disarray. Fortunately, Mo Chen's reflexes were sharp, allowing him to narrowly evade all of Tsunade's attacks. However, with her unyielding pace, he found it impossible to maintain his momentum. It was only a matter of time before he would be struck. Wait, Tsunade hadn't mentioned that he couldn't employ ninjutsu, had she? Mo Chen suddenly realized that she might have been too presumptuous. Just because she allowed herself to escape, did that mean she had to flee? Activating her Sharingan. Having been attended to in silence during her morning routine, she forgot to wear her colored contact lenses, resulting in her pupils turning crimson each adorned with 3 tomo. With the enhancement of dynamic vision, Mo Chen's movements transformed from frantic evasion to a graceful dance, as if she were gliding to a rhythm. Tsunade quickly took notice, a slight smirk gracing her lips. This little one seems to trust me quite a bit, revealing her Sharingan so readily. Yet she was somewhat astonished. Mo Chen's Sharingan had actually evolved into the 3 tomo form. But what are the Sharingan? I have dealt with numerous Uchiha before. Tsunade's smirk widened, her speed and strength elevating to a new tier. Before she had gained her enhancements, it would have been a challenge for her to pose a threat to Mo Chen once her Sharingan was activated. However, with the 400% increase, her capabilities were now unimaginable. Tsunade felt confident that no one in the entire ninja world could withstand a direct blow from her. What she did not anticipate was that Mo Chen would not flee this time. Instead, she turned around and flashed a smile, then launched a punch in return. This is bad. Tsunade's heart raced. It was too late to retract her force. With a thunderous boom, their fists collided, akin to a pressure cooker exploding. Tsunade was jolted back 2 steps, her momentum completely halted. Meanwhile, Mo Chen barely managed to remain upright during her punch. A thick layer of wooden armor had manifested on her arm, only to be shattered, along with the fabric of her sleeve. She had copied Tsunade's monstrous strength through her Sharingan, but in the heat of the moment, she could not execute it flawlessly, hence the additional layer of wooden defense. However, the reason she gained a slight advantage was not due to the wood release, but rather the immense chakra within her, which she expended in one go. Tsunade, appearing ruthless, was actually holding back her strength, resulting in the current outcome. Mo Chen. Seeing the destruction of Mo Chen's sleeve, Tsunade exclaimed urgently, her face filled with concern as she rushed to inspect her. Chapter 106, a symphony of birds and a dragon among 9 phoenixes throughout that day. The sounds of wailing echoed from Mo Chen's residence, starting shortly after dawn and persisting until dusk. Although Mo Chen had copied the technique for chakra explosion using her Sharingan, Tsunade provided her no opportunity to familiarize herself with it. After confirming that Mo Chen was unharmed, Tsunade sealed her chakra, forbidding her from utilizing any abilities and compelling her to rely solely on physical skills to withstand Tsunade's assaults. In such circumstances, what else could Mo Chen do but evade? She had learned Kanai's sealing techniques and could remove her own chakra restrictions, but doing so would be too disrespectful to Tsunade. Reluctantly, she endured, adhering to Tsunade's rhythm. After all, Tsunade was both her aunt and guardian. Yet, it must be said that under Tsunade's relentless pressure, while Mo Chen's defensive capabilities were uncertain, her evasion skills had significantly improved. Eventually, she could discern the direction of the wind, dodging Tsunade's attacks even with her eyes closed. She even speculated that if she continued training like this, she might one day comprehend the ultimate mastery of instinct. Of course, it was not a perfect evasion. She would occasionally take a punch or 2. Thus, by the end of the training session, her body bore bruises, each mark a testament to her struggle. Yet not a single part of her remained unscathed. Before dinner, Mo Chen lay on Tsunade's lap, relishing her gentle healing touch while outwardly feigning tears and pouting. Woo-woo, Andy. You were too harsh. My entire body aches, I feel as if I might perish. Tsunade recognized Mo Chen's playful demeanor and chose not to expose it. Instead, responding with tenderness and a smile, don't worry, with me around, you won't die. You'll recover swiftly. Tsunade, too, felt a pang of sympathy. However, she acknowledged that today's trials had greatly enhanced Mo Chen's self-defense abilities and her acumen in responding to attacks. The hardships endured today could very well save her life tomorrow. With this thought, Tsunade felt justified in being tougher, as long as she didn't inadvertently cause fatal harm. After all, she could always heal her back. Moreover, with Mo Chen's resilience, she was not easily defeated. Mo Chen was momentarily rendered speechless, lamenting. Not only do you fail to offer me comfort, but you also threaten to be even harsher. Before he could finish his sentence, Tsunade leaned down and planted a kiss on his forehead. This time, he could feel the warmth and softness linger for several seconds. Unlike the fleeting brush of the previous night, the air was filled with a milky, fragrant scent of snow, while Mo Chen remained in a state of bewilderment. Tsunade had already withdrawn. Her cheeks slightly flushed, she chuckled softly. You performed admirably today. Consider this a reward and a consolation. Let us strive for further progress tomorrow. Mo Chen jolted awake from his previous state of special reverie. Again, could it be that I'll have to endure this ordeal every day for an extended period? Tsunade erupted in laughter, saying, what are you afraid of? As you continue to improve, at this rate, after another day of training tomorrow, I might not even be able to touch you with my full strength. Mo Chen contemplated this reasoning, realizing that enduring just one more day of training would subject him to scarcely a tenth of the punishment he faced today. The prospect of achieving a complete evasion of Tsunade's attacks was indeed worthwhile. Your innate talent surpasses my expectations, perhaps in no time at all. Your prowess will ascend to the level of Grandfather Hashirama, or even exceed it. Tsunade reflected with a hint of nostalgia, then turned serious and said, but I need you to promise me one thing, regardless of how powerful you become or how far you travel in the future. Always remember that your aunt is waiting for you at home. When you step outside, you must ensure your safe return. As she concluded, she embraced Mo Chen tightly, nearly suffocating him in the process. At that moment, Shizen entered, carrying numerous bags, accompanied by a throng of beautiful women, creating a lively commotion. Mo Chen turned his gaze briefly towards the four flowers of Konoha, Yuhi Kurenai, Akamichi Karui, and a violet-haired beauty he was meeting for the first time, Yuzuki Yuyin. Noticing the hint of perplexity in Mo Chen's eyes, Shizen smiled and replied, Lady Tsunade has requested that I organize a housewarming banquet in your honor. And she asked me to invite your friends. However, as I am not well acquainted with your social circle, I sought the assistance of Karui. And they are all here at her behest. If there are any other individuals you wish to invite, please let me know, and I will arrange it immediately. Mo Chen had indeed contemplated hosting a housewarming banquet, aiming to gather the women from the group together, even if he could not derive any personal benefit from it. Such an occasion could foster better relationships amongst them in reality. However, Tsunade's unexpected arrival disrupted Mo Chen's plans. And with teacher Hong also taking her students on a mission with Class 10, he temporarily set the idea aside. To his surprise, Tsunade proved to be considerate and had already arranged everything for him. Upon entering, the women first greeted Tsunade. And then the four flowers of Konoha along with Hongdo flocked to Mo Chen's side. Sakura exclaimed, Mo Chen, we have come to see you. Chanden. We are here to indulge in a lavish feast today. Tintin added, wow, I didn't expect your new home to be so luxurious. Hinata softly remarked, Mo Chen-kun. While Hongdo teased, hey, now that you have an aunt, have you forgotten about your older sister? Hong maintained a reserved demeanor, simply observing with a gentle smile from the periphery, while Shiyin, encountering Mo Chen for the first time, regarded him with a curious gaze, unfamiliar yet intrigued. Mo Chen could no longer cling to Tsunade's side. After rising, he greeted each of the women in turn. As the saying goes, 3 women create a play, and 4 women amount to a cacophony. The hall was filled with the chirping of ladies, a true assembly of dragons and phoenixes, a hymn. Mo Chen thoroughly experienced the sensation of dizziness, finding himself unable to manage the multitude of conversations. Fortunately, Tsunade discerned his awkwardness and admonished the group, causing the ladies to promptly fall silent. Since it was a banquet, the primary focus was on dining. Shizen had already procured the ingredients and was busy in the kitchen with those adept at cooking, while the others assisted in setting the scene and enhancing the atmosphere. As the host, Mo Chen was unanimously requested to sit back and await the meal, and Tsunade naturally did not partake in these tasks. Ultimately, Mo Chen found himself comfortably reclining on Tsunade's lap once more. Despite the presence of so many others, Tsunade showed no signs of discomfort. Her indulgence and affection for Mo Chen were utterly transparent. During this time, Hongdo brought Shiyin over to introduce her to Mo Chen, marking their first formal acquaintance. Reflecting on the past, the moment when Shiyin removed her umbu mask had left a profound impression on Mo Chen while watching the anime. Perhaps due to his youthful age and prior exposure only to children's animations, encountering a character like Shiyin, with her striking purple hair and alluring demeanor, had a significant impact on him. Consequently, among the gathered women, it was Shiyin's image that resonated more with Mo Chen's pursuits. Thus, he resolved to claim Shiyin from that ailing individual. While harboring such thoughts, Mo Chen maintained a composed demeanor, merely offering a simple compliment about Shiyin's beauty. Shiyin chuckled softly, not taking the words of this budding youth to heart. Nevertheless, factors such as his would release abilities, being a descendant of the Senju clan, and Tsunade's nephew, coupled with the attention of numerous women, ensured that Mo Chen was placed in a position of considerable significance in Shiyin's mind. Even if Shiyin joined the conversation, while not deliberately seeking to ingratiate herself, she certainly approached him with goodwill. Chapter 107. Genjutsu, the technique of manifesting thoughts. Hai Kurenai had just returned from her mission, and, without waiting for Mo Chen to speak, approached him directly. Yukumo had always been a source of concern for her, and seizing the opportunity, she hoped that Mo Chen could assist in examining the situation. Coincidentally, Tsunade had also returned. And with their combined efforts, they might indeed resolve Yukumo's issues. Thus, what had been planned as a training session had to be postponed, allowing Tsunade to set aside a day to accompany them. The following day, Mo Chen instructed Hong to depart first, taking Yukumo to the mountains to enjoy the scenery. Due to Yukumo's unique constitution, she had always resided in the secluded Ramen Hill Villa, where umbu guards kept a watchful eye, making it difficult for her to venture out. Even when she did, her excursions were brief and closely monitored. Over time, this confinement exacerbated Yukumo's underlying psychological issues, leading her to adopt an increasingly gloomy disposition. Mo Chen requested Hong to take her out, hoping to alleviate Ayaka's mood. Teacher Hong, I've thought of a marvelous technique. As Hong and Ayaka leisurely strolled up the mountain, Mo Chen suddenly dashed over, her face alight with excitement, exclaiming animatedly. Much like a naive and exuberant child unaware of the world's complexities. Hong paused momentarily, then quickly realized that Mo Chen must have her own intentions. So she refrained from interrupting and quietly activated the group chat's live streaming feature. Mo Chen, the teacher has other matters to attend to, Hong said with an amused expression. Observing Mo Chen's antics. Who is this person? Ayaka inquired, lifting her gaze. The girl had chestnut hair and was clad in a pink kimono. Her skin an unnaturally pale hue. She appeared fragile, as if a mere gust of wind could topple her. Her eyes were cold and devoid of emotion, seemingly incapable of absorbing the world around her, regarding everything with a dispassionate indifference. Overall, she resembled a soulless being, lacking any emotional fluctuations. However, upon seeing Mo Chen approach, a flicker of curiosity emerged in her gaze. Having little interaction with others, the rare encounter with such a lively individual seemed to brighten her spirits, if only slightly. Oh, there are others here? Mo Chen feigned surprise, wiping her hands on her pants before extending her right hand toward Ayaka. Hello, my name is Mo Chen. I've recently been learning magic from Teacher Hong. Did you also call her teacher just now? Then you must be a student of Teacher Hong as well, which makes us fellow disciples. Mo Chen wore a radiant smile that exuded warmth and charm, a familiarity that was not at all off-putting. Yayun. After a moment's hesitation, Yayun extended her hand to briefly shake Mo Chen's, their contact fleeting. Is your name Yayun? Mo Chen inquired, seemingly unfazed by Yayun's reaction. What a lovely name. From now on, I shall call you Sister Yayun. It feels more endearing that way. Judging by Yayun's appearance, she appeared to be slightly older than Mo Chen. And being a student of Hong, it was entirely appropriate for him to address her as such. Meanwhile, the group chat buzzed with curiosity about Hong's live broadcast. Among the members, only Hongdo had any inkling of Yayun's situation, while Tsunade had only learned about her during the previous night's banquet. Yayun. Mo Chen recently began studying illusions and possesses significant talent in this area. In a short span, he has nearly mastered the techniques I know. Hong casually introduced Mo Chen to Yayun before turning to him with a question. Mo Chen, you mentioned earlier that you had conceived a new technique? Have you developed a new illusion on your own? This technique is somewhat peculiar. I am unsure if it qualifies as a newly developed one. Which is why I sought to verify it with Teacher Hong, Mo Chen admitted, suddenly feeling a touch of embarrassment, as if the technique might not meet expectations. Don't be silly, Mo Chen. Hong, unaware of his inner doubts, acted in accordance with her nature and did not give him the opportunity to showcase his work, instead stating, when the teacher has time, I will come to find you. However, before Mo Chen could respond, Yayun interjected eagerly, I would like to see it. Envious of Mo Chen's talent in illusions and yearning to become a ninja herself, albeit constrained by her physical limitations, she was keen to witness his self-developed technique. Hong was mildly surprised that Mo Chen had indeed piqued Yayun's curiosity. Very well, let us showcase it, but do be cautious not to hurt Yayun, she consented. I'm fine with it, Yayun insisted, shaking her head, her desire to experience the technique firsthand evident in her expression. Mo Chen subtly winked at Hong, beginning to awkwardly form the hand seals, while reminding her, here I come, prepare yourself for the illusion technique. Whatever you think, comes to be. Upon hearing the name of the technique, Hong's lips twitched slightly. Was it really that juvenile? To enlighten Yakumo, this was quite the effort. It truly seemed a bit unfair to Mo Chen. Yakumo's head was filled with a series of question marks. In the chat group, laughter erupted. However, after a prolonged wait, nothing seemed to occur. Hong cautiously inquired, did you fail to cast the technique? Yakumo's gaze returned to its usual indifference, yet unbeknownst to her, the corners of her mouth lifted ever so slightly. So, it turned out he was just a fool, and her anticipation had been in vain. No, I assure you, I succeeded, Mo Chen hastily clarified. You are already within my illusion. Both Hong and Yakumo paused momentarily, sensing the reality of the illusion, albeit with peculiar effects. Their expressions turned strange as they silently watched Mo Chen, awaiting his explanation. Mo Chen scratched his head and remarked, I have merely envisioned the illusionary scene to mirror reality perfectly, achieving an impeccable one-to-one restoration, ensnaring you all without your awareness. Is this not what you, Teacher Hong, have taught me? The essence of illusion is to deceive the enemy's perceptions, to blur the lines between reality and fabrication. Thus, if I craft the illusion to be indistinguishable from reality, the enemy would surely be unable to detect the ruse, wouldn't they? Even if they could, it would undoubtedly take them considerable time to comprehend. At this moment, Hong was left pondering, her mind filled with questions. She responded, in theory, that is indeed correct. However, what is the significance of your technique? While it may render one oblivious after falling into the trap, the purpose of casting spells upon an enemy is to confront them. Is it not? If the intent is merely to obscure their vision and launch a stealthy ambush, how does this differ from other illusions? Would it not be a redundant endeavor? But that is precisely my approach. Mo Chen shrugged, his expression innocent. Who decreed that illusions must solely be employed for offensive purposes? What do you intend to accomplish with this whatever you think is what you get technique? At the mention of this name, Hong could not suppress a smile. Indeed. It can also be utilized in such a manner. Mo Chen once again formed a seal, and in the next moment, the scene began to transform. The forest before them vanished, replaced by an expansive ocean. The beach, the waves, the sunset, and the seagulls created a breathtaking panorama. Eight Cloud's eyes widened in astonishment. Her hand instinctively covering her agape mouth, her emotions clearly in flux. Initially puzzled, Hong, upon witnessing Eight Cloud's reaction, seemed to grasp the situation, her own spirits lifting slightly. Even Hinata, who had traversed most of the shinobi world, could not help but marvel at this exquisite view, let alone Eight Cloud's, whose gaze was utterly captivated. As Mo Chen's hand seal shifted, the scene transformed once more, surrounding them with a dazzling brilliance. What is this? The shock was evident on Yayun's face. Meanwhile, the members of the chat group, influenced by the illusion, found their minds ensnared in a state of stupor. At this moment, Mo Chen, sunset red. and Yun floated in the depths of an infinite starry sky. Above them stretched an expansive river of stars, akin to a flowing stream of diamonds, spanning the entire firmament. Around them lay profound darkness, yet within this obscurity sparkled countless stars, resembling diamonds scattered upon black velvet, each exuding a soft yet striking radiance. For those who had never beheld such celestial beauty, being immersed in it for the first time was an experience of profound astonishment. It felt as if they had become mere specks of dust in the universe, insignificant to the point of embarrassment. At that moment, not only Yun, but even Sunset Red and the women in the group, including Tsunade, were utterly entranced. The world could indeed harbor such breathtaking scenery. And even Mo Chen himself was greatly moved. Is the starry expanse truly like this? Yun gazed into the distance, lost in thought. In comparison to such vastness, what were ninjas? Even the legendary sage of 6 paths appeared diminutive, as insignificant as an ant before the sea of stars. The river of stars before them, when compared to the universe, was perhaps akin to a single tree juxtaposed against the entire ninja world. Mo Chen pondered for a moment before shaking his head, saying, "No. The ratio may be even more exaggerated, for the ninja world is finite, whereas the starry sky is infinite." Yun's heart trembled. The emotions she had long suppressed seemed to be released in the presence of this cosmic sea. How do you know so much? Can anyone truly reach there? Yun turned to Mo Chen, her curiosity evident. Not only was Yun perplexed, but all who beheld this starry sky shared the same thoughts. The inhabitants of the ninja world knew little of their own history, let alone a complete map of their realm, much less the cosmos. They were essentially ignorant. However, no one doubted the authenticity of this starry expanse. It was something that could not be conjured by mere imagination. As for whether anyone could reach the depths of the starry sky, I cannot provide you with a definitive answer. Mo Chen smiled broadly and said, "As for why I possess such knowledge, you might find it hard to believe, but in my previous life, I was a deity guarding the galaxy. Those twinkling stars you see are the result of my daily polishing, keeping them spotless." It was evident that he was merely amusing a child, yet to his surprise, Yagumo seemed to accept his words with sincerity. With a hint of concern, she inquired, "But now that you are here, who will tend to those stars? Will they grow dim, and we lose sight of such breathtaking beauty?" Mo Chen extended his hand, and the celestial illusion shattered like fragile bubbles, restoring the surroundings to their original state. Noticing a flicker of disappointment in Bai Yun's eyes, Mo Chen smiled and said, "Sister Bai Yun, would you like to create a star map using your own abilities? When the stars dim, you could be the one to illuminate them. Will you teach me?" Bai Yun's eyes brightened momentarily, but soon her expression grew somber as she replied, "That is not possible. I cannot become a ninja. I can only depict them with a brush on paper, which pales in comparison to the real thing." Hong, standing nearby, opened her mouth to offer comfort but found herself at a loss for words. Instead, she gently stroked Bai Yun's head while casting a glance at Mo Chen. The purpose of bringing Mo Chen here was to explore whether he could address Bai Yun's physical afflictions. Their earlier conversation, although circuitous, had merely alleviated some of Bai Yun's internal turmoil. She now appeared less despondent and seemed to harbor a glimmer of hope for the future. However, if Mo Chen is unable to provide her with a solution, instilling such high hopes may ultimately lead to disappointment. Mo Chen bestowed upon her a reassuring glance, poised to speak, when he noticed Tsunade striding purposefully towards them alongside Shizen. "I have come to assist you." Tsunade had arrived at the behest of Hong, having previously postponed her visit at Mo Chen's request. Recognizing the opportune moment, she approached with intention, having familiarized herself with Iam's background. Tsunade understood that if she could restore Iam's health, it would undoubtedly provide substantial support to Mo Chen in the future. Thus, she was genuinely invested in the matter. However, Iam remained exceedingly wary of others, retreating behind Hong without uttering a word, unwilling to allow Tsunade to come near. "I'm Tsunade," Tsunade declared, undeterred. Introducing herself, "I specialize in medical ninjutsu and have come to assess your condition. If I am unable to heal you, then no other medical ninja in the entire ninja world can." Hong nodded toward Iam, hastily affirming, "Lady Tsunade is here at my teacher's request. She is the most powerful medical sage in the ninja realm." Yet, even with this assurance, Iam remained resolute in her refusal. Fully aware that her condition was not a mere ailment, what could a medical ninja possibly achieve? All they would do is futilely attempt to help her, leaving her with an even greater sense of despair, reinforcing her belief that she was worthless. No matter how much Hong pleaded, Iam was unwilling to cooperate. Leaving Tsunade at an impasse, such matters cannot be forced. "My aunt is Tsunade." Mo Chen interjected, "My aunt means you no harm, Iam. Please allow her to examine you and provide accurate data, then we can devise a plan to assist you. Do you not wish to chart the stars yourself?" Mo Chen spoke, and Yun seemed to waver slightly. The most compelling reason was the prospect of charting the starry sky, which stirred her interest. No matter how dire the situation became, could it truly get worse than it currently was? At worst, it would merely be another setback, something she had grown accustomed to. For reasons unknown, Yun found herself more inclined to trust Mo Chen than anyone else. Despite her outward compliance with Shiri Hong, deep down, she harbored thoughts of wanting to eliminate Hong. In this world, no one could earn her trust, except for Mo Chen. As for the reason, Yun herself could not articulate it. Perhaps it was that Mo Chen had introduced her to a different vista? She wished to continue observing Mo Chen, to glean more knowledge from him. and to witness things she had never encountered before. Mo Chen, disliking unnecessary delays, directly pulled Bai Yun over. This action startled Hong. But surprisingly, Bai Yun did not resist and was half-heartedly brought before Tsunade. A faint smile graced Tsunade's lips as she exchanged a suggestive glance with Mo Chen, before raising her hands, enveloped in a green glow, over Bai Yun's head. Soon, Tsunade's brow furrowed. This reaction did not catch anyone off guard. If Bai Yun's predicament could be resolved so easily, it would not have lingered until now. Among those present, the most anxious was Hong, who wished to inquire but feared the answer she might receive. Lady Tsunade, what is the situation with this child? Ino asked on behalf of Hong. For she was the least informed among them, yet as Tsunade's disciple and aide, she felt it necessary to consult her. Tsunade sighed and explained she awakened her bloodline limit, surpassing her capacity at a tender age, resulting in an imbalance of energy due to an excess of spiritual energy and insufficient physical energy. This condition, though not uncommon, is a type of bloodline illness and is not easily treated. Ino cast a sympathetic glance at Bai Yun before thoughtfully suggesting, if that is the case, it would be best to utilize the hospital's equipment to assess her physical parameters. Through a regimen of medication over time, we can suppress the growth of her spiritual energy while enhancing her physical energy. However, improving physical energy cannot rely solely on medication. It also requires sustained physical training. Yet, given her current condition, she seems barely able to walk, making physical training a daunting prospect. Ino, an expert in the medical field, grasped the situation from Tsunade's brief description. However, this was not the most pressing issue. Tsunade turned to Mo Chen, stating, we can utilize medication and sealing techniques to suppress the growth of her spiritual energy, and your abilities can aid in enhancing her physical energy. Although it will be challenging, it is feasible. The real concern lies in a powerful spiritual energy within her that appears to be independent. Its nature remains uncertain. Hearing Tsunade's analysis, Mo Chen immediately comprehended. That independent spiritual energy was Bai Yun's inner demon, Idu. Are you implying, Lady Tsunade, that even if we heal Bai Yun's body, that energy could still pose a threat to her? Hong asked anxiously, as she was the only one besides Mo Chen who knew the truth. Bai Yun had been restricted from becoming a ninja due to her physical condition. And out of resentment, her inner demon was born, leading her to kill her parents and set their home ablaze. Hong had always refrained from revealing this to Bai Yun, who mistakenly believed her parents were murdered on the orders of the third Hokage, with Hong as an accomplice. It's difficult to say, Tsunade mused, biting her lip in contemplation. We cannot currently ascertain the origin and nature of that spiritual energy, and as I am not adept in mental probing techniques, we may need to enlist the help of the Yamano clan. Hong opened her mouth, hesitant to speak openly with Bai Yun present. So she conveyed the matter of Bai Yun's inner demon to Tsunade through their chat group. An inner demon, you say? Tsunade remarked, feeling less burdened upon hearing this. Understanding the cause, she realized that if they could find a targeted solution, it could be addressed. Eradicating Idu was not particularly difficult, but helping Bai Yun overcome her inner demon would prove to be a formidable challenge. The one who unties the knot must be the one who tied it. Ultimately, it depends on Bai Yun herself. If her parents were still alive, simply allowing Bai Yun to understand that maintaining her health would enable her to become a ninja could dissolve her inner demon. However, under the influence of her inner demon, having personally taken her parents' lives, confronting this reality would be far more complex. In truth, it may not be as troublesome as it seems. As Mo Chen observed their prolonged silence, he spoke up. Let us reveal the truth to Yagami. I believe she is a resilient individual who can confront it on her own. Hong's expression immediately shifted, and she exclaimed in alarm. No. What truth? What are you concealing from me? Yagami's face was etched with suspicion. Mo Chen, what nonsense are you spouting? Realizing her own attempt to obscure the matter had backfired, Hong grew increasingly anxious. Tsunade sighed softly, recognizing that it was too late to maintain the facade. However, she was also curious. Mo Chen, what do you know? Before my eyes, nothing remains concealed. Mo Chen revealed his crimson Sharingan. The Sharingan. Kurenai was taken aback, and Hong, witnessing it for the first time, was equally astonished. Tsunade smacked her forehead, almost forgetting Mo Chen's remarkable ability. Mo Chen continued, I will suppress that spiritual energy with my Sharingan, and I have also learned sealing techniques. I can seal it within Sister Yagumo using the method of sealing tailed beasts. This way, Sister Yagumo can gradually dissipate that spiritual energy over time, ultimately strengthening herself. However, I must say, this approach would render Sister Yagumo akin to a Jinchuriki. A Jinchuriki of Edo? Quite peculiar. While others were still astonished by Mo Chen's assertion, Tsunade had already begun to analyze the feasibility of the method. She stroked her chin thoughtfully, stating, the method is indeed viable, if executed properly. Yagumo could not only become a ninja but also possess formidable strength. Even if she harbors a dark spirit, its impact would be minimal. However, are you truly confident in your ability to suppress that spiritual energy? Furthermore, regarding your sealing techniques, Tsunade was aware that Mo Chen had learned sealing techniques from Kanna, yet only he knew to what extent he had mastered them. Rest assured, there is no problem. Mo Chen gestured with a sign of assurance. He had already probed with his Sharingan and found that Ito's spiritual energy was powerful. Yet it could not surpass the strength of the three-tomo Sharingan. as long as Yagumo did not join forces with Ito to confront him using their five senses. Mo Chen felt he could handle it with ease. Since you are confident, I shall place my trust in you. Tsunade smiled as she patted Mo Chen's shoulder, her face radiating pride. Her nephew was extraordinarily exceptional beyond her imagination. However, Hong found herself in a quandary. She wanted to trust Mo Chen as Tsunade did. But the stakes involved Yagumo's life. A single misstep could be fatal. Rest assured, there is no problem. Tsunade offered Hong a reassuring glance, reminding her that Mo Chen was favored by the chat group, a rare occurrence in the history of the ninja world. This alone indicated that Mo Chen was extraordinary, capable of achieving what others could not. Have we concluded our discussion? Yagumo, who had remained silent, lowered her head, emanating a chilling aura, and spoke in a cold tone. Now, who will tell me what is truly happening? What does the other spiritual energy within me represent? What is the meaning of a dark spirit? What is the so-called truth? Suddenly, a large, warm hand rested on Yagumo's head, causing her chilling aura to waver. She looked up, surprised, to see Mo Chen gazing at her with a gentle smile. Sister Yagumo, would you like to traverse the stars with me? Mo Chen halted his steps, gazing upwards at the vast expanse of the sky. He proclaimed, one day, I shall challenge that boundless realm, not through illusions. I hope that when that time comes, Sister Yakumo will be by my side to witness it all. As long as I confront the Tsutsuki, it is inevitable that I shall transcend the stars. Mo Chen's words were neither mere bravado nor unrealistic fantasies. They were grounded in genuine ambition and a confidence in his ability to achieve them. Could it truly be accomplished? Bayun stared blankly at Mo Chen, having forgotten the question she intended to pose. In comparison to the vast, boundless cosmos, everything else seemed trivial. I can do it. Mo Chen turned to meet Bayun's gaze and asked, are you willing? I want to. I am willing. I want to be with you. Bayun suddenly grasped Mo Chen's arm tightly, her face alight with excitement and yearning. It felt as though the realization of that dream was within reach. Mo Chen chuckled lightly and said, all you need to do is to trust me completely. I will guide you step by step towards that place. As long as you do not give up, I will not forsake you. All right. Yakumo nodded emphatically. She yearned to witness that celestial sea with her own eyes. All she had to do was follow Mo Chen and place her faith in him. After all, in his former life, Mo Chen was the deity who safeguarded the galaxy. Thus, under the astonished gazes of the other women, Yakumo was effortlessly convinced. While Yakumo firmly believed in Mo Chen's capabilities, the others suspected that she had been duped by him. Even Tsunade harbored doubts about Mo Chen's intentions and abilities to traverse the starry expanse. Nevertheless, regardless of the skepticism, Yakumo was willing to wholeheartedly cooperate. With a plan in place, resolving the issue she faced was merely a matter of time. Mo Chen activated the three-tomo Sharingan, penetrating into the depths of Yagumo's being, where he effortlessly located the malevolent spirit, Idu, that lay concealed within her. Although Idu sought to resist, it was regrettable that even tailed beasts seemed feeble in the presence of the Sharingan, let alone a mere heart demon. Moreover, it appeared that Yagumo's expansive thoughts and unwavering trust in Mo Chen severely constrained Idu, rendering it incapable of unleashing more than 2 or 3/10 of its full power. Mo Chen employed a dual-layered 4-symbol seal, amalgamating it into an 8-trigram seal, akin to the 4th Hokage sealing of the Nine Tails, thus confining Idu within the body of Yagumo. With the heart demon sealed away, Yagumo seemed to cease her inquiries into the truth, much to the relief of Yugao. Matters concerning Yagumo's parents could wait until she regained her strength. To thoroughly resolve the issue of Idu, this hurdle must be surmounted. Just as Naruto ventured to the real waterfall to master the power of the Nine Tails. Chapter 110. Kankuro and his daughter enter Konoha. Yagumo was assigned to Konoha Hospital for treatment by Tsunade, given her status. It was merely a matter of words to lift the Umbu surveillance on her. In the original narrative, Tsunade had only just returned to the village and assumed the role of Hokage, rendering her unfamiliar with various personnel and affairs due to her prolonged absence. Moreover, following the collapse plan of Konoha and the death of the third Hokage, with foreign nations eyeing them warily, Tsunade was overwhelmed with responsibilities. By the time she became aware of Yagumo, the heart demon had already erupted, leaving her no time to address the situation. However, having been forewarned, it was not an insurmountable challenge for Tsunade, a renowned medical expert. Nonetheless, Mo Chen's assistance was indispensable. He needed to visit the hospital regularly to transfer life energy to Yagumo, enhancing her physical condition while also guiding her to alleviate her mood and encouraging her to engage in physical training. At the hospital, with Shizen keeping a watchful eye, Tsunade merely had to devise a treatment plan and maintain direction. Thus, in the ensuing days, Mo Chen found himself subjected to Tsunade's rigorous training once more. Fortunately, following previous training sessions, he had gradually met her expectations and soon surpassed them. Only then did Tsunade begin to earnestly instruct him in chakra explosion techniques. If it were merely a matter of brute force, Mo Chen would scarcely regard it as significant. It would merely be a decorative enhancement. However, the prospect of potentially refining chakra explosion into a spicy, heavenly block invigorated him with boundless enthusiasm. To this end, he even sought out Hinata to inquire about chakra points. On this particular day, Mo Chen was in the backyard, contemplating the method for chakra explosion at the points. Mo Chen-kun, I'm here. Suddenly, a joyful voice rang out, approaching from a distance. As Mo Chen turned around, he was met with a cascade of crimson hair that lunged towards him, diving directly into his embrace. The soft, delicate form clung to him tightly. Ah, Mo Chen, I missed you so much. Your sin is still so enchanting. The girl nestled against Mo Chen, her exuberance startling him. However, it didn't take long for Mo Chen to recognize the visitor, and with a hint of surprise, he remarked, Xianglin, what brings you here? Recently engrossed in his training, he had scarcely interacted with anyone, including Xianglin and her mother, who were not often in Konoha, let alone the occasionally visiting Konoha Four Blossoms. As a result, apart from Sakura, who had reached LV2, the others remained at LV1, constantly lamenting in their group chat. While pondering this, Tsunade approached with a smile, accompanied by the visibly excited Xiangnai, who mirrored her every step. And Xiangnai? Mo Chen paused, then swiftly comprehended the situation. Tsunade had seized the opportunity to bring them back. With Tsunade present, Mo Chen needn't worry about Xiangnai and Xianglin's affairs. Even if the people from the grass village were to learn of it, they would likely refrain from confronting them. Even if they dared, Tsunade would certainly introduce them to the essence of violent aesthetics. Given Tsunade's stature, no one would dare challenge her, especially since the grass village had no rightful claim in this matter. As Mo Chen anticipated, after a round of excited greetings, Tsunade proclaimed, I had initially set out to gather some medicinal herbs when I unexpectedly encountered Xiangnai and Xianglin. Upon learning of their previous circumstances from them, I decided to bring them back. After all, I possess the Uzumaki bloodline and am kin to the Uzumaki clan. Had I known they were wandering alone, I would never have remained indifferent. And as for those brutes from the grass village, I would have scattered their ashes. In truth, Tsunade had orchestrated the serendipitous meeting through their chat group, coordinating with Xianglin before revealing her true identity, leading Xiangnai to joyfully accompany her. Mo Chen could not help but give a thumbs up to Tsunade, exclaiming, Auntie, you are magnificent. You are truly formidable. Kanai chuckled softly, responding, Lady Tsunade, please refrain from such flattery. I am already quite content with the life I have now. There is no need to dwell on the past. I believe with your presence, the future will undoubtedly be brighter, and that is sufficient for me. Kanai wished not to burden Mo Chen and Tsunade with her own troubles. After all, the village of grass was merely a ninja village, and even Tsunade could not simply eradicate it at will. However, neither Mo Chen nor Tsunade took it to heart. It was just the village of grass, hardly worthy of their concern. They would devise a more fitting response once they arrived in Konoha. Thus, on that day, Mo Chen paused his training as Tsunade requested him to take Sharon for a stroll around the village. Throughout their outing, Sharon clung tightly to Mo Chen's arm, her face alight with uncontainable joy. Tsunade had already arranged for her and Kanai to obtain residency permits in Konoha from this day forth. She was officially a member of Konoha, free to unabashedly stay close to Mo Chen. Mo Chen cast a fleeting glance at the arm he was holding, noticing Xianglin, who had gracefully escaped her previous hardships. Unlike the original narrative's portrayal, her life had improved significantly. She was well-nourished and in far better physical condition. In simpler terms, well, those in the know would understand. Mo Chen, look over there. It's so fascinating. This is my first time seeing such a thing. Mo Chen, there are so many people in Konoha. This is the most vibrant village I have ever encountered. Will I truly be able to live here in the future? Mo Chen, you are so handsome. Throughout the journey, Xianglin chattered incessantly, her excitement rendering her somewhat incoherent. Mo Chen wore a tranquil smile as he observed silently, occasionally interjecting a word or two, displaying no signs of impatience. While they strolled, they unexpectedly encountered the groups from Class 8 and Class 10. With the two leading instructors at the forefront and 6 students trailing behind, Asuma was quietly conversing with Hong, and as their dialogue progressed, he attempted to draw closer, only for Shirihong to subtly maintain her distance. Al? Xianglin. Upon spotting Mo Chen and Xianglin, the group was about to greet him. But Ino was the first to exclaim in surprise. Why had Xianglin appeared in Konoha without prior notice, and why was she so intimately close to Mo Chen? This was utterly outrageous. Xianglin, what brings you here? Hinata inquired with a look of delight. The others exchanged bewildered glances at Ino and Hinata before turning their attention back to Xianglin. This girl, with her striking red hair, seemed not to belong to the village. Was she a ninja from another country? No, she wasn't wearing a forehead protector, yet there was a distinct chakra fluctuation within her. Asuma quickly assessed the situation. His curiosity piqued and asked, Mo Chen, who is this girl? Ino, do you know her? As a jonin of Konoha, Asuma felt it necessary to ascertain the identity of an unknown individual within the village. Xianglin, concerned about causing trouble for Mo Chen, retracted her neck and refrained from speaking. Mo Chen greeted everyone with a smile and then proceeded to introduce Xianglin, saying, This is a member of the Uzumaki clan brought back by my aunt. She has already obtained a Konoha resident permit, and Lord Third is aware of this matter. I see. Asuma replied, feeling relieved, and continued with a smile. It is indeed rare to encounter someone from the Uzumaki clan these days. It reminds me that in the past, Konoha had a close relationship with the Land of Whirlpools. The vests worn by our village's Nin bear the Uzumaki clan emblem on the back. Really? Is that true? This was the first time they had heard such information. So this emblem was actually the symbol of the Uzumaki clan. The group of youngsters were all astonished, their faces filled with wonder. However, Mo Chen harbored some inner grievances. Although they once shared a close relationship, the downfall of the Uzumaki clan had not prompted any significant actions from Konoha. If it were true that Konoha was unaware of the Uzumaki clan's extermination and unable to provide assistance, it might be somewhat justifiable. After all, they were merely relatives, lacking a direct interest, and were separated by considerable distance. Yet, after the incident, as the remnants of the Uzumaki clan scattered and suffered throughout the shinobi world, why did Konoha, who had the capacity to help their kin, not gather and support these people? One could argue that Konoha was preoccupied during the war. But what of the years that followed? Decades have passed, and not a single soul has been rescued? Kushina merely stated that she was brought back from the land of whirlpools and mentioned her nation's demise. But she never clarified that she arrived in Konoha after her clan's destruction. Perhaps it was only after her arrival that her homeland fell. Thus, the notion that Konoha opportunistically seized a suitable Jinchuriki in the form of the Ninetales is not entirely valid, at least not absolutely so. Chapter 111, The Chunin Exam. The iconic scene commences. Due to Kinran's unremarkable identity, Asuma did not linger unnecessarily and departed swiftly. Hong called out to Mo Chen before following suit. Their hurried demeanor suggested they were eager to attend to something. The impending Chunin exam was indeed a troublesome matter. Shikamaru discerned Mo Chen's confusion and expressed his complaints, while simultaneously offering an explanation. Mo Chen had indeed noticed the influx of foreign ninjas in the village, cognizant that the Chunin exams were approaching. However, with the myriad of recent events, he had not been paying close attention to the timing. It was only upon Shikamaru's mention that he fully grasped the situation. Asuma and Kurenai had received a summons from the Hokage to recommend their subordinates for the Chunin exams. This signified that the narrative of the Chunin exams had officially commenced. It would likely be perilous, and he was rather reluctant to participate. CHG munched on potato chips, expressing his envy towards Mo Chen. Surely, your Umbu must have its own promotion system, right? How splendid it is not to have to partake in the Chunin exams. That is not entirely accurate. Shino interjected coolly. If you wish to know why. The Umbu's promotion criteria demand a greater demonstration of strength, making it significantly more challenging to advance compared to ordinary ninjas. Humph. Regardless, it surely poses no challenge for you. Mo Chen, Kiba remarked, albeit with a hint of arrogance, yet aware of Mo Chen's prowess. He curiously inquired, you must have already achieved Chunin status, right? Even Kurenai-sensei has said your abilities surpass hers. Mo Chen was momentarily taken aback and replied helplessly, like you all, I am still a lowly genin. This truly posed a predicament. Although it is said that the genin of Konoha are the strongest, bearing the title of a mere genin is rather unflattering. If possible, Mo Chen would prefer to elevate his rank, as it would certainly garner him more respect. How could this be? The crowd expressed their surprise. A genin in the Umbu? This is the first we have heard of it. Mo Chen shrugged his shoulders and remarked, well, lately there has been quite a lot going on. And I haven't reported to the Umbu for some time. How about you join us for the Chunin exam? It would be a great opportunity to keep an eye on us and look after Hinata as well. He placed his arm around Mo Chen's shoulder, winking as if he intended to create a chance for Mo Chen and Hinata. I would like to, but it might not adhere to the rules. And I lack suitable teammates, Mo Chen replied candidly. The Chunin exam is rife with memorable moments, and Mo Chen indeed harbored an interest in attending. Yet his obligations to the Umbu held him back. Rules are made by people. As for teammates, simply join teammate. After all,